Me. We've also got action from the Caterham 7270Rs, the combined group for the 310Rs and the 7 UK Championship, and also a few championships which raced yesterday and making their debut today. We're going to get two more races from the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. We've also got some series making their debuts here this weekend with the club. We've also got the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship, their first ever championship race with 37 cars on the grid. They went out for qualifying this morning with over 20 rookies on the grid. That should be fun down towards Redgate Corner. We've also got the modified Fords making their debut for two races this afternoon, and two races from the Aston Martin Owners Club with the Jack Fairman Cup and Ennis Island Cup for the historic and classic machines, and the Intermarque's GT Challenge and GT4 Challenge that are just out for qualifying right now. So behind us here are the Roadsport drivers. They were one of our first races yesterday, and it was a win for Taylor O'Flanagan, but he was on the front row alongside one of his fellow Academy champions from last year, Tom Cockrell. So we'll have a quick chat to some of the drivers, and we'll probably start with our man who won the race yesterday, which is Taylor O'Flanagan. So let's take a look, have a chat with our race winner from yesterday. Taylor, congratulations on your win yesterday. Now the big task, can you make it 2 from 2?
I'll be doing my very best to.
I think it's probably an obvious answer, but how did the conditions feel out there? Because it looked horrible. Was it as horrible as it looked?
It was very, very slippery, so yeah, we had to be quite creative with the lines to try and defend, but yeah, it was, got home safe in the end.
Yeah. How does it feel with the car now you've made the upgrades from Roadsport from Academy? You've got the new tyres and a couple other bits on it. Is there a market difference?
Massively, it's a different car. Yeah, it's incredible. The tyres, especially in the wet, they were amazing yesterday, so yeah, very, very happy with how it's feeling.
Good stuff. And so you've got obviously your fellow Academy champion from last year alongside you. You must have had fun racing him alongside him. Now it's in the dry. Is he going to be a bit more formidable today?
Nah.
Bold words.
we'll have a good race, I'm sure. We've got some very quick guys behind us, so I'm confident it'll be a good battle out there. But yeah, I'll be doing my very best to stay at the front.
Well done again for yesterday. Best of luck. See if you can make it 2 from 2.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a chat with this fellow Academy champion from last year and the man who finished a little bit further down he would like to have done in second place with this Tom Cockerell. Tom, I think you said yesterday you were quite a fan of the wet, but yesterday didn't quite go as you planned, did it?
Well, I really enjoyed the race, which is what we're here to do, right? Yeah, Taylor, he was the only one that didn't make a mistake in the race, so he deserved to win. I'll try and make amends today.
So, of course, you're one of the reigning Academy champions. How much confidence does that give you coming into your first season here in Roadsport?
Obviously, it helps. I was in kind of the opposite group to Taylor, Dom and Hugo, so it's my first time racing with those guys. Maybe put me on my back foot a little bit, but we'll get there.
Of course, you must be enjoying going up against him finally, because, of course, you two have been racing in separate groups all year, and then finally you get a chance to see who's the better Academy champion out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good racing, it's close racing, and hopefully at the end of it, I'll come out on top.
Do you think the dry conditions are going to probably help you a bit better than they did with the wet yesterday?
I think relative, I was probably the slowest of the 4 in the dry on Friday, so we'll see how it goes. Get through turn 1 and then evaluate from there.
Well, best of luck. See if you can come home with a winner's trophy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good stuff. A few more stories from the Roadsport races yesterday. 2 more drivers we need to talk to as well. We've got the guys in the second row of the grid. Dominic Mansberger, who was incredible in the wet conditions last year and was so yesterday, and also Nick Timpson, who made a couple of places up as well. We'll have a chat with Dominic as well. Dominic, great to see you. I think it's fair to say you're a bit of a rainmeister, because you certainly performed well last year in the wet, and you were pretty handy yesterday as well.
Yeah, definitely. I like these conditions pretty much, although I struggled a bit yesterday with understeering. And yeah, also I had a long and intense fight with Tom Cockerell. But anyway, I enjoyed the race a lot, and hopefully today we have another big fight.
Of course, it's much different conditions being practically bone dry. Are you expecting a pace difference? Do you think you'll be possibly have an advantage over the 2 in front, or will it be a bit different?
Yeah, I'll definitely expect more cars to be together. So not like yesterday where we could stay away a bit. I think at least 6-7 cars will stay in the top and will fight each other, so it will be much closer than yesterday.
And just quickly, you've got a bit of racing history already before coming into the Academy, because your father raced against alongside another regular racer who's in the Caterham paddock, yeah. Because you're racing, you got the son of Kurt Hoffman, of course, with Lars Hoffman racing in the Roadsport. So you've got a bit of history between the two of you from your father's racing together in the past.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's the great thing about Caterham, and it's kind of a family feeling in the paddock. And of course, due to the history, my father and Kurt raced together. So this is also a quite important thing for us that really makes it yeah, exciting to race here in the Caterham series. Even though it's not our home country, that makes it far more interesting.
Good stuff. We'll let you get focused. Best of luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Let's also have a chat with Nick Timpson, 4th over there. One person I do want to have a chat to is Alex Vincent, because he had some problems in qualifying and he managed to come from the back of the grid, which is 27th if I'm correct, all the way to 6th, so we'll try and find out how he felt about that. Alex, I have to say, you were certainly driver of the day yesterday in Roadsport, from the back of the grid to 6th. That was an incredible drive in what was really horrible conditions.
Yeah, no, I just had a lot of places to make up. Yeah, conditions were awful, but I think it played into my advantage, to be honest.
So now it's completely dry. Are you expecting to be, and now obviously higher up the grid, being started from 6th, are you expecting to give these guys front a bit more of a bit more of a headache?
Hopefully, that's definitely the aim. Yeah.
And how have you coped from the transition between Academy and Roadsport? You've been getting used to the new upgrades. When you're speaking to Taylor, it says he makes a marked difference. It's quite different between the car from last year.
Yeah.
Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, tyres are brilliant. Real difference. Yeah.
Good stuff. We'll let you get focused. Best of luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Let's see the rest of the grid we've got down here. We've got Adrian Mariadis and Adam West. And you can see on the number plate, being called Adam West, obvious nickname, Batman. So see if he can work as well as he can. Quick run down the rest of the grid. They have some very minor upgrades between the Academy and the Roadsport, particularly the tyres, a little bit of tweaks to the suspension. They're roughly about a second a lap quicker, which is quite prominent. But you can see, nice fast stretching grid down there, and we'll see if possibly we can have a chat to a few more drivers, see how they feel. We've got, who can have a chat to? Let's have a chat to, who's further down here? Let's have a chat to Andy Lund, because Andy Lund's been quite prominent up and down through the grid, so we'll see how he's feeling at the start of this race. Andy, good to see you. Some of the drivers were remarking it was pretty tough out there with the wet conditions. How did you find it yesterday?
I'm afraid I'm a fair weather driver, so I found it pretty miserable. It's probably one of the worst driving experiences of my life, but all part of the experience curve that this series allows you to enjoy.
Well, at least now you've got the fair weather for today, so hopefully that will play into your favour pace-wise, hopefully?
I hope so. It's just like testing was on Thursday and Friday, so what we practiced for, so no real excuses this time round.
Yeah. And you must have been looking forward to coming into your second season. You obviously must have enjoyed the first year in the academy, so how much of an advocate are you for kind of people getting involved in this championship if they want to go racing?
I think it's fantastic. It's super well organised, but enough to sort of let you do your own thing, and the upgrades are at a nice pace to really sort of make you feel like you're progressing. So
we'll let you go for qualifying. Thanks a lot. Right, so the car's now heading off for their first race of the day, not qualifying. So in that case, we'll hand you over to my fellow commentator for today, Andy McHugh. And Andy, if there's anything to go by, particularly with the dry conditions today, the racing should be spectacular.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Donington Park, a day full of super close racing, I hope, in prospect today. The sun is shining, there's a bit of cloud, but believe me, this is tropical compared to the weather yesterday. It really didn't stop raining from the moment we arrived at the track yesterday morning to the moment we left. Had a bit more rain overnight, but the track is dry now ahead of this first race of the day, and that is good news because Caterham racing is good in the wet, but it's usually fairly epic in the dry. That's what we're hoping to see over the course of the day, because all of the Caterham Racing Championships, as Scott was telling us, are racing here throughout the course of this morning and this afternoon. This is the second race then of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Roadsport Championship. Yesterday's race won by Taylor O'Flanagan, despite the fact he started behind his fellow Academy champion from last year, Tom Cockrell, on the grid. The Academy Championship is split into two grids, hence how you can have two champions in 1 year, and they both lined up on the front row yesterday. 1-0 at the moment then to Taylor O'Flanagan. He's got the pole position for this second race of the weekend, but he and Tom Cockrell, I think, are set for a season-long championship battle in the pursuit of the Caterham 7 Road Sports Championship. This is the second tier on the Caterham Racing ladder. Generally speaking, drivers start off in Academy, then they move up to Road Sports, then they will progress up to the 270Rs, then 310Rs, and then ultimately they'll be racing, they hope at least, in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, and we'll see all of those championships racing at one point or another today. Cars out onto the green flag lap then, ahead of what will be a 20-minute race. Let's run you through that grid in a bit more detail. Then it's Taylor O'Flanagan on pole position with Tom Cockrell alongside, as we've said. Dominic Mansberger lines up third on the grid, and Nick Timpson will be alongside him on row number 2. Gwyn Jones and Alex Vincent make up the third row, ahead of Adam West and Adrian Mariadis on the fourth row. Steve Lancaster and Peter Mott round out the top 10, and they're just ahead of James Hall and Andy Lund. Ryan Lovett and Chris Broom make up the seventh row. Andy Bergbaum and Kevin Turner are on row 8, with Ron Mounsey and Marcus Eels on the ninth row. Ian Hapgood and Mark Firth round out the top 20. It's a 25-car grid though, so towards the back we have Mike Hilton and Michael Koo. Simon Arnold 23rd, and then one to definitely watch out for is Hugo Bush, number 22, from the 12th row of the grid. He was one of two non-finishers yesterday, the other being Chris Griffith, who rounds out the 25-car grid at the back. But Hugo Bush was in the leading quartet. The story of yesterday's race basically was a four-way scrap between O'Flanagan, Cockrell, Mansberger and Hugo Bush. And at one point or another, three of those four drivers found themselves in the kitty litter. Tom Cockrell went off at one point, Mansberger went off, so did Hugo Bush. But Hugo was the only one of those three that wasn't able to rejoin the circuit, so he ended up non-finishing and threw away quite a lot of championship points as a result. He arguably should have been in the top 4, maybe even could have got himself a podium, so he's one to watch as he tries to carve his way through from the back of the grid. That is, though, something that you should be able to do in Caterham Road Sports racing. The slipstream effect with these cars is pretty much guaranteed to keep the racing nice and close. It allows lots of overtaking, and it means it's almost impossible to break away at the front of the field. So expect this to be a race that is very much decided in the last few corners, not the first few. Cars then lining up on the grid. On the left-hand side of shot is where pole position is. That's the inside line for Redgate Corner. So Taylor O'Flanagan is the yellow car. The red and white, number 59 alongside him, is Tom Cockrell. The green and black is Dominique Mansberger, and Nick Timpson is also green and black, but he's a bit more green than black, if that makes any kind of sense. So the two green and black cars sharing the second row. What a sight they make as they pull into line. Right at the back, we do indeed have Chris Griffith, so we've got all 25 cars starting the race. Those that didn't finish yesterday, thankfully not sustaining any major damage. The green flag then waves at the back of the grid, and round number 2 of the Caterham 7 Roadsports Championship is about to get underway here from Donington Park. The red lights go on, they go out now, we're away and racing. Who's going to get into Redgate Corner first? It looks like it's a good start made from the second row of the grid there by Dominique Mansberger, but there's nowhere to go. On the outside line, it's Cockrell that has the lead into Redgate Corner, and he will go ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, so Cockrell gets the lead. O'Flanagan and Mansberger side by side for second place, and Mansberger on the outside line just runs out of road, runs out over the curb and loses momentum as a result. Down through Hollywood, through the Craner curves for the first time, and thankfully they've got a lot more grip today than they had at this point in their race yesterday, where they had some of the wettest conditions to deal with on their Saturday race, did the Roadsports field. Bone dry now though as they head through the old hairpin at full race pace. On the outside line there we're seeing the number 5 car, that is Chris Broom trying to make progress, but it's Cockrell versus O'Flanagan already for the race lead as they go towards McLean's corner, and up the inside line goes Taylor O'Flanagan. He gets the lead back, so that's 2 lead changes in less than a lap, and that I think is probably going to set the trend for this race. Up the hill they go, climbing even further now towards the highest point on the circuit, and you can see how we've got this big group of cars at the head of the field, a good 6 or 7 of them nose to tail before you get the first real break in the traffic. Chris Broom again continuing to dice away there in the midfield, side by side for the lead again, and now it's 3 lead changes in the first lap, or is it? No, O'Flanagan holds on the inside into the chicane, but Cockrell did have his nose ahead there as they went into the braking zone. O'Flanagan comes out of the chicane though as the race leader. Cockrell was a bit slow off the corner, so he is under pressure from Dominique Mansberger, and then ducking out of line is Alex Vincent in the number 17 car. He's the first man to brave the outside line. Now Cockrell goes to the outside of O'Flanagan. That leaves the door wide open for Mansberger to try and get up the inside for second position. They come out of the turn still side by side with O'Flanagan in the lead, but Cockrell and Mansberger wheel to wheel for second place, and we do already have this sort of 6-car breakaway, don't we? Because you've got O'Flanagan, Cockrell, Mansberger, Vincent, Jones and Adam West all in this group, and then the first of the gaps really is between Adam West in 6th and Nick Timpson in 7th position. Down through the old hairpin then, everyone thankfully makes it round the first lap. Where was Hugo Bush? He's already up to 18th position, having started from the very back, or pretty much the very back of the grid. 24th of 25 cars on the grid was Hugo, and he's already started to make progress, but will he be able, by the end of the 20-minute race, to get onto terms with this leading group of 6, which makes its way up through Coppice Corner for the second time of asking. Taylor O'Flanagan just about hanging on to the advantage then. Didn't get into the first corner first, did O'Flanagan, but he was able to fight back halfway round the lap, and now Cockrell tries to do what he tried to do a lap ago, which is go to the outside line into the chicane. He does the same thing again, look, gets his nose ahead, but he's not able to clear O'Flanagan before they turn into the corner. So for the second lap in a row, it's Taylor that leads the way. Dominique Mansberger well quicker out of the chicane there than Tom Cockrell, and this time he has managed to find the overlap on the inside line. So Mansberger goes to the inside of Cockrell, and to the outside of him now goes Alex Vincent, so it's 3 wide for second place. Cockrell sends it into Redgate Corner really late on the brakes. It's almost an action replay of what we saw a lap ago, with Taylor O'Flanagan watching in his mirrors and seeing this terrific side-by-side battle behind him. On this occasion though, can Mansberger break through? No, he can't, so Cockrell hangs on to that second place. Mansberger's back up the inside though as they drop down into the old hairpin. He just can't quite get there. Well, brilliant racing here in the early stages. Scott Woodward has joined me back again in the commentary box, and this is the kind of race we were hoping to see. Yesterday's race was good, but now with full dry conditions we're getting proper slipstreaming Caterham Roadsport action.
Absolutely, I think the rain did certainly hamper some of the racing prospects because everyone was being so careful to not throw it off the road, but thankfully it appears as though the racing is really starting to step up a little bit more. We're seeing here, looks like, I think that's Alex Vincent under threat from Adam West as they come up through the top of the circuit. Then we've got the next group headed by Nick Timpson, Lancaster, Mariadis, Mott Hall, and I think also Ryan Lovett's not too far away in the mix as well either, so plenty of action at the bottom of the top 10, but yeah, that top 6 is certainly getting away pretty prominently.
Yeah, and they were doing that really halfway around the first lap, and they've just continued to run this strong pace. Cockrell's got himself in front this time at the chicane, so Tom Cockrell moves back into the lead of the race, but he outbraked himself slightly, so coming off the corner, O'Flanagan is quicker. In fact, everyone is quicker than him, and they're all going to try and swamp him down into Redgate Corner. We're at least 3, maybe 4 wide for the race lead, because to the outside goes Adam West. You've got Mansberger in the middle as well. Cockrell on the inside. O'Flanagan in the yellow car, I think, will just get the lead. This is getting very, very tight indeed. Taylor O'Flanagan, has he managed to clear Cockrell again? Yes, he has. O'Flanagan gets the lead then. Cockrell now wheel to wheel with Mansberger for second position. Only on this occasion, he will have the inside line for the old hairpin, except he's nearly on the grass. Gets really sideways, does Cockrell. Mansberger goes second then, so the new order, it's O'Flanagan that leads. It's Mansberger second and Tom Cockrell down to third.
And Tom Cockrell was saying he preferred the wet conditions yesterday, but the wet conditions didn't really play into his favour too much, and looks at the dry conditions, whilst he's in the leading pack and he can race a little bit better, it's not really working. It is working for Dominic Mansberger though. He was very confident on the grid and trying to go round the outside of McLean's of leader Taylor O'Flanagan, which couldn't quite make it happen. Seeing Adam West now sort of trying to put a move on Gwyn Jones. That's going to be for fifth position, because up just ahead of him now is Alex Vincent. Up through Coppice they go now for the 4th time, and still we see here no real proper advantage. Mansberger has got through into the lead, but as they come back down towards the Robert chicane level is the 4th time. It's going to be 3 abreast again as Cockrell dares to go down the outside line. They are going to go side by side by side. Going a little bit deeper into the corner goes O'Flanagan. Mansberger holds the line, and now Cockrell will look for a better run on O'Flanagan onto the pit straight. He gets into the slipstream as they come back down towards Redgate Corner again to start lap 5. Incredibly, we've already been 5 minutes into this race. We've got enough action to fill the entire regular race in many cases. 3 abreast again down towards Redgate once more. Cockrell fancies the outside line. Both he and Mansberger sandwich O'Flanagan, but O'Flanagan now converts that to the outside line of Mansberger. It's a better run. Running wide there, both Alex Vincent and also Adam West. And also look behind, because 7th and 8th place cars, Nick Timpson and Steve Lancaster, they're both starting to close in. This is typical of the Caterham racing, particularly side by side at the Craner curves. Flanagan wants that lead back, but Mansberger holds on as they come back into the old hairpin. But the top 6 is about to become a top 8 here, because Timpson and Lancaster have broken away from the second pack, and that's typical Caterham racing, because if the front group starts to battle, then more and more cars start to latch on, and the lead group becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And before you know it, half the field are battling for the lead in one giant pack at the front.
And remarkably, and this is something I didn't expect to be saying at the start of the race, one of those drivers before much longer could be Hugo Bush, because he's into the top 10 now from the back of the grid. He gained just the 4 positions on the previous lap to move into that 10th spot, and he's in that next group behind Timpson and Lancaster, 7th and 8th, that Scott quite rightly pointed out are gaining quickly on the leaders. So the more this lead battle intensifies, which we know it's going to continue to do over the remaining 13 minutes, the more cars are going to tag onto the back of the group. Cockrell to the outside, Mansberger to the inside. They're 3 wide for the lead into the chicane. Cockrell tries to go right round the outside. He's all over the curb. That almost ended in tears. Mansberger gets the lead, but Cockrell has really lost out. He loses his momentum, and as they come across the start-finish line, it's now the turn of the number 17 car of Alex Vincent to try and make it 4 wide. Mansberger has the lead. O'Flanagan second. Everybody else is third as they hit the brakes for Redgate Corner. On the inside line goes the number 97 car. That is Gwyn Jones for 3rd position. Cockrell now battling for 4th. He is rather slipping down this pack, isn't he?
This is shades of yesterday when he was having not so much great work, and he had to work his way back towards the front to get himself into 2nd place, but that was a hard effort, even in the conditions that he was more favourable in. So this is really getting tricky, and he really had to take 2 bites at the apex through the old hairpin to try and get the car turned in as best as he could. The rest of the pack makes its way through. Ryan Lovett's dropped back a few spots. He's down to 15th ahead of Andy Lund, who we spoke about on the grid. I think that's somebody running wide. No, somebody spinning, and I couldn't quite catch who that was. It was a red machine, and it was Andy Berg, I think it might be. Andy Berger was 14th, number 29. Yes, it is. Andy Berger's had a spin, so sadly from a mid-pack position all the way down to the tail of the field. I suspect he might have done it by himself, but Mansberger here back at the front, he's really putting Taylor O'Flanagan under pressure. I suspect we won't get a concrete leader until probably about sometime on the last lap, and even then that's not guaranteed, because ironically in a Caterham race, the last place you want to be, or the worst place you want to be, is in the lead, last corner, last lap, because by the time you exit it, there's no guarantee you'll stay there by the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think we need to be getting that photo finish camera ready for this one, don't we? Because at the moment we've got at least any one of 8 or 9 drivers that could win it. One driver on the grass though, that's Batman, Adam West, as he loses a bit of speed as a result of that. Number 4 coming charging through, 2 I've spotted. That's Nick Timpson, who started on the 2nd row, dropped back initially, but he's right back in this leading group of, yeah, it is 9 cars now, isn't it? Hugo Bush, would you believe, is in this group. Hugo Busch for the win, maybe from 24th on the grid. We'll wait and see. He's 8th place at the moment, the number 22, and he might have even picked another one up there through Redgate Corner. Side by side for the lead, meanwhile. The yellow car is O'Flanagan, the green one is Dominic Mansberger, and Tom Cockrell back into 3rd place now, trying to take advantage of those two running side by side ahead of him. Down through the old hairpin they go there. You can see the gap between 9th place Lancaster and 10th position, which at the start of the lap at least was Peter Mott. Further back though, still some brilliant battling going on. It's easy to get sidetracked and focus entirely on the lead battle, and you can see why, because it is truly epic. But wherever you are in a Caterham race, Scott, you've usually got someone to race with.
Usually, and if you can keep with them, depending on how much the back cars are battling in front, you can possibly work your way towards the front. There's contact in the background. There was one car that went sideways. I fear it might have tagged another. I couldn't quite catch exactly who that was, but it was certainly a yellow machine around about mid-pack. So if the kit pictures can get back there, you might be able to see possibly who was involved in that, and hopefully it wasn't too serious if it was an accident. And it might have just been a spin. Side by side for the lead. Down the outside looks Tom Cockrell, but O'Flanagan has the inside line covered, and everyone's trying to be 3rd place behind them once again. We see now up the inside Gwyn Jones on Dominic Mansberger, and Hugo Busch is in there now. He's side by side with Nick Timpson. He has also got just behind him there, looks like Alex Vincent and also Lancaster in the mix as well. So as they come across the line, the lead group is 9 cars strong, from O'Flanagan all the way down to Steve Lancaster at the back of that group. Back to the lead goes O'Flanagan. Everyone's trying to be 3 wide behind Nick Timpson. Gets sideways, gets up onto the gravel at Redgate Corner, tracks his way through, just about keeps the car running in a straight line, albeit with a little bit of a wiggle. He gets going again, and thankfully he's managed to recover from that as they come down through the Craner curves again on lap 8, and the RunYourFeet.com safety car has been deployed. And I suspect, Andy, it was for something that happened up at McLean's in the aftermath after that car went spinning. Yeah, Peter Mott and James Hall have gone missing, and they were running together in, I think, 9th and 10th at the start of the lap, so that would make sense for it to be those two, and yeah, they're the only two that haven't come through to complete the 6th lap. Well, it's a shame we've got a safety car, Scott, and obviously a huge shame for Peter Mott and James Hall, whose races have come to an end, but I could kind of do with a breather, really. This is a nice little half-time break, isn't it? That was sensational racing, but there is something about Caterham racing, especially at Donington Park. This is what we get every time. This circuit, because it's got such a high average speed, because momentum is so key, because the slipstream plays such a big role in the racing, you're pretty much guaranteed a thriller every time, aren't you? Yeah, I could wholeheartedly agree with that. Genuinely, anytime Caterhams do come to Donington, it's usually why they pick it for the season finale, because usually you get quite an intense affair for the final rounds to decide who is going to be champion, to add a little bit extra spice to that possible title fight. There are the 2 cars that went off, and it was the 96, you're correct, of Peter Mott, the 98 of Hall. So both off into the gravel, but thankfully the live snatch is underway, and of course that's in a position which did certainly require an appearance from the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So the marshals are thankfully going to work. Big thank you to the marshals, of course, for all their hard work, but there is the safety car, RunYourFleet.com safety car, which is picking up the leader, Taylor O'Flanagan. So as you say, we get a bit of a breather before we go for the second half of this race. We've got roughly 8¼ minutes to go, so hopefully the live snatch can get it done, so we might possibly get a 4 or 5 minute shootout towards the end to decide who becomes the second winner of this second Caterham Roadsport race. So just to recap the order of how we're sitting at the moment then, Taylor O'Flanagan leads the way from Tom Cockrell in 2nd place, Dominic Mansberger in 3rd, so it is effectively the first 3 on the grid are in the same positions that they started in eventually. It's 4th place now still for the 97 of Gwyn Jones. Adam West is 5th, Alex Vincent still 6th after he started in 6th position, after he started the first race from the back of the grid after issues in qualifying, and went from, what was it, 27th on the grid up to 6th, which is impressive even in those conditions. Hugo Busch 7th, he put another impressive drive and considering he started deep in the field. 8th for Lancaster, 9th for Chris Broome, and Nick Timpson, who was up as high as about 4th or 5th. Just in that shuffle in the last couple of moments before the safety car, Andy, just losing a few spots, of course, when he had that mistake at Redgate, which is the reason why he's down to 10th, but he had that mistake at Redgate, and that really cost him a spot in the lead pack. But although with the safety car, it gives him a bit of respite to try and get back in the mix when we get racing again. Yeah, well-timed safety car, I think, for Nick Timpson here, just to regroup and clean the tyres off as well. It would have picked up quite a lot of gravel and dirt on his tyres from that trip through the weeds at Redgate Corner. So much to unpack here, isn't there? I mean, we've somehow, through all of that, Scott, ended up with O'Flanagan and Cockrell again, 1st and 2nd, although they've actually, apart from in the first couple of laps of the race, not seen a huge amount of each other, because there's always been a car at least between them, that car more often than not being Dominic Mansberger, who's 3rd. But Hugo Busch, from the back of the grid, he's now in 7th position. I suppose he probably
wouldn't really have enjoyed seeing the safety car come out because he was making good headway anyway. But having done, in a way, the hard work and got to that lead group, what do you think? How far through it can he get? I mean, I semi-jokingly said a race win was on the cards. I mean, that's not beyond the realms of possibility, is it?
No, you've got the top drivers last year in his particular academy group, and he was one of the ones that actually went up against Taylor O'Flanagan. So he knows what the likes of O'Flanagan and Mansberger can do in terms of racing capability and racecraft from their first season of racing. And he was someone who, he didn't manage a victory last year, but he was so close at times and just had the luck go against him, or the pace dropped off towards the back end. So there is a definite possibility that if he is able to pick his way through carefully, and let's face it, with this kind of close racing on a circuit like Donington in the dry, anything's possible. We've seen drivers who have come through. Well, the reason, for example, the reason why I call James Murphy, who's in the 7 UK race, I call him Superman, is because he had an issue in the first race. This is a couple of years at Thruxton in 2018. Came all the way from the back of the grid to about third, and that was crucial for his championship points to become champion that year. But the reason why he got Superman was also the fact when he got out of the car, he lay down on top of the roll cage and stuck his arm out like Superman, which is the reason why. So I always joke he needs a cape to go with that, so whenever he wins a race, he can put it on and make the same pose. But anyway, to get back to it, Hugo Bush, I think he's definitely a contender. In fact, I think anyone, to be fair, in the top 10 is a contender for at least a strong podium finish. But yeah, Hugo Bush's pace, to be able to get that far up into the top 10 by this point in the race, even though we'll have a short sprint, there's a chance, but he'll need the luck to go against him, and also he'll need to really pick his moves carefully, considering that we've only got less than 5 minutes to go in this race when we get going again, because we won't have long to go. So it may only be a 2, if not 3 lap sprint, and there's going to be a few drivers in the mix who are certainly going to want to go for a result, particularly early on, to try and make sure they've got a good points haul to start off 2021. So it's going to be intense, but potentially he's got the chance, but it's going to be very tough with a limited time left.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance we could go racing this time. I can see out of the window that the live snatch has pretty much been completed now. They've moved the first car out of the way. The second one is almost out of the way. So we might go racing this time. We've got 4.5 minutes left on the clock. So let's say that's going to be just less than 4 minutes by the time we get to the line.
I suspect possibly the reason why the RunYourFleet.com safety car is going a little bit slower is because it's trying to give them time to complete that second snatch so they can go racing this time, I suspect. So they're purposely going a little bit slower than it normally would so that we can then get a proper couple of laps in to get this first race of the day finished in reasonable time with a good pace to see who can come on top with the top 3 finishing positions.
Yes, indeed. Lots still to be decided in this second round of the Caterham 7 Road Sports Championship, the first of several Caterham races over the course of the day. And if they're all as entertaining as this one's been so far, we're in for a real treat. Right, I think the lights may have gone off on the safety car. When we next see that RunYourFleet.com safety car, we'll be able to tell. It looks like O'Flanagan's backing the pack up, so I think we're going racing this time, which means we're going to have probably just in excess of 3 minutes left on the clock to decide this one. Yep, lights are out on the Jaguar, so we're ready to go racing once again, and it is going to be Taylor O'Flanagan with Tom Cockrell right on his tail. Keep an eye to Hugo Bush. He's the grey and orange number 22 car running in 7th place. He's the one that we've been talking about all race long, really, as he's made this meteoric rise through the field. Already then, O'Flanagan has hit the loud pedal. He accelerates out of the Robert chicane, comes across the start-finish line with probably the biggest lead that anyone's had all race, and that's an enormous sort of 3 car lengths or so, or 4/10 of a second as they cross the line. The top 3 making a break here, though, Scott.
It looks as though everyone was kind of caught sleeping by the car in front, because it's not as a close-up pack on the restart as I anticipated in that case. It seems as though that O'Flanagan went and everyone else kind of went, oh, we're restarting now, and kind of everyone's kind of very much spread out. It's not the typical restart that you'd see, but Cockrell was making sure that O'Flanagan is not getting away too far with the limited time we've got left. So down the crane occurs once again. This is on lap 11 of this second race for Roadsport, and Cockrell trying to throw the car in a little wider on the apex as he turned in through the right-hander, but they all funneled their way through, and I think with this restart having them slightly wider to get further apart is actually helping in terms of reducing the prospect for any incidents from drivers trying to make their way through and make any moves. Top 3 again up into McLean's, and O'Flanagan sliding a little bit with a tighter apex there for Cockrell through McLean's. Now he gets the good run up towards Coppice, but if he can hold there and get a good drive off the next right-hander, he'll certainly have good traction and a really good slipstream to possibly make a move into the Robert chicane with just over 2 minutes to go. There's Alex Vincent, who is currently back in 6th position ahead of Hugo Bush, and maybe we talked about too much. Hugo Bush has not really made the restart he hoped he was going to make. What's happening though is 3 abreast for the lead as they come down towards the Robert chicane now, and looks like Cockrell's been the last of the late breakers into the chicane, gets very sideways on the exit, and now O'Flanagan's going to get mixed. And also watch for Gwyn Jones in the red and black car. It is 4 of them for the lead down the straight, side by side possibly, as it could be 4 abreast down towards it. Gwyn Jones takes ironically the fastest lap of the race apparently on that one, so 1:22.08 grade 4. Also joining the mix is Adam West, so he might be a factor as well. We're going to get, I think, possibly this and one more lap to go as now Flanagan goes round the outside at Redgate corner and just about holds on, gets the momentum down the hill through Hollywood. 2 was on the grass from Mansberger. 3 abreast through the curves. That shouldn't work, and it somehow has. Flanagan back to the lead, side by side for second between Mansberger and Tom Cockrell, and also look at Adam West attacking Gwyn Jones. Cockrell a little wide there as he lets Mansberger go into second place. Talk about intense. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, and it has kicked off for the victory already in this first race.
Remember how wonderfully spread out they were at the restart. That was only a lap ago, and then cut to a lap later, and they're 3 wide through the crane of curves for the lead. It is O'Flanagan with the advantage then. Mansberger second, Cockrell third, then it will be Gwyn Jones in 4th position, and I think they've got a 5th car in this group as well now, which must be Adam West. Through Coppice Corner they go down the exhibition straight. Yes, there is Gwyn Jones, and then behind him is Batman, yeah, Adam West in 5th position, and then 6th and 7th aren't that far back either, Vincent and Bush. If they work together here, they could be a part of this as we are about to start the final lap of what has been a scintillating opening race of the day. Into the chicane they go for the penultimate time. It's O'Flanagan with the lead, Mansberger second, Cockrell third. Will that be the order in 1.9 miles time? Almost certainly not. Across the line they go, down to Redgate corner, one of the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. Hugo Bush up into 6th place, by the way, now, has set the fastest lap of the race. Battle on for second, Cockrell to the outside, Mansberger to the inside. Almost got into the back of the race leader there, did Mansberger, and then he just eases Tom Cockrell wide over the curb, and they have to settle back in single file, so no change in the positions through the first corner. Now the next overtaking opportunity is down at the old hairpin, although if you're Tom Cockrell, you can try and move in the middle of the crane of curves, apparently. Pulls up alongside Mansberger for second. He can't get the job done, though, and that actually compromises them both as they turn into the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. Further back, plenty of battles going on still. Chris Broom, I saw there, was battling away with the number 4 of Nick Timpson, whose race really did unravel when he had that trip through the gravel at Redgate corner. Leaders at McLean's though, and they're 3 wide, and O'Flanagan's in the gravel. Taylor O'Flanagan is in the gravel at McLean's corner, and he'll drop 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 positions by the time they reach Coppice. That was an absolute disaster. Cockrell and Mansberger went up the inside of him, and Taylor O'Flanagan got eased out into the gravel trap, and that has cost him a shot at the victory. But there are still 4 cars covered by a very small margin as they head down the back straight for the final time. Cockrell has the lead. He's got the inside line for the chicane into the final 2 corners. Mansberger, and charging around the outside, is that Hugo Bush? I think it was. Through the gravel goes Hugo Bush. He had a shot at the win. It hasn't quite worked out. The drag to the line begins, and Tom Cockrell punches the air in delight. He wins the opening race of the day. Dominique Mansberger second, Gwyn Jones is third. O'Flanagan recovers to 4th there after Hugo Bush's adventures at the final corner. Adam West is 5th. Bush ends up 6th. That's a bit of a shame, really, because he did have a shot at a podium, and I think he got a bit carried away there and tried to go for the win, and it didn't really work. Adam Vincent will be 8th position then, sorry, for Chris Broom. 9th, Nick Timpson, and 10th position will be Mariadis, Adrian Mariadis. Further back, still more battling going on. This is the 88 car of Michael Koo, and he is trying to hang on to 21st place, which he does, just about ahead of, no, sorry, he lost 20th place, that was actually. It was Arnold that went through into 20th on the line. Well, if that sets the tone for the rest of the day, then we're in for a treat, aren't we? We've got plenty more Caterham racing coming your way throughout the day, but that was an absolutely brilliant, a typical Caterham Donington slipstreamer there, where the result was in doubt right until the final few metres. I mean, if the start-finish line had been another 100 metres down the road, Dominique Mansberger may even have had half a chance of drafting his way past Tom Cockrell at the line. So that was, yeah, truly brilliant racing, and the Roadsports Championship is set to be, I think, extremely competitive this year. Confirmation on your screens then of the result. It's Tom Cockrell with the win, Dominique Mansberger second, Gwyn Jones third, Taylor O'Flanagan 4th, with Adam West and Hugo Bush 5th and 6th. The top 6 covered by 1 second, essentially, at the end of the 20 minutes. Alex Vincent was 7th, Chris Broom was 8th, Nick Timpson 9th, and Mariadis was 10th, with Steve Lancaster, Andy Lund, Kevin Turner, Ron Mounsey and Mike Hilton next. Ian Hapgood, Marcus Eels, Ryan Lovett, Chris Griffith and Simon Arnold round out the top 20. Arnold, of course, took that 20th place away from Michael Koo, literally as they crossed the line. So Michael Koo ends up 21st, Andrew Bergbaum is 22nd, and Mark Firth 23rd. Peter Martin, James Hall, the only 2 retirements after their tangle up at McLean's midway through the race, which brought out the safety car. Right then, I need to lie down after that, and we've still got plenty more races to go. It's a total of 12 races today, 11 more still to go. We've got 4 more races before lunch. Next up we have more Caterham action. You'll be happy to hear from the flagship championships, essentially. The top 2 tiers of the Caterham Motorsport ladder are about to head out. The Caterham 7 UK Championship, which is the pinnacle of Caterham racing in the UK, and the 310R Championship sharing the grid with them. They're up next. Then we have single-seater action from the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. That race due to start at about 12:05. The final Caterham race of the morning, at least, is the Caterham 7 270R Championship, which doesn't actually take place in the morning. It's 12:35 the start time, but you get what I mean, the final Caterham race before lunch, because that's then followed by the Ford Modified Series with their first 15-minute race of the day. And some of the cars on that Ford Modified Series grid are indecently sexy. I was looking at them out in qualifying earlier on, and yeah, drool-worthy cars out on that grid for the pair of Ford Modified races today. So that's how the morning programme looks. I think we can pretty much guarantee you a good day of racing, especially if the weather continues as it is at the moment. The sun is still shining. There's relatively little cloud in the sky, so hopeful that we're going to see more of that kind of racing that we just enjoyed from the Caterham Roadsports. And there you can see down in Park Fairman, the drivers are making their way in. Momentarily, we'll be able to have a word with our top 3 finishers. Scott Woodwist has vacated the commentary box and made the first of many trips down to Park Fairman. I must thank Scott for jumping in and doing all of the interviews. I've been in the wars a bit this week myself, so I didn't quite fancy the trip down to that end of the pit lane. So Scott's going to be on interview duty, and I can see him ready and raring to go. So let's have a word with our podium finishers.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we're going to have a chat to our top 3. That was an incredibly intense race to kick things off for this morning's racing. We're going to see if we can have a chat if we can find our winner, Tom Cockrell. Appears to have disappeared for the moment. But if we can, we'll at least have a chat with... I think we've got Tom here, actually. In fact, we'll have a quick chat to him here. So, just trying to... I think he's trying to get his mask in place before he has the interview, of course, with all the COVID restrictions. Tom, wow. That was intense. You don't need me to tell you that, but particularly with the final lap. But I guess the first thing I have to ask is what went through your mind when Taylor went skating into the gravel?
I didn't actually see it. He was the other side of Dom. So I know they went in hot, and I was looking up the inside, and then came out, and Dom was behind me. I don't know what happened to Taylor. I didn't see it. I don't know. And then the last chicane, I'm sure it's Hugo was coming from nowhere around the outside. It's just, man, it's intense. That's what Caterham racing's about, right? Yeah.
But you've now got one apiece now between yourself and Taylor, so this is really going to be a battle of the Academy champions, isn't it?
Yeah, plus Dom, Hugo, Gwyn, Vinny, Adam West from Academy previous. There's going to be a lot of us. It's going to be an intense year.
Basically half the grid.
Yeah, which is why we're all here, right?
So you can now go to Knockhill with a lot of confidence. You pace that's good in the dry in any case, you could stay with them. So you're looking forward to a trip to Scotland?
Absolutely. I'm half Scottish, so you know it's going home apparently. No, it'll be good. I think it's a fresh track for everyone. So it's going to be interesting, intense, fun, and hopefully I'll be on top again.
Tartan gave it away as well.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Let's see if we can find Dominic Mansberger, wherever he's off to. Dominic's over here, so I'll have a chat to our second place man, our resident German. Dominic, what a race that was. That was incredible stuff between you and Tom and Taylor and everyone else. That was some great racing, and particularly that last chicane as well. That was mental.
Yeah, definitely. That was quite tricky. I saw Hugo flying through the gravel, so I didn't know where he come out of the gravel. But anyway, you can only go on the throttle and hope that it goes well. And yeah, it did. But it was a close race, like I expected it, with all the other guys joining us in the dry.
And of course, that's going to give you confidence both in wet and dry. You can still keep with these guys with the upgraded package, so that's going to give you some confidence to go for the championship this year. Yeah,
sure, definitely. Because in the dry in the last year, I struggled sometimes a bit, so this was definitely a good sign for the rest of the season.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. We'll see you at Knockhill, and best of luck for them.
Thanks.
Good stuff. We're going to have a chat with Gwyn Jones as well in third place. We'll bring Gwyn over here. Gwyn, I think maybe going to the final lap, looking at it, you might have not 100% expected to be in third place, but that was an incredible last lap.
Oh, that was mental. It was absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, yeah, absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. I can't, yeah. absolutely buzzing after that. I didn't expect to be on the podium, so that's a mega bonus. Really happy with that.
And your pace seems to have been good both in wet and dry this weekend, so that's going to give you massive confidence for the next few races ahead.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Going up to Knockhill next, so we'll be snowing up there, so see what my snow pace is. But yeah, very, very pleased with that.
You won a race already, so you know how to do it, so you can certainly give these guys a run and see if you can get to the top.
They're pretty quick, these top guys, so I'll try. If I can just hang on their coattails, I'll be very, very happy.
Well-deserved third place. Go and rest up. We'll see you at Knockhill.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Well, don't go anywhere because there's more Caterham action still to come. That was the Roadsport category. Now we've got the two fastest championships in action with the Caterham 7 UKs and Caterham 7 310Rs up on track. That's going to be some of the fastest racing you'll see all weekend. Andy, back to you.
Thank you, Scott. So, yeah, good to hear there from our top three finishers, and I think it's set to be a season-long battle between those three and many, many more, honestly. I mean, we had a good 8 or 9 drivers that could potentially have won that race, and as is always the case with the road sports, as you go through the season, more and more drivers get on the pace. Those that have a bit less experience perhaps at the start of the season, by the second half they're up there winning races too, so it's going to be a great season of racing in the Caterham 7 Road Sports Championship, as it will be, I think, in the Caterham 7 UK and 310R Championships, and they're the next two grids that are heading out onto the circuit. So we've got two classes of car to watch in the same race here. The quicker of the cars, in theory, should be the Caterham 7 UKs. They'll start at the front of the grid, and then the 310Rs, it's roughly a 50-50 split. I think we've got 14 7 UK cars and about maybe 16 of the 310Rs hopefully heading out onto the track. They too had a race yesterday in those appallingly wet conditions. It was Stephen Nuttall that took the victory overall and in the 7 UK class, with Pete Walters coming out on top in the 310Rs. The 310Rs were the more competitive of the two classes, certainly as far as the winning margin is concerned, because Pete Walters only won that class by about 3.5 tenths yesterday, whereas Stephen Nuttall took the overall victory by about 4.5 seconds. But again, wet conditions yesterday, dry conditions today. I think we'll see a very different kind of race here for round number 2 of the championship. That result from yesterday generates the grid for today's race. So the way they finished yesterday is the way they start today. So the grid is as follows, with number 46 Stephen Nuttall on the pole, with number 10 Henry Heaton alongside him. Gordon Sawyer and Greg Monks make up the second row of the grid, ahead of William Smith and James Murphy. Chris Aubrey and Chris Hutchinson, two Chris's together on row number 4, with Graham McDonald and Neil Fraser rounding out the top 10. Then it's David Yates and Johnny Jarrett, with Tom Eden and Rob Watts at the back. Now, Rob Watts was a non-finisher yesterday, retired about 2/3 of the way through the race. So again, one to keep an eye on, I think, coming through the field, because Rob is a very, very quick driver. He qualified originally for yesterday's race in 8th position, so definitely should make a little bit of progress at the start. Then we skip a row on the grid just to separate the two classes, and then we start with the 310Rs, and the 310R pole, of course, goes to yesterday's winner, Pete Walters, with number 2 Andy Lees alongside him, so 88 and 2 on the front row together. Then it's James Wingfield and Chris Moore on the second row. Lars Hoffman is on row 3 alongside Harry Cook. Then it's Andrew Murgatroyd and Doug Christie on the 4th row, Harry Landy and Ben Lopez-Appleton on the 5th row. Lots of these drivers moving up from the 270R category last year, as is the general rate of progression you expect to see through the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Giuseppe Fillet and Chris Welch make up the next row, ahead of Henry Williams and Gary Curtis. Jeff Price and Martin Gleich, with Luke Fryer right at the back of the grid. So that's how the cars line up then, ahead of this second round of the championship. The 7 UK Championship being the pinnacle of Caterham Motorsport in this country. You do tend to see drivers stick around for multiple seasons in that category, as is the case again this year. We've got no John Byrne on the grid. John Byrne, the champion for the last few years in this category, but Henry Heaton, who was runner-up in last year's championship, he's here and was arguably the pre-season favourite, but didn't manage to win yesterday. He was second behind Stephen Nuttall, who was 3rd in last year's championship. So Heaton and Nuttall, top 2 in yesterday's race, were the 2 highest placed returning drivers from the 2020 season. Then you've got Jake Swan and Harry Kramer, who were 4th and 5th in the championship last year. Again, they are absent at least for this weekend, but they may well be back a little bit later on in the season. Now, in the 310R category in 2020, it was Greg Monks that took the 310R championship, and Greg Monks for this season makes the step up into the 7 UKs. So the reigning 310R champion, although he's on the grid for this race, is not actually on the grid in the 310R part of the race. James Murphy, who was second in the 310R Championship last year. The same is true. He's also moved up into 7 UK. So looking at Pete Walters and Andy Leese, I think they're both drivers that have moved up from the 270s. So as is often the case with Caterham, it's all change as you move into a new season. Lots of drivers either making the step up to the next class on the ladder or perhaps making their debuts altogether. I mean, Caterham racing is certainly a good way of getting into motorsport, and it has been a great proving ground for sports car and single-seater talent of the future for many a year, because as we made the point yesterday, you learn an awful lot from driving a Caterham, because they have zero aerodynamics, no wings, no downforce, so they move around a lot. They're quite softly sprung suspension-wise, so they slide and they lean, and they're barely ever going in a straight line, especially in the wet conditions we had yesterday. And so when it comes to learning car control, certainly there are worse things that you can do than spend a season or two racing a Caterham. And what it really teaches you is racecraft. You very quickly learn to be comfortable racing inches away from not just one, but maybe 4 or 5 of the cars at very, very high speed. And it teaches you a lot about, you know, learning about the extremities of your car, just how close you can push it with people, where you can overtake, how to defend. You know, it's almost impossible to defend in a Caterham, you could argue, because of the power of the slipstream. So if you could stay at the front of a Caterham grid for the duration of a race, then you're doing something right as far as your defensive driving is concerned. And yeah, for those reasons and many, many others, Caterhams continue to be a very, very popular place to go racing, Scott.
It does, and it's good to see quite a few returning drivers, but also those who are making that step up from 310Rs, one of them which is that man there, Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, who I liken to being a modern-day Peter Wheeler. For those who know TVR and TVR Tuscan Challenge, the chairman of the owner of the whole group used to jump out in his own car and race. And it's good to see that Graham has not just jumped in straight into the 7 UK car, he's taken the same route that all of his customers have, going through Academy, Roadsport, 270 and 310s, right up to the 7 UK. So he now fully understands as a driver now what it takes to go up the ranks and upgrade your car each time and go to the front of the field. So that's quite important, I think. It means he can understand his customers better, understands the product better, and therefore he's got first-hand experience. He can pass it on to any customers that he's looking to try and pick up in Academy, and therefore hopefully bring more and more drivers on as the years progress.
Yeah, absolutely, and he'll be able to give feedback as well to the championship coordinators as well, himself having, as you said, progressed through the ranks. And if there's anything they can do to improve the customer experience, then I'm sure he'll be only too happy to pass that advice on. So not that there is much that Caterham could improve upon, really, because every single driver I ever speak to that's raced in these championships is full of praise for the way that the championships are run, for the friendly nature in which they're run as well. You know, this is a highly competitive series of championships, but there's a real camaraderie between the drivers, the teams, and those that run the championship as well.
There really is, and it's the reason why people keep coming back and back, and people tend to come and race for years on end with Caterham Motorsport, because it is such a well-run professional product, which is incredible. One thing we should mention, which I don't think I overheard, which I think is right, is that the 7 UK cars are going to start separately. They'll start with the lights, then compared to yesterday, the 310Rs will hold for a few seconds, and they'll be started, I believe, by the Union Jack. Either that or they will go all together as one, but we'll find out in a second then. Green flag at the back, and it is going to be a sprint to the red gate corner between yesterday's race winner Stephen Nuttall and Henry Heaton, one of the championship favourites. Let's see who comes out on top in the 7 UK and 7 310R championships. The red lights go out and away we go. They are holding the 310R, so they'll go on the Union Jack. But the sprint down towards Redgate, see Stephen Nuttall already get himself into the lead. It's already 3-4 abreast between the 7 UK cars down towards the first corner. 310Rs get going with a good start from Andy Lees from the front row of the grid ahead of yesterday's winner Pete Walters. But it is Nuttall who leads the way. It's William Smith who elbows his way to second place. Heaton's up to third as we look at the 310Rs, and it is Andy Lees in the golf coloured car who leads them into turn 1, and it's side by side for second between Pete Walters and James Wingfield. The Wingfield in the red and yellow car on the outside line. It looks like he might have picked up a spot into the old hairpin at racing speeds. It's so nice to have them in dry conditions today. Yes, compared to the awful wet weather we had yesterday, it means they can go at full pace. We can get some proper Caterham racing, and it'll be just like it was hopefully in the Roadsport race we had just now. For second place goes up the inside William Smith, the former champion from years past. I think in 2016, and I think it was in Track Sport or Super Sport a few years ago. And there's another return. He could touch it. There's contact. That was both William Smith and Henry Heaton off into the barriers. I think there must have been interlock shocking tyres, but that's possible. Could have been a contenders for the victory, maybe even the podium. Out on lap 1 already, I'm afraid, Andy, and that didn't look pretty.
Yeah, so easy to tangle wheels in these things, isn't it? Especially when you're on slightly cold tyres, running that close together. All it takes is for one car to get a bit sideways, probably the car on the inside in that case, and you just lock together and head for the scenery. That's almost certainly going to require a second appearance of the day for the RunYourFleet.com safety car, but it's not quite going to make it out before the start of lap number 2. Lap 1 then in the books. It's not all with the lead. Greg Monks is second, James Murphy third. He's having a good run, isn't he, here in what is his first weekend racing in the 7 UK Championship. But Gordon Sawyer there dived up the inside of him and took that third place away as they went through Redgate. In the 310Rs, looks like that's Andy Lee's leading, yes it is, with Wingfield second, and third position for the 88 of Walton. We've got a car into the pit lane, and that is the very badly crumpled William Smith's number 27, the front bodywork dislodged. There is no sign, though, Scott, of Henry Heaton, so I think we've got one car stranded at the top of the track. And what we saw yesterday, typically, was that they're happy to use the live snatch if they can. If there is just one car off the road, it's if there's more than one up there that they may have to neutralise the race.
I think possibly Henry Heaton did come through, because looking at the timing screen, he came through 13th. So
yeah, well spotted.
Looks like it was William Smith that had the issue, and he's managed to carry on. So if there was any contact, it was obviously didn't see them hit the barriers, because that's obviously quite far into the infield. So looks as though if there was contact, they both managed to regain. So there, in fact, there's Henry Heaton there in the turquoise car, just the back of the 7 UK pack. So whatever contact it was heavy enough to cause the damage to the front end of William Smith's car, but not enough to damage Heaton. So hopefully he can carry on relatively unscathed. Leaders out of the Robert chicane for the second time, and also someone's having a great race in his first weekend behind James Murphy is Chris Hutchinson in the mix, or Cheesy as he's known. He usually has a big grin on his face in the paddock, and usually his car is liveried like a Swiss cheese, but he's managed to keep it in tribute to a late Caterham racer who sadly passed away, and that was his car, and in tribute for that he decided to keep the livery the same. For the 310Rs, changed to a lead. It's now Pete Walters, who won yesterday, back to the front ahead of Andy Lees, and James Wingfield, he's also in the mix as well, looking for second place on the back of the golf coloured car. Fourth place in the 310Rs is currently sat for Douglas Christie. Then it's Chris Moore in 5th position. Lars Hoffman 6th. The Ben Lopez after having a better day for 7th. Andy Lees holds on to the lead, but it's still second place for Wingfield now as he goes round the outside of Pete Walters into Redgate, and through he goes. So that wasn't an easy move, but then again, we've seen plenty of outside moves this weekend, and that was just one of many.
Yeah, exactly, and that was another example there of how leading onto the pit straight doesn't necessarily mean you'll be leading at the other end of it because of the power of the slipstream. In the 310Rs, I think that will be even more prominent than it is in the slightly more powerful 7 UK cars at the front of the field. Down through the old hairpin there goes the number 49, that was it, of Henry Williams, at the head of his particular group. But the battle for the 310R lead is up at McLean's corner, and these three just starting to establish, in Caterham terms at least, a bit of a lead now over Doug Christie and Lars Hoffman, who are scrapping away there for 4th and 5th place. Up through Coppice corner they go. If they keep on holding each other up, then they are in danger of losing touch a little bit with the class leaders. Down the exhibition straight they go. Graham McDonald sets the fastest lap. Of course, he's running in the 7 UK part of the race, running in 6th position to be precise. Down into the chicane, we're going to get another 310R lead change. No, James Wingfield hangs on for the time being, but we have, Scott, had a change for the lead in the 7 UKs.
Yeah, Gordon Sawyer up to the mix. Gordon Sawyer, who was a champion in 310Rs last year, no, 2 years ago, moved up to the 7 UKs last year, hasn't yet won a race in the 7 UKs, but came close a couple of times and was able to do one of the few people that actually made a challenge to John Byrne at one point when John Byrne wasn't dominating the championship. But now he's towards the front, Nuttall into 2nd place, and Greg Monks, who was last year's 310R champion, up into 3rd, but not for much longer, as here comes a great slipstream from James Murphy. And also, look at Graham McDonald and Chris Hutchinson. This is their first weekend of the championship too. For the racing night, they've been in this level of racing for years, and it's the first time Chris Hutchinson has actually raced since 2018 when he won the championship. He's been away for 2 years, but racing like he's never even took a break, which is fantastic. Back to the lead, into the chicane goes Stephen Nuttall, under brakes into the right-hander at the Robert chicane, through he goes. Little wiggle as he gets back on the pound, but he's managed to get the momentum enough to get himself back to the lead. But this fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th is pretty intense. The top two start to break away, Andy.
Yeah, and again, they've got to be mindful, this second group, haven't they, that if they keep running side by side, the top two could make a break. It's hard to break away in Caterham racing, but once you do build up a gap of more than about a second and a half or so, once you've broken the toe, as the drivers refer to it as, then it can be difficult for the next pack to get back to you without working together. And as we're seeing here, they don't really like doing that. So Stephen Nuttall and Gordon Sawyer trying to make the break. It's Monks in 3rd position as they drop down through the bottom of the hill. In the 310Rs, they're just coming past our window. It's now Andy Lees back in front, I can tell you, but that's almost academic, because the lead's going to change almost every lap throughout this 20-minute race. By the end of the race, we might have a better idea of who the clear favourites are in each class. Up through the top of the circuit they go, and it's that second group getting a bit closer to the top two. They're certainly not dropping away anymore, are they?
No, they're starting to kind of inadvertently work together. It seems to be almost like a slight temporary truce, saying, look, if we keep on battling, these two are going to get away, so they're trying to do their best. Although I don't think Graham McDonald's got the issue. He wants to go and race and go for it. He's really being squeezed to the inside line by Greg Monks, who showed him the edge of the track and said, you might be the CEO, but you ain't getting past me that easy. Into the chicane, and it's still Nuttall in front as he reclaims the lead from Gordon Sawyer. Monks into third with a little sideways moment. There's Chris Hutchinson in sixth position ahead of Chris Aubrey, so it's now a 7-car group for the lead. Make it possibly 8th, because also in the mix there is Neil Frazier. Henry Heaton sets the fast lap of the race, and there he is in the back of the shot, as now the inside for third place goes Graham McDonald. Around the outside of the pair of them goes James Murphy. Superman, as he's known by the nickname, tries to go around the outside. It almost makes it stick. McDonald gets his elbows out and tries to hold on. Now it's side by side between Murphy and Monks, who went for toe-to-toe for the 310R title last year. Now continuing that battle in the 7 UK ranks. They swing through the old hairpin, and now the tail of that group, you can see Andy, both Chris Aubrey and Neil Fraser have joined in. And I'm pretty confident with the pacing setting, given the fact that he just had the fastest lap of the race. Henry Heaton, despite that first lap contact, may not be that far away, and he's got time to get towards the front here. 30 minutes to go. It's not impossible. A slow car, though, which I think is one of the 310Rs, maybe with dramas. That possibly is going to be a car heading for the pit lane. Just maybe jump for a second, though, because I wondered if it was one of the 7 UK leaders, but it wasn't. Up through the top of the hill, we'll see who that is now. It's number 4. That is Luke Fryer, who was at the back of the 310R grid anyway. And Luke isn't a name that I'm recognised from last year, Scott. Is he making a debut in Caterham racing this year? I believe he is. He's one of a couple. The other one I think is making a debut is Martin Gleek as well, who's in the ex-Christian Zaruta car, which I call the Braun GP Special, because it's very unlike St Jensen Button's title-winning car from 2009. So, and Christian Zaruta, when he was driving that car, certainly quite prominent. Henry Heaton is getting on with this now, and he must be absolutely fired up after the contact, because he just set the fastest lap of the race again for the second consecutive lap. So he's certainly pushing on to try and make an impact as best he can to close up to the front runners. Here's the 310R front runners with Andy Lee's back into the lead. It's now Pete Walters in second place, Wingfield third, and also quietly making his way up to the order now, despite a bit of a sluggish start, is Lars Hoffman, last year's 270R champion and the Roadsport champion the year before that. So certainly trying to pick up as many places as he can in car 70 as they head back down towards the chicane at the end of lap number 6. Through the right, through the left, and it still leads in the golf-coloured car, followed by Walters, then Wingfield, Hoffman up into 5th place in that group now has gone. At the moment, Ben Lopez absent, but he's now been chased by both the 67 Doug Christie and also Harry Landy in the bright green car. They're going to go 3 abreast for 5th place in the 310R. There might have been a bit of bodywork that went flying off to driver's left, but they all seem to keep it pretty clean. Walters over the curb, but he's now under threat from Wingfield, so literally no let-up at all in these 2 championships, which is probably what we expected from Caterham Racing on this dry circuit and with the better conditions. Jeff Price down the pit lane, by the way, so Jeff Price looks like he might be a retirement in the 38 car, as past us go the 7 UK cars then towards Redgate Corner. Nuttall, Sawyer, McDonald, Monks, Hutchinson was the order, with Henry Heaton now well and truly a part of that battle in 8th position. We're following on the screen though the 310Rs, and it is by the looks of it Walters in front at this point of the lap, although it was Andy Leese at the start of the lap who had the 310R class lead. He's the Gulf livery car. There go the 7 UKs, top 2 making a break. And look at Henry Heaton, he's in the chrome turquoise car, lock up as he throws it into the old hairpin, but he is not hanging around. He started the lap in 8th position. He's already passed Chris Aubrey and then Chris Hutchinson. He's up to 6th already. Henry Heaton is a man on a mission right now. He's absolutely fired up after the contact he had with William Smith. It unfortunately means that Smith is out of the race to his detriment, but he's going for it. He's on the back of Greg Monks, forcing him wide on the exit, looking for the inside line, but Monks shuts the door. But Heaton, if he's determined enough, will try and find the room on the exit if he can from Coppice Corner. 310Rs have gone past the pit straight to us here, with Lee still leading, but it's Pete Walters under massive pressure from the cars behind him. Now we see Henry Heaton making a move for the top 5. I think we would have said that at the beginning of that race after that contact. That was incredible, but still, Nuttall from Sawyer, from Murphy, from Graham McDonald having a great first weekend in the dry conditions now in his number 19. And then watch for Henry Heaton, and given the fact he's really on fast at that pace, he did a 1 minute 13.827. He's really motoring. Greg Monks there, I don't know whether he didn't realise Chris Aubrey was alongside him, but Chris Aubrey in the green car there, it's Hutchinson, sorry, yeah, it's 78, excuse me, was trying to get alongside Greg Monks, and Greg almost put him in the pit wall, which doesn't tend to go down very well. Look at the way James Murphy has suddenly latched onto the tail of the top 2 as well, so the picture of the race changing now as we move into the second half. 9.5 minutes still to go. It is still Stephen Nuttall that lead from Gordon Sawyer and James Murphy in the 7 UKs, but Henry Heaton
is a-coming in 5th position. And the thing is here for Heaton, you know, it's a shame in a way we don't have John Byrne racing with us this year in 7 UK, but on the flip side, it has kind of reinvigorated the championship, because whenever John Byrne's on the grid, you know he's probably going to win, often by quite a sizable margin. And Henry Heaton will know now, and so will Stephen Nuttall in fairness, that this is their year to go and win the championship. Now that John Byrne isn't here, the path is clear for one of those two to go and win. And that, I think, is why we're seeing such a determined drive here from Heaton to reclaim those lost points. There was reclamation of the race lead. There's contact at Redgate Corner. Andy Lees and James Wingfield are off into the gravel trap. They were going into the corner side by side. Andy Lees is buried. I think Wingfield might have carried on, but that is one car off in the gravel. Yeah, Wingfield has continued. Just caught a glimpse of him at the back of the shot. And as the next pack go through into a yellow flag zone, things started to get a little bit messy.
They did. That's unfortunate. Andy Lees did the Cardinal sin of flooring the throttle. He's in the gravel. He's unfortunately beasted himself in there, and he won't be able to get out until that's him out of the race, sadly. So whether that requires a safety car or not, we'll have to wait and see. There might be possible, he might be deep enough to require a live snatch and to cover it with waved yellows. But this is the challenge now for the 7 UK cars. They've really got to try and work their way through the lap traffic here towards the back of the field, and so picking their way through, even though the 7 310R cars at their fastest aren't that much slower. They've got about a 20 horsepower, 30 horsepower deficit, but when they're driven, because they're a little bit, because they're quite, you know, quite rapid in themselves, there's not actually that much pace difference too much when you look at lap times in some cases. Although this year the 7 UK cars are much quicker with upgraded dedicated Avon slicks. They've got upgraded suspension, a higher rev limit on the engine, which means they are much faster. And I say that even the fastest of the 310R cars are doing 1 minute 19s, 118s, whereas the fastest 7 UK cars are doing 1 minute 13s. Trying to make the move for the lead there was James Murphy. He slotted into 2nd place ahead of Gordon Sawyer, and now Nuttall's starting to feel the pressure. And again, you have to remind, this is James Murphy's first weekend in the 310 in the 7 UKs after graduating from 310Rs. As there's a yellow light on the top of the gantry, which might suspect that either it's just yellow flags down at turn 1. I thought we were about to see the safety car make an appearance, but not so. Live snatch is in place to get Andy Lees out of the gravel, which means there's no passing to Redgate, but you can do as soon as you get there. So drivers will want to set themselves up for a move by trying keeping close to Redgate and then try and nail them as they come through the Craner curves, maybe for a move into the old hairpin. And that's what James Murphy had to do as he stares at the back of Stephen Nuttall's roll cage.
Be quite something, wouldn't it, if James Murphy could win on his debut weekend here in 7 UK. That is probably the most difficult step between rungs of the Caterham ladder, I'd say, to go between the 310Rs up to the 7 UKs. And James Murphy is doing a terrific job. They got the inside there of the erstwhile 310 leader, James Wingfield, who, of course, is potentially got a bit of damage as a result of that contact he had with Andy Lees. In 3rd place is Gordon Sawyer. And then look who's almost with them. Henry Heaton in 4th position. Well, he might be about to spoil the party for these three, because he's clearly quicker than them, the way that he's not only clawed his way through the field, but then bridged that little bit of a gap there was between this pack and the next pack, and he's right there with them now in 4th position. So this is the battle for the overall race lead and the 7 UK lead, and they're about to catch the lead pack in the 310Rs to put a lap on them. Now, yes, they'll be shown the blue flags for the 310Rs, but look at this, you've got a 2, 4, 6, 8 car battle here at the front of the field. One of these cars is going to miss those blue flags, surely, and this could have real ramifications on the battle for the 7 UK lead.
It really could, and we had some incidents last year, if you remember. Of course, we had an incident with Stephen Nuttall when he got caught up with a 310R car on the pit straight, and that ruined one of his races. So it can happen, and I'm pretty certain that Stephen Nuttall now has got awful flashbacks thinking, oh no, not again, not back markers at Donington Park. But he'll certainly want to try and pick his way as he can, but James Murphy might get there first as he looks up the inside through Starkeys, now towards Schwanz curve. They're coming up to the pack. This is effectively, this is a lead battle within a lead battle, because you've got the 7 UK trying to pick their way through. This is incredibly congested, and James Murphy, I think, has he made it through? I think he has got past Stephen Nuttall, hasn't he? Yes, he has. So he picked his way through, all the way through the traffic. Some smart driving there. Also look at Graham McDonald in the grey and green car, number 19. He's managed to make his way to the back of the lead group now in the 7 UK, so it's now 5 in the lead, and somehow they're picking their way through the 310Rs incredibly carefully. But the 310Rs, to remind you, at the moment it's Hoffman who leads the way, as Murphy, so there's a piece of bodywork flying off of somebody's rear wing, I think, through all of that, and that's incredible. All those cars in one pack in 2 different classes, only one piece of bodywork with flying. That's a miracle.
Yes, well, James Murphy read that situation perfectly. Not only did he take the lead from Nuttall, as you spotted, but he's actually gapped Stephen Nuttall now as well. The lead gap is, I think, the biggest it's ever been, just under a second now between Murphy, the black and orange car, and then the black number 46 in 2nd place. Then Gordon Sawyer, the yellow car, is 3rd, and he's got the turquoise machine of Henry Heaton right on his tail. So those two haven't yet got through to the very front of the 310R field. That group still being led by Lars Hoffman, with Walter 2nd, and Ben Lopez Appleton up into 3rd position. He's also having a good race here. Ben Lopez Appleton on for a podium maybe in the 2nd race of the weekend. Back down through the old hairpin they go. Of course, the rest of the 7 UK field now all also trying to negotiate this group. It's not just the leaders that they have to be mindful of, but there's a whole group of a dozen or so 7 UK cars that at some point will want to try and find their way through. Running out of time in this one now, though, aren't we, Scott? We're into the final quarter, just over 4 minutes still to go. And, well, I wouldn't write any of those top 4 out just yet, but has James Murphy done enough here, do you think, to make the crucial break?
It's never certain in the Caterham race, because you always know that if Stephen Nuttall can try and find a bit of pace in clear air, he may well get onto the back of them pretty quickly. We're just seeing a nice scrap here. Ben Appleton is coming under threat from Harry Landy. Harry Cook's also in the mix as well. This is a scrap over the final podium place. It's 4 of them going for the podium as they come into the final chicane. I saw in the foreground also Henry Heaton going for what was I think is 3rd place on Gordon Sawyer. We'll catch up on the cameras in a second. If you watch the leading group for 2nd, 3rd and 4th going at it for the 310Rs. Also in there you see Chris Hutchison is trying to make his way through. Just in the foreground at the bottom of the shot, I think, is that Heaton through? No, not quite. He's just behind Gordon Sawyer at the moment with 3.5 minutes to go. They're all piling into the red gate to try and be 3rd, and I think it's going to be Harry Cook that gets in front. Ben Lopez-Appleton with a big tack slapper, and I think one of the drivers almost got caught up. That was Chris Hutchison. They must have given him a fright, but he managed to pick his way through, and Lopez-Appleton now is side by side with Neil Fraser in his 310R. Douglas Christie's also got past him as well. So in the space of 1 move, Lopez has gone from 3rd to 6th position after losing 3 spots in a few corners.
It's a job to keep track of exactly what's going on in that group, because as you made the point, there are 2 different races going on in one bit of real estate essentially, but so far I have to say brilliant driving standards from both classes. No real dramas, the odd bit of wheel banging maybe as the quicker cars have come through, and now the 310Rs are kind of left to have their own battle. Big moment there, running a bit wide through the dirt for Ben Lopez-Appleton, who started this race, remember, where was he, 10th on the grid in the 310Rs, so for him to be up there now in the podium fight is particularly impressive. As that group goes down the exhibition straight though, the race leaders overall are just passing our window, and I think they're getting closer there. I think that Stephen Nuttall is gaining, and yes, on that lap he was 6/10 quicker than the race leader. We've also got side by side I can see between Heaton and Sawyer there. You're seeing it on the screen now. I think maybe Sawyer was delayed by that marker there until the inside goes Henry Heaton, and closing in behind them as well. There's almost contact. There is a bit of contact there. That was Graham McDonald getting it to the back, I think, of Gordon Sawyer.
That was close, and he did so well to hold that. Incredible the held for Graham McDonald. He was really challenging on the back of those top 3. But at the back of the 3rd place, Henry Heaton has got 3rd, but Sawyer's sending back up the inside now. I'm going to have to go in a minute to try and get the podium interviews. I don't want to tear away from the screen. It's fantastic racing, but now we've just got away. We'll have to see if we can keep track of them as they run towards it. Oh, they're 3 abreast as they run towards McLean's. I know we can see the battles in the 310Rs, but here they come. And McDonald's into 3rd place. Wow. He's done it. The Caterham CEO is into P3. And now into P4 is Gordon Sawyer. 5th is now Henry Heaton. This is going to be a pretty intense last couple of laps as they come up through the right-hander up at McLean's corner. But Graham McDonald, showing every opportunity that he is, ran that. It must have been a move up at the old hairpin with those 2 on the exit. Timed it beautifully. He might lose out on it now on the run down towards Robert Chicane. But Graham McDonald proving not just the CEO in the race car, he's got pace in this machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Gordon Sawyer then back into 3rd place, Heaton back to 4th. So that 3rd place from McDonald was short-lived. On to the penultimate lap of the race we go. We've just got time for 2 more laps. And there you can see just how close it is for the race lead. James Murphy has been reeled in now by Stephen Nuttall. The gap was about 9/10, then it was 6/10. Now it's 3/10. Number 32, that is, I think, isn't it, in the gravel?
No, that's 92, Chris.
Oh, sorry, 92.
I think he might have possibly some damage on the right front. It looked like the wheel was locking, I think, so there was suspension damage, but it's now together for the lead then in the 7 UK. So that advantage you were talking about with James Murphy is completely evaporated thanks to Stephen Nuttall. As for 3rd place, Sawyer is back up into P3, Heaton back to P4, and it's then McDonald back to P5. So exactly where they started. But I can guarantee is now I have to dash off to have a chat to whoever comes up in these 3 IMBO championships. Who knows what the order's going to be, but I know it's going to be quite an intense finish. So over to you, Andy.
Yeah, this should be fun then. A lap and a half to go. James Murphy leads in the Caterham 7 UK portion of the race. Yellow flags at Coppice. That is where the car is off in the gravel trap, so no overtaking at that part of the track. It's not usually a great overtaking opportunity, but in Caterham racing, you can sort of pass wherever the mood takes you. Certainly into the chicane you can overtake, and Stephen Nuttall is trying to do that. He goes to the outside of James Murphy. He's gone through. Murphy locks up, almost gets into the back of him, but Nuttall has gone through. They just avoid making contact, and Stephen Nuttall has taken the lead. Now, is that too early, though? 1 more lap to go, and Murphy is already coming back at him. You don't necessarily want to lead the race going on to the final lap because of the slipstream effect. Nuttall, though, is trying his best to hang on to it. Murphy can't get him into Redgate corner. Carries a bit more speed off the turn. Can he duck up the inside through Hollywood. No, he goes to the outside instead, and they'll be side by side as they drop down the hill for the final time. Nuttall on the left, James Murphy on the right, and Murphy's gone back through. I don't think Nuttall fought that too hard, though. I think Stephen knows that he can make that move down the back straight again and maybe take the lead right into the last corner. Henry Heaton, meanwhile, is up into third position now. Gordon Sawyer fourth, and Graham McDonald fifth. But those three, once again, are tied together by a very short piece of string. And in the 310Rs, it is Lars Hoffman that leads from Pete Walters and Ben Lopez Appleton. And those top two, in fact, Walters and Appleton, have made a bit of a break now from the rest of the pack. Through Coppice for the final time go the overall top two. This is go time now. Can Stephen Nuttall get the run down the exhibition straight and do what he did a lap ago? They're heading into the final couple of corners now. James Murphy has the advantage. Nuttall is looking to the inside. I'm not sure he's close enough. Oh, there's yellow flags at the chicane. There's a car in the gravel, and that has scuppered Stephen Nuttall's opportunity. He couldn't get the overtake done because there's a car in the gravel exiting the chicane, and so James Murphy is going to hang on to win his first ever Caterham 7 UK Championship race in only his second attempt. Brilliant race that was. Stephen Nuttall in the end just over a quarter of a second shy in second. Now third is Sawyer, fourth McDonald, and Heaton, after a slow final lap there, dropped to almost a second and a half behind them in fifth. So when we saw them halfway round the lap, Henry Heaton was in third place. He ends it fifth and some way adrift. Now in the 310Rs, Lars Alexander Hoffman had Pete Walters for company. They're coming out of the chicane now. They're in the group just behind this trio, I think. And no, they are those three, excuse me. They got across the line, and it is going to be Hoffman just by a tenth of a second from Walters in second position. And Pete Walters it was that started on pole, remember, so loses one position over the course of the race, but doesn't really tell the full story. Ben Lopez Appleton was 5.5 seconds adrift in the end. He clearly had some issues there towards the end. Now, who did we lose to the gravel trap? I think it was number 21, potentially, which would be Harry Landy. And I think his car is green. It's a green car I can see out of the window that's beached itself in the gravel at the final chicane. I think that is Harry Landy. He certainly didn't finish the race on track, so I think he was unfortunately the reason for that yellow flag, and that had such significant ramifications there, because I think that Stephen Nuttall in his mind had judged that so that he could make the final decisive move for the win going into the final chicane. He was going to get that slipstream down the exhibition straight. He was going to attack into the chicane as he had done a lap earlier and leave James Murphy with no time then to retaliate between there and the line, but because there were yellow flags at the chicane, he wasn't allowed to overtake, and so James Murphy was able to hang on to take the race victory. Fantastic racing though, thoroughly enjoyed that. Let's confirm the result for you then. In the 7 UKs, it was James Murphy that took the victory from Stephen Nuttall second. Gordon Sawyer came out on top of that epic three-way fight for third, ahead of Graham McDonald and Henry Heaton. Greg Monks was sixth, Chris Hutchinson seventh, Neil Fraser eighth, Rob Watts was ninth, and Tom Eden rounded out the top 10. Henry Heaton there, as you can see, took the fastest lap on his recovery after that lap one off. Chris Aubrey was next ahead of Johnny Jarrett and David Yates, and then Lars Alexander Hoffman wins in the 310R category just by a tenth of a second from Pete Walters in second. Ben Lopez Appleton was third ahead of Andrew Murgatroyd and Harry Cook, and then it was James Wingfield after his off, Doug Christie, Giuseppe Fillet was 21st overall, Gary Curtis 22nd, Henry Williams, Chris Welch, Martin Gleich and Luke Fryer were the last of the finishers. Harry Landy was the driver, I think, that was off at the final chicane. We also lost Moore. Andy Lease, of course, was off at Redgate Corner, and William Smith, also a retirement, as was the 38 car of Jeff Price. And breathe. 2 races in, 2 absolute barnstormers, 3 technically, because we had really close finishes in both the 7 UK and 310R elements of that race. We move now from sports cars to single-seaters and the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. Slightly smaller grid for Formula Fords, but the racing should be just as close. Plenty of drivers to chat to, though, after our second race of the day. And Scott, I believe, has made his way down to Parc Ferme to have a chat with our podium finishers.
Is he going to do it? Yeah. Wow, fantastic racing with the 7 UKs and 310Rs. You can probably see over there. An emphatic race winner, James Murphy, fantastic job from him. And incredible battling. He was having a fantastic scrap with Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall. And congratulations to the 310R guys as well. Lars Hoffman with his first win of the season ahead of Pete Walters and Ben Lopez Appleton. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with our top three when they're out of the car. But yeah, incredible stuff. That's the fastest Caterhams you'll see all weekend. An incredible racing race from all of them. And that was really hard fought. James did a fantastic job. So what we're going to do is actually we can go in and have a chat to our top three in both championships. I know that James Murphy is going to be absolutely buzzing after that. So we'll actually have a wander and have a chat. James, my man, I call you Superman. That was certainly a Superman-esque performance. You got to be made up with that first weekend in 7 UKs, and you got yourself a bit of a tricky day yesterday with the weather. But how does that feel? First win.
I'm almost lost for words. Scott. It feels incredible. A lot went for me in that race. I hope Will and Henry were all right with the accident at the start. That Marcus fell for me. I had to be a bit brave. I used them to my advantage, and the yellow flag at the end. I'll be honest, I think 7 or 8 times out of 10, Steve's got me there. But today, the sun's shining and the heavens are smiling on me.
You've always been prominent in Caterhams, whatever level, but this must give you a massive amount of confidence and faith that not only are you quick in one of these up the top level cars, but you could realistically start thinking about making a proper challenge for the championship.
These things are incredible. They're completely different. It's like going to a different class of motorsport altogether. They're just stunning spec, and it's so enjoyable to drive. And well, I hope you tell me, but that looked like great racing out there from my seat anyway. And yeah, a lot of confidence, sure, but these guys are so quick.
Yeah, fantastic racing in the drive. Knock Hill next, short, fast circuit with these cars. That should be exciting.
It should be a roller coaster. I mean, it was last time I was there was in Roadsport, and that felt. I mean, this is going to be insane, absolutely insane. Big shout out to DBR Motorsport, who look at us, top 3 here. Fabulous job from the guys all the way through the winter and all the way through the weekend. So huge thanks to them. And yeah, it's lovely to be flanked by Steve and Gordon, who, frankly, this I look up to.
Mate, well, you had an absolutely fantastic day, so go and enjoy it, and we'll see you at Knock Hill. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Good to see you, Scott. Thanks.
Good stuff. We should have some time to have a chat to our top 3 in both. We'll have a chat to Stephen in second place quickly. Stephen, you pressed hard and you had time to be in the lead, but just missed out. But you put in a heck of a drive all weekend with winning yesterday and second today. All in all, got to be pleased.
Yeah, I'll grow up and be pleased with those results because they're obviously very, very good. But today I felt like I had the pace, and James did a cracking job to come back from where he was. And the last lap, I let him through because down the back straight you're always going to get it. And unfortunately, there was a yellow flag on the last corner, so I couldn't make the overtaking move. So I effectively gave away a win today, but not taking anything away from James because he did a brilliant job and gapped me, towards the end of the race. So it was tough work clawing it back. But yeah, I'll have a cup of coffee, realise they're a good pair of results, and be pleased about it in due course. We'll
see you Knock Hill, but well done for this weekend. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. Cheers, thank you.
And we'll quickly move on because we're going to do podiums, of course, very shortly for them. We'll have a chat with Gordon Sawyer in third for second. Gordon, well, you up and down with picking that battle for third place at the end, but you managed to get them. But both Henry and Graham made that very hard for you at the end.
Yeah, pretty much same as yesterday's race. It seems extremely hard work just to come third. I think the guys in front had an easier run. I think I had the race for that.
Good stuff. And of course, it's your second year in the 7 UK Championship. Different spec of car now with a different suspension and tyres. How much of a difference are you finding in pace on those?
Very physical. Very physical. Like we are braking so late. The braking point.
So we are ready to go then for our third race of the day. Welcome everyone on the National Formula Ford Championship social media pages who may have tuned in to see this, the second round of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600 Championship. It's the second of 3 races, a triple header this weekend. They had 1 race in those abysmal conditions yesterday, and today now, thankfully, the weather an awful lot better, and that should generate some better racing, hopefully. Yesterday, again, was decent, actually. Rory Smith taking the victory after a terrific 3-way scrap between himself, Max Esterson, and Chris Middlehurst, which unfortunately ended a bit prematurely for Middlehurst after he had a little bit of contact at the first corner with Max Esterson. They were 3 wide for the lead at the time, though, so suppose that was always likely to go wrong. Rory Smith it was that came out in the end with the race victory though. Esterson second and Alex Walker in third. And that therefore is how they'll line up on the grid for this second round of the season. Smith on pole, Esterson second and Walker heading up the second row. Jamie Sharp, former British Formula 4 racer, will be on the second row with him. Joey Foster, legend of Formula 4 racing, is fifth with Carter Williams sixth. Joey Foster actually a little bit off the pace yesterday, so I'm hoping now in the dry conditions we'll see the best of him today. Jack Wolfenden and Lucas Romanek are on the fourth row. Romanek is, I think, he's one of 3 rookies on the grid, but he was the rookie winner yesterday. Luke Cooper is certainly not a rookie. Many Formula 4 1600 race and indeed championship victories under his belt now. He is fifth on the grid, on the fifth row of the grid with Chris Middlehurst, who arguably could have been a winner yesterday. He started on pole for yesterday's race, did Middlehurst and started second, let me just correct myself, on the grid yesterday. But that spin meant that he finished only 10th, so that's where he starts today. Megan Gilchrist is on the 6th row. Colin Queen is one of the other rookies on the grid, and so too Will Everington, who lines up right at the back. All of the... no, I'm talking rubbish again. 12 of the drivers finished yesterday, but actually Will Everington was a non-starter, so technically we had no non-finishers yesterday, so I was half right, but we did have that one non-starter. I'm not sure if Everington has made it out onto the grid for today's race. I'll have a look out the window when they line up on the grid. But there you can see Rory Smith warming his tyres up, trying to get as much temperature into the Avon tyres, controlled tyre in the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship as always. And the Medina JL18, a 2018 spec car then for Rory Smith on pole position, actually the same age as the Ray of Max Esterson that lines up alongside him. And then it's a Spectrum third with Alex Walker. So although the cars all look roughly the same, there are differences. The chassis built by different designers, and so there is a bit of variety, but they all run with the 1600cc Ford engines that have been a part of British motorsport in particular now for many decades. It's one of the best known and most successful and longest running forms of motor racing in the world, Formula 4 1600 racing, and you're about to see why, because the racing is usually extremely exciting. Round number 2 of the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 1600 Championship gets underway with Rory Smith on the pole position. The good start though is made by Esterson there on the outside line. Max Esterson has his nose ahead as they go to Redgate Corner for the first time, and diving up the inside there is Alex Walker trying to take second place away as well, so it is going to be Esterson that gets the lead, Walker second, and Rory Smith, yesterday's winner, down to third already as they go through Redgate for the first time. Down the hill they go. I think I did spot Will Everington at the back of the grid, so I think we've got a full quota of 13 Formula Fords out there on track. Down through the old hairpin they go for the first time. Luke Cooper there you can see in the middle. I think the car right at the back is the 54 of Will Everington. Running a bit wide there was Megan Gilchrist as they went out of the old hairpin, but it's Walker now that leads, does he? Yes. What's happened to Esterson?Esterson's down to 5th. That really confused me there, but Max Esterson must have had a moment at the old hairpin. He's dropped down to 5th position now, and that straight away changes the complexion of the race. Up through Coppice Corner they go for the first time then. Jack Wolfenden there in the yellow and black number 65 is sort of right in the thick of all of the action. And there, the white car with the orange stripes, that is Chris Middlehurst, who was in contention for the win yesterday before that spin. Started this one from 10th on the grid. I don't actually think he's made much progress, but he's still trying to gain ground as they go through the chicane. Floppy markers there going flying as the drivers take some liberties with track limits on this opening lap. Across the line then they go. Opening lap completed. It's Alex Walker after that demon start that leads the way. It's Rory Smith second, and diving up the inside of him now goes Jamie Sharp, and there's been a wheel bagging through Redgate Corner, and Rory Smith finds himself in the gravel. It's gone from bad to worse now for yesterday's winner. Out, and there's a secondary spin there for the number 55 car of Carter Williams as well, and he is going to be stuck in the gravel. So Carter Williams is out of the race. That's going to require the live snatch vehicle to go back out again, I think, and make the recovery. Drivers getting their elbows out here then in the early stages of this 15-minute race, so it is shorter than the Caterham races that we've had so far, and that does mean there's this extra sense of urgency, I think, in the early stages to make progress. Progress is exactly what Joey Foster is making, though. He's just got got into second place now, ahead of Jamie Sharp. Max Esterson's fighting back again up the inside at Coppice Corner, and all of this playing beautifully into the hands of the race leader, Alex Walker, who was getting away to the tune of probably a second and a half or so. However, yellow flags are out, and it is time for another appearance here, Scott, of the runyourfleet.com safety car, because although there is a live snatch in progress at Redgate Corner, the race control decided that it's safer to do that under safety car conditions, and so that lovely little lead that Alex Walker had built up will vanish in an instant.
Yeah, and Orley just set the fastest lap of the race on that lap as well, so certainly proves his pace, but absolutely the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car back out in front of the pack once again. And whilst, yes, there is a live snatch going on, the fact that Carter Williams' car is quite shallow in the gravel is the main reason why, because it's fairly on the racing line on the outside on the exit of Redgate, which is the reason why it requires it. One driver I'm glad to see we got out on the grid actually yesterday, if we didn't race yesterday, was Will Everington in the 2011 McGall chassis for Team Dolan. Didn't make it out because of engine problems or some kind of mechanical issues that he had, which forced the back of the bodywork to come off. But thankfully he's been able to get out and race today, which is good to see. He's at the back of the field behind Megan Gilkis, who's a former W Series driver, who's contesting her first full season in National Formula 4, but she's a race winner in W Series. She won the non-championship reverse grid race at Aston, which was a cracking race, and she was one of the youngest race winners that they've ever had in W Series, so amazing stuff. And good to see we've got some properly decent young talented drivers in the field this year, and he combined with some established names that certainly know a thing or two about succeeding in Formula 4 and winning multiple times and winning big events, which is a nice little mix we've got here. So some of the young guns put themselves up against some of the very best.
Yeah, it's not the biggest grid we've ever had in National Formula 4s, but the strength in depth, isn't there? I mean, pretty much everyone out there has the potential to be competitive, and that is what was already there, generating some pretty awesome racing in the early stages, and it means that this is going to be a very hotly contested championship, and with quite a lot of the front runners from recent years not here, then, as it should be, it gives a chance for some of those with a bit less success in their last few years of Formula Ford racing to maybe move up and start winning races. Alex Walker, it is then that leads the way as they go through Copse Corner, but he has got one of the most experienced Formula Ford 1600 racers right on his coattails now. Joey Foster in second position, Jamie Sharp third, Esterson fourth, and look who's in fifth, Chris Middlehurst there. You just saw him going through shot, the white and orange car from 10th on the grid. I commented halfway around the first lap that he hadn't made a huge amount of progress, but on the next lap he really did. He benefited from the incidents at Redgate Corner, of course, but he pulled off a few nice moves too to get himself ahead of people like Jack Wolfenden and Luke Cooper as well, who I think was ahead of him at the start of the lap, and moved into the top 5, and that's exactly what he needed to do, especially with this safety car now, because this is going to eat into the race distance. It's only a 15-minute race with 5 minutes in already, and so the more progress you can make in the early stages, the better, and that is exactly what Chris Middlehurst has done. And Chris will be so fired up, won't he, after what happened yesterday. He knows he could have won that race, and he ended up 10th place. That was not the result that he deserved. It was a really unfortunate bit of contact, wasn't it, between he and Esterson. It wasn't really anyone's fault. There was just 3 into 1 with Rory Smith going up the inside of the two of them, and in the wet conditions, the slightest touch was enough to send Middlehurst around. But even though it wasn't anyone's fault, I'm sure Middlehurst will be quite keen to beat both Rory and Max in this one.
Yeah, it was simply a case, I think Chris went to take the outside line as usual, didn't realise that Max was still that far enough alongside, and therefore just the two cars came together and Chris was the one that lost out. But he certainly proved that he was one of the quickest guys, because he set one of the fastest laps of the race whilst he was in clear air, which is certainly proving just how quick he really is. And of course, he comes from quite a fast, racing family, of course, with his father being Andy Middlehurst, who's a former sort of affiliate with Nissan in terms of doing a lot of them in terms of saloon car racing, and particularly the British Touring Car Championship. So certainly someone with a lot of racing pedigree, and he has done plenty of seasons in Formula Ford, and he's even stood on the podium a couple of times at the Formula Ford Festival. So, and also I should mention, he was the only driver last year who didn't win a race, the only driver last year whose name wasn't Neil McLellan, that won a National Formula Ford race. Neil won everything else and took the title with it, even though it was a shortened season with only 3 weekends of racing at Alton Park, Brands Hatch and Silverstone. But still, a race win's a race win, and Chris had to work hard for that at Brands Hatch. And he does like going around some of the classic circuits, like here at Donington, as well as Brands and Silverstone. So certainly making the most of the pace he's got, and definitely with everyone bunched up again now, Andy, he does have a prime opportunity to at least put himself on the podium here, to take away some decent points to make up for the fact that he lost out quite a few in race 1.
And that's it. Points mean prizes, obviously. The more points you score, the more chance you've got of winning the championship. So getting off to a good start early doors here is important, especially now that Rory Smith is down in 10th place. I mean, Rory's kind of had the Chris Middlehurst treatment confident in this race, hasn't he? Ran at the front early on, and then an incident at Redgate knocks him all the way down to 10th place. The difference is he's got a bit more of a chance now to regain some places because of this safety car. However, the safety car is about to head into the pit lane, so the race about to get back underway again with Alex Walker, the race leader. Joey Foster, as hungry as ever to win races in this championship, in second place, and at the moment, at least, from the couple of laps of racing we've had, seems to have a bit more pace than he had in the wet conditions yesterday. Let's see what he can do on the restart then. The pace car is in, but, Alex Walker really backing the field up. He hasn't even reached the chicane yet. Now he's stepped on the accelerator, and he's getting away already from Joey Foster, who was a bit sideways in the background there, with a tyre smoke coming off the back of his car, and that means he's under a lot of pressure as they cross the start-finish line from Jamie Sharp in third place, who goes up the inside line into Redgate corner. So already the challenge on for second. There's another lock up there for... Is there a problem for Foster's car? There's a lot of locking up and sliding. He's in the gravel now, Scott, so that is in and of itself a problem, but that all looked a bit strange.
Yeah, nothing quite right with that 2021 spec Fairman. I think, unfortunately, unless he's going to try and find the edge of the barrier to try and get himself out as quick as he can, that's obviously scuppered his chances for a race win, but not all seemed right with that one. Of course, it seemed to perform fine last weekend at Mallory Park when he took 2 race victories, but Donington Park maybe at least in his second race in the dry not handling the way he wanted it to, so maybe not quite in the full pace for Joey, particularly after that. And sadly, he's had to extricate himself from the car, and that is the former 3-time Formula Ford Festival winner out of the race in that brand new 2021 spec Fairman, which is a shame. But it now means whilst Alex Walker starts to get away at the front of the field, we've got an epic second place battle between these 3 cars, with Jamie Sharp, Max Deston and Chris Middlehurst all in the mix. And also, good run so far also for Jack Wolfenden. He's in the mix with Luke Cooper, who's a Castle Coombe Formula Ford regular, and now it could be 3 abreast down towards Robert Chicane for second place. But Alex Walker, meanwhile, using all of his British F4 experience, now with it in a top car with Kevin Mills Racing after he ran with Phil Wills' PWR1 squad last year, took the rookie title, but now up to the top team, the championship winning team from last year, making the most of it with the fastest lap of the race. But this battle for second place, Andy, is where all the action's at the moment, as Etterson's into second, but Jamie Sharp and Chris Middlehurst pushing him all the way at the moment. There's still 10 and 3/4 minutes to go. Yeah, and it's letting Walker get away. He's nearly 2 seconds clear after just 1 flying lap after the restart. I also noticed, by the way, that they have added some minutes back onto the race, which is something that they do sometimes do with these Formula Ford races, because they're only 15 minutes. If there's a safety car, they'll try and give them as much of the time lost behind the safety car back, and in this case, they've given them a full 5 minutes. So we're back up to 10.5 minutes to go now, which means that we have got plenty more racing to go. I hope they put enough fuel in the cars to get to the end. I'm sure they always consider the possibility that the race might be extended. Oh, wide line there for Esterson, very wide. He's in the dirt, actually, and so Jamie Sharp goes back up the inside into second, and Chris Middlehurst might follow him through into third position. There's almost been a wheel banging, but Middlehurst is back onto the podium. Remarkable. Yeah, Esterson, I don't think he expected Middlehurst to arrive up the inside that quickly, and because of that, it meant they always made contact that was shades of Redgate yesterday. But now look behind them, you've got both the challenge from Luke Cooper and also Lucas Romanek, who's one of the debutants for National Formula Ford this year. One of his first few car races, really getting stuck in there in 6th position. He's at the back of this 5-car queue for second place. Alex Walker again continues to lead the way with another new fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.598. He's considerably faster. Luke Cooper's also on the pace with a 1:15.879. He's the second fastest man on track as Esterson dives around the outside into Redgate corner. Remember yesterday, Max, but he's held on for the time being, runs wide, and that's what gives the advantage to Jamie Sharp as he runs side by side through Hollywood. Middlehurst is in the mix, and so is Luke Cooper trying to poke his nose in the Swift SC18 chassis. Side by side again through the Crater curves. Esterson holds on, but Sharp has got the inside line for the old hairpin. Slots in front, and Esterson lets him go. Meanwhile, look at Lucas Romanek. You can never tell it's one of his first Formula Ford races, so using all of his karting experience now to really put himself on the back of Luke Cooper, who is no slouch himself. He's been a race winner in National Formula Ford before, and he's been a prominent racer in Castle Coombe Formula Fords, as he has been so far this year in the 2 appearances he's made in that championship. So 5 of them for second place as they head out of McLean's towards Coppice. And at the moment, while these 5 continue to scrap, Andy, Alex Walker must be laughing in his helmet with the gap he's got in the lead. Yeah, it's up to 3.8 now, so he went up by another nearly 2 seconds on the previous lap, and I reckon he's probably extended it by the same margin here. And it's not necessarily that he's that much quicker than everybody else, it's just he's on his own. He can carry his own speed through the corners, take his own racing lines, and then look at the difference. This lot, they're all over the place. They're defending, they're attacking, they're 2 and 3 wide, and that is not the fastest way around the track. We're glad they're doing it because it's entertaining to watch, but it's certainly holding them up, and this time the gap does go back up again now to 5.6. So yeah, went up by another nearly 2 seconds. Into Redgate they go. Esterson again tries this high, wide and handsome line through Redgate corner. It's just not working today like it did in the wet yesterday. In the wet, that would be the grip
slippier line, but in the dry you want to be on the inside line, and that is where Middlehurst now finds himself, drawing up alongside Esterson for third, wheel to wheel through the crater curves, but Esterson just about hangs on. Luke Cooper is a part of this battle as well now, so Luke Cooper, another one of the veterans in the series now, again sniffing an opportunity here for a podium. Meanwhile, there is Rory Smith stuck behind, is that the 62, I think it is, isn't it, of Colin Queen from the back of the grid, and Rory Smith not really making a huge amount of progress here.
Doesn't appear to be, and I have to remember also what was slightly embarrassing for BM Racing, he made contact with his teammate Jamie Sharp, so that's the worst thing that wanted to happen. It's the one thing you don't do, the cardinal sin, which is make contact with your teammate, but Jamie Sharp seems to go away unscathed, and while Rory Smith appears to have done, there might be one or two, maybe some mechanical damage or something, if there is any, which might be sort of not kept him on the same pace which he was expecting earlier on, as Alex Walker turns his way neatly through the Robert chicane. Max Esterson loses the back end. He was trying to go down the outside of Chris Middlehurst. He goes rally crossing over the chicane, but manages to get back on in front of a rather bemused Luke Cooper. And here comes Lucas Romanek on the outside line, 3 abreast as Esterson squeezes Cooper to the inside towards the edge of the track. But watch Romanek with the cracking run on the pair of them on the exit of the Robert chicane, down the outside. Oh, Esterson tries to get back up the inside again, and Romanek jewels it out with him on the outside line. Esterson's not going to give it up unless he has to. As Walker continues on rather unfazed by everything. The gap is still 3.5 seconds. What's happening for second and third? It's then Middlehurst versus Sharp, but for fourth place it is Romanek up to P4. Esterson down to fifth ahead of Cooper, and then Jack Wolfenden getting into the mix. So it just shows one move can set off a catalyst to set off a chain reaction and really change the complexion of the race from about second or third downwards. Yeah, it's all about momentum, this place, and as soon as there's a mistake or an attempted overtake that doesn't quite work, or even a successful overtake, quite frankly, it just bottles everybody up, and it does create this brilliant racing. It stacks everyone up on top of each other, and so far they've managed to keep it relatively clean as well. Up through Coppice they go, so that is Romanek now to the front of this group, just about, and Esterson kicking himself, no doubt, about that mistake that he made down here a lap ago at the chicane. Walker goes through, second place Jamie Sharp, third place Chris Middlehurst. Now these two working together, try and catch the leader. It looks as though they might be, because on the previous lap they were a little bit quicker. Walker didn't have a particularly quick lap a lap ago. This time he's back into the 14s, and once again is faster than those two behind him, so if they are working together it's not working, and they're side by side again anyway now to Redgate corner. Esterson to the outside of Romanek now. He likes this outside line at Redgate. I'm not convinced it's working, because that's always the risk. It's the right of the car on the inside to use its normal racing line coming out of the corner, and they are perfectly entitled to push you off the road, and that's exactly what Romanek did. He still loses a place to Cooper in the end, so Cooper now finds himself in fourth position. But Max Esterson, I don't think he needs to try that outside line again, does he? He's quite enthusiastic and trying to get himself a good result from this second race, particularly in the dry conditions here. Just also there that was battle on for second place, and Middlehurst tried to go down the outside into McLean's and didn't quite make it stick. But Luke Cooper having a fantastic run in the Swift chassis as Romanek's on his gearbox in the run towards Coppice. This is one of the main battles here for the podium spots. It looks as though it's going to be between these two for second and third. This is going to be what order, then everyone else behind trying to be best of the rest for fourth as they make their way down the exhibition straight back towards the Robert chicane, which is where our leader Alex Walker is. Winds his way through fairly unchallenged. A big lock up for Chris Middlehurst, who goes straight on at the chicane. Now, whether he was pushing too hard, that's a problem. Either way, that's the second time we've seen a driver do that, because Esterson did exactly the same thing a couple of laps ago. So he tries to recover, and now he's into that big gap for back gap. What he's now become a scrap for third place, because Luke Cooper's now got past him. Everyone else starts streaming past Middlehurst, who had so much momentum lost as he regained the circuit. He's dropped from second down to, what's that now? Rory Smith's in that battle now, down to 8th place. So, in fact, Middlehurst is, I think Middlehurst is struggling maybe. It might just be a locker, Andy. I think that's a problem. Yeah, I think so. It's we don't tend to see that much locking up from these cars. They're usually pretty good under the brakes. So, yeah, I think that might be an issue. He's definitely off the pace, isn't he? So, Luke Cooper now then finds himself in with a genuine shot of the podium now. He's into third position. Jamie Sharp, of course, has been released there. He is in second place, 4.5 seconds behind the leader. He's got 4 minutes left to try and do something about that. I don't really rate his chances of catching the leader, so really now the battle is for third position with Luke Cooper just ahead of Max Esterson. Esterson to the outside line at Coppice corner. He won't try and go right round the outside. He'll try and cut back to the late apex, get up the inside on the exit, but Luke Cooper has been in far too many of these Formula Ford races to fall
fall for that one. He keeps it nice and tight on the exit and defends the lead. There goes the, defends third place, excuse me. There goes the leader, Alex Walker. There goes second place, Jamie Sharp. And then it's 3 wide for third place into the chicane. Esterson on the inside, Cooper in the middle. And that was Romanek on the outside line. Cooper comes out of the corner ahead in third. Romanek fourth, Esterson fifth. And Rory Smith in sixth position. But this is going to be a battle, I think, that goes right down to the wire, Scott.
Really is. It's going to be 3 abreast. Esterson dares go up the inside of the pair. It's going to be very close to the red gate corner. Romanek takes the outside line. He's on the outside this time. Esterson thinks, right, shove me to the outside last time. Have a taste of your own medicine. And now this gives the chance for Cooper to slip back up the inside of the pair of them again. Almost back where we started now, as Luke Cooper's back into third place. And look at Rory Smith recovering. He's up to fourth, maybe even third place if he plays his cards right. He's into P4 ahead of Esterson. Now potentially back onto the podium. And we couldn't have thought that after earlier on when he made contact with, of all people, his teammate Jamie Sharp earlier on in the race. So that certainly is a turn up for the books for Rory. Never want to be counted out of a victory. He certainly has kept has dug his heels in and really tried hard to push on as Romanek runs wide, runs over the gravel. Will carry on racing as best he can to get back, regain the momentum that he might have lost there. But Cooper now having to put on a pretty stringent defence against Rory Smith, who will have a fantastic run exiting Coppice corner. And now look at Max Esterson again. He's ever the opportunity. He's always looking for a move, looking for a passing spot somewhere, and he's not afraid to get his elbows out either. He's having a fantastic scrap. Here it is for third in the pit lane. Sadly, there was Chris Middlehurst. He just cut away from the third place battle, which we rejoin. Now Smith's all over the curbs as Cooper holds on. This race has changed so much you can hardly keep up.
Yeah, and this group is getting ever bigger. It's 6 cars now in a long line, isn't it? It's Cooper, Smith, Cooper, Smith, Esterson, Romanek, Queen, and Megan Gilkes is in this as well now. So 6 cars together. Jack Wolfenden was a part of this a few laps ago, but he's fallen back a bit now. Through Redgate corner they go. The 2 teammates leaning on each other a bit there as they went out of the corner. Max Esterson not giving his 5th place away to Colin Queen, and so Lucas Romanek in the end splits them coming off the corner. Luke Cooper, though, may be starting to get away here in that 3rd position, isn't he? I think Rory Smith is going to really have to get his head down now to get back after the number 46 car ahead of him. Well, through Starkeys, through Schwanzker, the lead gap continues to go up by half a second or so. So even though Jamie Sharp's on his own in second now, he can't live with the pace being set here by Alex Walker. And that means that the top 2 positions, I think, are pretty much set. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, then we're about to start the final lap of racing in this phenomenal second round of the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600 Championship. Down the exhibition straight they go. Alex Walker, though, absolutely dominating.
Yeah, this would give him a lot of confidence after he was in British F4 before, then he dropped down to Formula Ford last year, of course, with Phil Wills' PWR1 squad, and then off the back of the rookie title, joining the reigning champions and certainly making the most of the opportunity that he's got underneath him, and certainly making sure that he can put himself as the team leader in some cases in terms of pace. Jamie Sharp looks comfortable in 2nd place. Cooper is definitely not comfortable in 3rd because he's got everyone behind trying to scrap with amongst him, particularly Smith, Esterson and Romanek in the mix as well. And Colin Queen's also right at the back, as you mentioned. And so is Megan Gilkes. That must give her confidence to see this scrap here for what potentially could be a podium place if something extraordinary happens on this final lap. Through the Craner curves they go on for the final time. Cooper's holding his line and going very defensive, which means it might compromise his run through the old hairpin. Colin Queen right on the back of Lucas Romanek now, so Romanek finds himself in a low-density racing sandwich here as they come through Starkeys and Schwantz curve, as both Megan Gilkes and also Jack Wolfenden, who's dropped back and watching on just behind in 9th position. Esterson looks to the outside into McLean's, and he might get a move there on Rory Smith completed if he plays his cards right. He has got through for the moment, but Smith won't give it up that easy. He tries to squeeze back up the inside into Coppice for the final time, and Colin Queen also defending from Gilkes into the right-hander. But now just a couple of corners to go. It looks as though it's going to be possible victory for this man. Alex Walker heads to the checkered flag and takes his 1st National Formula Ford victory. He wins for Kevin Mills Racing, a fantastic drive in the Spectrum and much deserved. Also one of the best results for National Formula Ford for Jamie Sharp in 2nd place. Now hold your breath. What's for 3rd? It's sideways for Esterson and Cooper. They're all over each other at the chicane. Smith round the outside. Cooper's lost 1, 2, 3 spots, and incredibly through all of that in the sprint to line, Esterson still finishes in 3rd place. What a breathless run. Looking at that, 3rd down to about 9th, were covered by less than 1.2 seconds between, what was that, 7 cars, which is absolutely sensational and just a perfect advert to showcase why Formula Ford racing is just so damn good, even still in 2021.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting stuff. Some questionable track limits maybe through the final chicane because there were 1 or 2 of them in the gravel. They were so far off the track, but last lap, I suppose, pretty much anything goes. Alex Walker didn't have to worry about any last lap defensive moves, though. He had that one wrapped up pretty much as soon as the safety car came in, because he nailed the restart, and as Jamie Sharp and Chris Middlehurst set about battling for second, so he was able to get away. Middlehurst's issue, by the way, he did pit for repairs of some sort, got back out there again, and then started setting competitive lap times. So what the issue was, I don't know, but they clearly sorted it fairly quickly. Alex Walker then is the race winner. Jamie Sharp second, Max Esterson third, with Rory Smith fourth and Lucas Romanek in fifth. Luke Cooper was sixth position, although he could so easily have been third there on the last lap, couldn't he? Ahead of Megan Gilkers. Then it was Colin Queen, Jack Wolfenden, Will Everington, non-starter yesterday, but he got himself 10th place today. Chris Middlehurst 11th and a lap down after his pit stop, whilst Joey Foster and Carter Williams were the two retirements. Carter Williams off at Redgate early on, bringing out the safety car. So, Formula Ford racing alive and well in the UK, and we look forward to their third and final race a bit later on, about 5:30. The final race of the weekend for the Formula Fords should be getting underway. We've got two more races before lunch. The Caterham 7 270Rs are out next for their 30-minute race. That will be their final race of the weekend. And then the Ford Modified Series will have their first 15-minute sprint race before we go into the lunch break. But then after lunch, there are still another 7 races to go. So we've got you covered all day here from Donington Park. Huge thank you to those of you who are tuned in at home. We unfortunately can't welcome spectators to the circuit just yet, although we're not too far away from getting you all back here trackside, which we're all very excited about. But in the meantime, at least we are able to bring you the coverage live here from Donington. And those of you who are here at the track, perhaps racing or working in the teams, if you've got friends and family at home and you want them to be able to tune into the racing, then direct them to the live stream, because it's the best way of keeping on top of all of the action out on track. So Scott is wandering down to the Parc Fairman now. He'll be there in a couple of minutes' time probably to get the thoughts of our drivers from the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600 Championship, and after that we will then start looking forward to our next Caterham race. Formula Fords, as I said, a slightly smaller grid this year than we're used to seeing, but still some really competitive racing, and that really is what Formula Ford racing is all about. A bit like Caterham's, really. You learn an awful lot about car control and racecraft in Formula Fords, which are the two biggest things that really you need to know about to be a racing driver, and it's why for 50-odd years now, really, Formula Ford 1600s, they've been the place to go. If you have aspirations of being a single-seater racer in particular, if you want to get to Formula One, then doing a season or two in Formula Fords at the start of your career is a great way to go, and many drivers move from karting into Formula Ford, and that's their first sort of taste of circuit racing. And when they move into Formula Fords, they're surprised often at just how similar the handling characteristics of the Formula Ford are to that of a go-kart, and that's what makes that transition to circuit racing a little bit easier if you do it from karting into Formula Fords. So we are not that far away from getting our next race underway, but the Formula Ford 1600 Championship. Hopefully we will have time to speak to our podium finishers. What I will do, I think, is just start running through the grid for our next race, just so that we can give Scott as much time as possible to chat to our top 3 finishers. Again, this is the second race of the weekend for the 270Rs, who have a grid to themselves because there are nearly 30 of them. Yesterday's race won by Will Rossetti from Harrier in second and Blair McConaughey in third, so that is the way they line up on the grid then. Rossetti, McConaughey and Rob Keogh, former Ginetta frontrunner, is on row 2 with him. Stuart Bell and Max Gaunter on the third row. Carl Jones and Demetrius Melas are on row 4, ahead of Fraser Jones and Chris Ephraimidis. Wes Payne and Tim Steele make up the 6th row, ahead of Darryl Creswell and Will Brunt. Tom Willis and Stefano Mara are on the 8th row together. Paul Herndon and Alan Curtis on row 9, and Paul Farrell and John Cox on 10th row. David Morgan and Ryan Errol are together on row 11, ahead of Pete Wales and Duncan Cook. Then it's Richard Hoare, Steve Hutchinson, one to watch I think, from the 13th row. Michael Curley and Oliver Smith are on row 14, and Roger Gaunt on the 15th row all by himself, was the only non-finisher yesterday in what was another very wet race. It wasn't actually raining anymore by that point in the morning, but or the afternoon I should say, but it was Still very wet, lots of standing water, and despite that we had an entertaining race, but Will Rossetti won it by 2.5 seconds in the end over Harrier in second. So we'll wait and see whether or not Rossetti's going to have it quite so easy this time. I somehow suspect that he might not. I think it's going to be a little bit harder for anybody to break away at the head of the field here. So cars then looking resplendent under the spring sunshine. We are in May, after all. We should have some nice weather by this time. We certainly didn't yesterday, but yeah, bone dry track out there now today. Not that warm here at Donington Park, but the track temperature will be up a little bit from what we had yesterday. Green flag lap then gets underway. So the cars then head on to their green flag lap for the Caterham 7 270R Championship race, and as they make their way around, we've gone through the grid already, so I'm hoping we might soon be able to hand down to Scott Woodwis in Park Fairman to have a chat with the race winner at least. Alex Walker, would be good to hear from him after his first victory in Formula Fords, but racing drivers trying to find racing drivers after the race has finished is a bit like herding cats. They get out of their car and they vanish into the crowd because they're all so eager to talk to each other and share stories about what happened in the race. So if Scott can find them, which I think he has done now, we can have a very quick word with our race winner, Alex Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Having a chat with Alex Walker, our winner from race 2. Alex, of course, a bit of a safety car interruption, but once you got in front and let everyone else scrap behind, that looked pretty straightforward, and first National Formula Ford win. How does that feel?
Yeah, that was the key to the race, really. Obviously, I got a gap at the start, but then the safety car came out. I was a bit gutted then, but I got a good restart again from Joey behind, and from then it was just kind of managing the gap. I had the gap on my pit board, and I made one mistake where it wouldn't go into second gear, but the rest of it I was just kind of, I didn't want to push in case I went off or got a track limit, so I kind of just drove around and came home with a win, so it's great. I want to say, obviously, a big thanks to Kevin Mills and the team at P1 Shane. He did a great job setting the car up, so yeah, I couldn't have done it without everyone.
Fantastic. Well, you look at home with the new team, so best of luck for race 3, and we'll see how you get on for another win, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Reverse grid, so it'll be interesting.
Well done.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Scott. So good to hear there from our race winner, and now we can move on then to our next race. Perfect timing as well, because the cars are just lining up on the grid. Will Rossetti then, who started second in yesterday's race to take the victory. In fact, that was a bit of a theme yesterday. Often the driver that started on pole position was not actually able to win the race. In fact, I don't think a single one of the races yesterday that we had was won from pole position. It was almost always won from second or third on the grid. So goes to show that qualifying only tells so much of the story, really. Will Rossetti won. It was actually Tom Willis that had the pole position yesterday, but Tom Willis ended up down in 15th place, presumably after some sort of an off, because he was 35 seconds off the lead by the end of the race. Caterham 270Rs then sort of in the middle of the Caterham ladder. You've got Academy, then Roadsport, then 270Rs. So it's the third rung, if you like, before you move on to 310Rs and Caterham 7 UK. So most of the drivers out there have been racing in Caterhams now for a number of years. And let's see what happens then in this second round of the Caterham 7 270R Championship. Red lights go on, they go out now. Will Rossetti from the inside of row 1 in the Gulf liveried car tries to get down to Redgate Corner ahead of the rest of the pack. It looks as though he might just do it. Alongside him though still is Harrier in the green and yellow number 55. Into Redgate Corner they go. It is going to be Willis that gets, sorry, it's going to be Rossetti, excuse me, that gets the lead as they turn through the right-hander. Let's see if they all get through though. That's the next question, because we've got some 29 of them to squeeze through this first sequence of corners. Looks as though they're keeping it clean for now though. It's Rossetti that leads. It's Harrier in second position. I think that is Blair McConaughey still in third. Challenge for the lead, and Harrier goes through on the inside of the old hairpin. So that didn't take us long. Harrier straight through into first position. Some drivers like to lead from the front right at the start of the race. Others maybe are happier to let the race come to them. It looks like Harrier fits into the first of those categories. He wanted that lead at the first possible opportunity, and now he'll try and pull the pin and break away from the chasing pack if he can. Side by side further back, the number 11 goes through there of Carl Jones. He was in the thick of the action yesterday, as he often seems to be, it must be said. And there, number 9, going through the picture is Rob Keogh, making a racing return after a couple of years away. Former frontrunner in Ginetta Racing, and in the car that was previously driven very successfully in this championship by Harry Cook. Second lead change in less than a lap happens going into the chicane, because it is going to be Will Rossetti that actually leads lap 1, despite having lost the lead halfway round the lap. Second place then is Harry Eyre, third for Blair McConaughey, and it is going to be Rob Keogh there in 4th position. Down to Redgate they go. McConaughey in the white and black car goes up the inside of Harry Eyre. He takes second place away, and Rob Keogh now tries to go right round the outside. He might do it. No, not quite enough grip out there in these dry conditions. The green and black car then in 5th is Carl Jones, and he's sort of in no man's land really. He's a second and a half behind the leading quartet, but he's just over a second ahead of Roger Gaunt, Max Gaunt, excuse me, the number 4, who leads that next enormous group of cars. So they're the leading 4. On his own in 5th place then is Jones, and then everybody else in this long train from 6th place back to 29th basically. He did get all 29 cars starting as well, so no one missing at the start of the race, which is good to see. Blair McConaughey now going for the lead. So he took second from Harry Eyre at Redgate, and now he takes the lead away from Will Rossetti up at McLean's Corner. But in a 30-minute Caterham 270R race, you have to learn to pace yourselves, both as a driver and as a commentator, because if you start getting really excited about lead changes at this stage, then you'll have no energy left by the end of the race. We'll see lots more lead changes, I think, in the remaining 27.5 minutes, unless perhaps Blair McConaughey can start to make a break. He's actually starting to do that, because behind him, they're side by side for second place. Harry Eyre going around the outside there of Will Rossetti into the chicane. Rossetti tries to fight it, and that delays them even further. Rob Keogh gets the run off the chicane now, pulls up alongside the blue and orange car of Rossetti, and now they've also allowed Carl Jones to reel them in too. Jones just set the fastest lap, look, 1:21.307, so he was about a 10th quicker than the race leader, and immediately starts overtaking people. He's passed Rob Keogh already, and now he goes up the inside of Will Rossetti into Redgate Corner. He's got through, I can see out of the window, elbowed Rossetti wide, and so Rob Keogh's gone through as well. Whoops, way wide into the gravel goes Darryl Creswell. The number 8 car is so far away from the track that I think he has to pay to get back in. He was almost in the tyre wall there, so far off the road had he gone at Redgate Corner, and that will send Darryl Creswell right down to the back of the grid. Didn't see how he got there, whether he jumped or whether he was pushed, but it's quite possible it was the latter, given how close that midfield group was that he was a part of. Gaunt came across the line momentarily before that in 16th place. There's Rob Keogh then, behind Carl Jones. So Jones got himself into 3rd position there, didn't he? It's McConaughey that leads, it's Eyre in 2nd, and then a bit of a gap back now to Rob Keogh in 3rd. There is Will Rossetti, who was leading the race up until half a lap or so ago. Now he's got to try and regroup here. He's on the tail of the 3rd place battle. There is the leader, Blair McConaughey. Now, he had nearly a 1 second advantage at the start of the lap. The gap, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, was 0.922 of a second. They come through now to complete the 3rd lap of racing, and let's see who's quicker. McConaughey goes through, does a 1:21.3. It's a 1:21.5 for Harry Eyre, but Wes Payne, look, in 7th position, is the fastest man on the track. So Wes Payne now, the latest man to start building his way toward this front group. He's in 7th place there, you can see, just at the back of that group, using a nice slipstream from the cars ahead to set that lap time, which is already significantly quicker than we went yesterday. The fastest lap in yesterday's wet race was set by Tom Willis, a 1:32.9, and we're already about 11 or 12 seconds quicker than that right now. What of Tom Willis, by the way? Tom Willis from deep in the field, of course, after his dramas yesterday, started on pole yesterday. Well, he's up into 9th place now, is the number 81 car, so Tom Willis is making good progress here. He picked up another place on the previous lap at the expense of Ephraimidis. So, yeah, keep an eye to the number 81. You can see the driver's numbers up against their abbreviated names on that rather snazzy-looking scoring pile on the left-hand side of the screen. Number 19 we're seeing on the screen there, working its way through. That's Stuart Bell, who's running in the 11th place, just behind Ephraimidis actually. It's not far ahead of that group is Tom Willis, the man I was just talking about. Leaders out of the chicane then. McConaughey leads the way, Harry Eyre 2nd. The gap was just a fraction over a second at the end of the previous lap. I reckon it might have come down slightly. No, it didn't actually, went out by half a tenth. Behind, it couldn't be much closer though. Rob Keogh is alongside Carl Jones for 3rd position. Wheel to wheel for P3 into Redgate Corner they go. Keogh on the outside will get it, with Jones down to 4th. Then it will be Rossetti in 5th. And 6th place there, I think that was Wes Payne just losing out actually. He tried to go around the outside of Jones there and couldn't quite do it through Fraser Jones, that is, going through Redgate Corner. Fraser started 9th and has worked his way now into 6th position. So again, going to show that you can definitely make forward progress in Caterham racing. Down through the old hairpin again, up towards Starkey's and Schwann's curve they go. It's like McConaughey then has enough pace in hand at the moment, doesn't he, to keep Harrier at arm's length. The real battling is going on behind those two, as around the outside line there attempts to go Wes Payne in the 38 car, and then Tom Willis, look, is the car right behind him. So Tom Willis, we know, has front-running pace here. He was out of position on the grid after his issues yesterday, but that number 81 car, look, is right behind Wes Payne now as they head out of Coppice and go along the exhibition straight down towards the Robert chicane once again. McConaughey, the race leader, gets there first, of course, some way before anybody else. There's Harrier in second. Rob Keogh is still third, but did Tom Willis manage to make that move on the brakes, I wonder, into Redgate corner? Sorry, into the chicane, I should say. No, he didn't. He's still at the back of the group. So McConaughey then leads the way. Air 2.1 seconds back still in this battle, though. This is where the action is. The red car is Keogh. Rossetti there goes up the inside of Carl Jones, and then just behind, Wes Payne has a big go at Fraser Jones, and in the end doesn't go through. So Rossetti gains a place. Wes Payne does not, and Tom Willis has stayed in 8th place just at the back of the group. So still more or less as it was. Wes Payne, though, actually has Carl Jones coming back at him now as they drop through the crane of curves and turn through the old hairpin. Willis up the inside of Wes Payne there, gets the place. So Tom Willis up into 7th place now, having started the race in 15th. And so a podium is still on the cards here. We're still not even a third of the way through this race here, and he's within touching distance of 3rd place. Rob Keogh, the red car just there, is in 3rd, ahead of Rossetti, Jones and Jones. Carl Jones ahead of Fraser Jones, and then it's Tom Willis behind. The hill again through Coppice corner, then Rossetti there in the number 29 car, started on pole, led early on, got shuffled out a couple of laps into the race and hasn't ever really fully been able to recover since then. Fraser Jones having a go at Carl Jones behind them as well. McConaughey turns his way into the chicane. This lead gap continuing to creep up just by a 10th or so every lap. Rob Keogh under pressure from Rossetti for 3rd. How quickly things can change. A corner ago, I was about to say that Keogh was getting away a bit from Rossetti behind, but that slipstream down that back straight is so powerful. It's not even into a headwind today either. The wind is blowing from right to left as we look at the start-finish line from that camera angle. But even so, that slipstream is allowing them to really reel each other in, even from some distance back, actually, down the long straight past the exhibition centre and also down the pit straight. Got a car on the grass out of the window, I can see. Number 40, that was, Paul Farrell. I'm not quite sure how he ended up on the grass. In fact, there's a wing I can see that's up near the tyre wall coming out of the chicane. So I wonder if he's made some contact with the wall and was just bouncing his way back on the track. We'll see if we can piece that together a bit later on. The midfield battle comes down through the old hairpin then and works its way up towards the far end of the track. We are nearly 1/3 of the way through this second round of the Caterham 7270R Championship for 2021. Blair McConaughey has a 2.7 second lead over Harrier, with Rob Keogh, Will Rossetti, Carl Jones, Fraser Jones, Tom Willis and Wes Payne all battling to be 3rd position. 4 goes through there. That's Max Gorn. Now, Max Gorn started 6th and he's only 10th now, so he, I suppose, the amount of people we've had gaining places in this race, then by definition there must then be others that have lost places, and Max Gorn definitely is one of them. Harrier, far from going after Blair McConaughey here, I think he's being reeled in by Rob Keogh, is he? Yeah, Keogh was 8/10 quicker than him, so Rob Keogh, despite this pressure that he's under from Will Rossetti, he is catching the 2nd place man Harrier. Rossetti goes to the outside at Redgate, and he's not going to make that one work through the first corner, and they almost loses it actually on the exit as well. He was a bit too eager on the right pedal there as he tried to accelerate out of turn 1. But these two, if they just work together, they could absolutely catch Harrier here and make this turn this battle for 3rd into a battle for 2nd place. Through the old hairpin though, single file for now, but they weren't single file at Redgate. That means they were probably holding each other up rather than working together at that point on the circuit. Here goes that 88 car that we've seen a bit of. That's one of the other Gulf livery cars. William Brunt, that is, number 88, running in 15th place, just behind Ephraimidis, who has been slipping down the order slightly. Chris Ephraimidis from 10th on the grid. Number 19 there, that's Stuart Bell, isn't it? Yeah, he's also dropped down the order into 13th. So this is the group battling just outside the top 10 in the race, but still points on offer for these positions. So worth fighting for if you think you've got a chance of gaining a few more positions, gaining a few more championship points. They all come in handy towards the end of the year. Right, battle for third sees another change here. That's Will Rossetti back ahead of Rob Keogh. Are they still catching Harry Eyre in second? I doubt. Well, they do. They take 4 tenths out of him that time, but Scott Woodwis, who joins me again now back in the commentary box, this battle for third is continuing to intensify here, and Tom Willis from 15th on the grid is very much part of it.
Yeah, you can guarantee that where he is now isn't where he's going to stay by the end of the race, because knowing how formidable Tom is at the wheel of one of these cars. Blair McConaughey, meanwhile, is enjoying the free air, of course, whilst he's away from Tom Willis, because usually, as we pointed out yesterday, wherever one is, the other isn't too far away, hence where Tom Willis has managed to climb up to 5th position already.
Car in the gravel, sorry, Scott. Redgate, we haven't quite caught it on the cameras yet, but saw a big cloud of dust. Someone's locked up and gone straight on by the looks of it. Is that going to require a neutralisation of the race? I'm not too sure. It's quite close to the service road, though, so I'm hoping that the live snatch might be able to be used for that one. So up through Copper's Corner, oh, there we go, 94 it is. So 94 is Stefano Mara, I'm afraid. And that looks, Scott, as if he's just locked up and gone straight on, doesn't it? The car never really made it through the corner at all.
Yeah, that, and also as well, he's probably gone in quite too deep and done the classic mistake of trying to floor the throttle to see if he can try and get himself out, and dug himself even deeper. So that really hasn't worked out too well for him. McConaughey and Eyre steer their way through the final chicane. Everyone arrives behind to try and be third. It's Rob Keogh who's managed to squeeze his way past, and Tom Willis has also passed Will Rossetti, so Will's lost 2 spots in the space of 1 straight. He might lose more in a minute, because both Carl Jones and Wes Payne and Fraser Jones are all in the mix there. You see Wes Payne in the kind of pearlescent car just behind the black and fluorescent yellow machine of Carl Jones. We head into Redgate Corner on lap 10, and still 17 and a half minutes yet to go in this race as we turn the way out of Redgate Corner and down through Hollywood and the Crane of Curves up through the end of the yellow flag zone. McConaughey looking pretty comfortable in the lead now. 6.1 seconds is the gap over Harry Eyre, and Harry's only about 2 seconds ahead of this next battle for third place. So it looks as though that the pack for third, when they start working together, are much better as a group in punching one big hole in the air together, rather than Harry Eyre doing it all by himself on his own.
Yeah, the trouble is they start to make a bit of progress, and then they start fighting over who's going to be in third place again, and they undo a little bit of their hard work. But yeah, they are almost there with him now, I think, aren't they? So not going to be long before we have a fight for second on our hands. Blair McConaughey 6 seconds clear, though, demonstrating the point here, isn't he, Scott? I think that although it's very difficult to break away in Caterham racing, once you do make that break, it can be very difficult for that next group to get back to you. And Harry Eyre, try as he might in the early stages, just couldn't quite live with McConaughey. McConaughey was taking a tenth or 2 out of him every lap. He broke the toe, broke the spirit a bit as well, I think, of Harry Eyre. And now Eyre is just starting to slide back towards this group. Through goes Rob Keogh, then Tom Willis is now into 4th place, Rossetti in 5th, Carl Jones 6th, Wes Payne 7th, and Fraser Jones also just slipping back a bit now towards the tail end of that group. And again there, Scott, that gap between Eyre and Keogh comes down.
Yeah, that's now 1.4 seconds, so even just in that group he's managed to take 7/10 of a second on that last lap. It's 122.2 for Eyre, 121.6 for Keogh. The fastest lap of the race currently held by Ryan Errol, and that was just a couple of laps ago. So he's all the way back down 11th place, trying to make some progress up to the top 10. He's just passed Stuart Bell, who's another driver who anticipated to be higher up the order, but not quite working out as well as he'd hoped as he comes through the Crane of Curves. Watching here the scrap going on between number 4 of Max Gaunt, who's also someone who qualified well yesterday, but just slipping back down the order through these 2 races, and he's having a battle with Chris Ephraimidis and also William Brunt, and a very similar liveried car to that man there, Will Rossetti, who currently sits in 5th position. So leading still as they come towards the end of the lap again. Just Blair McConaughey out of our windows. We watch here Rob Keogh trying to force his way out the inside of, it's more Tom Willis trying to get around the outside of Rob Keogh, mainly because Rob's now trying to defend as much as he can. He manages to get himself back in front, but Willis will try and line him up as he comes through the final couple of corners. Here comes Blair McConaughey to end his 11th lap, still in the lead. Let's see what the gap is now between them. And you can see visibly the gap between Harry Eyre and the chasing pack in 3rd place downwards is visibly close. That has to be under a second now as they come across the line. So Eyre now comes across with a 1 minute 22.1, and everyone else was at least about roughly 7-8 tenths quicker. So the gap is now down to a fraction over a second, Andy. And I suspect that whether he wants to or not, Harry Eyre is going to become part of what's going to be a 2nd place battle now in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, what's particularly telling, though, is the fact that they're catching him even though they're racing each other. Normally, when we see them going side by side in the way that Willis and Keogh did there up at the top of the circuit, you'd expect them to lose time over the lap, but they were still nearly half a second quicker than Air. So Air possibly is struggling for pace a bit more than it's shown so far, and I think now that they've caught him, he's going to have a hard job trying to keep them behind. Further back, this scrap still going on, which involves the number 4 of Max Gaunt. Gaunt is still in 13th position. I say still, he's got ahead of Ephraimidis in the last lap or so. William Brunt in 15th place. Up to the top of the hill, though, goes this second place battle, and they've caught Harry Air, and look at that, they make absolute mincemeat of him, because Rob Keogh just drives around the outside at Coppice Corner, and Tom Willis is going to try and go with him, I think. Now, which way will Air go? He's going to defend the inside line. Who's that going to favour? Who's it going to delay? McConaughey doesn't have to worry too much about this, because he is a long, long way ahead. Rob Keogh's into second place. Who's going to be third as they go through the chicane? Well, it's still Harry Air, so only lost 1 place there, and now that he's in the pack and he's got a bit of a slipstream, it'll be interesting to see what sort of pace he's got. Yeah, he should be able to pick it up a little bit and benefit from the tow, which at least Rob Keogh's giving him at the moment. Keogh with a new personal best of a 1:21.400, but even then, he's still a quarter of a second slower than McConaughey, who's running in clear air. So that just shows sometimes if you're quick enough, how much of an advantage clear air can be. Just seeing there, I think it was Wes Payne squeezing out Fraser Jones on the exit of Redgate Corner. That was a scrap that was going on for 7th and 8th position. As Blair McConaughey carries on. Further back in the pack, this is another scrap that's the battle raging up at the Roberts chicane. Trying to catch some numbers. And one car that's lost it, a big sideways moment. See who that was coming back onto the strap. That was number 48. Oh, the car on the gravel as well. 48 was that was the 48 of Hoare. Whereas that car, we couldn't quite see the number, but I suspect it was in the second group behind this one here. I also noticed Harry Air's got a flapping left front wing on that car as well. So whether there was contact which led to that, I'm not sure. But everyone appeared to get through the first few corners okay. Whether or not someone who is who was involved in that incident was part of this group, I'm not sure. The group behind it might be telltale, because there was the fact of Tim Steele, Demetrius Melas was in there, Ryan Errol, Stuart Bell. In fact, dare I say, it might even been Stuart Bell, because it looked like it was a grey and orange car. So I think possibly, if he does go tumbling down the timing screen, Stuart Bell might be out of this race. I think you might be right on that one, Scott. That's a shame. The flapping wing is on Carl Jones's car by the looks of it, so he's made contact with somebody as well as they come across the start-finish line. That's fairly common practice, though, in Caterham racing. Those wings are quite, we see them flying loose quite frequently, just because they insist on getting so close to each other, and that's the first point of contact often. So Carl Jones won't be too concerned about that, although he'd rather it just fell off completely rather than flapping in the wind, because that won't be helping the aerodynamics of that number 11 car too much. Yeah, I think we can confirm, looking at the fact that he's tumbling down the timing screen. Sadly, it is Stuart Bell that has gone off into the gravel. The live snatch is happening at the moment, but sadly Stuart Bell, who in the past has been quite a front runner and a championship contender, hasn't quite been his weekend this weekend, has it? No, because he finished, well, he was 5th yesterday, which was okay, but yeah, we would have normally expected him to be really fighting for the victory, and obviously today a non-finish means no points, and yeah, it is the 19 of Stuart Bell. We're getting confirmation there, so there you can see how this live snatch process works. It's not graceful. The car gets sort of dragged unceremoniously through the gravel, and that leaves the teams with a lot of that gravel then to clear out from underneath the car, because it gets absolutely everywhere, and it's not really good for the car if it gets left in there. Right, Rob Keogh and Tom Willis here battling for second place. I think if you'd have told Tom Willis that by 2/3 race distance you'd be fighting for second place in this one, he'd have taken your arm off of that, because that's been a really good recovery drive. Can he make this 3rd place? 2nd place, though. He looks as though he's got the pace to challenge Rob Keogh. Spin up at Coppice Corner there for somebody, Scott. Can't quite see the number myself on that car. I think the second number was a 4, so I have to work out, and it's probably one of these groups that are just coming down out of the Roberts chicane in second. So 64 maybe? Might have been pit 64, that's Paul Herndon. Let's see if he goes tumbling down the timing screen. The answer is yes, I think it was. So Paul Herndon was the one that was off the road there, and I suspect he was probably helped. Yes, it's a strange place to end up by yourself there, isn't it, on the inside at Coppice Corner. Stuart Bell is definitely being helped out of the gravel here, and it would help.
There's damage on the front of that car, so I suspect he was possibly helped off, I think.
Maybe, or possibly ran into the back of somebody else as he locked up, maybe. It's hard to tell, but I don't think there's any steering damage. I think he just needed to straighten the steering wheel up a bit to help him drag it out of the gravel. Harry Air, by the way, now that he's settled into line here, he is kind of holding his own, isn't he? He's got Carl Jones to his outside and Will Rossetti behind him, but he's staying with Rob Keogh and Tom Willis just about. They go down into the chicane then, this second-placed battle, which runs all the way back to, really, Fraser Jones in 8th position, really. Through the chicane they go, Willis on the outside of Keogh. That almost ended in tears. Keogh hangs on. That holds up Willis on the exit, though. And now Harry Air does have a chance to pull out of the slipstream. Pulls left, but as soon as he pulls out, he sees a yellow flag. That's why he backed off. I was going to say he seemed to suddenly slow down, but that is because, of course, there are still yellow flags at Redgate whilst they recover Stuart Bell's car, so no overtaking allowed. And that's got to be so frustrating. Oh, so is this. That is 99, I think, isn't it?
That's Michael Curley that's off the road, so sadly it looks, again, whether he was helped or not, but that car's up against the barrier. So there's a few cars in the wars at the moment in the last few minutes, and they're all trying to make their way around. It's quite a busy grid, of course, 29 cars, but some drivers falling foul more than others, it seems.
Oh, someone else running wide there at the Roberts chicane, but thankfully with less terminal results. That is 13, is it not? That's Duncan Cook, who was having a good battle, actually. He's going to lose a few places, but Duncan Cook running in the 20th position. I say he's going to lose places, it actually gains 2 places because Michael Curley's been off on this lap, and so has Herndon, of course, so 2 places gained, actually. Oh, big sideways moment through the first quarter for Max Gaunt there, and he's all the way down in 20th, so Gaunt definitely has lost ground somewhere because he was up on the fringes of the top dozen or so when I last saw him. So, yeah, it's turning into a bit of a race of attrition, this. The warmer conditions, of course, mean that tyre wear is also becoming a bit more of a factor. Maybe towards the end of the race, some of them are struggling a bit with that. Rob Keogh's problem isn't so much tyre wear, though. It's a rather full pair of wing mirrors because he's got Tom Willis throwing quite literally everything at him here. He's tried left, he's tried right, he's tried the chicane, he's tried Redgate, he's tried the old hairpin. He still can't get past Rob Keogh. He's on the outside line into Redgate corner again this time. They go on to the 17th lap of racing. Harry Air is there in 4th. Up the inside goes Will Rossetti into 5th, and then Fraser and Carl Jones again inseparable side by side for 6th position, with Wes Payne tagging on at the back. There's always a bit of wheel banging between the Joneses there. Fraser goes through, Carl loses momentum, and so also through will go Wes Payne into 7th.
Yeah, fantastic battling from 7th down to around about 2nd down to 7th or 8th. It's great racing here, and just behind we see another scrap here. Tim Steele ahead of Dimitris Melas, who maybe not as quite on the same pace as he would hope, and he's really throwing the car in to try and possibly prove me wrong there as he tries to go up through the old hairpin and keeps close. Here comes Tom Willis looking to the outside again. Also, we see behind it's 2x2 as they go for, well, it's 2x2 for 2nd and for 4th and almost for 6th. So it really is almost like Noah's Ark as they run up towards the right-hander at Coppice Corner. Willis thinks, right, can I maybe try the outside here? Doesn't quite work. Fraser Jones bumps the curb as he gets up the inside of Will Rossetti. Carl Jones is the one that's been shuffled out because he's lost out to Rossetti and also to Wes Payne as they head down the back straight. Meanwhile, to check in with McConaughey, he's just come to put a lap on Paul Herndon, who has recovered from his spin on the exit at Coppice Corner, and a new fast lap of the race to prove that he has got the ultimate pace. As Willis goes very deep into the chicane, Rob Keogh gets it back again. Willis is all sideways on the exit and loses 1, 2 positions. There goes Fraser Jones and Harry Air. Might lose a 3rd to Carl Jones, which he does. So he's lost 3 more spots. So after scrapping what could have been 2nd place, he finds himself shuffled all the way down to 6th with more work to do with 6.5 minutes to go.
That was a touch of frustration, I think, there, wasn't it, for Willis? Oh, speaking of frustration, there'll be some here, won't there? That's number 30 pointing the wrong way in the gravel.
That's Roger Gaunt. I think he was the one who had the slide earlier on at Redgate, because there are 2. There's Roger and Max Gaunt. Roger Gaunt's the one in there. The other one, I'm not sure who it was. Who was he closest to on track? Maybe there was 13 of Cook, I think, but whoever it was in there, it was certainly a black car, if anyone's had first identification. And it looks as though even from the cockpits they're having a bit of a gentle conversation about what happened, because they're certainly communicating in some cases.
It would be so unlike 2 racing drivers who have had contact to disagree with each other, wouldn't it? But I think there may be a small disagreement going on there up at the top of the circuit. They're still remonstrating at each other now as they sit patiently and wait for the marshals to come and collect them. They're quite a long way off the track, but I do wonder if that, because there are 2 cars there, not just 1, whether they're actually going to be able to deal with that without the use of the safety car. We'll wait and see. be a shame if we've got a safety car now, because likely the race would end behind the safety car if that were the case. So if race control decide they can move those cars safely under waved yellows, then that is what they will choose to do. Harrier comes through the final chicane. Of course, he's back into third place now, isn't he, with Fraser Jones, who about 10 minutes ago, Scott, I'd written off. He dropped way behind this group, but he's managed to reel them back in, work his way into fourth position. Behind him, we've got Carl Jones, Wes Payne, and the recovering Tom Willis together, and Willis gets just casually passes 2 cars in one going into Redgate Corner. That's the Tom Willis we know and love. Brilliant move made there, and he moves a little bit closer now towards the front again.
And that certainly was opportunity. I think he took the maximum opportunity from the fact that Jones and Payne were so focused on battling each other that they just completely left the door wide open for him to slip through, and just knocked on the door and said, "I'll take those 2 places if you don't mind." The 2 drivers have finished remonstrating now. I've worked out the other one's Duncan Cook, because he's the other one that was in time going down the timing screen with Roger Gaunt in tandem. So it looks like those 2 are the ones that are involved, and it looks as though possibly they're not going to possibly even do a live snap. They may well just cover it under waved yellows, I think, to make sure that people are aware of what's going on. Yeah, but live snatch hasn't got to them, so I suspect they're possibly just covering it under wave yellows and to ensure that people slow down and don't overtake over there, to minimise the effect of possibly anyone getting hit with any kind of issues. Whilst that's happening, Blair McConaughey now going on to his 20th lap of this race, and he has at the moment roughly a 12-second advantage. All action for third place now as Harrier's back into a podium place. Fraser Jones now has both Wes Payne to his left and Tom Willis to his right. We've been here before, haven't we? Because Tom Willis has been on the outside this time. In the middle is Fraser Jones, and on the inside line once again he's going to be 4 abreast, because Carl Jones says, "Can I come and play too for 4th place if you don't mind?" He's gone through all 3 of them, in fact. That was beautiful driving from Carl Jones. Slips past all 3 like a video game. Goes from 7th to 4th in one move. That's one of the best moves I've seen, and it was absolutely effortless. Scott the slipstream, don't mind if I do. 1, 2, 3, sorted. That was incredible stuff from Carl Jones. Great opportunistic driving.
Well, hey, if you've got the run and they leave a gap for you, then why not go for it? And go for it he did. Works way, as you said now, beautifully up to nearly at the front of that group. So that'll be 4th place for him now then. Harrier still 3rd. Of course, Rob Keogh is getting away from them now. Well, has got away from them, really, as they've been tripping over each other for 3rd. So only one of these drivers then likely to make it onto the podium. At the moment, it's Harrier. They go into that yellow flag zone up at McLean's, which would usually be a half-decent overtaking opportunity, but not anymore. For the remaining 3 minutes of the race, it looks like that will be a no-go area as far as passing is concerned. But everywhere else, though, we are still green, and that means there are plenty of opportunities for these places to change hands. Checkered flag has gone out early, so that was always the other option, wasn't it? They might choose to throw the checkered flag early as a result of the yellow flag. So McConaughey's won, Rob Keogh will be 2nd, and Harrier, I think, is going to come home a very, very close run 3rd place. Carl Jones should be 4th, and Tom Willis was making a run on Fraser Jones. No, sorry, that wasn't Tom Willis, that was Wes Payne making a run on Fraser Jones for 5th, and he snatches it on the line as well. So Wes Payne 5th, Fraser Jones 6th, Tom Willis down in 7th. He'll be really disappointed about that. Will Rossetti, equally having led early on, ends up in 8th position. Demetrius Melas in 9th, and Tim Steele will round out the top 10. So, yeah, they've thrown the checkered flag because they have those 2 cars in a dangerous position. Rather than throw a safety car and waste everybody's time by running around behind the safety car for the last 5 minutes, they decided just to throw the checkered flag a lap or 2 early. It didn't really make a huge amount of difference to the result, at least as far as the top 2 are concerned, because Blair McConaughey and Rob Keogh were always going to be top 2 positions. I think Harrier, though, it did mean that he had a couple of laps fewer that he would have to defend his 3rd position. So he is able to bring it home on the podium then, with Carl Jones 4th and Wes Payne in 5th position. So another entertaining race there. It's the last time we'll see the Caterham 7 270Rs on track today, but we will have one more Caterham race a bit later on after lunch. That will be for the Caterham 7 UK Championship and the 310Rs. They have 3 races over the course of the weekend. We have one more race before lunch, and that is for the Ford Modified Series, and that is a race I've been looking forward to ever since I saw the cars out qualifying earlier on, because it's a really eclectic mix of cars and a big grid, 35 cars, but a really, really varied one as well. They may all be Fords, but we've got everything from Ford Escort Cosworths to Ford Fiestas. We've got Ford RS 200 even, Wayne Crabtree out there. So yeah, it's going to be a really entertaining race, I think. That will be our last race before lunch. But before that, we'll hopefully have a chance to speak to our podium finishers. Scott is making his way down to Parc Fermé now. and the drivers, I think the last few drivers have made their way through, so let's hopefully confirm the race result then for our second round of the Caterham 270R Championship. Yesterday's race won by Will Rossetti. Today, though, it's Blair McConaughey's turn to stand atop the podium. He wins from Rob Keogh second, Harry Eyre third, Carl Jones fourth, and Wes Payne in fifth position. Fraser Jones was sixth ahead of Tom Willis. Will Rossetti, Demetrius Melas, and Tim Steele rounds out the top 10. Blair McConaughey set the fastest lap, by the way, when he got into some traffic and was able to use a slipstream to increase his lap times. Ryan Errol there was 11th, ahead of Max Gaunton, Chris Ephraimidis, Will Brunt and David Morgan rounding out the top 15, ahead of Pete Wales, John Cox, Oliver Smith, Richard Hoare and Paul Herndon, with Paul Farrell in 21st. Darryl Creswell, for some reason, not classified as a finisher there. Alan Curtis and Stephen Hutchinson are, and then we know that Roger Gaunt and Duncan Cook are in the gravel at McLean's. Michael Curley went off at the old hairpin. Stuart Bell went off at Redgate Corner, and we lost one of the, didn't we? Oh, yeah, we lost the 94 of Mara in the early stages as well. So turned into a little bit of a race of attrition, that one, but good racing nonetheless when they weren't falling off the road, and that is a good sign of what's to come, I think, later on in the season for the Caterham Motorsports Championships. And if you want more information on the Caterham Motorsport ladder, or how to get involved in racing, where to go to watch the racing perhaps, then do head to their website, www.caterhamcars.com/motorsport. So it really is a great way of going racing, because if you buy yourself a car and enter it into either Academy or Roadsports, then you keep the same car then, and you just upgrade it. You send it back to Caterham, they make the relevant modifications to allow the car to race in the next class up, and then you move up into the 270Rs, into the 310s, and then eventually you'll get a new car when you move right up towards the top of the ladder, in particular racing in the Caterham 7 UK Championship that we'll see a bit later on today. Blair McConaughey there in the Parc Fermé area. Thumbs up as he celebrates his first victory of the year. A dominant one it was. I mean, life made a little bit easier by the fact that the others behind him were so busy falling over each other. Rob Keogh with another brilliant drive, and that's been a solid weekend for Rob Keogh, hasn't it? Because Rob was fourth yesterday, and Keogh, as I said, moved from Ginetta Racing into Caterham a number of years ago, and managed to get himself on the podium here, second position, and rounding out the podium places Harry Eyre in third, who spent most of the race in second place, ended up third. Right, let's have a word with those three then. Scott Woodwis has made his way down to Parc Fermé.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Another fantastic race for Caterham. We're going to have a chat to our top three for the 270Rs. I think the winner, of course, is over here, just having a chat. I believe he's over here, actually, which is Blair McConaughey, so we'll have a quick word with him. Blair, well, that's not too bad to start, isn't it? Fantastic victory, and you pretty much went off at a canter and no one can touch you.
Such a change from yesterday. I was a little bit out of sorts yesterday. I definitely didn't really do that well in the wet. The lines were a bit off, but today it felt more like the testing that we'd done before. I think I got lucky. I'm not sure what happened behind. I guess there was a lot of fighting. I just saw the gap just grow and grow behind me, so I wasn't really sure what was going on. Just had to keep up the pace and hope there wasn't a safety car.
Thankfully there wasn't. You managed to pick up the victory. You look really fired up for this season, of course. You have got your old rival from the Academy, Tom Willis, back in the mix as well, and we keep joking in the commentary that you two can never seem to leave each other alone on track, but you managed to get away from it at some point in this race.
I know he's always there, or he's usually always there. I guess someone must have held him up. He probably had his own battles. I love fighting with Tom at the front, although if I have a lonely race at the front, I'm quite happy with that as well.
Next race is at home in Scotland. How do you feel about that?
Fantastic. A lot of pressure, but I know the circuit really, really well. And I can't wait to actually put a good show on for the home crowd.
Well, you have today here at Donington, so well done. Go and enjoy it. We'll see you at Knock Hill.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great stuff. Let's go have a chat to second place man, which is Rob Keogh. Rob, well, welcome to Caterham Racing. I know you're quite different from the Ginettas you've raced before, but how did you find that, second place?
Definitely a baptism of fire. I've done a fair bit of racing in the Ginettas before, but first of all, I've had a year off for obvious reasons, got fat, got out of touch with it all, and then jumped in a completely different car, and they are quite different. They're good fun, they really are, but they're just a different style of driving, which I'm sort of struggling with. I bought the car last week, had one day of testing on Thursday. Yesterday was obviously a monsoon, so that was weird. And today I felt a little bit more on top of it, but to be honest, I feel a bit bad for the guys behind, because I was just, all I could do was mess with, try and back them up to some degree, or just try and defend like it was, like it was all that counted, really. So yeah, it was good though.
Yeah, but you managed to get a good result yesterday despite the weather, a podium today, so not bad for a first go in Caterham's.
No, I'm happy with that. I was thinking top 10 I'd be happy with, and yesterday, to be honest, I got handed the Ford to some degree. A couple of, 2 or 3 people went off, and yesterday was tough. I couldn't figure it out at all. All the little nuances that are different with the car are just amplified in the wet completely. And it's just, understeer, oversteer, wombling free.
But you're enjoying it, though?
Oh, of course I am, yeah. It's just not, after a year off, it's nice to be back at the track, especially in the sun. Yesterday, not so much, but...
Yeah. You've got Knockhill coming up, so how'd you rate your chances there?
Well, I better set off now, I suppose. Yeah. I've never even played Knockhill on a sim or anything, so I don't know. I'll have to get on the old neeps and tatties and dig out my rain. I need Knockhill sounds like it might be wet, so I just need some more time in the car. So. But
well, welcome to Caterham Racing. You've managed yourself pretty well, so go and enjoy it, and we'll see you in Scotland.
Cheers, yeah.
Good stuff, well done. Let's see if we can grab as well Harry Eyre in third place, who's over here. He was part of that massive battle pack. He's having a chat with some of the guys that were involved in it. Let's see if we can grab Harry and have a word. Harry, quick word. Well, that was pretty intense, wasn't it? Just massive battling, and everyone wanted to be third, but thankfully you managed to squeeze your way through. And at one point you had second out quite far out, and then and everyone else caught up.
Yeah, I just couldn't hang on to Blair. I stayed with him for a few laps and made a big mistake and slid off, and then I was on my own, and then it was just a matter of time before everyone caught me. But yeah, I was pleased to hold on to third. A few war wounds on the back, got touched a few times, but got through unscathed mostly, so yeah, pleased with third.
Good stuff. Pace-wise, with the upgrades to the 270R, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, it's nicer to drive, especially in the wet yesterday without a windscreen. It was a real treat, but yeah, it's a nicer car to drive in the dry as well. Really good fun.
How do you rate your chances possibly at Knockhill? Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I've not driven the circuit. I've played on racing games, so I've kind of know where it goes. But it's going to be a challenge learning it in reality. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, go enjoy your third place. Well done today, and we'll see you next time in Scotland.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great stuff. Well, we've got one more race before we finish up for the morning here before lunch, and that is the first race I know race that both me and Andy have been looking forward to a lot, which is the first race with BRSCC for the Modified Ford Series. They've had one race out at Lyndon with a smaller field. Now it's some 30-plus cars on the grid with all sorts of different blue oval machines. And Andy, I'm pretty certain this is going to be quite an entertaining race given all the variety. What do you reckon?
Thank you, Scott. Well, we've got a bit of a delay to the programme now because there were a couple of errant Caterhams that needed recovering after our previous race for the 270Rs. There's also a car here that we're seeing, which is qualifying out of session for our Ford Modified Series race and appears, rather unfortunately, to have broken down. So that is, I think, Jamie Goff in the number 25 Ford Escort Mark II. So it was going around behind the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, and now appears to have stopped. So and it's on the track going out of the final chicane. Not too sure. It might just be waiting there to join the back of the grid though, because those cars are going to be heading out onto the track very shortly, because this is the first race of the season for the Ford Modified Series, which makes its debut with the British Racing and Sports Car Club. We welcome them on board. We welcome everyone at home watching along for this race on the live stream as well. And what a treat we have for you now with this enormous grid of cars. 36 of them, hopefully, if we can get Jamie Goff on the back of the grid, which it looks like we might do. And great variety as well. It is essentially a one-make championship, but of course it's there are lots of different types of Ford on the grid, all running in different classes as well. So we'll try and keep you abreast of who's doing what in the various classes once we get into the race. I'll start running through the grid now, though, because it might take some time to get all the way through to the bottom of it. It's Dave Cockle that took the pole position after the qualifying session earlier on this morning by 4.3 seconds, which is a mammoth margin. Dave is in his very rapid Ford Escort Cosworth that he's been racing in for many a year now. Number 95 races a lot, I think, in some of the Southeastern Tin Tops series and such like. So he's on pole position with Wayne Crabtree Crabtree even, due to be alongside him. Wayne is in one of my personal favourite cars, which is the Ford RS200, and it's got an insane body kit on that car. It looks almost like the kind of car that would compete at the Pikes Peak hill climb or something like that. Wayne Crabtree, it makes a good sound as well. That RS200 lines up alongside Dave Cockle on the front row. Then we've got a Capri with Simon Light in third position, but it's a Capri like no other. Again, it's gone through some fairly serious modifications. As the title of this championship would suggest, this is after all not the Ford production series, it's the Ford modified series, so these cars heavily modified, which has seen a significant increase in performance for one or two of them. That Capri certainly very rapid. It was only 6/10 slower than Wayne Crabtree's RS200 actually in qualifying. Fourth on the grid will be the first of many Ford Escort Mark IIs. That is the 27 example of Pantelis Christoforou. He leads, or is the pole position sitter in Class B1, and alongside him, or just behind him on the grid I should say, fifth on the grid, will be Piers Grange in another Mark II Escort. He's second in that same class. Alongside Piers on row number 3 will be number 3, that's Ashley Shelswell in the Ford Sierra XR4i, which is the white number 87. Another different shape and size of car there up towards the front of the grid. We've got Escort Cosworths, RS200s, Capris, Escort Mark IIs, and now a Sierra. Then we've got a Ford Escort RS2000 of Paul Neville that lines up on row 4 with another Mark II of number 101 Malcolm Harding, both of them running in Class B1. Rounding out the top 10 then, number 87 David Matthias in a Ford Sapphire Cosworth, and Neil Jessup in his Mark II Ford Escort, but that's a less modified one than the likes of Malcolm Harding, for example, and Piers Grange and Pantelis Christoforou, because that car is running in Class B. It's actually the pole sitter in Class B is Neil Jessup. Just behind him, Rory Jose in the Ford Focus ST, bringing things a little bit more up to date. And alongside him on row number 6 is Ollie Allen in the number 17 Ford Fiesta Mark III, which is the much more recognisable shape of Ford Escort from probably about 10 years ago now. Row number 7 is headed by one of 4, invitational class cars. Tim Foxlow in his Ford Escort RSR. Wayne Crabtree, by the way, who lines up on the front row, is also in the invitational class. Alongside Tim Foxlow on the 7th row is Tony Paxman in his Class B Ford Escort Mark I, one of the oldest cars on the grid. And then on the 8th row of the grid, we've got number 70 Terry Davis in his Mark II Escort, and Malcolm Wise, another regular down at Brands Hatch and Snetterton, in the number 28 Ford Escort Cosworth. Now, he was one of a few drivers that had lap times disallowed in qualifying, though, for exceeding track limits. You'd expect Malcolm usually to be a little bit further up the order in his yellow and white Ford Escort Cosworth, so expect him to move forward in the race. Brian Lilly lines up on the 9th row alongside Alex Boehm. That's Ford Sierra Cosworth alongside a Ford Fiesta. Nigel Craig is on the 10th row of the grid in an Escort Mark II, and Aaron Tucker in a Ford Sierra 2 litre running in Class B, rounds out the top 20. 21st on the grid then for number 16 Chris Baker, Ford Escort LRS Mark III, and John Edwards Parton in a Ford Fiesta XR2 is 22nd on the grid. Mark Hadfield in his Ford Puma, a couple of Ford Pumas out there on the grid actually, running in Class C. He has got Darren Owen in his Escort RSR Mark I for company. Darren Owen, another one of those invitational class runners. David Gadd is 25th on the grid in an Escort Mark I, and then the Ford ST150 of Tim Sandu is alongside him on the 13th row, car number 12. Row 14 for number 94, Mac McCarthy, Dr. Evil as he's affectionately known, I believe, in his Ford Fiesta ST150, making a return to racing again these days, Mac McCarthy, and alongside him Kevin Hadfield in the another one of those Ford Pumas. Then you've got Andy Pipe in the number 38 Ford Escort Mark I, and Dominic Ryan in a Fiesta Mark VI, which I think I'm right in saying is, let me just check I'm looking at the right one, that will be one of the even newer Ford Fiesta shapes, the 127 car, although I don't think he is on the grid, unfortunately. I know there was a red flag in qualifying, and I wonder whether maybe he was the cause of that red flag, because I can't actually see that car on the grid, unfortunately. Then we have Jimmy Neophytou in his Ford Aston Martin 1 Crossflow, number 24, who is there towards the back of the grid, with Daniel Cowan in a Fiesta ST150 again on that row with him. That's the 16th row of the grid. Jack Gadd in a Ford Escort RSR is next, ahead of Dave Barrett in a Fiesta Zetec S, and then the Escort Mark 1 of Chris Dancer should be at the back of the grid. But I think there are 1 or 2 possibly missing from this one. Going to be a rolling start by the way, for this Ford Modified Series race, just because some of these cars are not designed really to be launching off the line from a standing start. So rolling start for the 2 15-minute races of the Ford Modified Series. What a tremendous sight they make, though. I mean, some truly iconic cars there, and 1 or 2 that I think have some pretty interesting racing backgrounds. One I'm particularly interested to learn about is the number 71 of Brian Lilly, his Class A Ford Sierra Cosworth, which is liveried up like an old Dick Johnson Racing Australian touring car. There, it just goes through shot there, the red and yellow shell liveried car. It's got a 2E's 1000 sticker above the number as well. The 2E's 1000, of course, which used to be the title of the famous Bathurst 1000 race over in Australia. So I wonder if that is an ex-DJR Group A touring car. That would be quite impressive. And if it's not, it is an immaculate copy of a Group A touring car with livery that is, I'd say, absolutely identical to the one that would have run in period. So the cars then make their way out of Redgate Corner and onto their green flag lap, which will then turn into the start of the race, essentially, with the rolling start. And one of the things I love about multi-class racing is that you do get a lot of mixing of those classes. We've got a Class A car on pole in Dave Cockle, then you've got the Invitational Ford RS200 of Wayne Crabtree. The Class B1 cars aren't that far back. Pantelis Christoforou and Piers Grange 4th and 5th on the grid. And all of those different classes of cars will excel in different parts of the circuit, basically. Some of them will be quicker in a straight line, some will be quicker through the corners, some better on the brakes, some will accelerate more quickly. And that generates usually pretty lively racing as they try to establish their position in the line in the early stages. There is the 25 car, by the way, just got a glimpse of that at the back. So that is the car that was not able to get out in qualifying, but Jamie Goff has completed a few laps behind the runyourfleet.com safety car. And so they've been able to stick him onto the back of the grid. The rule is that you have to have completed a certain number of laps of the track before you're allowed to race, and if you can't do that in qualifying, they'll allow you to qualify out of sessions. So they've got him out just before the race gets underway. Sort of a brilliant, so one of the old Zach Speed Capris going through, I think it was, wasn't it, midfield there. Example of some truly iconic machinery out on track, but they're all about to do battle now for 15 minutes of racing around the Donington Park National Circuit. Beautiful conditions now, picture perfect really. Bit of cloud around, but it's still nice and sunny. The temperature's starting to climb. Even the wind has maybe died down a little bit now compared to what it was this morning. Pace car pulls in to the pit lane, then here we go. It's Dave Cockle and Wayne Crabtree on the front row of the grid, ready for what's about to be a very spectacular and a very noisy start to the race, I'd imagine. They look towards the light in gantry. When the red lights go out, they'll be away in racing. That happens now. The thunder roars as they head towards Redgate Corner, and it's a good start made by Wayne Crabtree from the outside of row number 1, but Dave Cockle is trying to hang on in there on the inside line. There's a bit of a squeeze there from Cockle as he turns into turn number 1 first, and Cockle, did he manage to make that stick? I'm not sure. They're still side by side, and Cockle is sideways actually as he got a bit too aggressive on the power. 1 or 2 of them running into that sort of a problem as they come out of the turn number 1. Some of these very powerful rear-wheel drive cars must be quite lively on cold tyres, so that means that Cockle holds the lead. Crabtree second, third then is the Capri of Simon Light. Stayed in grid order for the top 3. Malcolm Wise comes through there in his yellow Ford Escort Cosworth. They are all thankfully cleanly through the first sequence of corners. There's one of those Pumas. Again, even that is nothing like a road-going Puma. Mark Hadfield, that is, in one of the front-running Class C cars as they work their way up to the top of the hill. Ashley Shelswell there in the Sierra XR4i is on the tail immediately of number 56, Piers Grange. They started 5th and 6th. They're still in those positions as they work their way down the exhibition straight. So into the chicane for the first time. Then Dave Cockle, who was 4.3 seconds quicker than anybody else in qualifying, which is why I think Wayne Crabtree was so aggressive going into the first corner, trying to give him the big squeeze as they turned in, because he knows that if he can't get ahead of Cockle in the early stages here, it's going to be very hard to do so later on. And already as they cross the line at the end of lap number 1, it's 1.6 second cushion between Cockle in the lead and Crabtree in second. He too is getting away from Simon Light in third, who was under pressure there from the 101, which is Malcolm Harding, who started 8th on the grid. Harding was going for third then as they went into Redgate corner. I'm not sure whether he made that stick, but he was certainly fully alongside as they went through the right-hander and worked their way down the straight. Got a car coming into the pit lane, I'm afraid, further back. That is the number 2 Fiesta XR2 of John Edwards Park, unfortunately, with its funky-looking jigsaw livery. Unfortunately, he's pulling into the pit lane very slowly, so early issues for him, but no issues at all for Dave Cockle once he survived that big squeeze by Wayne Crabtree into Redgate corner. He has started to get away. This battle's still raging for 5th. Piers Grange with Ashley Shelswell right on his tail. And, as we've said, multiple classes at play here. So Shelswell is a Class A car, so he's in the same class in theory as Dave Cockle, the race leader. Whereas Piers Grange ahead of him is one of the front-running Class B1 cars. There is Cockle, the leader, coming out of the chicane. Crabtree a bit lonely in second place now in that stunning Ford RS200. Dave Cockle, unsurprisingly, setting the pace here with a new fastest lap of 1 minute 13.9. He's about 2.2 seconds off his pole position time, though, so there's more pace to be had out of that Escort Cosworth, I think. Third position then for Simon Light, still 4th place for Malcolm Harding. And then you've got that Grange and Shelswell battle, and then behind them, number 87 there dives up the inside, and that is David Matthias and his Sapphire Cosworth gaining a place at the expense of the 33 of Paul Neville in his Escort RS2000. So, got the place. Oh yeah, sorry, no, he does hold on to the place. We've got 2 Escorts battling with 2 Sierras here, and the Sierras now about to find themselves the meat in that Escort sandwich as they drop through the old hairpin. In the other classes, as I said, there are lots of them out there. In Class A, it is Cockle that leads the way. Crabtree, who is second overall, leads the Invitational class. Harding, moving up to 4th place, means that he's taken over the Class B1 lead. As this battle continues to rage up to the top of the hill. And in fact, the Sierras now side by side. Up the inside goes the number 3 of Ashley Shelswell, defending that position from David Matthias. Matthias started a few places behind him, but he's really got back onto his tail. And these two are fighting for Class A position. This is the fight for 3rd in class as they work their way down towards the chicane once again. Just finished going through those classes. Class B being led at the moment by number 83, Neil Jessup. He was on pole position in his Ford Escort Mark II. And Class C being led by the 124 car a bit further down the order. That's Alex Bohm in the Ford Fiesta. So, race getting underway pretty energetically here, certainly amongst some of these midfielders. And another challenge on the inside there. Piers Grange, I think, about to finally lose that place now, isn't he, to Shelswell. They're still side by side coming off the corner, but Shelswell's got the inside line through Hollywood, and I think he will now move the Sierra through. Yes, he does, so he moves into 5th position. This, Scott Woodward, is turning into rather a tasty battle.
It really is. It's a fantastic spectacle to watch the 30-plus cars. That's not such a great spectacle. That's one of the Fiestas off in the gravel trap. That's number 13, Dave Barrett in his Fiesta. I think it's a Mark V, I think. So that's off on the exit of McLean's. He might be in trouble. There's someone who's a stalwart of that particular car, Malcolm Wise, and his distinctive white and yellow Ford Escort Cosworth with the WRC style body kit on it. There goes Piers Grange up the inside of the 87 of Shells of Matthias. That was interesting because he did that possibly just as he was going into the yellow flag zone. So that's intriguing. Whether he had his nose in front just as they went into it, I think that might be a bone of contention unless he was clearly in front. But even so, Paul Neville getting into the mix, and also is the 27 car, and that is another Escort in the mix. That is of 27. It's Christoforu.
Oh yeah, Pantelis Christoforu, yeah. So 4th place on the grid for him, wasn't it? Yeah, I hadn't spotted that he dropped down the order so much, actually. Number 12 in the pit lane, by the way, as well. We've got a few coming in with dramas in the early stages here.
Yeah, number 12 is Tim Sandu in that rather distinctive, hard-to-miss fluorescent pink Ford Focus. That's the Mark II generation Ford Focus that's certainly making itself seen, but maybe not heard as well as it might like to be. Also, we've got a Fiesta ST150 in the pit lane. I think that's the 113, I think, of...
yeah, all the way round. So, 113 is Roy Jones. Yeah, sorry, you are right, yeah. And then number 12 is Tim Sandu in the Ford Fiesta. So Jose is the Focus, and then Sandu is the Fiesta. If any of that made any sense, I'd be amazed. But that's the problem. We've got 35 Fords out there, and the models all tend to start with an F, of course, these days, don't they? Focus or Fiesta. It can get a bit confusing. That's my story anyway, and I'm sticking to it. Through Redgate goes this battle in the midfield, and as you can see, wherever you are, you've got someone to play with on this grid, but not long to play with them, because it's only a 15-minute race this. If they've got to get a bit of a move on, and already some of the race leaders are getting embroiled in the back markers now. Wayne Crabtree, I can see, has just made his way past a group of the slower cars running in classes B and C further down the order. This, though, really is the race, isn't it? And Piers Grange has been in the thick of the action all race long. Ashley Shelswell has gone past him already, and now the other Sierra, the Sapphire Cosworth, sorry, I should say, David Mathias is trying to get through into Redgate corner. They've got company behind, haven't they, as well, from the number 27, which is Pantelis Christoforou, who is a bit out of position after that slow start. Out of the corner, the Sapphire had the better traction through the turn, but the Escort has the power coming off. This is what I was saying pre-race, Scott. When you've got such a wide variety of car out there, yes, they all run under the blue oval banner, but such great variety of performance, it does create this fascinating racing whereby some of the cars have more power, some of them are better through the corners, and that always generates excitement.
It does, and multi-class racing is always a fantastic spectacle, whether it's endurance racing or sprint. Particularly when it's a sprint, you get so much action in such a short space of time, and you do get some cars that you don't normally expect to match up against each other, even different classes. You see here that the fantastic battle between the number 24 Fiesta of Neophyta, and he's having a battle there with the number, I think, 94 car of which is the 94 Class B Escort of McCarthy's that come down the back straight. And this battle that's going on here is the scrap that's for 4th and 5th overall, and this is also the B1 class leader and the 3rd place man in the Class A. So good scraps amongst these two as they come through. Also watch out on the way past a rather scared Ford Puma. That's number 21, which is the car of, there's 2 Ford Pumas, both driven by Hadfield, which is helpful. Mark Hadfield. The other one, of course, which is Kevin Hadfield, and that's the one with the more extreme body kit on it. So he started quite further back. So plenty of lappery going on here between some of the perceivably slower cars. That's actually number 15 that he's battling away with, 15 car, which is the Escort of Dancer. So he's having a slightly not as good race as he was anticipating, but he's back down, as I can see, in 29th position. So all sorts going on, lots of multi-class battles going on whilst other classes are being lapped by faster cars. So plenty going on and plenty to talk about.
Yes, and now in theory the quicker cars that are doing lapping have a bit more power, so they shouldn't be having too much of a difficulty getting past the slower runners. But of course, if they catch them through the corners, it's all of a sudden not quite as easy for them to go through, and that's what Piers Grange found there. He caught that group going through the crane of curves. Oh, big spin, and that's from 3rd place. That is Simon Light with a huge moment at Coppice. Don't tell me he's going to save that and hang on to 3rd position. Surely he's lost at least 1 place as a result. The magnificent Ford Capri S with a huge cloud of dust kicked up. That was remarkable car control.
Well, he's about to lose 3rd if he's not careful, because here comes Malcolm Harding and also the Shelswell Sierra, and they both head round the outside. So whether that's just him staying out of the way because he might have possibly damaged something, I'm not sure. But it's now the Escort up into 3rd place, the Sierra up to 4th, and Light now manages to get himself back up to speed now. He's trying to shake, I think, some of the gravel or dust that was in there. We'll weave the car around to make sure it's all as straight and proper as it should be. Now a change for 3rd now, as Shelswell does make a dive up the inside of that beautiful Malcolm Harding Escort, and up into 3rd place he goes. So within the space of a few corners, we've had basically three different people in 3rd place.
Yeah, dramatic stuff there, and I think it might take Simon Light the best part of a lap just to catch his breath after that, because that took some saving. I don't know how he got there, whether he tripped over a back marker or something, but did a really, really good job to hang on to it. So Dave Cockle now then has a 5.8 second lead over Wayne Crabtree, who is now, well, nearly 20 seconds. In fact, no, he's 22 seconds, isn't he, ahead of Harding in 3rd. What have we spotted?
Number 71, the Dick Johnson-esque looking Sierra, which has been driven by Lily. Looks like he had quite a bit of a wiggle exiting the final chicane, but he managed to keep it in the straight line. So probably driving it not unlike how Dick Johnson used to drive his. What have we spotted?
I think the leader's slowing. Dave Cockle. Is that Cockle?
It looks like it.
It is, isn't it? He's lost the lead to Wayne Crabtree.
Yeah, Dave Cockle's slowing down. Good spotted.
Wow, so we need to try and pick that up. They're going down through the crane of curves now. We've had a change of lead because there is an issue for Dave Cockle. I don't know whether he'd been off and was just recovering, or whether he's down on pace, but there is Wayne Crabtree there. He has the race lead, and somewhere behind him, going slowly, is Dave Cockle, we think, who was running away with this 4 seconds quicker than anyone in qualifying earlier on this morning, and now it looks as though he's given the lead away. We'll see if we can hang on until he appears, but it might be some weight now because he was going quite slowly. And, well, let's see. Wayne Crabtree, though, I'm not going to be disappointed if that RS200 wins the race. I'm going to be honest with you, Scott, because it's probably my favourite car out there, although there are several candidates actually for that honour. But that is a stunning-looking car. I don't know what the history of that car is, but it's a very welcome addition to the grid.
It is. I have to admit, being a Group B fan myself, I have to admit that's probably my favourite as well in some cases. And the fun thing is, it hasn't got a Ford engine in it. It's got a 2. If you hear that he's on the cameras, or it sounds like a bit of a V8, but it's not. It's actually a 2-litre Boxer Subaru engine in the back of the car. So it's not a Ford V8. It actually rumbles past us. It always doesn't sound like a WRX in many cases. It's probably got a more extreme exhaust system on it, but yeah, that is a wonderful looking car. It looks like it belongs to either Pikes Peak or in the old school IMS GTO class in some cases, but in fact there was a Ford RS200 that did IMS GTO back in the day. It's quite rare. There's only about a couple of them that were ever made, but fantastic looking machine. Now then, this is a scrap that's going on forward. It's now 3rd place again, because Shelswell has now moved up into what looks like 2nd place, although let's just confirm that as he comes across the line, because Cockell probably wouldn't have come through. No, he hasn't. So sadly we've lost Dave Cockell, which is unfortunate. So now it means that Shelswell is into 2nd place. Harding now into, well, he was 3rd, but again, the 4th or 5th change in about 4 or 5 laps, 2 laps. Another car that's slow, and that's the Kevin Hadfield Puma's also going slowly on the pit straight. So 1 or 2 car sitting issues, including our erstwhile race leader up to a few moments ago, Dave Cockell, I think he's in the pit lane and crawling rather slower than he'd like to be, unfortunately, Andy.
Yes, that's a sorry sight. He races that car quite a lot down south, as you can recall. He and Malcolm Wise, I think, are regulars down at Brands Hatch and Snetterton, aren't they, in some of the southeastern series. So the car... It's always struck me as very highly strung, that car, though, and it does sometimes run into mechanical dramas, but thankfully not the case for these two, because we're rather enjoying this fight for 3rd. Simon Light trying to get himself back on the podium now, and if he's going to do that, he needs to try and find a way past the 101 of Malcolm Harding, who started this race 8th, but in traffic he gets held up, runs out wide, and Simon Light goes up the inside, needed no second invitation. Now Simon's got 2 minutes left to try and catch and pass Ashley Shelswell, who at the start of the lap was about 2.7 seconds ahead of these two, although actually first of all he's got to fend off a resurgent Malcolm Harding there, who was trying to get back up the inside through the chicane. Again, the Capri has more power, but the Escort may be a bit more nimble through the corners. Across the line they go then, probably 2 laps left in the race, and the gap between Light in 2nd and Shelswell in 3rd has got up to nearly 5 seconds.
Yeah, so it looks as though at least at the moment it's pretty secure. Paul Neville's going on the attack of the 27 of Christopher Fiery, just a little bit of a small slide of oversteer on the exit, but Paul manages to pick up another place and goes up into 6th position, and so both quite ahead of Pierce. Well, Pierce Grange is ahead of them both. They've got the Dave Matthias Sierra Sapphire not too far away. In fact, this could be quite an interesting battle for position here, because you've now got 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th now most to tail, so it's a couple of cars all in the mix together. Meanwhile, Wayne Crabtree just winds his way. I thought he was going quite carefully to the final chicane. I thought for a second he was hitting trouble, but just keeping nice and steady now. He's in quite a lead. Across the line he goes, and this will be the last lap of the race, so I'm going to have to disappear for the final lap, but yeah, it looks as though, at least on paper at least, for the moment, unless I'm about to put the curse on it, that Wayne Crabtree, and right now, looks as though he's on course to pick up a fairly decent and fairly substantial win over the rest of the field and that beautiful RS200.
Yeah, he's certainly done everything right so far, and although it would be a lucky win, it's still a win, and he's in an invitational class car anyway, so I don't know whether he's going to be here for the full season, but great addition to the grid is the RS200, and it does look as though it's going to take the victory. It's only half a lap now away from taking that checkered flag in this, our final race before the lunch break from Donington Park. So Wayne Crabtree then with the advantage. He's going to win it by nearly 30 seconds, maybe just over 30 seconds potentially, by the time he gets to the line. Through Coppice Corner he goes, out onto the exhibition straight. This isn't the only multi-class race we've got here today either. We've got the Aston Martin Owners Club here with their GT, GT4 and Intermarque series, which will have a race later on this afternoon. But for now, it's all about the blue oval, and it's all really about Wayne Crabtree in his beautiful Ford RS200, which comes out of the final chicane. It sees the checkered flag, and it wins the opening race of the day for the Ford Modified Series here at Donington Park. Into the pit lane, you can see in the background is limping the number 21 Ford Puma of Mark Hadfield. So Sadly, both of the Hadfields had a couple of dramas in that one. Now, second place, is it going to be Shelswell or is it going to be Simon Light? The gap came down by about a second a lap ago, but I don't think Simon Light's quite going to have time to get there. Here they come into the chicane again. There's a bit of back markers between them. It's the white car there with the blue back of Shelswell that goes through in second. There is the Capri of Simon Light in third. So it's going to be Shelswell second. Third is going to go to Simon Light in the Capri, and that means and of course they were fighting for the class victories. That was a battle of extra significance because it wasn't just for the second place overall, but also for class honours. Malcolm Wise there diving up the inside, trying to gain one more position. I think that was before the end, number 96 that was that he went up the inside of. And was that for position, Malcolm Wise? No, it wasn't actually. He was lapping the 96 car, which was Nigel Craig in his Mark II Ford Escort. So Crabtree takes the victory in the Invitational class. Then Shelswell wins in Class A. Malcolm Harding, after that brilliant start, held on to 4th place overall and took the Class B1 honours with it. It was quite close in B1 actually, because he was only 3 seconds ahead of Piers Grange, who was only 2.5 seconds ahead of Pantelis Christoforou in 6th position overall, 4th, 5th and 6th, the top 3 in Class B1. Then in Class B, it was number 83 Neil Jessup that won in his Ford Escort Mark II, and in Class C it was the 124 of Alex Boehm in his Ford Fiesta Victorious. And I think that was it for Class Victors. We lost a handful of them to the pit lane over the course of the race, but it was still a magnificent spectacle, and we get to do it all again this afternoon. At about 6 o'clock this afternoon, the Ford Modified Series will have their second race of the weekend. Results then of our first Ford Modified Series race of the weekend. Wayne Crabtree with the win and wins in class as well. Class A is won by Ashley Shelswell in second with Simon Light third. Malcolm Harding wins in B1 in 4th position with Piers Grange 5th. Pantelis Christoforou is 6th. David Matthias 7th ahead of Paul Neville. Then it was Malcolm Wise and Neil Jessup. Then Terry Davis, Tim Foxlow, Tony Paxman, Darren Owen, Brian Lilly to round out the top 15. Brian Tucker was next with Alex Boehm winning in Class C. David Gadd was 18th, Nigel Craig 19th and Andy Pipe rounding out the top 20. Then it was Matt McCarthy, Chris Baker, Jamie Goff I don't think was running at the end, but Mark Hadfield was technically, although he was in the pit lane I think when he took the checkered flag. Kevin Hadfield was next ahead of Daniel Cowan. Jimmy Neophytou, Dave Barrett was next, and then we know that Dave Cockle retired to the pit lane, so did a number of others. Chris Dancer, Rory Jost, Tim Sandu and John Edwards Parton was in very, very early indeed. So shame that we lost a few of them, but the ones that we did have out there on track were putting on a heck of a show, and they will do so again a little bit later on today in the Modified Ford Series. That is the last race we've got before lunch, but don't go anywhere because apart from anything, we're going to go and hear from some of the drivers in Parc Fermé, but we will also have a full programme of racing this afternoon. 7 more races to go. We've got the final Caterham action of the weekend coming up at about 2:30 with the Caterham 7 UK Championship and the 310Rs. Then we will have the first of 2 Aston Martin Owners Club races. The Jack Fairman and Innis Island race will be at about 3:10. That's for the historic cars. Then the very exciting opening round of the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup, its first ever race, and we've got nearly 40 cars on the grid. That's going to be a real spectacle at about 4:05. The Aston Martin Owners Club GT, GT4 and Intermarque series will be up at 20:05. Then we have the third and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship at 5:35. The Ford Modified series is up at 6:05 for their second race. They're the cars we've just had out on track, and then we round things out with the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup's second race, a 20-minute race which will start at 6:35, all being well. So we have, as I said, lots more racing coming your way. We are about to go into the lunch break, but we should get that racing back underway at around about 2:30. So make sure you're back again by 2:30 to try and to enjoy the afternoon's racing action. If it's anything like what we've seen this morning, then it should be thrill-a-minute stuff, really. So really looking forward to the rest of the day. And if you want more information on any of the BRSCC championships, head over to their website, www.brscc.co.uk, where you can also find information on upcoming race events, because the really good news is that before too much longer, we should be able to welcome spectators back trackside for our race events, and we cannot wait to have you here at Donington Park or any of the circuits around the UK to enjoy some of the best club racing that the UK has to offer. So if you're interested in coming along to see pre-race event. Then head to the BRSCC website. That will show you all of the information with what's racing, or the timetables, things like that, and you can plan your weekend. And I know there are many of you at home who have been wishing to get back trackside and enjoy a weekend of live motorsport. In the meantime, we're glad that we can bring you it into your homes with the live stream, but we would much rather have you here trackside, which we hopefully will be able to do in the near future. So Scott Woodward's then making his way down to the Parc Fermé area to have a chat with our drivers from the Ford Modified Series. I don't know if he'll be able to find all of the class winners or just the top 3 finishers overall, but Scott will be able to take us through that, and then we will be into our lunch break and a chance for everyone here at the track to have a much needed breather. It's been a busy morning. A chance to give a shout out as well to the marshals out around the track, who yesterday were stood out there in pretty filthy conditions, getting soaked through, dealing as professionally as ever with the various incidents that occurred, and they've done the same again today as well. We've had relatively little in the way of interruptions, really. A couple of red flags in qualifying earlier on this morning. We've had the odd safety car appearance today. We can actually see there the safety car leading around one of the CityCar Cup cars, which is just qualifying out of session. But marshals, all of them are volunteer marshals, doing this just for the love of the sport, and I know it's become a little bit, everyone wants to thank the marshals these days, don't they? And it's become a tradition really of ours as commentators to do so, but we really do appreciate the work they do, and without them we couldn't enjoy motorsport. So a big thanks to them and all of the BRSCC officials here. If you're interested, by the way, in getting involved in either marshalling or officialing, then I do urge you to do so. Head over to the British Motorsport Marshals Club website to find out information on how to become a marshal. If you want to come and work with the BRSCC as a race official, though, then there are many job openings available. If you inquire via the BRSCC's email address, which again you can find on their website, then I know the BRSCC are looking for enthusiastic motorsport fans to come and work in the paddock, be that in race control perhaps, or as a championship coordinator. There are many jobs for you within the BRSCC, and they'd be happy to talk you through the various opportunities available. So, still waiting for Scott Woodward. I don't know where Scott Woodward has got to. I wonder if he's been distracted by the Ford Modified cars as they were peeling into the paddock. It's quite easy to get sidetracked admiring some of the cars we've just had out on track right now, but Scott, I trust is on his way down there, although I believe maybe not. So what we're going to do, I think we'll leave you in peace for the time being. We're into our lunch break now anyway, and we'll be back at around about 2:30 this afternoon to take you through the afternoon racing. In fact, there you can see on your screen, 2:25 we'll be back for the 7 races that we're bringing your way from Donington Park later on this afternoon.
everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh.
This BRSCC Caterham race weekend, and we're into our afternoon programme now. 7 races coming your way over the course of the next few hours. And, well, if you want variety, you have come to the right place. We've got Caterhams on the grid now, ready for their first race. Then we move into the Aston Martin Owners Club part of the day, where they have 2 of their series racing with us here. First of all, they have the Innes Island and Jack Fairman Cup grids, which are a real eclectic mix of sort of 1960s saloon and GT cars. Then, later on in the day, we will have the Aston Martin Owners Club GT, GT4 and Intermarque series, which is where we find things like Ferrari Challenge cars. We've got a couple of GT4 cars. The Porsche GT3 Cup car is also represented on there, so some slightly more modern GT machinery. And then interspersed amongst all of that, we have the final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. They produced an absolute thriller earlier on this afternoon with their second race of the weekend. The second race will also take place for the Ford Modified Series that were out just before lunchtime, so if you're a fan of the Blue Oval, then we've got a brilliant grid of 30-odd modified Fords heading out for their second 15-minute race later on this afternoon. We also have the very exciting debut of the BRSCC Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, which is an enormous grid of 37 or 38 cars, I think, many of whom are taking part in their first ever motor race. Right, not in their first ever motor race, though, are the drivers on the grid right now, and in fact on the track right now, on their green flag lap. This is the third race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 UK Championship and the Caterham 7 310R Championship. They've had 2 races already this weekend, one earlier on this morning, one yesterday afternoon. The one yesterday was in the wet, won by Stephen Nuttall in the 7 UK class, and in the 310Rs it was Pete Walters that took the victory. In race number 2, James Murphy was the winner in the 7 UKs, and Lars Alexander Hoffman won in the 310Rs in what was a typical Caterham slipstreaming race. Now into the third race of the weekend then, let's run you through the grid very quickly. It will be James Murphy on pole because he won the earlier race with Stephen Nuttall alongside. Gordon Sawyer and Graham McDonald will make up row 2 ahead of Henry Heaton and Greg Monks. Then it's Chris Hutchinson and Neil Fraser on the third row of the grid together, with Rob Watts and Tom Eden on row 4. Chris Aubrey and Johnny Jarrett are on row 5. Row 6, excuse me, ahead of David Yates and William Smith. That's the back of the Caterham 7 UK grid. Then we move into the Caterham 7 310Rs, and that is headed by the race 2 winner, Lars Alexander Hoffman, with Pete Walters alongside. Ben Lopez Appleton was third in the earlier race, so he's third on the grid for this one, with Andrew Murgatroyd alongside him. Harry Cook and James Wingfield are on row 3. Wingfield was in the lead battle in race 2 before he ended up getting elbowed out into the gravel partway through, so he's one to watch for sure. Doug Christie and Giuseppe Fillet are on the 4th row of the 310R grid, ahead of Gary Curtis and Henry Williams. Chris Welch and Martin Gleich are next, ahead of Luke Fryer and Harry Landy. Then it's Chris Moore, Andy Leese, another one to watch. Again, he was in the lead pack before he ended up off at Redgate, and Jeff Price rounds out the field. So a busy grid with 2 different championships taking place at one time, essentially, with the quicker 7 UK cars that are at the very top of the motorsport, Caterham Motorsport racing ladder, get my teeth in, with the 310Rs the sort of next step down. So these are the 2 fastest categories of Caterham racing here this weekend, and they both produced absolute barnstormers earlier on. That second race of the weekend, Scott Woodwis, was an absolute thriller.
Really was, and I had a very quick chat just on a pre-recorded interview we just did on the grid with Graham McDonald, and he's really delighted with 4th place and hoping he's in a position now to possibly get himself onto the podium, which will be certainly something he'll be hoping for, because he has been in positions before when he's been in good contention for podiums, race wins, and either the race hasn't just gone his way or things have gone against him. So fingers crossed it works in his favour, and the boss can pick up some silverware to take back to the factory.
Yes, absolutely, and we will wait and see how he gets on. Maybe he can get that podium in this race. We shall wait and see. He lines up 4th on the grid in that sort of light green car there on the outside of row number 2. On the pole position is James Murphy, though, the number 3 machine, the the black car with sort of orange highlights and the orange roll hoop, and alongside him Stephen Nuttall. They really did go wheel to wheel in that previous race. We're hoping for more of the same now, as round number 3 of the Caterham 7 UK Championship and the Caterham 7 310R Championship is about to get underway. The green flag has been waved at the back, the red lights are on. Pole position for James Murphy. Can he convert that into the lead at turn 1? The Caterham 7 UK Championship part of the race gets underway, and it's not a good start by James Murphy. It's not all that will have the lead, and Murphy under pressure for second place there from the yellow and black car of Gordon Sawyer, who sweeps around the outside of him in the 310R portion of the race, though. There was a bit of a mix-up there as Ben Lopez-Appleton massively jumped the start, I think, didn't he, from the second row of the grid. He stopped and then lost places in the end, but I'm pretty sure he'll still end up with a penalty there, so lots to talk about already at the start of this race. There go the 310Rs through the corner, through Redgate corner, that is, the first turn, and on their way down through the crane of curves. But yeah, dramatic start there. Stephen Nuttall getting the jump in the Caterham 7 UK part of the race. Gordon Sawyer is second, James Murphy there in third, and Henry Heaton, who had a lap 1 collision at this corner that really wrecked his first race earlier on, is in the lead pack again here in fourth.
Well, this will certainly benefit him. He will want to stay there, of course, for the duration of it and try and use the fact that he's in that lead group early on to his advantage. They turn their way through Coppice Corner for the first time. You see the 78 there of Chris Hutchinson, one of the returnees to the grid, and his fellow returnees, William Smith, is trying to make up positions after the collision he had with Henry Heaton, put him out of the race, so that's unfortunate. They're already going side by side in the braking duel down towards the Robert chicane, but Nuttall holds on, hits the floppy marker on the inside of the first part, then it goes for a Burton hit by somebody else as it heads off, so you can tell the pace is already pretty much at 100% on the start of this opening lap. And I'm ready for third place. Here comes Henry Heaton down the pit straight to the outside of James Murphy, also now trying to make the silver dummies. Gordon Sawyer, he does make the dive up the inside and almost gets his nose chopped off by Stephen Nuttall as they turn into Redgate corner for the second time. Nuttall ran a little bit wide, but he holds on. For the 310Rs, it's Lars Hoffman who leads with Pete Walters in second place. Wingford is third. Change on before because Henry Williams has had a fantastic start. He's up to P4, but under threat now from, it looks to be, Harry Cook with Murgatroyd in sixth position, then Christy Landy Lopez-Appleton, who will surely get a penalty for that jump start, and also Andy Lee's in 10th position from the back towards the back of the 310R contingent. Lots of scrapping going on towards the base of the top 10, and lots of scrapping going on at the front of the 7 UK contingent. Round the outside looks Gordon Sawyer at the right-hander at McLean's towards the top of the circuit. But it certainly looks as though that not just James Murphy, but Henry Heaton, Graham McDonald and Greg Monks and everyone else behind Andy getting very racing these first couple of laps, which means we could be in for a cracker for our third race of the weekend.
It always makes me smile, though, because it is a 20-minute race and you're not going to win it in these first 5 minutes, and yet everyone always tries to, don't they? Look at this, with 3 wide for the lead again into the chicane. Gordon Sawyer, I think, will hang on. James Murphy back into second. Is he around the outside? Yes, gets past Stephen Nuttall and then gets really sideways coming off the corner, and that's the kind of moment that can just hold people up and allow the leader to make a bit of a break. Sawyer, the leader, with the fastest lap there. Look, 1:13.9. He has the advantage. James Murphy slipstreams back onto his tail there down the straight in second. Nuttall third, side by side for fourth there. Henry Heaton has got Greg Monks in the 15 going round the outside. Change of lead in the 310Rs as well, by the looks of it, because Lars Hoffman has lost out to Pete Walters as they go through the chicane. And is that James Wingfield in third? It is. So James Wingfield from relatively deep, well, sixth on the grid. He's up into the top 3 already, and now challenges for second place in class as they head towards Redgate corner. He's on the inside line, and Lars Hoffman will try and use the momentum of the outside line to stay ahead, and I think succeeds in doing so.
He does, but Lars Hoffman almost got tagged by Wingfield there. It was very close being wheel to wheel. And now we can see that Harry Cook is trying to get his nose stuck in as well. Of course, in a different car to this year, because he sold his car on to Rob Keogh, who took a 4th and a 2nd place in the 270R. So, of course, he's adapted to a brand new machine as Appleton throws it up the inside. That would have been on Douglas Christie. But, of course, I'm sure he's confident he must have a penalty impending on him for that massively jump start when he misjudged the lights going off, with the flag for him, because the 7 UK cars started from the lights, whereas the Union Jack flag started 310R cars. So he certainly had to get back into the mix there. Meanwhile, the 7 UK cars head down the pit straight with Nuttall still in the lead. Chris Hutchinson sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:13.783, and it's again 2 and 3 abreast into Redgate corner once more. But Sawyer now has the lead from Nuttall, and then Heaton running wide. There is Graham. That was Graham McDonald getting very sideways, and going off in sympathy there was Chris Hutchinson over the AstroTurf. So he just about holds on, but he loses out to William Smith, and now Smith finds himself sandwiched between the 2 predominantly green cars as they head down the crane of curves and into the old hairpin. See that Neil Fraser's in the mix as well. The next car in that group is Rob Watts from Eden Yates, and then Johnny Jarrett at the back in the black car with the martini stripes down the side. In the 310Rs, it's side by side for lead again as they head into Redgate corner, and that looks, I think it's possibly, yeah, that's still Pete Walters in front, but Hoffman second, Wingfield third, but definitely up there in 4th place, trying to contend for that position is Harry Cook as well. So action stations everywhere you look, Andy.
Yeah, most definitely. There are the leading quartet then in the 310Rs, and then in 5th position in class is Ben Lopez-Appleton. You're right, he almost certainly will get a penalty, but I can well, not sympathise maybe, but I can understand why he did what he did, because you raise an interesting point. The 310Rs do not go on the lights, they go on a flag, and how many times have we seen drivers misinterpret that? It's not when the flag moves that you can go, it's when the flag drops. It's got to go up before it goes down, and there's always someone that goes when it goes up instead of down, and I think that's probably what happened there. Right, 3, maybe 4 wide for second place here overall, and that's Henry Heaton in the number 10 car, trying to give Gordon Sawyer the squeeze. That's only ever going to end up in wheel banging. Thankfully, they get away with it, and still Gordon Sawyer is there on the inside line. Stephen Nuttall's loving seeing this in his mirror, because he can see the gap there building now between Nuttall, the leader, and everybody else trying to be second. Sawyer on the inside of the old hairpin will get it. Henry Heaton third, then it's Greg Monks in fourth, and James Murphy in fifth position. Monks was one that nearly got sideswiped by Graham McDonald at Redgate a lap or so ago. Stephen Nuttall, though, what do you reckon? Can he make the break? He's getting away, but I'm not quite sure he's broken the toe yet.
He's going to have to if he wants to make it 2 wins from 3 races this weekend. But of course, that will certainly, if he can get a victory, he'll probably walk away with the most points of anyone else. He should have the championship lead, because getting himself 2 wins in second place should put him top of the points. So certainly he'll want that advantage going to Knock Hill in a few weeks' time. But now down the back straight, he's certainly doing the best he can. But of course, it's difficult when you're on your own in a Caterham race. Ideally, ironically, you do want someone with you, so you can either try and work together as they all shuffle themselves through. Greg Monks has got past James Murphy, but meanwhile, he's under threat now from GMAC, from Graham McDonald, and also now from Chris Hutchinson and William Smith, who are going side by side. But now, it seems as though kind of arguably Stephen Nuttall has what he wants in a running partner, but probably not Gordon Sawyer behind him, who probably isn't going to run with him too much, but probably at least is going to try and make a move for the lead himself and then try and pull away.
To answer my own question then, no, he hasn't broken the toe, because within about 2 corners, or more importantly 2 straights, Gordon Sawyer was right back on the tail of Stephen Nuttall. So we do once again have battle joined at the head of the field. Then Nuttall still leads, but Gordon Sawyer with him now, and Henry Heaton in third. There you can just see the orange car with the white roll cage. That's William Smith, the man with whom Henry Heaton tangled on the first lap of race number 2 earlier on. Back to the 310Rs, there's James Wingfield, the red and fluorescent yellow number 13 car, third place in class. It's Lars Hoffman that, as has more often than not been the case so far today, that's leading the category. He doesn't always lead for a full lap at a time, but he does often seem to be ahead at the line, and that is the key really, isn't it? He loses the lead into turn 1 to Pete Walters, but it doesn't really matter how much of the race you lead, as long as you lead at the start-finish line on the last lap. And the drivers often spend the first sort of 18 minutes of the race just working out, okay, where do I need to be on that last lap to get to the line first? And I think Lars Hoffman more or less has that covered.
He is one of those people who he's always usually in the right place at the right time when it's required. So effectively, he's always in a decent position to score the most amount of points that he can. And he used every opportunity. He's trying to take that one going up the inside, trying to get past Pete Walters, but couldn't quite make that one stick. And still, Wingfield and Cook are giving him quite a few headaches. We now have seen I think the 7 UK cars are about to come through. They've gone through already, I think, yes, with Nuttall, Sawyer, Heaton, Monks and McDonald in the top 5. So Murphy's dropped down to 6th. And he's been losing a few places steadily as we keep on watching this battle for the lead in the 310Rs. Walters now has the inside line on the run towards the Robert chicane. And Hoffman then, we said about being able the opportunist, slips past into the lead. Now he takes his turn at the front of the field once more. So the order then, Hoffman, Walters, Wingfield and Cook, they're the definitive 4 at the front of the pack. Then 5th place in no man's land is Andy Lees. Remember, he started towards the back of the 310R entry in this race, and they're going to go 4 abreast of a lead down towards Redgate. Where have we seen that before? And then behind, for 6th and 7th, I saw Ben Lopez-Appleton going wheel to wheel with Harry Landy. Oh, big tank slapper there for James Wingfield on the exit. But also in there for the rest of the top 10, we've got Chris Moore, who he's doing well after he retired from race 1 earlier on. And then we've got Murgatroyd and Christie. And it looks as though, as they're coming down the pit straight now, the leading 310R group aren't going to be long before they're caught by the front runners in the 7 UKs. And that, as we saw on race 1, Andy, always gets interesting.
Yes, because as the tail enders in the 310Rs go through the crater curves, the leaders in the 7 UKs are at the top of the hill. They're about to go into sight now, I think. There they go. It is still Gordon Sawyer leader, or it was when they went into Redgate. Yep, still is coming out of it. Stephen Nuttall with him. And then Henry Heaton third.
Sorry, I thought for saying you said Nuttall in front of Sawyer, but other way around, so ignore me.
No, I do occasionally get things wrong, Scott, so fair enough. No, on that occasion, Gordon Sawyer was leading going into Redgate, still led coming out. It was tight, though, 51 thousandths between them at the start of the lap, so they essentially were sharing the lead, really. Sawyer has it, though, now, as they go towards McLean's corner, but Stephen Nuttall would quite like to relieve him of it. Henry Heaton third, and then there's this gap back, isn't there, to Greg Monks in 4th, James Murphy 5th, Graham McDonald 6th, William Smith in 7th. Smith's kind of got up to that group and hasn't really made any progress through it yet, so is he biding his time, or is that as good as it's going to get for him?
I think it just shows how really competitive the front-running runners in this upgraded cars really are. We saw Monks and Murphy going side by side. Likewise for the lead, we see Stephen Nuttall going up the inside of Gordon Sawyer and Henry Heaton just watching on. Murphy's back up to 4th place now and starts to chase after the top 3 with Monks, McDonald and William Smith in the mix. But yeah, going back to the point you made, Andy, it looks as though kind of maybe just shows how competitive these cars really are, because when you race them on the limit, these top 7 or 8 drivers are all very evenly matched as Sawyer goes back round the outside for the lead at Redgate and they go side by side for 4th. So because they're very evenly matched at the front, you've got this group of 7, 8, 9 drivers that are incredibly close in terms of ability, which is probably making it tough for him to get in the mix. And also remember, he hasn't raced for 2 years either, so he's getting back into the groove and it's getting very tricky. It almost got tricky into the old hairpin there as Heaton looked up the inside for 2nd place on Sawyer heading towards the towards the right-hander, but looks like the 91 had it just about had it covered as they head now up towards the top of the circuit at McLean's.
Yes, they do. 4th place battle raging here. James Murphy looking to get past Greg Monks, who's having a good outing here, Greg Monks. He finished the previous race in 6th, running 4th at the moment, but Murphy's up the inside of him now, going towards Coppice Corner. Monks really tried to get over to the right-hand side there to block that, but he just couldn't quite get there in time. So Murphy goes through, but then Murphy drifts a bit wide, coming out of Coppice, and so Monks is back up the inside again. Now, this is a real drag race because neither of them have a slipstream from anybody else. They've both got cars queuing up behind them as well. Who will get into the chicane first? At the head of the pack, it is Gordon Sawyer just about keeping Stephen Nuttall behind him, but that's changing almost by the corner. In the group behind, it is going to be Monks that comes off the chicane ahead of James Murphy. Murphy back alongside him, but it's 3 wide for the race lead just in front of them. In the 310Rs, it's almost as close as well, as Lars Hoffman here has James Wingfield up alongside him now. Hoffman with the white nose on the inside line will just about hang on to the 310R lead. This is always it's the age-old trouble of having the 7 UKs and the 310Rs on the same grid. You never know where to look because there are titanically battles in both classes. Oh, Gordon Sawyer with a big lock up on the inside of Henry Heaton, and I think the fact they didn't make contact there had as much to do with Henry Heaton's reactions as it did Gordon Sawyer's.
Gordon Sawyer's he's always someone who's not afraid to get his elbows out and make a risky pass whenever it's needed, so he had to make a move there, and I said he probably did that because he wanted to get in front, because he could probably see that there were lap cars coming up, so he wanted to make sure that he wasn't having to try and get past Heaton and everyone else in front of him here. And look, the leaders in the 7 UKs are already on the tail end of the sort of the mid-pack for these 310R cars. This is going to be incredibly tricky. We saw this course in race 2 earlier on, and this is going to be so close. Actually, we see this is the leaders here in the 310s, which have switched around. So it's Harry Cook in the lead now, 2nd for Walters, 3rd for Hoffman, and a change on for 4th. So James Wingfield's the big shuffler in terms of going backwards. Andy Lee's up into 4th now, and then side by side between Andrew Murgatroyd, who's he battling with there? I think that's Jeff Price, I think he's battling with. Yes, it is. And as they go down the straight, they're 3-4 abreast as the 7 UK cars pick their way through the field, and Nuttall now leads by 0.7 of a second, but they've got a small gap now to Monks, who's now ahead of Henry Heaton. Something must have happened in the traffic between when we last saw them at the old hairpin, up round through Coppice and McLean's.
Saw a puff of tyre smoke then from the top of the hill, but I'm not quite sure who the culprit was. Oh, that'll be it. 2 cars on the grass going down the hill. 3, in fact.
Well, one's Jeppy Fillet. I can recognise they're the other one. They possibly maybe Harry Landy.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And then there was a 3rd one further up the hill as well. So that's been a big sort out.
And they were together on track. They were sort of 8th and 9th on track together. So I imagine possibly the 2 of them have come together.
And out of the window, I can see, I think, Gordon Sawyer off going through Schwantz Curve. There's a yellow and black car pointing the wrong way on the grass. And we're not seeing it on the screens, but I just caught a flash of colour out of the window.
It is Gordon Sawyer.
Oh, no. So that must have been contact as well then, as they presumably, as they've been trying to work their way through the 310Rs, and either he's made contact with another 7 UK driver or one of the cars from the slower class. There's going to be a big sort out in the 7 UKs, and the 310Rs come down into the chicane with now 5 cars for the lead. Andy Leak's making pretty storming progress through the order here, and then not far behind them is Stephen Nuttall, who has also shed a wing on the back left corner. So was it Sawyer into the back of Nuttall maybe, which puts Sawyer off the road? Through Redgate they go. Lars Hoffman now goes back to the 310 lead. Oh, I've missed Caterham racing over the winter, Scott. This is good.
Yeah, likewise. It's one of my favourite forms of racing personally. I absolutely love it when they get stuck in here. And this is not where Nuttall needs to be. You can see him. He's weaving around them and either saying, please just let me through. But he just about gets through just in some cases. That just shows the calibre of driver Steve Nuttall is, where he's found somehow some gap to get through. Oh, almost 3 abreast into the old hairpin. That was always going to end in tears if they stayed side by side that way. But this is just the fun. It's the fun and also the terror of multi-class racing, particularly the Caterhams, where you've really got to pick your line. lines through here very carefully. James Murphy thinking, see you later, boys, or maybe not. He's off, he's made contact. Off goes Lars Hoffman, with more contact. That's Graham McDowell and also William Smith into the gravel. And that possibly was the catalyst, maybe, of trying to get through that. And William Smith also gesticulating, saying, what on earth was that all about? What it's done is it's taken out some of the potential podium contenders for 7 UK and one of the contenders for the race leading 310Rs. Absolute pandemonium at McLean's.
What did you say about Lars Hoffman earlier on? He's always in the right place at the right time.
Apart from then,
yeah, because he did nothing wrong. He was pinched in the middle, had a car to his left, he had a car to his right coming through, which I think was James Murphy, wasn't it? Murphy got his braking wrong, locked up, ran wide into the 310Rs. That Lease as well,
yes,
I think.
Andy Lee's also involved in that as well, so that's 4 cars off around at McLean's and Coppice.
There's no way they're going to carry this on the yellow flag, surely. It's going to be at least a safety car, maybe a premature end to the race, I'm afraid, because Lease's car is actually on the apex at Coppice Corner.
Yeah, unless you can get that move, that has to be at very least, you're absolutely right, a safety car, not a red flag. They're still racing at the moment until they decide what to do, but surely before they get there, they're going to have to decide pretty quickly what to do, whether they do throw the red or the safety car is quickly scrambled. Another one off. That's Tom Eden off the road. There's Caterham's everywhere.
That's up at Coppice.
That's up at Coppice. Obviously, something else has kicked off just after that's happened.
Oh, dear.
And that's got a wheel off as well. That's the front right wheel, and the engine cover's off that too.
So is that linked to... So was the Andy Lease incident maybe a separate incident? We've got the safety car out, by the way, although with only 4 minutes left, I'm not convinced we'll get much racing in after this, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, I wonder if there was a secondary incident, because obviously there was that big sort out at McLean's. That will have delayed quite a few drivers as they tried to avoid it. That will have then affected the momentum of the pack going into Coppice. There may have even been 1 or 2 wounded cars going even slower than they should be. And then there's been another big element of bunching into Coppice, clearly, which has caused a secondary incident, it would seem. So either way, that's taken quite a number of drivers out of the race, which we never like to see, especially when they are potential race winners. It leaves us with Stephen Nuttall leading in the 7 UK element of the race, and Walters at the front of the 310Rs from Harry Cook in second.
Yeah, let's quickly confirm that then. So it's Nuttall from Monks from Murphy at the top 3 in the 7 UK. It's Henry Heaton 4th. Chris Hutchison, who, if you told him he'd be potentially getting a top 5 from his first 7 UK race, he'd probably think that you were having a laugh with him. But certainly, I guess, while there wasn't the ideal way to take a 5th place, if it is going to end like this, then obviously he'll take a 5th place any way he can get it, I suppose. Neil Fraser's currently 6th, Rob Watts is 7th, and then we have Johnny Jarrett, David Yates, and then Gordon Sawyer, who did get back going again, but he's actually down at the bottom of the top 10. And that's then where we can go to the 310Rs overall, because then it's Pete Walters who leads the way from James Wingfield and Harry Cook. Andrew Murgatroyd 4th, and then Ben Lopez-Appleton is shown that he does have a penalty, because there is an exclamation mark next to his name on the timing screen, but what that penalty is, we haven't been told yet. So currently sat in 5th, but that'll be a provisional 5th, because he'll be pushed down the order thanks to the jump start. And then rest of the top 10 shows us Christie, Fillet, Welch, Hoffman's still 9th after all of that, because he didn't really make contact with anyone. He sort of just got edged out wide and was found with nowhere to go, but he managed to pretty much track his way through the gravel and was very lucky not to get caught up with the 2 7 UK cars of McDonald and William Smith heading off the road in the separate accident moments later. He was very lucky to avoid that, and he managed to get back on the roads in 9th position ahead of Chris Moore. So yeah, lots in the words of Matt Neal once, that's going to take some clearing up.
Isn't it just? And I think it will probably take longer than 2 minutes and 3 seconds to do so. So I think, unfortunately, that might be the end of the Caterham racing for the weekend. We've got someone limping into the pit lane I can see down below. That is
Henry Williams, car 49.
Okay, now he would have been in and around Giuseppe Fillet and the couple of the other 310Rs in difficulties, wouldn't he? Certainly started near Giuseppe on the grid. So I suppose he's had some damage, although I couldn't see any obvious damage on the car, maybe a bit of right rear damage to the suspension. In theory, if we went racing at the end of this lap, we could get a lap of racing in before the checkered flag, but that ain't happening, is it? Because we've still got marshals, recovery vehicles, medical crews all up on the track. I wouldn't panic too much about seeing the medical crews up there. I think that's just a precautionary thing, but there were quite a few big hits there, actually, and it is testament to the safety of these cars. We talk about performance a lot when we talk about Caterhams, but these cars are obviously built to the highest safety standards, Scott, and they need to be, because with racing this close, it's inevitable sometimes it's going to go wrong, sometimes you're going to need those safety features to protect the drivers, and as the checkered flag does now go out a lap early, as we suspected it might do, we can all breathe a sigh of relief that everyone appears to be okay after that, after what was at least one, arguably two, fairly sizable shunts.
Yeah, and they're quite physical things to drive as well, not just in terms of the safety, but they're also quite physical. I mean, I had the privilege of driving a couple just a week and a bit ago at Donington Park, and even just driving the 270R, and I've had a go in the one of the last year's specification 420R cars, and they are physical cars to drive, so they take a lot of strength out of you. So it kind of not only has to be fairly sort of well sorted fitness-wise in many cases, but of course you have to rely on the fact that some of these cars do have to take unfortunately take a hit every now and again. Of course, you have to trust the fact that especially with the 7 UK cars being purpose-built cars, you have to trust that they're going to be able to survive it. And it looks as though, unfortunately, even though we've lost 3 of them, all 3 appear to have stood up to whatever impacts they were part of. So and it appears on the surface, as you say, that all the drivers are okay. And just to echo the point that Andy was making, the medical crews only go out purely, at the very least, in any accident case, purely just as a precaution, because while the driver might look okay on the surface, it only takes a check over the medical centre to find something that the rescue teams or the marshals didn't spot initially. So they always go there just in case. Well, for the record, this is how the race finishes then. Stephen Nuttall picks up his 2nd win of the weekend in the 7 UKs from Greg Monks and James Murphy. Henry Heaton finishes 4th. Chris Hutchison will be a delighted 5th, as much as he can in the circumstances. Then from Neil Fraser, Rob Watts, Johnny Jarrett, David Yates and Gordon Sawyer. Then we move into the 310Rs, but Pete Walters picks up his 2nd victory of the weekend from James Wingfield and Harry Cook, followed by Andrew Murgatroyd, Douglas Christie, Giuseppe Fillet, Ben Lopez-Appleton, who I'm sure will get a penalty and be moved down from where he is in 7th. And it's Welch, Lars Hoffman, who survived that at the start of all that incident. It's finished 9th, ahead of Chris Moore. And Gary Curtis, Jeff Price and Harry Landy rounds out the finishes. And then just the cars that didn't make it. Of course, we lost Henry Williams, who pitted, Luke Fryer, Martin Gleich. And then, of course, the cars that also involved those incidents, William Smith, Graham McDonald, Tom Eden and Andy Lees. So, again, I echo, it's never how you want a race to end, of course, and obviously on the surface, even though they do appear to be, we do hope that everyone involved in that is okay, and that any repairs need to be made aren't too expensive to get them out in time in a few weeks at Knock Hill in Fife for Scotland, which should be quite an entertaining event for them. But, yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend all round at Caterham Racing, but I think everyone will echo that while we all love kind of hard battles and exciting moments, to end a race like that, even on the safety car, that's never the ideal way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a shame to see damaged cars when you especially think of the time, effort and ultimately cash that went into preparing them in the first place, and now there's going to be a fairly sizable repair bill, but that is part and parcel of racing, unfortunately. So Caterham Racing, unfortunately, done for the day. So those of you who have tuned in this afternoon and maybe that was your first taste of Caterham Racing, don't worry, you can go back and watch this morning's action as well at your own leisure at some point, where we had 3 other Caterham races, and yes, they were all as exciting as that one. So set yourself some time aside this evening, maybe once we're finished with the live coverage, to go back and watch the other Caterham races. Now time for something completely different, as they say, because we now move from Caterham's to the first of our guest series here today. It is the Aston Martin Owners Club Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup. Those cars will be out on track next, and this is for historic GT and touring cars, really, and some absolutely stunning machinery about to head out on track. Those of you tuning in on the Aston Martin Owners Club pages, welcome. Glad to have you on board here on this BRSCC race meeting at Donington Park, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how this race pans out. I'll pull up the grid for you in a sec and run you through it. Scott, I think, is on his way down. There's not long left to go to the Parc Ferme area, just to have a chat with our podium finishers from that previous race. And once he's done that, we will be able to move on properly to our Aston Martin race. But I'll start running through the grid now, I suppose. I've got a little bit of time. Oh, and in fact, I'm hearing we might not, sadly, be able to hear from Scott down in Parc Ferme. So yes, in which case we will fully start the build-up then for the Aston Martin Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup. So there are 2 classes here, basically. There is the Jack Fairman class and the Innes Island Cup, and there are subclasses within that, but we'll get into that in a bit more detail once we get into the race. Pole position was actually a pretty close battle after qualifying. There was only about 3.5 tenths of a second between the top 2 cars. Coming out on top was the number 25 car, which, well, well, according to the entry list, should have been Simon Lewis and Gregor Marshall in a Jaguar Mark 1. It is a Jaguar Mark 1, but I'm getting surnames of Webb and Newell on the actual qualifying results, so I think there might have been some driver changes going on there. No. You see, really helpfully, there are 2 number 25s on the entry list. Don't you love it when they do that, just to confuse us poor commentators? So yes, Nigel Webb and Rob Newell are driving their Jaguar Lister Mark 1 saloon, and they got pole position in number 25, and then the other number 25 has become number 125. See, it all makes sense when you dig deep enough. Number 9 will line up alongside them. That will be Darren McWhirter going in alone in his Mark 1 Jaguar. It's very much Jaguar Mark 1s to the fore. There are a few different variations of that iconic car at the front of the grid, but the top 2 rows of the grid both filled out by various versions of the Jaguar Mark 1, because on row 2 you have the John Young driven Mark 1 Saloon, number 101, and then behind him a couple of names that we've become very used to seeing in historic touring car racing these days. The drivers of the number 33, Glenn Pearson and Peter Dorlin. Then we get the first non-Jaguar. It's the Lotus Elan of Rob Fenn that lines up 5th on the grid, the number 166 car. And that is the, as I said, the little Lotus Elan, which won't have the horsepower of the Jaguars, but it will be better through the corners, presumably. And then Grant Williams, a man synonymous with Jaguars, and his Mark II Jaguar that he's racing this weekend will always be spectacular to watch. So Grant Williams, number 12, definitely one to try and keep an eye on from the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 is headed by Bob Lines in the MGA Roadster, and then another car being shared by 2 drivers. That is the other 25, which is now 125, Simon Lewis and Gregor Marshall. The reason they're sharing the car is because this is a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop for all cars, so you don't have to change drivers, but you have the option to do so if you wish. So they are one of probably about half the grid, just under half the grid maybe, being shared by 2 drivers. Then 9th on the grid, number 86, the Shelby GT350. American fans rejoice because that is a beautiful looking and sounding machine, and it lines up on the 5th row of the grid in the hands of Jeremy Cook, with Robert Farrell in the Jaguar E-Type, number 89, alongside. And I've long said the Jaguar E-Type and the Shelby Mustang are my 2 favourite cars in the world, and they're lining up together on the 5th row of the grid, so I'm very much in heaven right now. Then we have 11th on the grid, the number 58 car, which is Derek Pierce and Tom Lenthal. That is the Jaguar Mark II. And then a Lotus 17 of Ian Dalgleish, number 117, lines up next on the 6th row. Row 7 for number 110, Simon Seath in another Mark 1 Jaguar, and Martin Stowe in the MGA Roadster, number 159, lines up alongside on the 7th row. And then another of my favourite cars, it's like this grid was custom made for me, the Alfa Romeo GTA, number 21, lines up next. Now that appears to be possibly a late entry onto the grid, but that one is the Frankel and Mackenzie shared car. Then we've got the MG Midget Ashley of Edwin Driver alongside him. Triumph are represented on the grid as well. A Triumph TR2 of Roy Chamberlain is next on the 9th row alongside Alfa Romeo Sprint, also being driven apparently by Mackenzie and Frankel. Vernon Mackenzie and Richard Frankel, that is. Surely they're not driving 2 cars. I suppose in theory they could, couldn't they? Keep an eye on the pit stops, I think, for that one. Michael O'Shea is on the 10th row in his Jaguar Mark II, and then a Jaguar XK120 of Jeff Otley rounds out the top 20. Bruce McWhirter is next in the Austin Healey A35, the only Austin Healey A35 on the grid, actually. We sometimes get a few more of them. And then it is the 153 next up, and that is the car being shared by the pair of Reeds, the Aston Martin DB2, which was a little off the pace, actually. I think it might go a bit quicker once we get into the race in a moment or two. Chris Rees is next in the MGB, the 1966 MGB, number 133. And then right at the back, apparently, we might see another Jaguar E-Type, but in qualifying, although it set a lap time, there was no driver registered to it, so unless it was the latest in a line of autonomous Jaguar E-Types, presumably there's a driver that just hadn't quite signed their name on with the timekeepers or something, I don't know. Anyway, so the grid will be making its way out onto the circuit very shortly. As you can see, there's still quite a bit of recovery work being done. Errant Caterhams and bits of Caterham still being cleared from the top end of the track from those 2 separate incidents, and I think there might be 1 or 2 others from elsewhere around the circuit that need to be recovered too. The passengers flying in and out of the East Midlands Airport here, which is literally right next door. In fact, that part of the circuit the marshals are at, it shares a border wall with the airport, so we regularly get planes taking off and landing overhead. They're taking off over us today, I can see. So yeah, the sights and sounds of Donington Park are not just restricted to what's going on the track. See Andy Leese's car, by the way, out of the window of the commentary box, being dragged back with quite significant rear end damage by the looks of it. See, well, and front end damage, but I think he possibly has been run into by one of the cars as they went up to the top part of the circuit. There you can see on screen the low loader, the recovery vehicle, either on its way to collect another car or having just collected another car. This is all just taking a little bit of time, but the marshals, as ever, doing a splendid job of getting the track clear as soon as they can. They do it efficiently, but they do it safely as well, and the marshals are such a valuable part of our race weekend team, all volunteer marshals, and they're enjoying themselves out there, although one or two of them possibly weren't yesterday in the torrential rain that we had to deal with, but in theory they're enjoying themselves, and they certainly enjoy getting as close to the action as it's possible to get. So cars are now starting to roll, I think, behind my commentary position, which means that they're about to head out onto the track. It will be another rolling start this race as well, I think, to make sure that we don't burn out the clutches on some of these very old and very valuable machines. And as you'll see when they do come into view, some real different shapes and sizes out there on track. It's not just... we've had a lot of one-make racing this weekend, which is great. I love one-make racing. I'm a big fan of it, but there is something to be said about not only a mixed class grid, but a historic grid as well, because as you can see, the cars, no two cars really look the same. Even the Jaguars, as I said, they're slightly different versions of the Jaguar Mark IIs, but they are all now slowly making their way around onto the start-finish line. So, track cleared then. Good job by the marshals to get that sorted in a quick manner. And just looking out the window, there are one or two black clouds starting to creep in. I hate to mention it because we had enough rain to last a lifetime yesterday, but that sky there does look a little bit ominous, doesn't it? As if maybe we might get a little sprinkle of rain. Now, these cars will all run on historic tyres, which will be grooved, so they won't be on slick tyres. So in theory, they can handle the rain, but these cars, especially the really powerful Jaguars and yeah, some of the cars towards the very front of the field, they're going to be a real handful in the wet, aren't they? So that's going to be a challenge for them. Now, have we lost somebody? I think we have, haven't we? We don't appear to have, unfortunately, the Shelby GT350, which was in the holding area, so it was ready to go. It's in the pit lane. Oh, that's a shame. What did I say about it being my favourite car? It's unfortunately going no further. A very smoky Shelby GT350 is making its way down the pit lane right now, and it's getting smokier the further it goes. Smoke coming out of the exhausts. It's not some sort of James Bond-esque special effect. It's clearly a problem with the car, so the marshals that were on the grid, gridding the cars, but now having to run into the pit lane to try and get it sorted. There you can see it going into the garage. What a shame. Brilliant car, beautiful car, sounds great as well, and it qualified reasonably well up on the fifth row of the grid. So there'll be a gap there now. Is everybody else in position? I think they are. Just looking down below, yeah, we've got on the back row this mystery driver in the number 17 Jaguar E-Type, and the 133 of Chris Reese's there, the MGB. So I think we're only going to be missing one car, but sadly it's one of the cars I was particularly looking forward to seeing. So picking a winner from this, I mean, it's likely to come down to the two cars on the front row because they were very evenly matched in qualifying. Just 3.5 tenths separated Webb and Newell in the Jaguar Lister Mark 1 saloon, the number 25 car on pole, from Darren McWhirter in the darker livery number 9 car alongside, but Webb and Newell sharing the car. One driver may be quicker than the other, of course, whereas McWhirter's doing the whole 40 minutes on his own. So I guess there's an argument to say there is a benefit to doing this on your own because your pace will be consistent over the whole race. But I reckon Darren McWhirter, therefore, might be the man most likely to take this away from Webb and Newell, but you never know. Over 40 minutes, of course, mechanical gremlins can always crop up, and that can quite literally throw a spanner in the works and makes these historic races fairly impossible to predict, really. So we've got all of the cars on the grid. They've been there for a little while, but I think they're just waiting for the final. Yeah, I can see there's one more recovery vehicle up at the top of the track just getting out of the way now, so they can't really release them onto the green flag lap until that has been dealt with. So within the next 30 seconds or so, hopefully we'll get the cars out on track, and we will be able to get this one and only race for the Aston Martin Owners Club Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup race underway. There you can see 40 minutes the distance, mandatory pit stop for all of the cars in the middle portion of the race. But the only thing you have to do really is change driver if you've got two drivers. If you're going it alone, you literally pull in, park up, and stay there for a while. There'll be a designated amount of time they have to stay stationary for, have a chat with the team or the marshals or whoever, and then when your time's up, you can leave back out onto the track. And because it is a set amount of time they have to stay in the pit lane, it means there shouldn't be any advantage really to being either a single driver or in a shared car. So cars on the move then, the 4 Jaguars, well 5 Jaguars really towards the front, because we've got 5 Jaguars in the top 6 positions with Grant Williams there 6th on the grid, being led around suitably enough by our Jaguar XF Sport Brake runyourfleet.com safety car, which BRSCC is very happy to announce. They are working in association with runyourfleet.com this year. RunYourFleet.com are a leading UK vehicle fleet management company. It's a 2-year partnership to supply a fantastic white Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety or course car, depending on what job it's doing. So at the moment, technically, it's the course car. If it comes out during the race, then it's the safety car. But it is the same vehicle being used by the club. In return for brand visibility and marketing support, RunYourFleet.com is the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services, from car and van hire and short lease vehicles, breakdown cover and fleet management, to risk management and the latest vehicle telematics options. RunYourFleet.com has every solution for your fleet requirements with a great range of funding options available too. The RunYourFleet.com rental service claim that they can deliver a vehicle to anywhere within the UK within 2 hours, and their consolidated 24/7 cloud-based system offers you flexibility and personal control over all of your vehicles. The stunning Jaguar XF Sport Brake, which you can see working its way through McLean's now, carries a unique livery and will become very familiar, I'm sure, at numerous BRSCC race meetings this year, whilst being used as the course car and safety car. And we're looking forward to seeing it at the start of all of the races, hoping not to see too much of it, with all respect, during the middle part of the races, because that means we'll have an incident on track that requires the safety car to come out. But do head over to runyourfleet.com if you think that you can benefit from the rather impressive things that they have on offer. And speaking of impressive things on offer, I give you 40 minutes of Aston Martin Owners Club Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup racing action, with the number 25 Jaguar lining up on that pole position. And that is the car, the Webber Newell car, that will lead the field to the green. They work their way down into the chicane then. Jaguars to the fore here at Donington Park. The pace car pulls off the road, and it will be a 2x2 rolling start towards the start-finish line. Here we go then. On the left of the shot is the Webber Newell car. Don't know which of those two drivers is starting the car, but we do know it's Darren McWhirter alongside with John Young third on the grid. Here we go, this should be quite the spectacle. The red lights go out, we're away and racing here at Donington Park, and immediately there's drama for the pole-sitting car. The bonnet has flown up on the car that starts on pole position. The Webber Newell Jaguar is off the road immediately, and I'm afraid that will be a retirement, because I don't think they're going to be able to get that secure enough to get back to the pit lane. So that is such a shame, and real drama there right at the start of the race. So, out through the crane of curves they go for the first time. That means that Darren McWhirter has got the lead. Now, is that John Young in second position? I think it is the 101, isn't it, in second? There is the 25 car. What a sorry sight it makes. That will have done quite a bit of damage as well, I would have thought, to the, not only the bonnet, but possibly the windscreen and even the roof as well. Number 20 Jaguar there drops down the hill. That's Michael O'Shea's Jaguar Mark II. a little bit further down the order than the similar cars around it. And look at the way that little Lotus Elan now of Rob Fenn is starting to make some moves against the big point and squirt Jaguars. It's actually the 33 car that's in second place, so my apologies, that's the Pearson and Dorlin shared car, except it's no longer in second because through goes Rob Fenn on the inside, and John Young tries to follow him through. Couldn't quite do it through Coppice Corner, but the Elan, as good as it is through the corners, might now struggle down the long exhibition straight. Can the Jaguars get back to it? Well, actually, no, it doesn't look like they can, so it's going to be Jaguar, I think, from Lotus at the end of the first lap of racing. No doubt about the leader, that's Darren McWhirter in the number 9 car, but the Lotus is coming for him, isn't it? Rob Fenn in second place is really up for the challenge here. Then third position is going to be the 101 of John Young, then it's the Pearson and Dorlin number 33 car next. Then you've got another of the, that's the Lotus 17, is it? Ian Dalgleish. It is. Dalgleish started the race down in 12th place, but he's got the number 17 car right up towards the front of the field. Rest of the field working their way through. So that's what, second, third, 4th, 5th, 6th place for the other Lotus, isn't it? The Lotus 17, which appropriately enough is running number 17. Down the hill we go, and I think we've actually got Lotus in the lead now, haven't we? Yeah, Fenn is in the lead. He's found a way past Darren McWhirter, so the Lotus is on an absolute mission here. Both of the Lotuses on an absolute mission. Down the hill they go. There's the Alpha, the GTA in the background, the yellow machine, which is harrying another one of the Jaguars. That's the Frankel and Mackenzie Alfa Romeo, and they were running in 12th position by the looks of it. So that's the Pearson Lenthal Jaguar in front of him. There's the number 17 E-Type, who we still don't have a driver. Do we have a driver name for it now on the Tyre screen? Yes, surname of Gate, but I couldn't tell you what their first name is because they're not on the entry list. But car number 17, which was a late addition to the qualifying session earlier on today, is moving its way through from the back of the pack. So, lots to unpack after the first lap or so. The 25 car, by the way, is no longer parked up along the side of the road, I don't think, unless it's been pulled behind the wall at Redgate Corner. So there's a possibility that it's got back going again, albeit a lap or so down. The leaders come through, though, and there you can see the gaps already starting to build up. Rob Fenn with the fastest lap, a 1:25.0 for him, 3.3 seconds now ahead of McWhirter in second place. Good battling going on further back there. The 53 car goes up the inside line, or 153 that is, isn't it? That's the Reed-driven Aston Martin DB2, and that sort of delayed the 58 Jaguar there, which is the Pearson Lenthal car. That car's really plunged down the order. They started 11th place, and they've definitely lost a few places since the start of the race. Into Redgate, the Alpha up the inside, nicely done. Another example of little and large there, isn't it? The lightweight Alpha, much better on the brakes, but doesn't have the horsepower to keep the Jaguars behind as soon as they get to a straight or a flat-out section. Aston Martin there gaining a position a little bit further up the road as well, really skating around here on these historic tyres, which just don't really offer up a huge amount of grip, but that's how the drivers like it. There is the 25 car, so it had been pulled behind the wall, but only long enough for them to strap the bonnet back down and send it on its way. So it's back into the race then, but the leaders are already on lap number 3, so it's 2 laps down essentially, having not even made it to the first corner before it ran into difficulties. Car 110 there is Simon Seath in his Jaguar Mark 1, and the Alfa Romeo continues now to pick its way up the order. So this is car number 21, which is one of the 2 Frankel and Mackenzie driven cars, the highest placed of those 2. So what I can only assume is happening is that one driver is starting each of the cars, then they'll coordinate their pit stops, they'll pit at the same time and literally swap cars. One will jump out of the Alpha and into, well, they're both Alfa Romeos, got the GTA and the Alfa Romeo Sprint, so they'll jump out of one and into the other. And yeah, that's one way of doing it, I suppose. Down through the chicane goes the number 20 car, which is continuing to struggle a bit here. It's Michael O'Shea in the Jaguar Mark II, but the number 17 E-Type should be a little bit quicker down the straight, and it looks like it is. It goes past one of the Mark IIs, goes up the inside of the other one, and will gain a place into Redgate Corner. Gain 2 places actually into Redgate Corner with the Alpha as its next target. The lead gap then for Rob Fenn is up to 7.1 seconds now. 7.1 seconds, and then a further 4/10 or so back from McWhirter to Dalgleish. So Dalgleish is now into 3rd place in the 117 car. That is the Lotus 17, isn't it? So Ian Dalgleish, having started 12th on the grid, is now into P2. Now his previous lap was about 1.5 seconds slower than the leader, but of course he had to make an overtake against the Young car on the previous lap. So I wonder, can he get into, well, surely he can get into second place before much longer. Could he even go and challenge for the race lead? Try and pick them up momentarily. In fact, they've just come past me on the start-finish line, and we have now had a change for second. So Dalglish is up ahead of the 101 John Young driven car. On the screens, we're seeing the 17 E-Type here, trying to fit up the inside into Coppice Corner. That was a bit of a ever-closing door situation, wasn't it, really? And as they head back along the straight now, finally, the E-Type can make its move. Got two E-Types in the race, of course. Rob Farrell in the number 89 car is the other one. Rob is 7th place at the moment, sort of in no man's land, really, 10 seconds or so behind the next car in front. So out across the line comes this little group. This is basically the battle for 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th coming through, but of course all running in slightly different classes as well. Now out of the chicane we get some of our front runners now. So that is the 101 car, which is running in 3rd position then. Across the line they go. And down into Redgate Corner once more. Not going to take long, of course, before back markers do start to play a real part in this race. Number 11 there is the other Mackenzie and Frankel Alfa Romeo. That one, the Alfa Romeo Sprint. Very nice shade of blue on that car as well. Down through the crane of curves they go. Gotta try and carry the momentum, but there's so much body roll and so little grip being given by the tyres that it's just it's a real thrill ride down through that particular section of the track. And there's the 22, which we haven't seen much of so far, but that is the MG Midget of Edwin Driver, who is currently running down in 21st place. So up through McLean's they go. 9.2 seconds then now is the lead margin. So it did go out again on the previous lap. So Dalglish, having got into 2nd place, is not quite as quick as Rob Fenn, but it is a Lotus one too. So we started with 5 Jaguars in the top 6 positions, and now here we are with 2 Lotuses at the head of the field. The first of the Jaguars is the John Young car in 3rd place. And there is the race leader going up through McLean's Corner. And right on, sorry, there's the 2nd place car, I should say, going through McLean's Corner. And actually, having got past John Young, can't get away from him, can he? The gap was just over a second at the start of the lap, but Young is maybe close enough now to use the superior power of that Jaguar to get alongside down the straight. But with great power comes great power sliding and not very much grip, it would seem. Overheating rear tyres already, I think, on the Jaguar Mark 1 Saloon. And so John Young struggling perhaps to get the power down. So it's one thing to have more horsepower than your opponent, but you've got to be able to get that horsepower down onto the ground and actually translate it into traction off the turn. And that is kind of the issue with that obviously much bigger and therefore much heavier Jaguar. It is going to work the tyres a little bit harder. Behind them, good battle going on here. This is for position, I believe, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Pearson and Dorlin Jaguar that's just got itself ahead of the Darren McWhirter number 9 car. So that's a change for 4th place there. Pearson and Dorlin heading down the hill. The 33 car, Glenn Pearson and Peter Dorlin. Not sure which of those two is in the car for this first stint, unfortunately, but they're both pretty rapid drivers, in fairness. That car should have pretty equal pace throughout the course of the race. Into the old hairpin then goes the Austin A35, the 172 car. That's Bruce McWhirter, who I think is brother of Darren McWhirter, but I may have got that wrong. But the Austin here, the A35, which is it's become a very popular car to race again these days. A lot of historic touring car series seem to almost have their own subclass for Austin A35s and Austin A40s, and it's not uncommon to see top-level touring car stars of the modern day sport jumping into those things and having a bit of fun on a weekend off. Leader goes through, 11 seconds plus now is the margin between the top 2. Rob Fenn then leading the way with the transponder that's taking a bit of a while to update, unfortunately. He's only a couple of tenths a lap now quicker than Dalglish and Young behind him, who are now nearly 2 seconds apart, those two. But the Lotus Elan, which has just worked its way through a big group of traffic, is running in a very, very comfortable lead, but we are only 11 minutes into this race, and as I said at the start, we've still got pit stops to worry about. The pit window has opened now, by the way. It opened after the first 10 minutes, so there's no immediate rush. I think it'll be open for 20 minutes, but there are a couple coming in, or one car anyway, into the pit lane, and that was Grant Williams in the number 12 car. We haven't seen much of Grant, but he's a very spectacular driver, and he's decided to get the pit stop out of the way early. Possibly because he felt that he was being held up by the cars around him. Maybe he caught a bit of lap traffic that he had to negotiate. So he is the first car to pit, and a reminder for those that weren't with us yesterday for our Fun Cup pit stop race, the scoring pile-up down the left-hand side of the screen, when a driver's name goes blank, that's all faded, that means they're in the pit lane at that particular moment. So expect to see more and more drivers peeling in over the next few laps down into the Robert chicane. This all looks rather entertaining. This is a battle for position going on right in front of our second place car. So Ian Dalgleish with quite a lot of work on his hands here, and there you can see John Young not far behind him, also trying to take advantage of all of this. That was the number 42 car that was sort of at the front of or making its way to the front of that group. That's the Jaguar XK120 of Jeffrey Otley, and he now does get lapped by the race leader, but that is all for position, I think. Well, not all of it, but certainly Otley versus Chamberlain in the number 53 car was for position. 53 being the Triumph TR2 of Roy Chamberlain. Down the hill they go again, into the old hairpin. Good overtaking opportunity this, whether it's a pass for position or a pass against the back marker that you're trying to make, and I think that's what we're seeing there, aren't we? That's the John Young Jaguar going past the Roy Chamberlain Triumph through the tricky right-hander at the bottom of the hill. Out of the pit lane, that will be Grant Williams, I presume. Yep, number 12. Back out on track. He's known for his sort of stunt driving and very spectacular demonstrations that he puts on in perhaps not that particular Jaguar Mark II. I think he's got a few of them, but he races them very often at Goodwood in the members meeting and the festival, the revival events, and also goes up the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, doing burnouts and donuts and all sorts of things that a Jaguar Mark II probably wasn't designed to do, but he puts on a great show doing it. Out of Redgate Corner, then we see the race leader go once again past the 25 car, with whom it was expecting to be fighting for the victory, really. But unfortunately for the Webber Newell Jaguar Lister, that number 25 car with its bonnet that went up at the start, they've obviously got it fixed, so I don't know whether it was just a case of the bonnet pins not being in properly and they were able to fix that, because I doubt they were able to get their hands on any sort of tank tape or anything like that to secure the bonnet from where they parked, because they parked basically next to a marshal's point. So yeah, I think they've probably just been able to get the bonnet pins in place properly. And looks as though for now it is all fairly secure, which is good news. That's one of the worst things you can have as a driver, especially at the start of a race from pole position as well as they were. Right, this is excellent news. We get a nice close-up view of the beautiful Alfa Romeo Sprint. This is the Mackenzie Frankel car. Now, if my theory about them both swapping cars is true, oh, well, I was going to say the other one should be in at the same time, but actually that's not a scheduled pit stop. That's a mechanical issue, I'm afraid, for the Sprint. And so it's possible that if they are both driving each car, that when the GTA comes in, the driver that gets out won't actually have another car to get back into. To Redgate Corner come a pair of Jaguars here. Now this is the 20 and the 58, which is, I believe, yeah, battle for 12th position. That's the 20 car is the Michael O'Shea Jaguar Mark II, just about hanging on to that place for now. And there the 24 car comes into the pit lane now, and that was Bob Lyons in the MGA Roadster. And Bob Lyons was running in 14th place despite having started 7th. So yeah, quite a lot of positions that have been changing throughout the course of this race. People who maybe qualified well, but then once we actually get into the race, the others have been able to pick their way back past them. 21 Alfa Romeo, that's the remaining Alfa now in the race then, goes out of Coppice Corner. Again, heads down the back part of the circuit. So as far as close battles are concerned, there are still a few going on further down the order. The 53 car, for example, which seems to have been in the thick of all of the action today. That's the Roy Chamberlain Triumph TR2. They are having a nice little scrap, actually, with the 110 Jaguar of Simon Seath, albeit for 17th place that will be. Across the line goes this group of cars, which includes Ian Dalgleish in second position then. Ian Dalgleish is working his way through the traffic as best he can, but clearly has not yet got the better, really, has he, of John Young? Or has he? No, John Young is in the pit lane, I think. Is this John? I think this will be the 101 car in. Yes, it is. So I was going to say he lost a bit of time there to the Ian Dalgleish Lotus, but that's why he pulled into the pit lane. So pit strategies now starting to work themselves out. There is that lovely triumph of Roy Chamberlain working its way down through the old hairpin. So everyone pretty much now have found themselves a little bit of clear track to work with, haven't they? 19 seconds now, the lead between Rob Fenn, who started 5th on the grid, and Ian Dalgleish in second, who started 12th. So they really have rocketed through the order. And there you can see the only job to be done here, really, for John Young is to make sure that he doesn't break any of the pit stop regulations. So essentially the team member there will be sitting with a timer on their phone, and they'll be making sure that whatever the minimum pit stop time is, they don't send him out any sooner than that. Into the pit lane looks as though it's coming the number 58 car now. That's the Pearson Lenthal Jaguar Mark II. They were running 12th position, which is actually pretty much where they started, 11th on the grid. That car lined up as we tick now towards half race distance. So pit stops then are starting to take place for some of our leading contenders, although the top two drivers in the race, Rob Fenn and Ian Dalgleish, are yet to come down the pit lane. There's the 58 car in for its mandatory pit stop, and as the clock ticks down, there is actually a driver change going on here, isn't there? We've got one driver jumping out, one driver jumping in. So yeah, Pearson Lenthal sharing that number 58 car. 20 seconds though now is the cushion between the top two. Jaguar E-Type here, the better placed of the two Jaguar E-Types coming through. That's Robert Farrell. Yep, Robert Farrell, 5th position. Oh no, and that's, I don't believe it, that's the 101 car. So that is John Young, who's pitted and was running in 3rd place. He was battling away with Ian Dalgleish, wasn't he? And he's gone off at McLean, so looks like he's lost it quite early in the corner and then just ended up in the gravel. And that is a real shame. He'd made his pit stop, and it was going to be fascinating to see where he came out in relation to Ian Dalgleish. Now, this could really force a few people's hands, because if there is a risk of a safety car because of that, which there might be, because I don't know how easy it's going to be to recover that car with a live snatch, for example, then we might have no choice but to have a safety car period. And of course those that haven't pitted already could then be at a major advantage, because you lose far less time from pitting behind the safety car than you ever would from oh no, he's got going again, never mind. There you go. That's how much torque a Jaguar Mark I has. It can just dig itself out of the gravel all by itself without even needing any outside assistance, it seems. So there is something to be said maybe for skinny historic tyres and a huge amount of horsepower. You can dig your way out of any gravel trap, so that's good news. He'll have lost time from that, of course, maybe 30 seconds or so, but could have been an awful lot worse. So the 101 car then continues on its way. There's the race leader, Rob Fenn, turns through the first corner at Redgate. The Austin A35 is in, number 172. That's Bruce McWhirter, again on his own. No driver change going on here. You can see just how tiny that car is. It's sort of the 1960s equivalent of a Renault Clio, I suppose, and one make Austin A35 Racing making a bit of a resurgence these days. Bit of a discussion going on there about something at the front of the car. What might that be? What's the BRSCC official spotted? I think they're just checking that that latch, as you can see there, actually, well, you could anyway, the mechanism that some of the teams use to keep those bonnets in place. It's can be a bit rudimentary sometimes, but that looked like it was a proper buckle and a latch that was in place, keeping the bonnet where it ought to be. So there's the 53 car working its way up the hill and out of the into the pit lane, I should say, comes the number 20 car. So these pit stops, not to change tyres or refuel or anything, it's simply because some of the cars being driven by two drivers. So obviously if you're sharing the car, you have to make a pit stop to make a driver change, and to make it fair for all of the drivers, not just those that are solo drivers, they also have to pit too. Because obviously if the two driver teams had to pit for a driver change and the single drivers didn't have to pit, that would hand them a big advantage. So they're pitting simply because we have some cars being shared by two drivers. Race leader is in the pit lane, by the way. We might be able to see just to the left here. We're following the number 20 car at the moment in the pit lane, having its pit stop, Michael O'Shea. But there in the background, look, the little Lotus Elan is in. So that is Rob Fenn, man who qualified 5th on the grid, some 2.5 seconds off pole position. And of course, it was the Webb and Newell Jaguar that took pole, but only 3.5 tenths off them was Darren McWhirter. And McWhirter just hasn't shown that pace in the race, has he? McWhirter is yet to stop, and he was only in 4th position. A good sort of 30 seconds, really, behind the race leader. So, team there just showing Rob Fenn how much time is left. You can see Rob Fenn has another name underneath his on the door there, Jake Hill. Jake Hill, British touring car racing star, a bit busy this weekend racing at Thruxton in the opening British Touring Car Championship event of the year. But Jake Hill, one of many contemporary racing drivers, both from touring cars, GT, sports cars, single-seaters, who enjoy stepping into historic cars from time to time, because as impressive, technologically at least, as modern racing cars are, there's nothing quite like driving a historic touring car or GT car when they have so much power and so little grip. That is a recipe for fun in a racing driver's eyes. And Jake Hill, hopefully we'll see him out in that car a little bit later on in the season. There goes the Alpha GTA, the number 21 car, still plodding along. I don't think that car's pitted yet. There aren't that many, actually, that haven't pitted. Ian Dalgleish, who's got into the race lead now because Rob Fenn has pitted. He's done that because Dalgleish has not yet made his pit stop. The Pearson and Dorlin Jaguar's not been in yet, which tells me that they've got their quicker driver in now, potentially. They're trying to maximise the driver stint time in the 33 car. They're only about 3.8 seconds ahead of Darren McWhirter, who also hasn't pitted yet. And the 89 car, we're also waiting to make a pit stop. That's Robert Farrell's Jaguar E-Type. The MG is in, number 133. And that is for its mandatory pit stop. Chris Rees, again, no driver change, so just sitting there and waiting for the time to tick down to 0 on the minimum pit stop time. Pit lane, quite a busy place at the moment, because also that is the Pearson and Dorlin Jaguar, the white Jaguar, which is trying to find its teammate, because there is a driver change going to be going on there. So Rob Fenn will now come back through into 3rd position, and that will eventually become the lead. But of course, because Ian Dalgleish and Darren McWhirter haven't yet stopped, it's still 3rd place for the time being for the Lotus Elan, but there is no real benefit to pitting early or pitting late unless, as we've said, you're changing drivers, because sometimes if you've got one driver that's a bit quicker than the other, you want to keep them in the car for as long as possible, so they tend to do the first stint of the race and then stay in till towards the end of the pit lane window. Pit window is still open though. It's open for another 5 minutes, I think. I don't think it closes until the 30-minute mark, or 10 minutes to go. So Jaguar E-Type then up through Coppice Corner. Still, I think I'm right in saying there's only one car that's not running, which is the number 11 Alpha Sprint, Mackenzie and Frankel car. I think that's the only car that's actually out of the race. In comes Darren McWhirter now from second place. So the number 9 Jaguar makes its way in, which means we are now really just waiting for, well, the race leader Ian Dalgleish, and the other one that hasn't pitted yet is the number 89 of Robert Farrell. So there goes the number 9 car. Again, no driver change to be done there, and that is Rob Fenn going past, which of the Mark 1 Jags was that? It's not the Pearson and Dorling one, surely, because if it is, that's to put a lap on it. That car is back out on, oh no, it's in the pit lane, so I'm not too sure. Anyway, the Rob Fenn car is now back into second place anyway, because it's got past Darren McWhirter whilst he was in the pit lane. So once Ian Dalgleish pits, which in fact he's just done, as I said that, Ian Dalgleish just pitted just down below me. So Dalgleish in now for his mandatory stop. Pulls in at the very far end of the pit lane, so next time around Rob Fenn should be reinstated as the race leader. There is the 89 Jaguar, which was also one of the last ones we were waiting for, wasn't it, Robert Farrell? So that means everyone has now been into the pit lane. They've not all completed their stop, but they've all been in just before the pit window closes. So within a lap or so, we should be able to run you through the order properly and give you the gaps between the cars, try and pick out where the genuine battles for position are, because there will be a few as we move into the final part of the race. But Rob Fenn in the Lotus Elan should now be able to move his way up into the lead. There he goes, across the start-finish line. So this should now, maybe not officially on the timing screen at least, because technically Ian Dalgleish led that lap, although he was in the pit lane. So, yeah, Fenn has taken the lead, but not officially according to the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. But next time through, it should all start to update itself. Fenn still has the fastest lap as well, which is 1:24.868. Set on lap 13, so that was just after he'd pitted, I think, because we're on the 19th lap now. Ooh, bit of a close moment there with the 25 Jaguar. That's the Webb and Newell car that started on pole position. And, well, Rob Fenn is, Rob Fenn going to prove there that just because you have a healthy lead doesn't mean you've got the win in the bag by any means. Coming towards the closing stages then, the final quarter of the race, and it's been an entertaining race, this, certainly, as far as the seeing these beautiful cars out on circuit being driven as they ought to be driven, and there are still some battles going on. Look, this is 33 and 9, so this is for third place then. So the Pearson and Dorling Jaguar is defending busily here from Darren McWhirter. McWhirter's got a good exit there from Redgate, tries to get up the inside through Hollywood. So two identical cars essentially. They're prepared by different outfits obviously, but the Jaguar Mark 1s both pretty much the same here. And although I think there is a slight difference in the front bodywork, isn't there? So possibly an age difference between the two. But anyway, the number 9 car of Darren McWhirter really applying the pressure now. And they are only about 9 seconds actually ahead of the Jaguar E-Type, number 17, which started from the very back of the grid, didn't it? So that was the Gate Jaguar. Don't have that driver's first name, unfortunately, but this is the battle for third place. Through McLean's up to Coppice corner, and Darren McWhirter sees a gap on the inside line into Coppice. He's got to be late on the brakes, though, and the wider line is always the quicker way through that corner. So the Pearson and Dorling Jaguar stays ahead, but doesn't get off the corner all that well, actually. So McWhirter is back alongside, wheel to wheel down the exhibition straight, and towards the Robert chicane. The inside line surely should prevail here for Darren McWhirter, who was second on the grid, led into the first corner with the demise of the Webb and Newell Jaguar. Oh, there's a spin right in front! Oh no, that was close. That was the 25 car that had gone around right in front of them, and that could have been pretty messy, or 125 that must be, which I think was the Lewis and Marshall Jaguar Mark 1, right in front of the battle for second. Now, McWhirter had to bail out of that move, because I suppose technically there might have been yellow flags out, although I would argue that he'd already started the move by the time they got there. they're about to go a lap down to the race leader, such as the dominance here of Rob Fenn in the Lotus Elan. There is the, no, it is 25, not 125. Oh, of course, yes, I knew this would keep confusing me. So 25 we decided was Simon Lewis and Gregor Marshall, I think, didn't we? Yes, and then the 125, no, sorry, Webb and Newell, beg your pardon. Yeah, so 25 and 125, continuing to confuse me. 125 was the Webb and Newell car, 25 is the one that's just had that spin. And thankfully avoided by the cars around it, because not only did we have this third place battle there, but now look, Rob Fenn, the race leader, is in amongst this group. Scythe his way through. That Lotus was so far off the pace in qualifying, and yet it's been in a class of its own really here. Actually in a class of its own, because it's in the same class technically as Darren McWhirter and John Young and the Pearson and Dorlin Jaguars, but it's just had so much speed. And Rob Fenn is looking now like he's going to take a very, very comfortable victory. About 26 seconds to the good now over Ian Dalgleish in second. 22 makes its way through. That's Edwin Driver's MG Midget Ashley. Is this a battle for position? Yes it is, isn't it? Chamberlain in the Triumph TR2 right ahead. Third place battle goes across the start-finish line as well. And look, the Jaguar is with them now, so we've got 3 cars together now for third position, because that number 17 Jaguar E-Type Gate is right with them too. So 3 cars absolutely nose to tail now. Race is coming alive actually towards the end of it. The top 2 are very safe, because Fenn is that nearly 30 seconds clear of Dalgleish, and then Dalgleish is over a minute ahead of these 3, but third, fourth and fifth couldn't be an awful lot closer. Down through the old hairpin, there you go. Further back we've got, well, the next car in line is actually that next Jaguar E-Type of Farrell. So Robert Farrell is in sixth position, but 7 seconds behind, and I'm not sure he's going to have the pace quite to catch this third place battle, although he's lapping about a second a lap quicker. Right then, there's now an extra sense of urgency for Darren McWhirter to get on with this, because Gate is right with them now in the E-Type, and he's still frustratedly stuck behind the Pearson and Dorlin Jaguar. They slide their way out of Coppice Corner, down the exhibition straight. The 33 car moves over to the right-hand side of the road to defend, and Darren McWhirter will, I think, have to settle back in line once more. Now we do have battle royale between the top 3. 2 Jaguar Mark 1s and the Jaguar E-Type. It's a very British feel to this Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup race, especially at the front of the field, and the E-Type is going to go through. Now, Darren McWhirter did not make that too difficult, did he, for Gate? So I wonder if he's realised that the E-Type is quicker, and maybe it's just for the best to let him go. And then maybe when he makes a move on the 33 Jaguar, follow him through and take advantage of that. So as they work their way now towards the top part of the circuit once again, here you can see the battle joined, and now the 17 car is up alongside and it's into third. That didn't take too long, did it? And McWhirter has not been able to take advantage of that, so if that was the tactic, it hasn't really quite worked, has it? And now Pearson, the 33 Pearson and Dorlin car can go back to defending from Darren McWhirter once again. So they head up into the back straight again. There was just a bit of an overlap there as they disappeared from view. We come back to some of the battling going on a bit further down the field. Came of that third place scrap, just waiting to see out of the window when they come out of the final corner. There they go, back on screen, and it's still 33 ahead of 9, so no change. Right, the other E-Type, the Robert Farrell car, I think is going to catch them. Look in the background, that E-Type at the top of the shot, that is the car that's now in 6th position. So we could end up with 2 E-Types inside the top 5 here, definitely. There is Robert Farrell, putting in some good laps at the moment is Farrell, personal best on the previous lap, with a 128.45. The only 2 people quicker than him are the 2 Lotuses at the front of the field, Rob Fenn and Ian Dalgleish, so he's quicker than that whole trio ahead. And look, Gate isn't really getting away. Oh, backmarker getting in the way of Darren McWhirter, and again getting in the way of Darren McWhirter. It's difficult when you're in the slower car, because it's that number 53 car is a little bit quicker through the corners, isn't it? And so Darren McWhirter can't simply drive straight through, and that is Roy Chamberlain's Triumph, the TR2, which just was trying his best to stay out of the way, but didn't really know which way Darren McWhirter was going, and now he nearly throws it off the road as he tries to stay out of the way of Robert Farrell behind. 4 minutes to go. Can Farrell get there? I think he could certainly pick one of these up, couldn't he? The E-types are good in a straight line as well, so once he catches the Mark 1, as we saw from Gate in the number 17 car, he was able to pick up a position against, or pick up both the positions against the Mark 1 Jags fairly easily. So down through the Robert chicane once again, and into another lap, getting towards the end now of what has been an increasingly entertaining first Aston Martin Owners Club race of the day. There is a certain irony to the fact there was only one Aston Martin in this race, given that it is run underneath the Aston Martin Owners Club banner. Oh no, that's Gate. That's Gate in the pit lane. So the car that had just worked its way through into third position has had to pit with mechanical problems. That is gutting for the number 17 car, but it now means that this is once again a fight for a podium place. And if Robert Farrell can get back up there, we could still end up with an E-type on the podium. There goes Farrell through the picture there at the bottom of the screen. Battle's going on behind as well. Is this one for position? That's the 53 car versus the 22. Yeah, this is the Chamberlain car against Edwin Driver in the 22, and that's Ian Dalglish, the second place man overall, trying to come through and put a lap on them. But this race really has come alive here towards the end, hasn't it? Number 20 is a lap down, at least one lap down, but the cars around it racing for some valuable positions. There we go, there's the third place scrap. 2.5 minutes to go. Now, Robert Farrell was about 4 seconds behind these two at the start of the lap, but of course if they keep on delaying each other like this, then it's going to get very, very lively if the E-type of Farrell can get on their tail. We need to work out where the leader is really, don't we, as well, because that will dictate how many more laps we have to go. Oh, I think a back marker got in the way of Farrell there through the chicane, so this isn't going to be a brilliant lap. 1 minute 30.4 for the 33 Jaguar. McWhirter does a 30.2, and it's a 32.1 for Farrell, so he loses a couple of seconds there, unfortunately. Just got stuck, got trapped behind the number 20 car there, the Michael O'Shea Jaguar Mark II. Which, to the untrained eye, does look remarkably like a Jaguar Mark 1, but slightly newer version of the car. Not much changed really between the Mark 1 and the Mark 2, and it's the Mark 1's actually the quicker in this race, certainly. Oh no, yellow flags at Redgate because Ed Driver has put the MG Midget into the gravel trap. So that is an unfortunate way for that to end. Now, he was having that battle, wasn't he, with Chamberlain in the Triumph. Oh, and there's another car in the gravel, is there? There's dust being kicked up there as the Ian Dalglish car comes through. Doesn't look like there's any major issue, just someone running a little bit wide. It might well have been Robert Farrell. The leader has just gone on to the final lap, I think I'm right in saying. Yes, Rob Fenn going through Redgate corner now, so Fenn just under a lap now from completing this race. There he is, sliding his way down through Hollywood and the Craner curves. Out of my window I can see the third place battle coming through, still no change in the order, and yeah, there's no way now that Robert Farrell's going to catch them, unfortunately. So that will be, well, we could still see a change between the 33 and the 9 car, I suppose, but Farrell is not quite going to get there. There goes Robert down into Redgate corner, and just behind him, second place overall, is Ian Dalglish. But the race leader up at the top part of the circuit now, heading towards Coppice corner, is Rob Fenn, and after slicing and dicing his way through, it only took him a lap and a half or so, didn't it, to get to the lead. And once he was there, it was really fairly plain sailing after that. Just disappeared off into the distance. He comes past the 25 car, which has got its boot waving open now, ever since it had that spin at the chicane, which I think dislodged it. Through the chicane he comes then. Rob Fenn is going to win the Aston Martin Owners Club Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup here at Donington Park. A beautiful display of driving and a dominant result, honestly, for Rob Fenn there. He's going to win it by over 30 seconds, I think, from Ian Dalgleish in the Lotus 17. Now, he may or may not be the next car of note to come through. I'm not sure if he's going to beat the third place battle. In fact, no, he's not. I can see him in the background just putting a lap on Robert Farrell. So actually the next battle we need to watch for is that one for third. There goes second place, Ian Dalgleish up the inside of Robin Farrell, but out the window I can see that it is going to be the 33 Pearson and Dorling car that takes third position. Fourth position will go to Darren McWhirter, and then second, after the third and fourth place cars across the line, is Ian Dalgleish, because he was nearly a lap ahead of them. In fifth position will be Robert Farrell, after an entertaining race for him, and then it will be Grant Williams, who we really didn't see much of in that race, which is always a shame, but Grant Williams will come home in sixth position. So this is just the waiting for the final few cars to come through now. Rob Fenn with a brilliant race victory. We do have more action from the Aston Martin Owners Club, of course, a little bit later on, because we have the GT, GT4 and Intermarque series, which is essentially a 21st century version of what we've just seen there. We've got lots of GT and sports cars, but from, you know, the last 5 or 10 years rather than the 1960s, heading out on circuit a little bit later on. Before that, though, we have the first ever race for the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. So those cars lining up behind me now in the assembly area. We'll be heading out on circuit very shortly. Here, there is confirmation of that result for the Jack Fairman and Innes Island Cup. Rob Fenn with the win, Ian Dalgleish second, Pearson and Dorling third, Darren McWhirter fourth, Robert Farrell fifth, Grant Williams was sixth, Martin Stowe seventh, all of them class winners, because there were about 300 different classes in that race, it seemed. John Young was next ahead of the Pearson length of the car, and Simon Frankel rounding out the top 10. And it was Lewis and Marshall in 11th. Jeffrey Otley won his class in the Jaguar XK120. Bob Lyons was next ahead of the Reeds in their Aston Martin DB2, the only Aston Martin in that race. And then the rest of the field filing through behind. There were a few that didn't make it to the end, unfortunately. I think 3 cars that weren't running at the end, including that number 17 gate machine, which was such a part of the battling towards the end of the race. So just waiting to hear whether we're going to have a chance to speak to any of the drivers after that race. Not sure where Scott Woodwis is, whether he's managed to locate himself down in the Park Fairman area, or whether perhaps he's busily preparing himself for this CityCar Cup race, which is coming up imminently. But it would be nice to hear from one or two of our drivers after that race. Right, so we are very shortly, I believe, going to have a chat with our race winner, Rob Fenn, who I can see is parked up down at the bottom of the pit lane. So let's head down to Scott Woodwis then, and our race winner.
Yes, indeed, entertaining race for the Jack Fairman Innes Island Cup, and Rob Fenn, overall winner as well in this beautiful Lotus land. Rob, that looked like a pretty entertaining race from your point of view, and fairly straightforward.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it felt like bringing a gun to a knife fight, really, but it's very sketchy in the rain, and in qualifying it's pretty difficult, but in the dry, I know Donington really well. I hadn't been out in the car for a couple of years, but it was bang on the money. The team have prepped the car lovely in it. It was absolutely beautiful the whole way around.
Just tell us about the car. Obviously it's a Lotus Elan, but what kind of history does it have, and what sort of racing has it done in the past?
It actually won the Silverstone Classic in the hands of BTCC driver Jake Hill a couple of years back. And he's raced it with me since then in various sort of championships, and then it's had a bit of a hiatus really, as I've been driving a Mustang instead. But yeah, it's a fantastic car. JD already know how to set up the Elans. We've got quite a few of them. Yeah, and it's great fun.
Must be quite a difference between a Mustang and a Lotus Elan. There must be, particularly power-wise.
A little bit, yeah. The Elan feels a bit more modern, I'll be honest with you. But, you know, the Mustang makes up for it in character, so there's that. It's a good balance.
Well, go and enjoy it, go and celebrate. Well done, and we'll see you next time. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Good stuff. We're going to just follow me over here because we're going to have a chat with our other category winner, which is Ian Dalglish in this really pretty Lotus 17 as well. Ian, great stuff from you. Beautiful car you've got alongside you, and it did the job in that race today.
It did indeed. We started from 12th because this morning was very, very greasy out there, and the setup wasn't right for the grease. But for this afternoon, the setup was fine. I just couldn't catch the guy in front, as the game goes. He was 20 seconds ahead, so I just kept the pace behind and tried not to make any mistakes.
Just tell us about the car you've got, then what's the kind of history, what sort of racing has it done before, and how did you come to acquire it?
This is a 1959 Lotus 17. It's managed by Richie Purves. I bought it about 4 or 5 years ago from a gentleman driver who had been racing it for many years, and he was too old to drive, and so I took it on from him and his Ford Galaxy. And we race these as much as we can, but I have young kids, so it's quite difficult to get out and race. So I got a free pass for today. Left my wife some flowers and a card, and because it's North American Mother's Day today, and I ran to the race circuit. So, well, bring something home for my son.
Yeah. Looking forward to next time?
I will indeed, yeah.
Good stuff. Well, well done. Enjoy it. Congratulations, and we'll see you whenever we see you out next.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Great stuff.
Well, we are ready and waiting then to get our next race underway, and it is one of the highlights of the weekend, the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. This is a brand new championship for 2021, and it's something the BRSCC have come up with, this sort of craze for these little city cars, things like the Citroen C1, the Toyota Aygo, and the Peugeot 107, and they thought, well, rather than just one make championships, why not have a championship that incorporates all of them? Because it's basically the same car underneath, just with slightly different body kits over the top. And so they thought, yeah, that'd be a good idea. We'll get a bit of interest for that. Well, we've got 37 cars on the grid for the first ever round of the championship, and that is pretty much unheard of in motorsport, really. Brand new series usually take a few years to sort of get themselves up to speed, but for the CityCar Cup, we are straight in there with a bang with this massive, massive grid of drivers. And what makes it even more exciting is that the majority of them are rookies to racing. So for, I think it's more than 20 of them in this race, this is their first ever motor race of any kind, and for those drivers they were probably hoping it would only be about a 15-car grid, but they don't have that luxury. They've got an awful lot of competition out there on track, and actually I'm sure they wouldn't have it any other way. They want this championship to be a success, and I'm sure it will be. We'll run through the grid now then very quickly, because there are a lot to go through, and as you can see the cars are gridding up ahead of the start of what will be a 20-minute race, sorry, 20-minute race. So Nick Grindrod took the pole position. Now, he is not a rookie to racing. I've seen Nick racing in a number of things, racing a Citroen C1 at the moment, and he was 2.1 seconds quicker than anyone else in qualifying, but as we've seen, that doesn't necessarily mean a huge amount once we get into the races. He, by the way, is in a Citroen C1 with the Toyota Aygo next of Stuart Bliss alongside. Tim Evans is third in another Aygo, and then it's Liam Browning in the Citroen C1. Liam is the first of those rookie drivers, so keep an eye from him from the second row of the grid. Richard Bliss and Dylan Brooks are in a pair of Aygos on row number 3, then row 4 for Patrick Booth in a Citroen C1 and Steve Laidlaw in a Peugeot 107. Simon Toolan is next in another Aygo, and then the Peugeot 107 of Simon Laidlaw rounds out the top 10. Doug Harvey is next with Paul Toolan, another pair of C1s there on the 6th row, with Duncan Stone and Martin Piccolo likewise in Citroens right behind. Citroens making up the bulk of the grid, but yeah, the Aygos and the Peugeots I'm sure will become more and more popular as more of them are built. Then we have, on the 8th row, Adam Reeves in a Toyota and Tony Trotter in a Citroen, Elliot Lettis in a Peugeot 107, excuse me, and John Nicholson alongside him with Jamie Luthwaite and Ashley Mitchell, a Peugeot and a Toyota, rounding out the top 20. Then it's Craig Flynn and Andrew Dyer in a pair of C1s. Paul Savage's Peugeot is 23rd, ahead of Richard Snooks in a Citroen. A few more Citroens next. Then Christopher McKenzie and Andrew McKenzie have qualified just 68 one-thousandths of a second apart there, 26th and 27th ahead of Alex Carter. David Christie, fellow commentator actually, based up in Scotland, does a lot of work up at Knock Hill, and he is making, I think he has raced that car possibly before, but yeah, making his obviously debut in this series this weekend. He has got William Burgess for company at the back of the top 30. Then it's Daniel Selleck and Brandon Savage, Ben Walkinshaw and Joe Graham, with Adam Reynolds, Benjamin Bastow and Gareth Fredrickson at the back of the field. So that's the 37 car grid. Now I'm hoping we have all 37 cars out on grid. There was a red flag in qualifying earlier on, and Scott Wood was maybe able to fill me in on a bit more of this. Do we have all 37 on the grid, first of all?
We have all 38.
Oh, even better.
Because the one car didn't actually set a time properly in qualifying with Ross McCarr, who's someone who we should watch out for from the back, because he's a former MG Car Club racer, and actually quite a prominent one at that. So he's starting from the back of the grid, but certainly one to watch out for. But yeah, to echo everything that you said, we've got, bless her, Lindsay Close, who's coordinator for the CityCar Cup for this season as well. Bless her, get a little bit emotional, and I don't blame her, because it's this fantastic stuff from the club, and everyone who's gotten to this point. And I guess I'd like to say on behalf of the club, thank you to everyone who's managed to get this championship where it is, to Nankang Tyres for being title sponsor and being tyre supplier as well, to SW Motorsports for Essential Racing, to RunYourFleet.com, of course, for being a sponsor of the championship as well, to Motor Drive Seats, to as well Hybrid Tune, to Powerflex Bushes, Gaz Shocks, and also as well Mission Motorsport as well. One car, in fact, we should talk about Mission Motorsport, the William Burgess on the grid. He's driving in the same car which Bad Obsession Motorsports raced last year when they built and raced. It was then donated to Mission Motorsport, and William Burgess is driving that car, but the whole pit crew and mechanics is made up of ex-servicemen who they've brought on board, who they're training and retraining to help recover from various sort of ailments from being in military service, whether it's Army, Navy and so forth, which is a fantastic incentive. And so they're past the championship, and so the car which won a lot of fans last year and helped the championship win a lot of fans is thankfully back on the grid with some very capable hands in it, and so something we're looking forward to. So yeah, even I'm sort of feeling a tiny bit emotional look at this, because it's just fantastic to see so many cars on the grid for this first race. As you say, over half of them are going to be rookies, or at least carrying a rookie cross, because we have a novice racer contest where anyone who got their licence for this year, but also including those who got their licence to race in the handful of races we did last year for CityCar Cup, are also eligible as well. So we've got 22 in total on the grid, and it should be quite interesting. Redgate Corner should be quite fascinating to watch, but it should make it for a fantastic spectacle. And I was listening to them go around, and maybe someone will agree with me, they sound like, it sounds crazy to say this, but they sound like, with the 3-cylinder with the exhaust, they sound like mini Porsche 962s going around. I was listening to them go around. It sounded like I was back at Le Mans in the 90s, kind of listening to the cars going around. But it is brilliant stuff, and it's great to see it's inspired so many people. There is the Bad Obsession car, which is they put together. So shout out to Nick and Richard, and good to see that their car is still in there. It's still running the same livery they had last year with the sort of Citroen WRC inspired livery. This is going to be pretty special indeed. Last few cars getting onto the grid, and soon all 38 are going to be pedaling as fast as they can down towards turn 1, which is going to be pretty special. The last couple of cars almost in position. I think we've got the Joe Graham car, the Toyota Aygo, and the two cars at the back, including Ross McCarr, who we want to watch out for, certainly from the back. It makes for quite an incredible sight, and a big thank you to everyone that's got us to this point. But the green flag is at the back. Stand by for action. The first ever championship race for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. 38 cars about to head down towards Redgate Corner. Let's find out how it goes. Lights out, and we are CityCar Cup racing for 2021. Looks like a fairly clean start from everyone, of course, so far. But now we make the run down towards Redgate Corner. So hold your breath, everyone. Let's see how it works. It is going to be Grindrod and Bliss side by side down towards it. They make for a stunning sight down the pit straight, but under brakes 2-3 abreast. Bliss does have a look up the inside, but manages to back out of it quickly. Now then, can they all get through Redgate Corner unscathed? They look as though they're doing just about so. It's all clean so far. Yes, they have. So well done to all of them. All 38 drivers. That's incredible stuff, including all of our 20-plus rookies on the grid. Through the Krenikers, and it's side by side already. Tim Evans running well with the Toyota Aygo, so it's now Citroen from Toyota. Liam Browning's in the mix as well in there too. And Dylan Brooks is in there as well, as they turn their way through the old hairpins. Lock up from one of the cars in the midfield as well, one of the Citroens. But I have to say, Andy, that's certainly a proud moment for everyone involved. Everyone's got through so far the first half a lap so far pretty cleanly, and it has to be a big moment for everyone who certainly will be proud to get it off the ground.
Tell you what, you'd have got good odds on that not happening, I think, ahead of this race. With so many rookie drivers on the grid, you'd have expected at least one of them to come over a bit overexcited on the first lap and find their way into the kitty litter, but they're all still there, and good racing already starting, isn't it, here, with the leading group of three, the Citroën ahead of the two Toyotas, side-by-side battling wherever you look, quite frankly. 91 there on the outside line, trying to hold on to a position as they go out onto the exhibition straight and come towards the completion of, for many of them, their first ever racing lap. Into the braking zone there goes Nick Grindrod. He is now starting to make a break, as we kind of expected him to. The real battle may be to see who joins him on the podium, because you've got Stuart Bliss and Tim Evans second and third in grid order, and then everyone else hopping and bouncing their way through the final chicane, leaning on each other, getting very close and personal. But these cars, they're so small, you kind of can run 2, 3, 4 wide across the start-finish line here without too much risk. There's even a bit of bump drafting going on there in that midfield pack as they try and gain a little bit of extra straight line speed. 3 wide into Redgate corner, diving up the inside line. This is all getting very tight indeed. Again, they just about avoid making contact. Brilliant racing here. Oh, and there's a boot open there, is there?
That's one of the Peugeot 107s. I couldn't quite catch who it was. It might be one of the Laidlaws, I think, but that car is getting a bit of extra aerodynamic aid, I think, unintentionally from that car as it heads down through the Craner curves. And it's whether it's helping or hindering or not, we'll have to wait and see. But there it is. You can see it quite clearly. I think it is one of the Laidlaw cars. Which one it is, we'll have to wait and see. But he's got to go around the outside of him, Doug Harvey, who's another one to watch, actually. He's a quite prominent racer. He's a former Compact Cup racer as well, but to point out. So he's no stranger to tin tops, but he's gone from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and certainly making the transition and trying to get close in terms of a good few positions made up. Up the inside goes number 63 of Stone. Up the inside of one of our 2 converts from MG Cup, and that's Brooks number 30. Sorry, Booth number 33. So he's no stranger to racing. He and Ross McCarr came across as part of 4G Racing, and they're both MG Cup stalwarts, but it's their first weekend in the city cars, as is for many people. Around the outside goes Richard Bliss in one of the 5 Auto Bliss repair cars. I think they're all Toyota Igos from Auto Bliss. And look at that, the inside. Number 5 is Simon Toolan, former Pacific Cup coordinator. He's certainly getting his elbows out here. And I think, as we possibly expected, even despite given the diminutive size, they are going 3 or 4 abreast into the Robert chicane. They're going to the top 3. Stone now in 4th position, trying to go around the outside is Richard Bliss into Andrew Booth. It's fantastic stuff. Liam Browning in there in the grey and green Citroën. Doug Harvey's now up to what looks, I think, 6th or 7th place now. In there also is Dylan Brooks. Simon Toolan with the, that is one of the Laidlaws. It's number 100 that's got the boot lid up. So that is, it's not Samuel, it's Steve Laidlaw. Samuel's in the mix as well, but Samuel Laidlaw's dropped back to, where's he dropped back to? Quite far back, actually. So, but even so, first couple of laps appear to be relatively all clean so far. Although Doug Harvey very fast on the exit. There's more contact as well. Simon Toolan getting inside of, that was Steve Laidlaw as well. Also making some progress there was car 20, and that was Martin Piccolo and his Martin's liveried car as well. He's done livery from quite a few of these cars also. So lots of great racing going on, and we've only had 2 racing laps. It's brilliant.
This is fantastic, and as you say, really high driving standards for the most part at the moment, which is really, really good to see. There goes that 100 car down through the old hairpin. Steve Laidlaw. These cars, I suppose, would be used typically to go and do a bit of shopping on a Friday evening, and I think that car's got a bit confused, hasn't it? We don't need to load anything into the boot right now. Here to race, but you're right, I might actually be giving it a bit of rear downforce, which possibly isn't a bad thing. Up through McLean's they go. They couldn't get these cars much closer if they tried, could they? Liam Browning there really trying to get up the inside. Liam started 4th on the grid. He was actually the highest placed of the rookies on the grid. He runs 2nd in the rookie class right now, though, because right ahead of him is Richard Bliss in the number 17. So this is a battle for 6th position outright, but perhaps more importantly, it's the battle to be the top rookie, and there will be some serious competition in that category, I think, as we move throughout the year. Down into the final chicane they go. One thing I was really interested to see, actually, in these cars is how significant the slipstream effect was, because they're certainly very boxy shaped cars, so you'd imagine they're not very aerodynamic, but relatively low speed, so I don't think the slipstream is actually making much of a difference. This is just genuinely close racing, because the cars and drivers are so evenly matched. And of course, the cars, as I was making the point before you got here, Scott, they may be Citroens, Toyotas and Peugeots, but underneath they are essentially identical, aren't they?
Yeah, they've all got the same underpinnings, all the same mechanicals. The only difference, of course, is the bodywork and the badges, essentially. But yeah, and that's what makes it so cost-effective, is that if you need a part in many cases, if you've got a Peugeot, it doesn't matter if you've got a Peugeot or any of the 3 brands, any part that you pick up is going to be, that's not any of the additional parts that's put on, is pretty much available regardless of a car. You just buy the same part, and it saves you so much cost of money than having to buy separate parts for separate manufacturers. So it's all quite well and good. And this is also quite beneficial to the Sprint series, and one car that's had a bit of drama towards the top of the hill. It's the Marlborough kind of livery-sponsored car. It was that 777, and that's Christopher Mackenzie by the looks of it. So Christopher Mackenzie, I think that's the same Christopher Mackenzie that used to do Fiesta Juniors. I might be I have to be corrected on that, but I recognised the name, and I did the search for that when I was doing the preview for this, and it did come up Fiesta Juniors, so I think it might be him. But it's good to see him in the field, and a bit of drama there, but he's getting back going again, which appears to have been, after that small drama, fairly quickly back up to speed.
Yes, which is good to see. No damage done at least. We've had a change for the lead in the rookies, by the way. Browning is now ahead of Richard Bliss, so not Luke Browning. Liam Browning is into 6th position overall. Nick Grindrod continuing to pull away at the front of the field, as we sort of expected, really. He sets a new fastest lap. Oh, and we do now have our first retirement, I fear.
And that's the other Laidlaw, that's Sam Laidlaw, the 101, and he started up in 10th on the grid, so he's not really had a great race, and sadly, his first race in CityCar has ended in the gravel trap at Coppice.
Yeah, Coppice Corner, that is, as you say, so not sure how he got there, but that sadly means that one of the Laidlaws is out, and the other one is still driving around with this boot open. I think it is actually only a bit of glass, isn't it, really? I don't think it's actually the full sort of boot mechanism that opens at the back. I don't know if that's the design of the cars or just the way that one has failed in particular, but it certainly makes that car easily distinguishable from the rest. Down through the crater curves, getting a good view here of some of the gaps at the front of the field. The closest racing is going on sort of outside the top 5, really. This is that really close battling with Liam Browning and Richard Bliss nose to tail, and then behind them we've got another good scrap coming towards us here. One of the Toyotas at the front of a trio of Citroens as they come through the old hairpin. So that will be I think that is Toulon, isn't it? The number 5 car of Simon Toulon, who is running in 10th position, with a big group of cars right behind, trying to find a way past him. Up the hill they go again into McLean's corner. Are they going to catch the back of the pack? I think the leaders will, won't they? Probably catch some back markers before the end of the race. Still 12 minutes to go in this one. 20 working its way through at the far end of the circuit towards Coppice Corner. That is Martin Piccolo, also a part of that battle just outside the top 10.
Should note that Simon Toulon in the car immediately behind him is his brother Paul, so it's a bit of a sibling rivalry here between the two of them. Doug Harvey comes next, and then we've got behind him is of course Martin Piccolo as well in his Martini liveried machine. And this is a scrap that's going on for 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th at the moment in this pack as Simon Toulon throws the car into the chicane. This is one of the great things, because they're so low powered, and because they've been set up specifically with a specially designed gas shock suspension system and also specially designed Powerflex bushes. Those combined, along with the Nankang tyres they use, all that together has made sure these aren't just road cars which were just all the mandatory safety equipment that you need. These have been tuned and set up to be made to feel like proper little race cars, and so it means that you can pretty much chuck them around as much as you want, and within reason you can get away with quite a lot. That's the live stats going to pick up the 101 of Sam Laidlaw up at Coppice Corner, so no need for a safety car to interrupt the first ever CityCar Cup race, which is positive news for the most part. That's 33 Patrick Brook being changed down by that's Liam Browning, and also to scrap with the two of the Auto Bliss cars. That's Dylan Brooks and Richard Bliss. Then we've got the two Toulons, Simon ahead of Paul, then Martin Piccolo ahead of Doug Harvey now, so he's got a bit of change there. Tony Trotter also, who's an experienced racer too. He was someone who used to be racing in single bike engine single seaters in what is now known as F1000, so he's made a real big step from single seaters into this diminutive little CityCar Cup Championship, but certainly running well in his first race, up in 13th place.
Yeah, you can really see the way that the cars are set up so well and prepared so well, because they're carrying a lot of corner speed. They're really throwing the cars into corners like Redgate and the old hairpin, up here at McLean's as well. And that is the sign of a well-made car and a well-designed car, that you can carry good corner speed. It's one thing to put a big engine in a car, which these cars certainly don't have, but to make it go around the corners quickly, that takes quite a bit more engineering ingenuity. And yeah, really shows these are proper little racing cars, and I think this is a series that's got a very, very bright future indeed. Whoops, that's an issue, is it? Is that Doug Christie, I think?
David Christie, yeah. That's battling with the number 46 Andrew Flynn as well. That was interesting. Now, that happened. That was in the yellow flag zone. That was up at Coppice Corner. So I wonder, is Andrew Flynn possibly going to get pinged for that? I possibly wonder. That might be something to watch out for. Here's another car that you can't really miss. That's the 310, which is the quite brightly coloured machine of, I'll get on my grid here, 310 was John Nicholson. And behind him is William Burgess in the Mission Motorsport car. One driver I need to point out has made some incredible progress is the man I started to watch out for the back of the grid, Ross McCarr, because he started back in 38th, and he's already made up, get this, 25 positions up to 13th place already. So he's absolutely flying along. His next target is going to be Tony Trotter, who was only the massive margin of 0.06 of a second behind at the line. So I suspect if he carries on like this, Andy, he may well be from the back of the grid be able to pick up a top 10.
Yeah, I'd say that's quite likely actually, because he's only a couple of seconds away from top 10 and a couple of good overtakes away from there. Yeah, that little what caught my attention up at Coppice was that David Christie tried to make a move on the inside and then seemed to suddenly stop on the apex. So I think actually he saw the yellow flag and was trying to board the overtake, and now he, wow, really throws out the anchor to try and save it down the old hairpin. David Christie, is that something dangling? Is that the exhaust?
I think that's the exhaust that's hanging off the car.
Dear, he's having an eventful time of it, isn't he? Is David Christie. He's been doing a fair bit of sim racing actually over the lockdowns, and he tends to be at the centre of a lot of activity in that as well, does David, who is an all-round good guy. And if ever you have any tech problems, do drop him a message, because he solved quite a few for me over the last few months as I've got into sim racing a little bit as well. It's all a bit alien to me, but Dave Christie certainly knows a little bit more about that than I do, and as it happens, is a pretty handy driver as well. He's running, where is he at the moment? 25th. Which on any other grid would be pretty terrible, but when you consider we've got nearly 40 cars out there, that's actually pretty decent. Right in the middle of the field is David in that bright yellow Peugeot, which works its way down into the chicane. 7 3/4 minutes then still to go. 15 seconds margin for Nick Grindrod out in front. I mean, a driver of Nick's experience, you would expect to be able to jump into one of these cars and go well, but they do seem, from the outside at least, Scott, I mean, I haven't driven one of these, but they look like they're quite easy to get your head around, and so that's ideal really, isn't it, for a series that is catering really for rookie drivers. You don't want this car to be the most challenging thing in the world. They need to be able to learn their racecraft and presumably move on further up the racing ladder later on.
I think that's the reason why it's kind of been so popular, is because those who tried it out, they did a sort of like a taster day, a taster and media day up at Croft in last July, and what was key is that they got people down to try the cars out, and many people kind of commented that these cars, you can, as I said earlier on, you can do a lot with them and get away with it for the most part, and that makes it kind of really rookie friendly, because it means they're set up to feel like a proper race car. It's not just a car that feels like it's on stilts because it's on more road-based suspension, whereas these ones, because they feel low to the ground, they feel low slung, they feel properly set up like race cars with the grippy enough tyres and suspension settings, means that you can drive it as you probably would in a regular race car and not have to worry about the fact if you're possibly going to be pushing too hard, because it takes a lot to actually maybe make these cars break traction or even possibly slide around. So they are very forgiving, and you can do quite a lot before you find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, definitely. That again is what you want really. You're wanting to ease your way into your motor racing journey. Perhaps far too many people, I think, they want to go racing and they pick a car that is just going to be really challenging to drive as their first ever racing car, and unfortunately that can prove too difficult and you end up not going very far in your racing career. So yeah, this is the way to do it, I think, and a great championship it would be to make your racing debut. Of those making their debuts, or at least carrying that novice cross, it still is Liam Browning that leads the way. In fact, he's now got a 2.5 second cushion over Richard Bliss, second of the novice racers. Third of the novice racers is the number 14 of Dylan Brooks, though, and that's been a good battle going on in recent laps. There is the number 8, meanwhile, that's Adam Reeves on the outside line, another rookie, just losing a position. But yeah, second place in the novice racers has changed hands a bit over the last few laps. There's Nick Grindrod coming through. He's just put a lap on the number 30 of Gareth Fredrickson, who was the last car in qualifying. He's not last in the race though, so he's improved quite nicely based on his qualified performance, where he was some 16 seconds off pole position. Well, he's only now gone a lap down to the race leader, Nick Grindrod, who we haven't seen a huge amount of. That's the one pitfall of dominating a race, isn't it? You don't get much TV time.
But of course, it's kind of usually some racers will probably complain about that, thinking, well, you only saw him at the front at the beginning, yeah, because you ran away with the lead so much. So that's probably the reason why. So it's probably incentive for him to kind of back off a little bit and make it a better race. But I digress. Obviously, Nick is an experienced driver. He's an experienced pickup racer, amongst other things. He has raced C1s before, so in other guises. So certainly he'll be in the mix. Lots of mixing going on here. We've got Andrew Flynn having a great scrap here with the 65 of Mitchell. Get the name on that one, 65. which is Ashley Mitchell. And actually started 20th, and he's currently sat at the moment in 27th, so he's dropped a few spots where he qualified. But I think what's really nice here is that all these novice drivers or rookie drivers here with the Cross, the fact they're all kind of racing together for their first time means kind of they kind of know in some cases what to expect in terms of ability in many cases, because they know they're not going to be against lots of experienced racers here. And this is going to get tight, three abreast into the chicane, and somehow Mitchell managed to get past all of them on that side, squeezed through the middle, and managed to get himself out of what could have been something pretty terrifying. But the three Citroen C1s now left in his wake here as they come down the pit straight, and that was a fairly intense moment that could have ended worse, but thankfully didn't.
And they're all novice drivers, that lot, you said.
I believe the novice Cross doesn't lie, apparently. So
that is incredible. I mean, I don't know whether that was a sign of talent from them, or just that they haven't yet learned what not to do as a racing driver. Nothing untoward that he did there. It's just that more experienced drivers probably wouldn't have even attempted that move. Dave Christie, I'm afraid, by the way, is in the pit lane, so I think that loose exhaust has either caught his attention, or perhaps more likely caught the attention of the clerk of the course, and he's been signalled in to get it repaired. That's a shame, but there's another race for these cars later on, of course, at around 6:30. Oh my word! Is that Grinrod? That's the leader, isn't it?
No, that's Tim Evans. That's interesting. So Tim Evans has dropped right back into the clutches of what looks to be the battle for fourth. So now I think Duncan Stone also into the pits. Looks like Adam Reynolds. I thought he was. No, he's just slow off the corner. So this now means there has been a change around. So it is now Duncan Stone up into into third. It's right now. Sorry, Patrick Booth went to third, forgive me, in the 4G car. Then it's Tim Evans, then Duncan Stone's in fifth in the other Viking Van Hire car, which is, I guess, the teammate to Nick Grindrod. And then we've still got Liam Browning in sixth in that novice class. He's just there on the inside line going past, that looks like, I think, the Adam Reynolds car, which is running back in 33rd position. We've got the rest of these other cars in this lead group are also running in tandem as well. Just behind Liam Browning looks to be, that is Richard Bliss. So that is actual on position. That's actually a battle for the novice racer category lead between those two. And also trying to get stuck in there is Dylan Brooks, who isn't too far away, but he's been trying to pick his way through the traffic here. He slots between Joe Graham and Adam Reynolds here. But this should be a battle to watch here as we see them on the track. Here we go, these two cars here, the grey and green machine of Liam Browning, who'd made some appearances last year in the first couple of CityCar Cup races. And then Richard Bliss, of course, in the number 6 Auto Bliss car, which is, I think, one of 5 Toyota Aigos they've prepared this set. And they had them all set up in the paddock. I saw a picture, and they were beautifully prepared and put out and laid out setup for them. So it's great to see that such a well-prepared team join the championship. So head round the right-hander, and now on the back of another rookie racer. That's the 99 car, I think, which is Benjamin Bastow. Head down the back straight with 2 minutes to go. I should mention as well, whilst it's been happening, Nick Grindrod doesn't seem to know the word slow down, because he keeps on consistently lapping the 135s, and that gap is quite substantial. In fact, Stuart Bliss is just coming across the line now, and the gap is 30 seconds in front. So you can tell that's mainly due to his own experience, not just the C1s, but his vast racing experience as a whole. So, but certainly I'm sure that as the season goes on, gaps will start to close up as more and more drivers get more confidence, more experience, and therefore by the end of the season, we should see some much closer battles going on. But for a first race, there's been plenty of action amongst the rookies and the established names in between each other, and it's been quite an entertaining spectacle watching them all throw these cars around Donington Park for their first ever championship race, which is fantastic.
Yeah, most definitely, and that novice racer battle is now really starting to build again towards the end of the race, because that gap had gone over a second between Browning and Bliss at one point, but Bliss in the Toyota has reeled him in again. We've got a minute left on the clock. Now the leader is going to come through shortly, I think, to start the final lap of the race. And the drivers we're watching now coming through the crater curves have the best part of 2 laps still to go.
That's Ross McCarr who's getting on with it. Remember, he's the one that started from the back of the grid. He's into the top 10. He's into 9th now. So I think if there was a Driver of the Day award, certainly, and maybe that's a thought for Greg Graham and Lindsay Close and everyone else involved for Driver of the Day. If there was one, I think certainly he would be in contention for that, to go from 38th to a possible top 10 finish now as we get into the last 30 seconds of this first race. I know we've got a second one coming up, but I almost don't want it to end. It's been a fantastic first race for these cars, and I'm sure they've all had massive fun, and I hope they're all going to get out of the cars with massive smiles on their faces after this, because I think it certainly does look as though it hopefully has been as fun to race in as it has been to watch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've all enjoyed it. Even those that maybe have slipped backwards a bit or had some problems, I think they've all enjoyed their racing, and it's part of the learning curve ultimately, isn't it? Now, as we watch on the screen, the number 22 car, Nick Grindrod, coming through to the old hairpin for the final time. The clock ticks down to 0. Race is about to be over. Out of the window, I can see it's going to be almost side by side for the lead of the novice racing class going into Redgate Corner, because Richard Bliss, having dropped back a lap ago, is now right back on the tail of Liam Browning. So the overall leader, Nick Grindrod, under absolutely no pressure. He's 32 seconds up the road of anybody else, but for the novice win, that one is going to go right down to the wire. They pulled a few seconds now over Doug Harvey in third place. Grindrod still has a couple of back markers to deal with here, though. Craig Flynn there in the 46, another novice race. You can see the yellow and black novice cross on the back of the car, denoting that he is a racing rookie. And Nick Grindrod now worked his way down into the final chicane for the final time, and there's a car in the gravel. That's number 19.
That's Joe Graham that's off the road.
Dear. So Joe Graham then out. So, well, hopefully not out of the race. Hopefully he'll be able to rejoin. But the leader, Scott, heads towards the line.
He does indeed. He makes history as the first winner as a championship of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Nick Grindrod picks victory in the first race at Donington Park for the CityCars. It's not his first CityCar win. He took 2 last year in the race they did in 2020, but it's his first championship win nonetheless. And now we sit here and wait. And wait for Stuart Bliss to come through, because it was that dominant a victory. There is the 30 car of Fredrickson coming through the chicane. And here is Stuart Bliss, so he will pick up his first second-place trophy of the season for this one. And then behind, looks like it's going to be Patrick Booth who'll pick up third, but a very close run contest for third between the 3 cars. So it'll be Stuart Bliss who picks up second place, the sprint for line in third. The final podium spot is taken by Patrick Booth, and a sprint for line for fourth. And it's going to be Duncan Stone, I think, who just beats Tim Evans to the line, and he does by 44 1/1000ths of a second. Brilliant stuff on the final corner. Rest of the pack goes through, and Liam Browning, in fact, does win the novice category. So congratulations to Liam being our first novice winner. And 7th place Richard Bliss, 8th goes to the 14 of Brooks, and Ross McCarmy, well, remember, from 38th on the grid to 9th. That's an improvement of I'm going to get this right now, that's 29 places, which is I don't know many other people that would do that in any other championship, given the size. So that's incredibly impressive stuff. And I think I'm going to have to head down and see what they thought about that, because I'm sure there's going to be 4 very happy drivers. Then we're going to pull in the top 3 and the novice winner as well, Ian Browning. So here for more forward. I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping that either they might have masks or balaclavas on, hopefully I'll be able to make out a smile on each of their faces after that, as wide as anything. So superb stuff from the City Car Cup. And yeah, for a first race, that wasn't bad.
Not bad at all. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Rarely have I enjoyed a race so much that was won by 35 seconds, but if you ignore Nick Grindrod, there was some brilliant close competition further back in the field. Grindrod takes the victory and will be odds-on favourite probably to take another win later on when the CityCar Cup is back out on track at about 6:35 for their second round of the championship. So, cars work their way down into the pit lane then, and I'll remind you, we still have 4 races to go today. The Aston Martin Owners Club is back out again shortly. Grid of cars lining up behind me in the holding area for the GT, GT4 and Intermarque series. The Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship will be out after that. It's been quite a long time since they were last on track, but that will be their 3rd round of the season. The Ford Modified Series have their second race of the day at about 6:05, and then the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup, the cars we've just seen out on circuit, will head out at about 6:35. Another quite late finish here at Donington Park. There's confirmation of the result meanwhile. Grindrod leads the way, Stuart Bliss 2nd, Patrick Booth 3rd, Duncan Stone 4th and Tim Evans 5th, with Liam Browning, Richard Bliss, Dylan Brooks, Ross McCarr from the back of the grid in 9th and Martin Piccolo 10th. Liam Browning, by the way, was the novice racer class winner. Paul and Simon Toolan 11th and 12th ahead of Andrew Dyer and Doug Harvey, with Tony Trotter 15th. Jamie Luthwaite was 16th ahead of Will Burgess. Elliot Lettis, he gained some ground in that one too. John Nicholson and Richard Snuggs. Adam Reeves is just outside the top 20 with Daniel Selleck and Andrew McKenzie, the last 2 drivers on the lead lap. Then Craig Flynn, Paul Savage, Ashley Mitchell, Alex and Craig Carter, as well as Gareth Fredrickson and Brandon Savage round out the top 30. Still they come. Benjamin Bastow, Adam Reynolds and Ben Walkingshaw were the last 3 finishers. We lost, sadly, Joe Graham in the gravel at Redgate towards the end. David Christie, of course, was a non-finisher with his exhaust issues. Steve Laidlaw, Christopher McKenzie, and at the back of the grid, the other Laidlaw, unfortunately, also non-finishers. Now, we're hoping to have a chat with our top 3 and our novice racer winner, although where they were supposed to be stopping, as I understood, down at the bottom of the commentary box, they're not. They're all going down into the Parc Fermé area, so Scott possibly has a bit of a walk to go find them, but you know, especially, I mean, Nick Grindrod maybe not, but for those that are brand new to racing, it's not something you really tend to think of as your post-race procedure. All of your efforts go into what happens before and during the race, and you sometimes forget that there are certain obligations you have as the race finishes as well. There you can see the swooping crane of curves at the Donington Park National Circuit. Really undulating circuit this. It's it goes down into that big dip through the old hairpin, and then they climb gradually back up through McLean's, through Coppice Corner. It's a stunning circuit, great place to come and watch motor racing from, which is something you should be able to do in the relatively near future, hopefully. Thanks again to everyone that's watching and keeping the chat going in the YouTube comment section, usually a part of YouTube that you don't really want to venture into, but thankfully today there's been lots of great discussion on there. Great to see a lot of people experiencing perhaps British club racing for the first time ever. Hope you're enjoying it. Hopefully we'll have you back again in the future for future live stream events. The BRSCC has, I think, a total of 17 events being live streamed this year. So many of the championships that you've seen today, especially the Caterham championships, all of their events I think are being live streamed. There's also a secondary lot of live streaming actually, which begins next week at Croft with the BRSCC's two-day event there. So if you haven't heard enough of me droning on this weekend, you can join me at Croft in a week's time, I should say, for the next of the BRSCC live stream events. It's a busy season. An awful lot of British club racing is being live streamed these days, which can only be a good thing, and we're glad to have you all aboard, not just here in the UK but around the world as well. So how are we getting on with regards to post-race interviews? I think they're having to be done up at the other end of the pit lane, so drivers being guided back towards the waiting Scott Woodwis. In the meantime, let's maybe start looking ahead to our next race, shall we? And then we'll cut in with the interview shortly, because I can hear and now see the cars behind me starting to make their way around to the grid. So this is the second of our Aston Martin Owners Club races of the day. Slightly smaller grid, a much more contemporary grid as well. As I said, sort of a 21st century version of the Jack Fairman and Inner Silent Cup that we saw earlier on for 60s GT and touring cars. Now we have some slightly more modern machinery heading out onto the track. A grid headed by the Ferrari 458 challenge car of Nigel Jenkins. But actually, no, I think it's running in the GT3 class, so perhaps that is actually a GT3 Ferrari. Nigel Jenkins then has the pole position with David Fenn supposedly alongside him. Now, I don't think that David Fenn is there, unfortunately. That would be a shame. And I wonder if David Fenn is a relation to Rob Fenn, who won the earlier Aston Martin race, because that was in a Lotus, wasn't it? A Lotus Elan, but the Lotus Elise is in the pit lane having some work done on it. So unfortunately it might just be the Ferrari on the front row of the grid on its own. Right, before I continue with the grid for the GT4 and Intermarque Series race, let's head down to Scott Woodwis, who I think now has found our CityCar Cup race winner.
Race winner for CityCar Cup, but not a stranger to winning in the series. We've got the Nick Grundrod, and Nick looked like quite good fun, even though you did have quite a lead in the end. But yeah, you kept on setting fast slaps, and I think the smile on your face is everything. You seem to enjoy that.
I did. They're great little cars. They are great little cars to drive. Loads of grip, not a lot of power, so you just got to keep it well wound up in the corners. But yeah, great fun.
You've obviously got a lot of experience. Obviously, how does this car compare to anything else you've driven?
Apart from the power, it's as grippy, and you know the Nankang tyres grip really well. So yeah, we need another couple of 100 horsepower. We'll be okay.
You'll have to talk to Greg about that.
Yeah, we'll have a word with him.
Yeah, but great stuff, and I think that gives you now pole for the second race. So you've got to try and do it again now. Yeah,
we've fitted a new sunstrip. There's obviously the Nankang sunstrip, and I can't see the start lights, so I didn't quite get the best start. But yeah, fair play to them. It looked like it was a great battle. So behind me, so yeah, great.
Yeah, some great stuff on there, but whether you'll be part of it depends on how quick you are. But yeah, well done. First points on the board, and fingers crossed you can do it again.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, let's bring in our... But yeah, all in all, looked like you had fun out there as well.
Great fun. It's well, new to the championship, so it was really good fun, to be fair. Good start and a good little battle with Nick. He just got away a bit, and then it was just a case of keeping second really and staying there for the second race. It was good.
And they're quite fun little cars to drive, it seems. They seem to be able to chuck them into the corners, and they do almost everything you want them to.
Yeah, they're great fun. Like, you can throw them around, loads of grip. Obviously, like Nick said, not much power, but there's smiles everywhere, so it's really good.
So front row start again for race 2. You've got to try and beat Nick off the line, see if you can get in front of him.
We'll try again. Hopefully it'll be, well, a bit better this time.
Well done for second, and we'll see you in race 2. Well done. Let's bring Duncan in. Oh, Patrick, sorry. So many names to learn, so many faces to learn as well. So Patrick, but Patrick, third place for you. Obviously, we've seen you before in MG Cup in the past as well.
Yep.
But first time in CityCar, and how'd you find it? Podium.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's an unbelievable race, I have to say. We only finished the car basically yesterday. Oh, wow. Only decided to race a week and a half ago, and then qualifying this morning was basically learning how this car goes around this track. So no, it's fantastic, great racing. We caught up with the back markers, who I must say drove brilliantly, because there were about 6 of us at one time in the space for about 2 cars down the back straight. Everyone drove really well, so no, really good, clean race. Really pleased with that.
So now it's third place on the grid for race 2. You're going to try and see if you can get a good start and pick off the guys in front if you can?
I'm going to try and copy something off the guys in front, I think.
We'll go and study up and we'll see you for race 2. Well done.
Brilliant, thanks a lot. Cheers.
And we've also got our first novice class winner as well, which is Liam Browning as well. So Liam, congratulations. Obviously plenty of you out there for novices, and you came top of the pile, so that's not a bad start to the season.
Yeah, mega start. Yeah, we had a great battle, me and second. I think it's Rick Bliss, unreal. I came around about lap 7 or lap 8, had good pace, and I bent a steering arm, I reckon, on the last chicane. So we lost a bit of pace, and he started catching me, and I'm just like looking in the mirror constantly. And then I had a bit of a ding dong with him somewhere, as you got a bit of car repairing to do, and get going for race 2.
Of course, these are obviously you've been one of the many novice drivers in the field, but I think is it a fairly novice-friendly car? Is it something you can do a lot with it and get away with quite a lot in terms of driving it?
Especially in terms of it's got the right braking, it's got the right suspension, it's got the right feel. So it feels like a race car, but it's super slow. Obviously 68 horsepower. So yeah, super slow, but they're great grippy cars, good fun, super close racing as you can see there. Just the front boys are on a different level at the moment. So let's find some pace and go again for race 2.
Fingers crossed you can make it another novice win.
I hope so. Can I make a quick shout out?
Of course you can.
Thanks to the boys at Luxium 24, Tate's Cars, Pro Drift Academy UK. Thanks very much.
Well done to you for taking the first novice win, and hopefully more the same.
Much. And mum and dad, cheers.
Good stuff. So smiles all round for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Next up, our second AMOC race. This is for GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge, and Intermarques. Enjoy.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So just in time then, because the cars are heading out onto their green flag lap. There's still sadly no sign of David Fenn. Well, there is a sign of him. He's in the pit lane. You can see there just to the top right corner of your screen. That is the Lotus Elise of David Fenn that should be lining up on the front row of the grid. So Nigel Jenkins in the Ferrari will have the front row all to himself then for this Aston Martin Owners Club GT, GT4 and Intermarque Series race. On row 2 will be an Aston Martin, appropriately enough. That is the Albert and Albert driven car. Now, Dale Albert will be one of them, and let me just remind myself of his co-driver. Dale Albert, I recognise having run number 38 in Ginetta Racing in the past, and in with him is Mark Albert, there we go, in the Triple M Automotive Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Then we've got something very different, the VW Golf TCR car, so from a rear-wheel drive GT4 car to a front-wheel drive touring car with Jamie Sturgis, who's been driving that car for a number of years very competitively now. Lining up on row 2. Row number 3, we have the number 20 car. That's Ricky Can, who appears to have found a co-driver for that car that wasn't on the original entry list, surname of Wilson, but certainly Ricky Can. Oh, that is a BMW, and that is Edward Lee, who looks as though he's stopped, unfortunately, in that very attractive BMW M3 with the sort of mid-90s works BMW GoldenEye livery on the car. Back when GoldenEye, the latest at the time James Bond film, used to be an official sponsor of the BMW's Works touring car team. Anyway, that car is stopped at the old hairpin. That might lead to a delayed start potentially. I'll carry on running through the grid. Then we have the 86 car, which should line up next. That will be the pair of birds. So you got Charles Hyde Andrews' bird, and he's sharing that car, but again, that's a car that was late onto the entry list. They will line up, that's the Nissan 2000 SX, alongside Gary Wardle in the Porsche 911 GT3, and Edward Lee in the BMW is supposed to be 8 on the grid alongside Gary. Peter Jackson in the Lotus XE should be next, ahead of Robert Hollyman's Porsche 964, and then a Porsche 968 of James Alexander should line up on the 6th row alongside Matthew Johnson in a BMW E36 M3. Mike Watson's Ford Sierra Cosworth should be next, ahead of Lawrence Squires in a BMW 318, and the second Aston Martin on the grid will be the Aston Martin DB4 of Edward O'Byrne at the back. So they are delaying the start to the race because of this issue for Edward Lee. The marshal's just pushing the car out of the way, so you can see the field had pulled out, had formed up in 2x2 there for the rolling start, but they've kept the runyourfleet.com safety car out on track. The time has not yet started, so this is a delayed start rather than a safety car start, essentially. Start, hopefully, at the end of this lap. So the cars work their way through Redgate Corner, down through the crane of curves. The Ferrari that's on pole was just 0.4 of a second quicker than David Fenn in the Lotus Elise, but of course David in the pit lane, not looking set to start. That car's been there a while as well. I noticed it right at the start of the CityCar Cup earlier on, so it's been there for a good 20 or so minutes as they try and figure out the problem, and they've just not been able. There's a lot of standing around and talking and not a huge amount of fixing going on, so the Lotus, I'm afraid, is going to be a non-starter. And they have now started the time, so the timing screen does now kick into life. Oh, that's one of the Porsches as well then, by the looks of it. Is that the 9? I've never have been any good at Porsche. That's the 968? 6.8, yes, of James Alexander as opposed to the 964 of Robert Hollyman. I do wish, it's one of the biggest regrets I have about modern motoring. I wish that we would go back to naming cars properly, not just giving them a number, because someone who is numerically challenged as I am, it's often difficult to remember which is a Porsche 964 and which is a 968. But anyway, I'll stop whinging now. Ferrari from Aston Martin from VW Golf, the top three on the grid. Not many grids in the world where you get that sort of variety at the front of the field. We do still have that one Lotus there, which is the Exige of Peter Jackson. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this one. And a couple of Porsches towards the back. That Porsche GT3 should be a bit further up the order than that, I've said as well. So I think it's going to be a bit of shuffling here in the early stages. Once we get the race underway, we're going to see, I think, a few drivers that maybe didn't quite get the best out of their cars in qualifying moving forward. Peter Jackson, actually, in that red Exige, only did 9 laps in qualifying, whereas most of them did about 14, 15 or 16 laps. So there are definitely a couple that probably didn't get their absolute best pace out of the car earlier on. The safety car then, or the pace car, oh no, it is officially the safety car again now, isn't it? Because the race has started now behind the safety car. Does that mean that we will get a single file restart? Well, some of them are doing it single file and some of them are doing it double file, but I think this should be a single file start with Nigel Jenkins then on the pole position. The red lights, of course, are going to go to green rather than going out, and that's caught him out a bit. And Jamie Sturgis, who's raced in quite a lot of races that have probably started behind the safety car, gets a bit of a jump on the Ferrari, so they're 3 wide almost into the braking zone. It will be the Ferrari of Nigel Jenkins that gets the lead. Jamie Sturgis gives the big squeeze there to the Albert Aston Martin, which gets sideways, almost loses it in front of the rest of the pack, and that allows the top 2 then to make a bit of a break. So what happened there, I think, is that Nigel Jenkins and a couple of others, they were waiting for the red lights to go off, but they wouldn't do that because it wasn't actually the start of the race. They just went from red to green. I think that confused a few people, and yeah, Jamie Sturgis is one of those that was able to take advantage. There goes the Aston Martin DB4 of Edward O'Byrne, a bit further down the order, number 55 BMW of Lawrence Squires behind him now, so that's been a change on the opening half a lap. Field makes its way up through McLean's and Coppice then for the first time. 5th position now for the Lotus Exige of Peter Jackson, so through a mixture of other people having problems and him being on his toes at the start, he's been able to pick up a few places, and there is the Nissan, which Charles Hard Andrew Bird will be driving, I presume, for the opening stint. Charles has been a regular in the Classic Sports Car Club in recent years, and now at the wheel of that magnificent Nissan 2000 SX, which I followed into the circuit this morning, and I did think to myself at the time, oh, I do hope that's racing in one of the Aston Martin Owners Club races, and here it is, gaining a position actually at the expense of the number 9 Porsche of Robert Hollyman. Got the other Porsche there trying to come through as well. That's Gary Wardle, isn't it, in the 27. Now, Wardle did not qualify at all earlier on. That, I think, is a 911 GT3 Cup car, isn't it, that number 27? So not a full GT3 car, but certainly not far off GT3 pace, which means in theory it should be the only other car in the race realistically that can challenge the Ferrari of Nigel Jenkins at the front of the field, especially since we don't have David Fenn in the race. Fenn's car, by the way, no longer on the pit apron, so I think they've realised that was a lost cause and they've sent it back into the garage. So Charles Hard Andrew Bird then under pressure now from Gary Wardle. Oh, I'm telling a lie about Gary, sorry, he did qualify. He qualified in 7th position, so a little off the pace maybe that you would expect to see from that car. Goes the number 20 Aston Martin, that's the Can and Wilson Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Ricky Can, and Wilson was not on the original entry list, so I can't tell you his first name, but presumably it is Ricky taking the opening stint of the race. Down the exhibition straight they go then, and we are already seeing a decent margin being built up here by the race leader Nigel Jenkins over Jamie Sturgis in 2nd position. So Jenkins then with a fastest lap, 1:13.961, and Sturgis just can't quite live with that pace, as you'd expect really, a GT3 spec Ferrari versus a TCR spec VW. Those TCR cars are rapid, but they're not GT3 Ferrari pace. Gary Wardle comes through ahead of the Nissan now then, so that change has happened, and off, I'm afraid, has gone the DB4 of Edward O'Byrne. That's up at McLean's. That car probably doesn't have a huge amount of grip, it must be said, compared to some of the other cars out on track at the moment, so not surprising that he's finding it a bit of a handful. That means he's giving that place back now to the 55 BMW of Lawrence Squires, and 10th place, the position in question. There goes the number 9 Porsche, which is the Robert Hollyman Porsche 964. This is the battle, really, isn't it, at the moment? It's the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the Cannon Wilson Vantage, with the Lotus behind Peter Jackson. Then you've got Gary Wardle in the Porsche, who does seem to have a bit more pace now in the race than he was carrying in qualifying earlier on. And the Bird Nissan not far behind them either. Running in slightly different classes we have. So we have a GT3 class, we have an open class, which is somehow different to an invitation class, don't ask me how, and then there's classes D and E as well, and in fact there's even a Class B car. Lawrence Squires in that BMW 318 that's moved into 10th place is a Class B car. Gary Wardle there, who is a GT3 spec, or GT3 class car, moves ahead of the Lotus of Peter Jackson, running in the invitational class, and in fact Peter's going to lose another place now because the Nissan dives up the inside too, a bit more horsepower there for the Nissan, and it goes ahead of the Lotus that was outperforming the pace certainly that we saw from it in qualifying. In qualifying, Peter Jackson did a 1:17.681, which was only good enough for 9th on the grid, whereas Jackson's previous lap, well, it was his best lap in this race, is a 19.0, not quite down on his qualifying pace. But look at this, he's getting racy, isn't he? Back up the inside of Bird now in the Nissan, and reclaims the position down at the old hairpin. Run back through Starkeys again, all of them getting really caught up behind the Aston Martin, the Cannon Wilson Aston Martin, which has plenty of grunt, so it sort of gets away from them all in a straight line, and then as soon as they get to a twiddly bit, they all sort of get stacked up behind it. But it's quite a big car, the Aston Martin, so relatively easy to defend in it. It fills a lot of the road. The little Lotus, perhaps, the one that's most likely to be able to get through because it's very small, it's very agile, and you can see there Peter Jackson really using all of the mid-corner speed to get onto the tail of Gary Wardle, but then as soon as they get on the straight, Bird in the Nissan is able to get alongside him again. So the Aston Martin turns into the chicane. Porsche next, Nissan next. So just as we saw a lap ago, the Nissan goes through on the exhibition straight. Peter Jackson tries to fight back coming off the chicane, but he's going to lose out every time in a horsepower battle across the start-finish line. So they go through then onto their 6th lap of the race. This, I remind you, is the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. 2 of them are actually in the same class, it's worth pointing out. The Cannon Wilson Aston Martin is in the same class as the Bird Nissan. So if those two ever get themselves together, that is a fight for the Class D lead. This is a fight for 2nd place because the Albert Aston Martin, after its little moment on cold tyres at the start, has now started to come into its own and has closed in on Jamie Sturgis in the VW Golf TCR. And Jamie Sturgis was a second ahead at the start of the lap, but to my untrained eye, that is not a second anymore as they go through Coppice Corner. So the Aston Martin GT4 car is reeling in the TCR car. I've heard people say before, though, that TCR cars, well-prepared and well-driven TCR cars anyway, are pretty similar in pace to some GT4 machinery. And, of course, that is the older-shaped Aston Martin Vantage GT4 now. So a few years old, probably about 4 or 5 years old in that particular example. And the Alberts are hoping that they can get themselves one further step up the podium. On the previous lap, the Aston Martin was 2/10 quicker. Tries to have a go on the inside there at Redgate, was just a car length or so too far back. Now, 4th place is still the same order as ever it was, but Gary Wardle is a bit closer now to the Cann and Wilson Aston Martin. And is he going to have a go into Redgate out the window? I'm watching him, and yes, he's gone through. We've cut away on the screen, quite rightly, to the fight for 2nd place, but at the top of the hill, there's going to be a change for 4th. It is now going to be the fluorescent Porsche ahead, so Gary Wardle is now free to try and chase down the 3 cars ahead of him. I'll be interested to see what his pace is now, because for the first time this race, the Porsche is in clean air. So Wardle then into 4th. That means the Aston Martin's down to 5th, and now it's the turn of Bird to challenge for the class lead. So this is a battle for the lead of the class now between the Aston Martin and the Porsche. It's Jamie Sturgis here continues to try and fend off the Albert Aston Martin. We've got 4 different classes actually represented inside the top 5 in this race. The leading car, Jenkins, is a GT3 class car. Then you've got the open class car of Sturgis. One of the Alberts in. The Alberts actually aren't designated as having class that they belong to, but I would imagine, well, it's not going to be a GT3 class car, is it? It probably should be in the open class, actually, similar to the TCR car. Definitely performance-wise, there are some similarities you can see, because he's struggling to get past the VW. Jamie Sturgis keeps the position through Redgate Corner, despite the fact the Aston Martin was maybe a little quicker in a straight line. I don't think there was a huge straight line speed difference between the two. Now they've got some traffic to deal with in the shape of Lawrence Squire's BMW. And Jamie Sturgis sort of half-heartedly looks up the inside, wasn't sure whether Lawrence was going to leave him room. He did, but Sturgis was a lot slower through the corner, and this is Albert's chance now. He gets a run out of the old hairpin through Starkey's, tries to get past the Golf. The Aston Martin actually hidden completely behind the surprisingly large VW Golf silhouette. And they work their way now up through that right-hander at McLean's corner with still the Golf in front. This is developing now into quite a nice battle. So Albert then trying to size up his opposition here, trying to figure out where he's going to be able to make this overtake. As these two go down into the chicane, by the way, the race leader, Nigel Jenkins, is already at Redgate, just to give you a sort of visual idea of what that gap is. He's just got past, though, I think. That was the Edward Lee BMW, was it not? It looked like the Edward Lee BMW. No, he's still off the track, so another one of the BMWs that he just negotiated. Second place battle, though, is on again, and this time Albert sails around the outside of Jamie Sturgis. That was a good move, and he got the car stopped as well, so having tried the inside line a couple of times, Albert decided the outside maybe was the better way to go, and he does pick up second position, and look, already starting to gap the VW now. I said I was going to look at Gary Wardle's pace compared to these two, and, well, he's comparable to them. On the previous lap, Sturgis did a 17.3, Albert a 17.1, and Wardle a 17.2. So there you can see Wardle's not really actually getting away that much from the Cannon Wilson Aston Martin. Bird is still stuck behind the Aston Martin, so no change for the class lead there. And then the Lotus of Peter Jackson, depending on which part of the circuit you look at it, sometimes it's very close behind those two, and then sometimes in the second half of the lap in particular, it falls away a little bit. Nigel Jenkins in the Ferrari 458 comes across the start-finish line. We have a mandatory pit stop, remember, in this race, a bit like we had for the previous Aston Martin Owners Club race. So even if you're not changing driver, you still have to pit to make sure that you don't gain an advantage over those that are sharing the car, even though it probably is still an advantage, in all honesty, to be flying solo. And I think possibly Jamie Sturgis has chosen now to pit. Yes, he has. So Jamie Sturgis has just pitted. You can see on the timing tower his name faded out, meaning that he is in the pit lane for his regulation pit stop. And the timing of these pit stops not quite so important now, because there are only 11 cars still running, with the demise of Edward Lee and the Porsche of Alexander. There you can see Sturgis in, so too Peter Jackson. Now Jackson did choose to pit because I think he was getting held up by the two cars immediately ahead of him. And I think the trouble with that Lotus is because it's so quick through the corners, it was almost running into the back of the Nissan and having to really bail out. So the thought here, I guess, for Peter Jackson is that he can get out of the pit lane into some clean air and put in some really quick lap times and maybe leapfrog ahead of those that haven't yet stopped. So two cars in, both of them from within the top, well, 7 in the race, but Jackson had been running in the top 5 earlier on. You can see exactly what a TCR VW Golf looks like. Proper bit of kit is a TCR car. And out onto the circuit it goes again. Of course, it leaves the pit lane considerably before Peter Jackson's Lotus, because it came in quite a long way before. The gap between the two of them was something in the region of 20 seconds. So Sturgis rejoins the circuit, and Peter Jackson will do likewise very shortly. Now, Sturgis has gone back on track into some nice clean air. Peter Jackson, I'm not convinced is, though. He's actually, Peter Jackson's so frustrating this for him. He's going to rejoin the track pretty much exactly where he was before he pitted. He's maybe going to be a bit further behind the Nissan than he was. Let's see if we can hold this shot, because there goes Gary Wardle in the Porsche. There is the Aston Martin of Can and Wilson just behind, we might see. And then it will be the Bird Nissan. And then the next car in line again, once again, is Peter Jackson. So Jackson, he tried to get out of dirty air and into some clean air, and didn't really succeed in doing so. We've got Porsche in as well of Rob Hollyman, as there is the Albert Aston Martin. Now, do they react to Sturgis pulling the pin early here and pitting early. Do they leave the Albert car out a bit longer? Of course, the difference being Sturgis is not doing a driver change, whereas the Alberts are. So if they decide they've got their quicker Albert in for this first stint, then they might choose to leave them out a bit longer. There is Hollyman, 164. There, the Aston Martin. I said it was a 21st century race. This not entirely, of course. You do still have a couple racing in the lower classes that are in significantly older machines. The Aston Martin DB4, which runs in the GT4 category, and I think that's a little unrealistic, quite frankly, because although it may have been a GT4 equivalent back in the day, it certainly can't compete with that car, which is a modern-day GT4 car. I mean, look at that. Quite literally in a different league, aren't they? So through goes Albert then in second position, putting a lap on the Aston Martin. Aston Martin lapping Aston Martin, with several decades between those two cars, of course. The race leader, by the way, has just been in. Nigel Jenkins in the Ferrari has been in and out very quickly, that seemed, actually, and so too is the Can and Wilson Aston Martin. They're doing a driver change. So that means that the Alberts, are they going to get the lead? Yeah, I think they are. I think they're going to be a lap ahead of Nigel Jenkins, more or less, after his pit stop, although others have been losing only just over a lap. Yeah, no, I suppose that would be right, wouldn't it? So I think Albert has taken the lead, then Jenkins a lap down in second, but only because he's pitted. And the leading Aston Martin hasn't. The older Aston Martin comes in, and the DB4 makes its mandatory stop. There's Gary Wardle, still in third position, and getting away a bit now from Bird in the Nissan, who now comes through. There you can see the Can and Wilson V8 Vantage coming through. Almost looks a bit lopsided, that, doesn't it? Like the right-hand side is a bit lower than the left, but hopefully nothing too much to be concerned about. Turns through the first corner and makes its way, thunders its way back down through the Crane of Curves. So approaching half race distance then, 22.5 minutes still to go in this one. And the lead gap, which is a bit academic at the moment because we're still waiting for the top 3 cars to pit, is 29 seconds or so between Albert in the Aston Martin and Wardle in the Porsche. There is the car that should reclaim the lead once all of this is said and done. That is the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari, which turns its way through Redgate Corner and actually isn't racing away from the Albert Aston Martin here. It came out of the pit lane about this sort of distance apart a lap ago, and it's not really lapping all that much quicker, and it's certainly going to lose time now because of the BMW of Lawrence Squires in front, which didn't exactly leap out of the way down at the old hairpin. So the Ferrari holding on to the lead of the race then makes its way up to McLean's corner. We're in that middle phase of the race now then, where the half field pitted, a few of them haven't, so the actual order out there on track is a little bit up in the air at the moment. We know that the Ferrari of Jenkins should reclaim the lead. The big question really is going to be whether or not Jamie Sturgis comes out with second place, or whether it ends up being the Albert Aston Martin. The Alberts are doing 1 minute 13s, mid 1 minute 13s fairly consistently, and there is the Aston Martin, whereas Jamie Sturgis is in the low 1 minute 15s. So I don't think Sturgis is going to be able to do enough, even with that early pit stop, because they're not changing tyres or anything. It's not like you really get a huge advantage from pitting early. And so the VW Golf, I think, is probably going to stay in third place. So there goes Nigel Jenkins down through the Crane Curve. Scott Woodward is back with me again here in the commentary box, and another eclectic mix of cars out there for us to enjoy.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see so many different variety of contemporary machinery, because we had, of course, the Aston Martin Owners Club with the classic variety with Jack Fairman Cup and Innis Island Cup and some great machines in that, but we get to see some more modern cars in the mix for as an alternative for this combined race, which is good, and a nice mixture of marks and models in the mix. One car which I'm very intrigued by is the Charles Hyde Andrews Bird car, which is just coming to pit lane now. And that car, you know, for those who know touring car circles will recognise the livery. I certainly do. It's from one of my favourite touring cars from my childhood. It's the same livery as that you'd find on the R32 Nissan Skyline GTR that competed in the Australian Touring Car Championship back in 1990. So not just the R32, but also the R31 model, which competed before it. So nice inspiration of livery there from Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. Nigel Jenkins, though, looks though if he's going to, when the Alberts pit, it looks though he's certainly on the pace to try and get his lap back, because he's just done a new fastest lap of the race, 1:12.313, and that's a second and a half better than the current race leader, the Alberts in their Aston Martin Vantage GT4 in the mix. There's Peter Jackson, and I guess that must be the 20 now of the aforementioned Wilson at the wheel now of the older V8 Vantage. These two battling now for position. This is for overall position rather than class position, because the Jackson Lotus is in the invitation class, and class D is the one which the Canon Wilson Aston Martin is. It thunders past the little Lotus Elise. It's a bit of a lock-up as it turns in, and his Jackson got surprised at just exactly where Wilson stopped the car on the apex, and almost had to really anchor up mid-corner, which really got him sideways as he comes down the pit straight. And Wilson now continuing on. That's put him up to 6th place overall, still second in Class D, because that is now the mix between the Birds. Now the other driver in the mix, who is just called Bird, is now heading back out once again in the Nissan. And also we've had the pit stop for the BMW number 17 of Johnson. That's the 17 BMW Matthew Johnson in his BMW M3 E36. So there is car still running in 6th position. I think anyone who knows fans of James Bond will remember that car from the infamous scene in the snow, I think, or on the ice, I think, with that, I can't remember the exact Bond film, but that model, that sort of generation of Aston Martin has appeared on a Bond screen at least once. There we see the Gary Wardle Porsche 911 GT3, which is currently second in the GT3 class, behind the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari, which is, as we say, currently at the moment in 2nd place, but we are still awaiting the only pit caller left, which is the Alberts in their Aston Martin. And they continue to lead. They have a lap over the Nigel Jenkins Ferrari, but I suspect, seeing as a pit stop, I think it's about 90 seconds for a pit stop, and the gap is about a lap, and a lap being about roughly 1:12, 1:13, and that will mean that the lead should easily go back to Nigel Jenkins. The question's got to be, though, is where exactly will the Alberts bring their Aston Martin back out? Now, if it's going to be 2nd place, whoops, that's the DB4 that's had the spin. That's Ed O'Byrne in the GT4 class, number 88 Aston Martin. Another spin. That was on the exit of Coppice. As we see Gary Wardle here just ahead of the Wilson Aston Martin, and that Ricky Can has relinquished driving duties for the remainder of the race. There's the Peter Jackson Lotus Elise, which has markings on it that suggests it's a car that's regularly competed in GT Cup in the past, and whether we'll see it out in GT Cup, I guess, remains to be seen throughout 2021. So still got 17 minutes left in this GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge and Intermarque's combined race for the Aston Martin Owners Club. Fantastic addition to the BRSCC. It's starting to have a nice mixture of some high-performance modern racing cars with some superb and beautiful classic cars racing, and nice to have them both on the same timetable. So a big thank you to AMOC and to Peter Snowden and everyone involved in the AMOC club to bring the racing operations in terms of the responsibility to run their races to the BRSCC, and I know that everyone at the club has been excited to have them under their wing and hold their first races. As Gary Wardle tries to squeeze up the inside, and that really didn't work. The BMW didn't see him, and Wilson has to really anchor up to make sure he doesn't make contact, and Gary Wardle is very lucky to just keep the car out of the gravel. So Gary Wardle then, facing sideways at Redgate. Past him goes the Peter Jackson Lotus, also past him goes the Nigel Sturgis Ferrari. So Nigel Jenkins Ferrari, forgive me, and either Wardle stalled the car or we're simply just waiting for a gap, because there are still more cars coming through. The Alberts in Aston Martin have gone past. There goes the Bird and Hyde Andrews Bird Nissan. The Porsche of, that's car number 9, that's the Porsche 964 of Rob Holliman also going through, and Wardle's car is still stationary, so either he stalled it and just can't get it refired, or there's a further issue which caused him to spin. But it all seemed to be the fact that he was trying to simply put a lap on the 55 Porsche. He has got it going now, which is good, so maybe it took him a moment just to get the car restarted. But Lawrence Squires was the BMW which he was trying to lap, and I think Lawrence Squires probably didn't realise that Gary was trying to move alongside as quickly as he did, and it forced the Porsche to just really stand on the brakes and bring the rear end around. So he's just coasting around, possibly to the pits, to have a look and see if there's any lasting damage. The Jamie Sturgis VW Golf TCR has moved past, and that still remains in third position. The pit window is still open, so it looks as though the Alberts are going right to the edge of the pit window before they make their stop. In fact, as I say that, just out of my window, they are heading into the pit lane now. So the current race leaders, the Alberts and their Aston Martin, are the last pit callers to make their stop, and we can see them on camera here as one Albert brings the car to a stop, and the other one will jump in. So just see the pit stop happening here. So driver will jump out, one Albert in, one Albert out, which is pretty simple. You can see it's liveried up because it looks as though, I think it looks as though it's done the opening rounds of, I'm guessing, Brit Car Endurance, at least at Silverstone. If not possibly, it may have been racing yesterday at Snetterton as well, because it has got all still the Brit Car decals on it as well. So that's obviously a regular car that's competed in that championship. Certainly getting their weekend's worth of racing. That's even time to clean the windscreen as well. Look at that. Triple M squad seems to be well rehearsed in pit stops. And of course what they should now do is we're now waiting for Nigel Jenkins to come through in the Ferrari. And here he comes out of the final chicane, and he will retake the lead just as the doors close and the Ferrari's about to go through. And that's Gary Wardle in the Porsche, and unfortunately after the spin, obviously something mechanical has been damaged as a result. There wasn't any contact with the number 55 BMW, but it looks as though whatever he's done seems to have wrecked something mechanically, which does mean that there's possible damage. He's having a conversation with one of his mechanics, and whether they're going to push it backwards and get him back out into the race or push it forwards into the garage, we'll have to wait and see. But the Alberts back out on the circuit, and I don't think they've lost anything more than the lead. So they've gone back out, I think, in second place. And as Andy was saying, Jamie Sturgis wasn't quite on the same pace as the Aston Martin when they were both out on track before Albert made its pit stop. The mechanics for the Gary Wardle Porsche still talking to Gary and just him relaying some of the issues. Just to confirm, Jamie Sturgis is still in third place because the white Golf TCR has just gone flying past the pits, past the commentary box. So third place for him. So now the pit stops have shaken out. Now, of course, Gary Wardle will start tumbling down the timing stream because he's in the pit lane. Got two Astons here together, Ed O'Byrne and the 20 car of Cannon Wilson. Wilson at the wheel. He goes thundering past. Two beautiful sounds, the throaty V8 of the newer V8 Vantage and the beautiful sort of old school classic car, proper classic sports car sound of the Aston Martin DB4. Two same marks, but two very different sounding engines. They both sound beautiful in their own right. But at the moment, it's an equally beautiful sounding Ferrari 458 Challenge that is leading the way pretty convincingly by a lap in the hands of Nigel Jenkins. And the second of the Alberts now in the car for the number 38 Aston Martin. 26.1 seconds is the gap. So we'll have to wait and see if this Albert behind the wheel is any quicker than the first one that has just relinquished the car in that late pit stop. Just seeing here, Nigel Jenkins putting a lap on the number 20 Cannon Wilson V8 Vantage. Wilson dutifully moves aside, respects the blue flags, and lets the bright yellow, almost gold Ferrari 458 Challenge through. 11 and 3/4 minutes left to go in this first race of the season for the combined grid for the Aston Martin Owners Club GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge, and Intermarque. It's been a pretty dominant performance so far from Nigel Jenkins. He's still got a few more laps to go to confirm his potential race victory. And is that the Wilson Aston Martin incoming to the pit lane? Yes, it is. So that's not a scheduled stop. So unfortunately, I think there might be problems for the Gulf liveried, Gulf coloured Aston Martin V8 Vantage. It makes a stop just as see the pit lane here. And the driver's door opens just to kind of get a handle on what the issue might be. And they're going to the bottom of the car. Are they possibly looking at something on the... Was that something that took off the bottom of the splitter? Something that was hanging off, maybe? Maybe. Just in the foreground, I think that's Gary Wardle pushing his Porsche away. But the Aston Martin back out. Now, I don't know if that was simply just a piece of bodywork or something that was caught. But whatever the drama was seems to have been solved pretty quickly. And the Aston Martin heads back out onto the circuit just behind the car that caused, well, was involved in the drama which caused the unfortunate demise of the Gary Wardle Porsche, which you saw there just as the Aston Martin was heading out of the pit lane. In the background, the number 27 car was being pushed back into its box. So sadly, its race is done early with about roughly 10 minutes to go. So let's just run down where we are position-wise. Then Nigel Jenkins leads the way overall in the GT3 class. And it's 20 minutes comes past the pit lane past me now in the commentary box. He leads there. He's completed 22 laps with the completion of the one just done a couple of seconds ago. Second is the Alberts, number 38, Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Third place for Jamie Surgis in the open class VW Golf TCR. Fourth place for, well, it's now Peter Jackson, of course, because the Cann and Wilson Aston Martin pitted from fourth place to fix whatever issue that was at the front of the car. Peter Jackson's Lotus has now gone up into fourth overall and his top invitation class car, the only invitation class car in the field. Fifth place for the Bird and Hyde Andrew Bird Nissan 200 SX, or as it's known in other parts of the world, a Silvia, S14 Silvia. And that's in fifth position now. In fact, the Cann Wilson car, because of its issue, had to really, it was there for quite a while, so it dropped several spots, and it's still going. But I wonder maybe if it's either back at full pace now, or whether it's possibly still carrying one or two issues from which are still existing despite the quick pit call to try and fix whatever the problem was, or at least diagnose the problem and see if he can drive around it. Jamie Sturgis then puts a lap on that Aston Martin. There is the ever-present 55 BMW of Lawrence Squires. Still 8 3/4 minutes to go in this race, and seems to be fairly settled throughout most of this race in terms of the gaps have just been sort of extending and contracting quite a lot in the mix before, during and after the pit stops. And just to confirm then, the number 9 Porsche of Rob Holloman is now into 6th position after the pit call for the unscheduled pit call for the Cann Wilson Aston Martin, which is down to 7th. The number 17 car of Matthew Johnson, that's the other BMW E6M3, which there are 2 in the field. The other BMW 318 is just a more regular 318, rather than the other 2, which are more the more touring car livery-esque looking machines. The Ed Squires BMW is actually, sorry, Lawrence Squires BMW is actually currently in 9th place overall at the moment, which is interesting, and it also leads its class. It's the only car in Class B. Then we have Ed O'Byrne in the Aston Martin DB4, and of course we've lost, of course, Gary Waller's Porsche after the spin at Redgate Corner when it was trying to lap the 55 BMW. And of course then we lost the other cars earlier on, which was the 170, which was the Edward Lee BMW M3, and number 22, the Alexander Porsche, which effectively, unfortunately, never even really got started in that race. It simply just had some issues on the formation lap and didn't even really properly get going.
Yes, indeed. So plenty going on through the middle portion of this race. I just spotted the Cann and Wilson Aston Martin had come back into the pit lane this time to retire. So I gather they've had some mechanical issues whilst I was away for the last 10 minutes. So that's a shame. Car that was running solidly earlier on. Yeah,
To be honest, because whilst you were away from the microphone, I was sort of describing it on the stream, and it was rather odd. It wasn't. Actually, that's not good. There's another one that might be in strife. That's the Peter Jackson Lotus. That was the car that first immediately benefited from the Cann Wilson car coming into the pit lane with its issue, and I wonder if that's issue of its own now for Peter Jackson and the Lotus Elise, and that's also coming. That definitely isn't scheduled because everyone has made their scheduled stops during the pit window. And the mechanic gets in, pokes his head in. What's the problem, bud? And all is not well with that Lotus. So there's one or two cars that are starting to feel the effects of this 40-minute race. But one car that certainly isn't is this man, Nigel Jenkins, in that beautiful-looking, almost gold Ferrari 458 Challenge car, and it seems to be running fairly, he says, touch wood, fairly flawlessly at the moment in the lead of the race. Of course, a lap ahead of the Alberts after they were the last cars to make their pit stop. They were right at the end of the pit window, and of course there wasn't a big enough advantage for them to be able to hold on to the lead, but they have held on to second place because Jamie Sturgis, as you rightly pointed out earlier on, wasn't exactly on the same pace as the Alberts, and so therefore it meant that the TCR car had to settle for third place at the moment, which is on screen now. I'm impressed though by the Bird and Hyde Andrews Bird Nissan, which is up to fourth place and holding its own. And we saw that in the early stages that it had the pace to keep up with a Porsche GT3 car, a Lotus, and an old school Aston Martin. So whatever they've done to that Nissan certainly seems to be working a treat, because it's certainly quite a car that is doing quite a bit. And I think that car's even made some appearances, if not in these kind of races, in the Classic Sports Car Club and in AMOC racing. I'm sure I've even seen it competing at times in the what's considered, I think, the Castle GT Championship a few times as well. So they get around with that car, and they like to race it wherever they can in these kind of all-comer style GT sort of sports car type races. So it's good to see it getting some use. And I did also point out that car is it sports another. You talk about in the modified Fords, there was a Australian touring car livery colours. This car sports another Australian touring car livery, which is the 1990 Nissan Gibson Motorsport livery for when it ran in the Australian Touring Car Championship. I think both the R31 and the R32 ran that car, and that's my favourite year of touring car racing from Australia because of the Nissan and everything else that raced in that era. So nice livery, and it goes as quick as it looks.
Yeah, it was attracting a lot of attention. I noticed on the YouTube chat earlier on as well. It's an awesome looking car, and it's got some serious performance as well, like the Ferrari really that's dominating this race. As we watched that on the screen, I've just noticed out of the window that Peter Jackson is back in the race, but I don't think he'll be in it for long because the Lotus was stuttering its way along the start-finish line. Almost like it's a gear issue, maybe, like he couldn't get it in or out of gear. So possibly a gearbox problem for the Lotus. Whatever it is, I think it's going to struggle around one more lap and then probably bail for the pit lane. So Jenkins leads then by nearly a minute. 52.8 seconds is the margin between Jenkins and Albert in the Aston Martin in second place. And now Albert is 7.6 seconds ahead of Jamie Sturgis. When I last checked a couple of laps ago, that gap was over 10 seconds, so I don't know whether Albert's just sort of stroking it home now, but he was 2.3 seconds slower than Sturgis on the previous lap. The race leader comes across the line to complete one more lap. In fourth place is the Nissan. Hollyman in the Porsche 964 is in fifth position, with Peter Jackson still sixth despite that pit stop, but like I say, I'm pretty sure he'll be back in the pit shortly.
Yellow flag, and that's the Jackson Lotus that you mentioned, which you rightfully, unfortunately but rightfully predicted, hasn't got much further than the pit lane, so it's pulled off just at the top of Hollywood before the Craner curves, and another car that's come to a rather unfortunate premature end.
Yes, I did notice as it left Redgate that last lap that it was crawling and seemed to be slowing to even more of a crawl as it went behind the trees. So yeah, Peter has realised he's not going to get it back round, or if he did try and get it back round to the pits, he could do more damage to it than he would just by parking it. So yeah, sensible decision there. Unfortunate though, because it means we've lost another car now from the race. Jamie Sturgis though continuing to press on. Now the Albert Aston Martin crosses the line now, does 118 this time, even slower. Sturgis could get back to the Alberts here because he comes through and does another 115. So it's an 18.7 for Albert, a 15.4 for Sturgis. So that's 3.3 seconds quicker than the Aston Martin. If he does another lap like that, he could actually be on them within the next lap or so.
He really could, and you were talking about earlier on the fact that TCR cars, when set up and driven well, they can be as quick as GT4 machinery, and it looks that Jamie's certainly out to prove that point, and that's a car that's also quite a regular in certain series up and down in, again, Classic Sports Car Club, Castle GTs, it's quite a regular as well. I know it's been competing recently in the Slick series that the CSGC runs as well, of course, and that's quite a long way to race one. So Jamie Sturgis certainly races the car where he can. I know, obviously, being the man behind the voice of TCR as well, it'd be quite nice to see him possibly ever go in TCR with that car as well. But I suspect at the same time that's not a standard TCR car. They probably had a bit of fettling under the bonnet with that, particularly the power.
I'm not sure. I believe it is running to full TCR spec, I think, because I know Jamie Peters-Ennis, who was with us yesterday, is good friends with Jamie and actually helps Jamie run it when he goes out and races in some series, particularly down at Castle Coombe. And I think he did tell me that it is a Pucker TCR car and could, if Jamie wanted to, go and race in TCR UK or indeed any TCR competition around the world. That's the joy of the TCR class. One of the other joys is that, as we've said, the car is very quick. Not to take anything away from Jamie here, though, but I do think that Albert is running into some sort of an issue here because the lap times are some 3, nearly 4 seconds off the pace it was running earlier on, and Jamie is all over the back now of the Aston Martin. So this is for second place overall. Now he's done the catching. Where does he do the overtaking? Because even if he is running into problems here, Albert's not for leaving the door open, is he? Runs a bit wide out of the old hairpin, though. Jamie Sturgis pulls alongside, and now we get a real graphic look at what the performance difference is between the cars. The Aston Martin just a little bit quicker in a straight line, but not a huge amount. And Jamie Sturgis on the brakes again, tries to get up the inside. Albert seems to be struggling to keep it on line, so maybe a brake or tyre issue for the Aston Martin. Whatever it is, he's really struggling through the corners up at the top end of the circuit, and Jamie Sturgis is all over him. The Aston Martin almost off the track, and that's all the invitation that Jamie needed. He dives through on the inside and does now move back to second place.
And you could tell when he was trying to get past Albert earlier on a few corners back, the fact that Albert was defending so hard, he actually had to stand on the brakes through start Starkey, which is supposed to be a flat-out corner. So that's just how much of a defensive effort Albert tried to put up. But I do have to agree that there's possibly some kind of issue with that number 30 Aston Martin, or at least it's not quite at the same sort of pace. I think what would have frustrated Jamie if he didn't get past him just then is that the fact that obviously the GT4 car has a horsepower advantage, therefore if at any point he's weak in the corners, if he does try to pull alongside, the Albert's can simply just floor the throttle and pull away a little bit on the straight. So it's certainly quite a relief for Jamie to be able to get that move done. But speaking of getting things done, Nigel Jenkins is about to get this race done, of course, here in the second AMOC race of the day. We've been here before with the 55 BMW. I know you weren't here for it, but the Gary Wardle time, it started when he was trying to lap the 55 BMW. Not the 55 BMW's fault, but simply just I think Gary Wardle went to go and make a move up the inside to lap him, didn't realise that the 55 car was going to hold his racing line how he did, anchored up and had a spin and just about keep the rear wheels out of the gravel. But whatever the reason was, it must have damaged something mechanically, because it took him a while to get it restarted, and then he brought it straight into the pit lane, and after a couple of minutes of discussion pushed it into the box. So that car's been part of lots of events today, I think, possibly including maybe seeing one last lap being put on it by the leader, who has pretty much been, the word dominant gets thrown around too much, but of course, given the fact he's obviously a different class to everyone else that side, he's been pretty strong all round, and that you can't really argue with the Ferrari at the front of the field. And he's right now going to take the first victory of the season, which is going to be pretty incredible. So superb stuff for Nigel, and well deserved. Yep, comes out of the final chicane, sees the checkered flag and wins the Aston Martin Owners Club GT4 and Intermarque Series race here from Donington Park. He didn't quite put a lap, or another lap, on the Sturgis and Albert battle. In fact, no, that would have been the first lap that he would have put on them, but he didn't get there. So we will have 3 cars on the lead lap by the end of the race. Through comes the BMW a bit further back. That's the Johnson BMW, isn't it? Number 17, which takes the checkered flag in 6th position. And actually, the last couple of cars to come through will be the 2nd and 3rd place cars overall. Jamie Sturgis and the Albert Aston Martin. Mark and Dale Albert sharing the car. Not sure which one finished ahead, or which one was in for the first stint and which one was in for the second stint. But anyway, they were pretty consistent throughout the race. So the Aston Martin will end up 3rd. Jamie Sturgis should be 2nd, just waiting for them to come through, because it wouldn't be the last time that it wouldn't be the first time that positions that looked fairly settled going on to the last lap here this weekend actually end up changing before the flag. Here comes the Bird Nissan, and there is Jamie Sturgis just behind, with the Albert Aston Martin a long way back. So Jamie Sturgis will finish 2nd in the VW Golf TCR, and the Aston Martin of Mark and Dale Albert will come home in 3rd place overall. So, entertaining race that, actually. There may not have been that many cars to start, and then only, I think, 8 of them running at the end, but good racing, lots going on, and Jamie Sturgis there with his late challenge against the Alberts, really surprising us all there with his pace to take 2nd position away. So that is our final Aston Martin Owners Club race of the day. We thank the Aston Martin Owners Club for joining us here on this BRSCC race event, and looking forward to more racing from them. If you want more information on the Aston Martin Owners Club, do head to their website, where you can find information on how to enter the races perhaps. They've got multiple different classes. You don't obviously have to have an Aston Martin to race with them. They've got multiple classes of cars, so yeah, if you fancy going and racing with the Aston Martin Owners Club, do give their website a check, and keep an eye out for future race events as well. Here then is the result. It's Nigel Jenkins that wins, Jamie Sturgis 2nd, and the Albert Aston Martin should be 3rd, but for some reason doesn't appear on that result sheet. Then it's the Bird Nissan that was 4th, Robert Holliman was 5th, 6th place then for Johnson's, 7th for Squires, 8th for O'Byrne, Edward O'Byrne in the Aston Martin DB4, and then a whole list of retirements. Unfortunately, Jackson, the Cannon Wilson Aston Martin, Gary Wardle in the Porsche, Edward Lee in the BMW was a non-starter, and so sadly was James Alexander in the Porsche 968. So 3 more races to go. Don't go anywhere, because these 3 should all be really very exciting. We've got the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship about to go out. They've already had 2 really entertaining races this weekend. The 3rd race will be coming up very shortly. That's a 15-minute race. Also for 15 minutes is the Ford Modified Series, which had, again, a very entertaining race earlier on today. Big grid of modified blue ovals heading out onto the circuit at about 6:05.
if we're on time, which I think we are, we're maybe even 5 minutes ahead of time, then the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup will round out the weekend's action, and their first race went about as well as anyone could have hoped, so we're hoping for more of the same in race number 2. So Nigel Jenkins then is parked down below me, and I believe already having made his way downstairs to chat with our race winner is Scott Woodwis.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Andy. Of course, we've got the top 3 overall here, so we'll be able to have a chat to both Nigel Jenkins, Jamie Sturgis and the Alberts. So we'll have a chat. Well, first of all, see if we can get a word with our overall race winner when he jumps out of the car and see what he thought of that one. Of course, Nigel Jenkins in his Ferrari 458 Challenge. Clambers out, and we'll have a word with him. It feels human again. Nigel, fantastic drive in a fantastic car, of course.
Yeah, car.
How was that for you?
Yeah, I was coming up to the start. I could see a couple of cars were coming close, and I managed to get away into the first corner. And from there on, to be honest, it was okay. I had a couple of moments, trying to overtake back markers. They were all really polite. It was great. But the car's fabulous. I mean, Richard and the team at R&R have done a brilliant job of setting the car up. So, yeah, I'm pretty proud and pleased to be able to drive it.
And when are you next out in the Ferrari?
I've got no idea. The way I feel right now, I need a bath, shower, a couple of days to relax.
Probably a beer or two as well.
Yeah, when I get home. I can't drink and drive. I come from Sussex, so long way to go back home.
Well, enjoy it. We'll let you get your trophy in a second, but well done. I hope we'll see you at some point with AMOC soon.
I'll be back again with AMOC. Thank you.
Fantastic, good stuff. Right, let's move down here a second then. We've got second and third place. Jamie Sturgis here in the Golf. He's just having a quick fist bump here with the Albert, so we'll see if we can possibly grab him down here to have a word. We've got the Formula Fords on the grid at the moment, so see if we can grab him for a second. I don't want to shout on the mic because we can see if we can catch his attention, but certainly enjoying some of the conversation with the Alberts, so we'll hopefully get them in a second. Now he's going to bring him over here to have a chat.
I'll put the mask on.
You're okay with the mask on. So Jamie, obviously entertaining race for you. Obviously great battle at the end with the Aston Martin. That looked like good fun out there.
It was, yeah. I obviously racing with the Aston at the start. I think for a split second I might have been leading in front of the Ferrari. I think Nigel might have been asleep at the start and got the jump, and then I'd been worried about the rear-wheel drive cars getting past me. It's quite a long run down to the first corner here, but obviously managed to keep them behind and managed to keep the Aston behind me for quite a few laps. Then as soon as he got through, it was sort of the pit window opened, and I knew that thinking about him and thinking about him behind and thinking about him in front was slowing me down. So I pitted, and the plan was always come out in free air and then just circulate as quick as I could without any other cars and see if I could jump it in the pit stops. And so, yeah, we were quite close when by the time he'd rolled out of their pit stops, and the guys from Zest on the pit wall for me were telling me I had about 10 or 11 seconds, and I could see him in the distance, and it just kind of spurred me on. But yeah, great fun race. It was just superb here, and yeah, great event the guys have managed to put on as well.
Fantastic. We'll have to leave it there because of short time, but well done for second place. Good stuff. We're going to very quickly grab one of the Alberts for third place. So have a chat with either, is it John or Dale? So have a quick Mark. Sorry, Mark and Dale. Let's have a chat with Dale actually quickly. Third place for you guys. Looked like fun out there, especially battling with the TCR. How did you find it?
Yeah, no, it was brilliant to be fair. It was nice. We've had a few issues with the car, a couple of gremlins recently. We unfortunately couldn't make Brick Car yesterday. We was meant to be at Snetterton. But we managed to sort the car out in time to come here, and yeah, a bit of lad and dad racing, and yeah, I love every minute of it with him. So.
And Mark, it's quite a bit of kit, the GT4. How do you find driving it?
Yeah, like you say, quite a bit of kit, really. Yeah, front engine. I'm used to rear engine Porsches, so a bit different. Trying to get used to the car. It's our first season. Thoroughly enjoying it with my son. Just doing a bit of lad and dad racing. Yeah, great.
Good stuff. Well, well done for third place. We're going to get your trophies and go and celebrate it. Well done.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Right, quickly back over to Randy because the final Formula Ford race today is just about onto its formation lap. So back to you for the grid.
Thank you, Scott. So we are ready to go racing in the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship. It's the third race of the weekend for these always exciting single-seaters. Rory Smith was the race winner yesterday in a wet race 1. Alex Walker won in race 2. And for race 3, we have a partially reversed grid. So the top 8 finishers from race 2 are reversed to form the grid for race 3. That means that Colin Queen is on pole position, number 62, with Megan Gilkers alongside. Luke Cooper could be an outside bet for this one. He lines up third alongside Lucas Romanek, the top rookie driver. Rory Smith and Max Esterson make up row number 3. Those two did battle for race victory, well, in both races, really. Jamie Sharp was second earlier on today, so he's 7th on the grid, with runaway winner Alex Walker lining up 8th on the grid. But Alex was really only a runaway winner because everyone else behind him were falling over each other, scrapping for second. Jack Wolfenden and Will Everington make up the 5th row with Chris Middlehurst, Joey Foster and Carter Williams, 3 very quick drivers, all coming from the back of the grid after retirements in the earlier race. So, although Chris Middlehurst, Chris Middlehurst finished 11th and 1 lap down, didn't he, after a pit lane visit. We know Joey Foster pulled off after some sort of weird braking issue after the safety car restart, and Carter Williams, I can't actually remember what happened to him. I think he went off into the gravel because he was a non-finisher on lap 1. So they will start at the back of the grid. At the front, though, Colin Queen and Megan Gilkers on the front row of the grid. Red lights go on for the final time this weekend. The National Formula 4 1600 Championship is in business at Donington Park, and it's a good start, actually, by both of the front row drivers. Luke Cooper there on the inside, the white-nosed number 46, is trying to come through into second place, which he will do, I think, going into Redgate Corner. 3 wide behind, and that's Alex Walker, the race 2 winner, pinched in the middle. That's Esterson on the outside line. Gilkers runs out wide. They're 4 wide down the hill. 1 car on the grass. That's always going to end in tears. And amazingly, I don't think there was any wheel banging at all. They dropped down through the hill for the first time. Already the order looks nothing like what it did a few seconds ago on the start-finish line. Down through the old hairpin. Chris Middlehurst gaining ground. So is Joey Foster. Someone's on the grass. Thankfully, they didn't lose control, though, and they carry on their way. So Queen leads the way, Cooper second, Rory Smith is that in 3rd position already. Brilliant start for him. And is that Jamie Sharp behind him? It is. So Jamie Sharp up to 4th already. Then it is still Gilkers there ahead of Alex Walker, I think, in the next little pair of 2 teammates together as they run up the hill towards Coppice Corner. But already those that were deep in the field because of the grid reversal are starting to make their march towards the front. Slipstream starts to take effect now. Down the exhibition straight into the chicane they will go for the first time. And Colin Queen really running strongly here out in front, but he's got some stiff opposition coming behind him because Rory Smith is up to 2nd now ahead of Luke Cooper. Jamie Sharp there in 4th place. Across the line they will go. Number 41 Alex Walker is now into 5th, then ahead of the Lucas Romanek, that is, in 6th position. So Walker ahead of Romanek, then Esterson, Foster, Middlehurst, Wolfenden, with Williams, Gilkers and Everington at the back. A lively first lap, that, Scott.
Yeah, as expected in Formula Ford racing, and there's some more battling. Can see Foster up the inside of Max Esterson, who I noticed going through McLean's. He was full on sideways on the first lap, trying to defend from the cars behind. So pure Max Esterson style. Up the inside for the lead goes Rory Smith into the old hairpin. That's a move pretty swift. And look at the way Jamie Sharp arrives onto the gearbox of Colin Queen and alongside Luke Cooper at the same time. So he's really getting into the mix, as is also Alex Walker, our race 2 winner. So up towards the right-hand of McLean's. It's 5 of them for the lead together as Roy Smith leads the way. It's now 2 by 2 for 2nd and 4th positions. It's now Cooper up to 2nd place. Queen's been shuffled down to 3rd. It might be 4th if Alex Walker gets the run up the inside line, which he looks to do. Queen's holding on the outside line, and he's, of course, one of the new low-density racing drivers from America. Now we've got in the mix Jamie Sharp with Lucas Romanek right on the slipstream, and also we can see that we've got Joey Foster and Max Esterson and Chris Middlehurst. That's the top 9 cars all in the group together. And I suspect with the fully dry conditions that we've got and the way it was jumbled up with the slight reverse grid, we might well get this, hopefully, this fantastic battle pack, almost the entire field in for the lead, hopefully for the duration of the race, as Cooper sets the first proper fastest flying lap of the race, which then immediately gets beaten by Joey Foster. And now looking to take 3rd place up the inside of Queen goes. Alex Walker tries to make the switch back on the exit and forces him out wide onto the AstroTurf, but he's entitled to do that up the racing line. He's entitled to take the racing line on the exit, and Colin chose to hang it out around the outside line, and that was a consequence of that. Now, Joey Foster picking off the 2 low-density cars. He's passed Max Esterson, now he's going on the attack of Colin Queen. He's in the sandwich between the 2 of them. As for Chris Middlehurst, he's now under threat from Megan Gilkers, who started on the front row of the grid, and they've both got past Jack Wolfenden, as has also, by the looks of things. Sorry, that was Lucas Romanek he was battling with, I think. So that was, yeah, Romanak's dropped back a couple of spots behind Esterson and also behind Middlehurst. So he was 7th across the line, now he's 9th. And they're really both arriving onto the tail of this scrap going on between the 2 low density cars and also Joey Foster in the 2021 spec Fairman. They head through Coppice Corner. And what's crucial here, Andy, is that all these guys are battling so much, they're letting the front running cars get away in their own battle.
Yeah, precisely. This is what happened in the previous race and allowed Alex Walker to take a very un-Formula Ford-like dominant victory. He built that big gap and really could never be reeled in again after that point. And the chicane, up across the start-finish line they go. We've still got a leading quartet, though, absolutely together, with Rory Smith leading, Luke Cooper 2nd, Alex Walker 3rd. So he's made really good progress up the order. And 4th place then for Jamie Sharp. 5th place is Joey Foster. 6th place is 3 wide, with Middlehurst up the inside. You'd think he'd have learned from that after his spin yesterday when going 3 wide with Max Esterson into Redgate Corner. He picks one of them off. I'm not actually quite sure which order the low-density racing cars have got themselves in. If I had one criticism of Formula Ford this year, it's that all of the cars appear to be red and white, and that is a little confusing given just how close they race each other. I think it's probably Esterson ahead now, but Colin Queed was holding his own quite nicely there, actually, amongst a far more experienced opposition.
I think actually across the line it was Queen ahead of Esterson, but they might have switched around, as you say, because any order could have been those two because they look virtually identical, but you're absolutely right. The top 4 seem to be getting away pretty quickly. Luke Cooper's having a fantastic race in this way. He's usually had sometimes bad luck in the past in natural Formula Ford races, but he's certainly on form here. All the good form he's been in on the Castle Coombe Formula Ford Championship, putting him in good stead here. He's on the back of Rory Smith, and Alex Walker is also challenging for 2nd. He wants to pick up a 2nd win of the weekend. He's going deeper on the brakes inside of Cooper into the Robert chicane. Jamie Sharp is chasing for 4th. There's Joey Foster thumping over the curves in the Fairman chassis. 6th place is now Max Esterson. 7th place for Chris Middlehurst. 8th for Colin Queen. 9th for Carter Williams. 10th for Lucas Rowanek, because the positions were changed around pretty quickly there. 11th place for Jack Wolfenden, and Esterson thought about trying to repass Foster into the right-hander at Redgate Corner, but just wasn't quite close enough. So again, even though he's doing his first full season, he's done a couple of races in the UK since towards the end of last year. Max is not afraid to get his elbows up in his UK circuit. He's learning very quickly, and of course he did a full season of the equivalent of Formula Ford racing in the US, which is F1600, where they run Honda Jazz engines rather than the Ford Kent engine. So he's done a season of racing details before as Walker goes diving up the inside, but has he gone too deep? I think he has, and so straight up the inside goes Rory Smith, and also so Luke Cooper. It's 3 abreast on the run up towards Coppice Corner. Cooper has got the inside line. Smith after that might have to capitulate, which he does, and then sees the Castle Coombe regular up into the lead. But now look at Jamie Sharp, who's tacked onto the back. He's side by side with his teammate. Last time we did that in race 2, he tagged him off onto the gravel. So we've got to be very careful there between the 2 BM racing cars. I think there's almost contact between Walker and Cooper. It is 3-4 abreast down towards the chicane, but Cooper seems to get his nose in front. He gets it stopped quick enough to hold on to the lead. Still 2nd for Walker, and Smith is only just about 3rd, but under threat from his teammate. It is Axis Stations at the front, and we're just about heading halfway.
And look what it's doing. It's bringing that next quartet onto them as well. Joey Foster in 5th place, Esterson 6th, Middlehurst 7th, even Colin Queen in 8th. It could be 8 cars for the lead, and into the lead now goes Alex Walker. The race 2 winner gets ahead of Luke Cooper, and he will hold it on the exit of the corner as well. So feisty stuff there from Walker, but we saw that in the earlier races. He also is not afraid to get stuck in, and he now will try and do what he did in the earlier race this morning, break away, but that's not going to be easy to do. Luke Cooper is staying right on his gearbox through the old hairpin. Jamie Sharp, I think, is ahead of Rory Smith, 3rd and 4th, as they work their way through the quick right-hander. And then behind, good progress made from the back of the grid there for Carter Williams. Carter Williams is now into 9th position. He's at the head of the 3rd group of cars, which could well become a part of this lead fight, the way things are going. Up through McLean's once again. There are the 2 teammates together. It is Sharp ahead of Rory Smith as they crest the hill at Coppice. Joey Foster in 5th is trying his best just to make those last few car lengths up and get properly onto turns with the leading group. And he's bringing with him friends in the shape of Esterson, Middlehurst and Queen. The Crocodile weaves one way, weaves the other, as Alex Walker tries to break the toe down the back straight. Succeeded in doing so as well, because Cooper wasn't close enough to get up the inside there going into the chicane. But Walker is a bit leery through the middle, and so the run begins now again for Cooper in 2nd. He's closing in as they head towards Redgate.
And the crucial thing is Walker's not being allowed to get away with this like he did in race 2. He's being put under pressure all the way from everyone behind, side by side for 2nd. Sharp is under attack from Cooper. Well, he's the other way around. Sharp tried to go around the outside of Cooper in towards Redgate Corner. And now we see on the exit, again, the teammates at play, Rory Smith alongside Jamie Sharp. But Jamie enjoying one of his best weekends in Formula Ford ever since he joined in 2019, and certainly making the most of it here. We got his best ever result in race 2 earlier on the weekend, in second place, and certainly learning a lot from BM Racing, and indeed from drivers like Rory Smith, of course, who was last year's Formula Ford Festival champion, and he's dovetailing a sort of half season in National Formula Ford with some historic F3 racing, but he's certainly enjoying his Formula Ford racing here, and if he carries on the pace he's got, he may well have to rethink his plans, because he might well have enough pace to have a shot at the national title if he keeps up this rate. So up towards Coppice Corner then. This is on lap 7. The cars with black and white flags and track limits. Carter Williams was one of them, I think. The other one is Joey Foster. So he's got to be very careful not to cross the white lines once he'll start getting black and white flags and then a 5-second penalty for track limits. Now down towards the chicane. Walker still defending the line from Cooper as they turn in, but 2 BM Racing cars in 3rd and 4th. Still Sharp ahead of Rory Smith, and Max Esterson just closing in, who's got past Joey Foster. So he must have done that into the chicane because they were in front or behind at one point. And Esterson now sets the fast lap of the race, and he is on the toe of both the BM Racing cars. Latches onto Smith, then into Sharp, and as they come into the right-hander at Redgate Corner, he tries to attack, but now finds himself under threat from both Foster, who in turn is having to defend from Middlehurst on the inside through Redgate. So while one driver tries to defend, as soon as they try to do that, they're immediately having to look in the mirrors to attack. It's very much drivers having to use one eye forwards, one eye backwards constantly to kind of fend off cars in front, behind them, and try and pass behind.
Good move there from Middlehurst up the inside of Joey Foster as well. Yeah, Foster lost the position to Esterson at the old hairpin a lap ago, actually, or really coming out of Redgate, the move started. And Esterson, within a lap, had already latched onto this next group. So Max, I think, was a bit quicker than Foster, and he wanted to get on with it because he could see the top 2 starting to break away now. Walker and Cooper have that little bit of a cushion over this titanic battle for 3rd place. Rory Smith, Jamie Sharp and Max Esterson all in a line. Out of Coppice they go, down the exhibition straight. Middlehurst, as we've said, is now also ahead of Joey Foster into 6th position. Once again, they weave from side to side, trying to break that slipstream before they then take the correct racing line again into the chicane. No change of positions this time. It's in the interests, really, of the 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars here not to race each other too hard. One lap of working together would probably bring them back onto the tail of the leaders, and they're really taking this weaving business to the extreme now, aren't they? Right from one side of the road back to the other, back across to the outside to turn into Redgate Corner, and Alex Walker just keeping a few car lengths here between himself and Cooper.
And that's really all he needs at this point in time. But of course, the closer he allows Cooper to get, the more he'll benefit from the slipstream, particularly on the back straights. And Cooper doing incredibly well. That's he really has got that swift set up here. And as I said, he's not always had the best of luck in National Formula Ford race or indeed events like the festival, but certainly the start of the season that he seems to have had at the Castle Combe Formula Ford Championship, a couple of weekends that he had, certainly seems to have put into a bit of a groove here in 2021, and he's putting it to good use here as now side by side between the teammates at play once more. Rory Smith was a little wide there on the exit of McLean's Corner, which now puts Sharp onto his gearbox, and Esterson onto Sharp's gearbox as a result of that. As you know, look at 87 of Chris Middlehurst as he turns his way in, and using all the track a little bit more, he's right to the edge of the circuit and almost not to the back end as he put a wheel just slightly onto the dirt. Joey Foster dropping back a little bit in 7th place. He was side by side a lap ago down the pit straight with Colin Queenie. That must have been an experience for Collins, having a battle with a 3-time festival champion, someone as experienced as Joey.
Oh, sorry, Rory Smith's line out of the chicane had me jumping out of my seat then. He was so wide as they came onto straight. But look, it's worked because he's latched on to Luke Cooper now, hasn't he? Expect Rory to make a move, and he does. Right up the inside, takes 2nd place away. Right, game on now, because I don't think Cooper quite had the pace to go after Walker, but maybe Rory Smith does. He's into P2, then down to 3rd for Luke Cooper, who will still be quite happy with the podium, I suppose, but as a former winner in this championship, he will be wanting to try and get onto the top step of it if possible. Maybe latching on to Rory Smith now might be the way to do that. Then it's Jamie Sharp 4th and Max Esterson 5th. But yeah, some really spectacular driving there from Smith.
Just further back in the pack here, we can see that's Megan Gilkis, Canadian racer who's raced in W Series before. Of course, she's one of the youngest race winners ever when she won the Aston non-championship reverse grid race in its first season in 2019. She was just chasing behind both Carter Williams, who's made a welcome return to Formula Ford after racing in F4 and F3 the last season. And before that, he did a full season in 2018 in the National Formula Ford Championship. It seems to have worked out well. Right, battle for 2nd is still on again because Cooper fancies it back as they come back down the exhibition straight towards the Robert chicane now for the 10th time of asking. 2.5 minutes to go, so they're going to get roughly about this and one more lap. This lap they're going to go on to, and one more big tail slide on the exit from Cooper. Just absolutely stood on the throttle and had to really get crossed up on the exit to hold the slide. But it even seems to have worked because the amount of power momentum he kept onto the straight seems to be enough to keep him in play here. And now Esterson and Sharp back into the mix now. Esterson, of course, got back past Sharp a few corners corners ago, and now he's really back in the play in the fight here between this lot. And Esterson, I think he's definitely a future race winner in this championship. He just needs to obviously get into a position where he's not getting a bit too over-enthusiastic on corner, where he's going for moves where kind of he either really isn't there, or trying to force a move that was never really on. So kind of, if he calms down a little bit and uses all that pace that he's got underneath him, he will win a race this season. Just he needs to keep himself out of nose out of trouble a bit more than he is doing now in order to make it happen.
Yeah, he likes going to the outside, does Esterson, which yesterday worked really well in the wet, but today that's not going to work. You're going to have less grip on the dirty side of the road, and you're going to get elbowed into the grass probably by the driver you're trying to pass. But I think he's learned. He's not made quite so many of those risky moves in this one. He's picked his moments. He's waited for the situation in front to develop in a way that favours him. And yeah, as you say, he's there in 4th position now. The leader is getting away now. Alex Walker, I don't think is going to get caught in this race. We're about to go on to what should be the final lap of the race. Luke Cooper so late on the brakes as he tries to defend from Esterson. Oh dear me, and Jamie Sharp almost lost it completely there as the three of them came out of the corner, somehow still in the same order they went into it. But it might change when they get down to Redgate, because to the outside line goes Esterson. I just said he doesn't really seem to be going to the outside of people in this race, and yet here he is trying to take 3rd from Cooper. And you know what's going to happen. Cooper, well, actually left him a bit of room on the exit, but still Esterson ends up on the curb, and there's no grip out there. He spins the rear wheels, loses momentum off the corner, and Cooper hangs on. This is allowing Rory Smith to break clear from this 3-way battle for 3rd. Cooper has it. Esterson definitely wants it. He's trying everything he can to take it away from him, and Jamie Sharp is sort of just keeping a watching brief and waiting for it to come to him, maybe.
He's running out of time though, 30 seconds left, effectively half a lap still to go, so he really has to get a move on if he wants to make this move, and he's thinking about it. Has a small look up the inside. There's a bit of, he's punched a hole in the nose there, I can see. There's even some contact possibly getting to the back of Cooper, I imagine, at some point. But as they come towards the top of the circuit, Colin Queen's joined the mix as well here, so if he plays his cards right, one of them, I'm going to speculate he'd even be in the contest for 3rd if he plays it right. But down the back straight, there's going to be a very tight 4-way scrap for the final podium place. But I think it's almost certain what we're going to see for the winner, which as he turns away into the rubber chicane for the final time. It's going to be 2 wins on his first weekend with Kevin Mills Racing in the National Formula 4 Championship for Alex Walker. He's dominated in the dry this afternoon. He picks up win number 2 of the day, 2nd for Rory Smith, and Luke Cooper will finish on the podium, but only just as they get towards the line, and he beats Max Esterson to the line by the minuscule margin of 81 thousandths of a second. So Esterson has to settle for 4th place, but Colin Queen, one of his best results of the weekend already so far, with 5th place. And Jamie Sharp, out of all of that, shuffled down to 6th on the final lap. So he really was getting a bit too over-enthusiastic, caught up in the shuffle, but that's cost him a top 5 position. As for 7th place, it's going to be Joey Foster, 8th for Lucas Romanek, 9th for Jack Wolfenden, 10th for Megan Gilkis. Good job for her to get into the top 10. Then it's going to be Carter Williams and Will Everington, who had some problems yesterday that didn't allow him to start race 1, at least coming home in the McGall chassis to pick up 12th. And we also actually lost Chris Middlehurst at one point. He was in the pit lane towards the end, last couple of laps. So what could have been a points finish for him, sadly, ended in retirement. It's quite a challenging weekend for Chris, and I'm sure he wants to try and take the lessons learned here up towards Knockhill to try and do better. But yeah, superb stuff from Alex Walker all weekend. 2 wins and some pretty fine driving. And I think it's fair to say Kevin Mills, they picked a good one signing him for 2021. He's certainly proving his worth.
Yeah, Kevin Mills have a habit of doing that. So too, though, does the Low Dempsey Racing team, and I think they've got 2 quick drivers there on their hands in the shape of not only Esterson, but also Colin Queen, who, as you said, came right back into that to snatch 5th at the end. So Alex Walker, then, is a double winner from the season opener of the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship, with Rory Smith 2nd in our 3rd and final race. Luke Cooper was 3rd, Max Esterson a fighting 4th, and Colin Queen likewise in 5th position. Jamie Sharp was next, ahead of Joey Foster and Lucas Romanek, with Jack Wolfenden 9th and 10th for Megan Gilkis. Carter Williams was 11th, Will Everington 12th, and Chris Middlehurst the only retirement, which, yeah, we didn't spot him come into the pit lane. I noticed that the team had brought a spare wheel out, as if maybe they were concerned there was a puncture or damaged tyre or something, but that's rare, to be honest, in Formula 4 racing, because the cars don't carry wings. It's quite difficult to puncture a tyre by making contact with another car. It's not like in something like Formula 1, where a front wing can cut through a tyre. These Avon tyres built strong. You can see those Avon tyres, actually, on the race-winning car of Alex Walker. Pat on the back there from Rory Smith, who finished in 2nd position, and 3rd place went the way of Luke Cooper. Right then, I think we can head down there and get in amongst the celebrations ourselves, because there is Scott Woodwis with our top 3.
Yeah, indeed. There's lots of camaraderie here in the mix and down the top 3, so we'll see if we can have a chat to them. Probably wait for them to get their helmets off, but yeah, Alex Walker with a brilliant start to the season with 2 wins for his new team, Kevin Mills Racing. But of course, Rory Smith again, might have to rethink his part seats to National Formula 4, because with a form like that, he could go for the title. And also Luke Cooper in a nice National Formula 4 outing, certainly making the most of his appearance with third place. Let's see if we can get a word with Alex when he takes his helmet off. And well, he's going running to his team first of all. We want to get a shot of that down here. Just embraces with his team. And I think that's says everything about the performance Alex has put on. We'll see if we can get his attention and bring him back over, because he certainly is enjoying being a race winner. And I know he's worked hard since he came into Formula Ford after he had to move down from Formula 4, but he's certainly proving his worth, and he'll learn a lot from racing in Formula Ford. Let's see if we can get Alex over here to have a chat for his second race. He was so excited about his second race win that he ran off to go and see his team, and good reason. No need to apologise, because you've driven superbly all weekend. That's your second win, and you're right to be delighted, because that was another superb drive. But compared to earlier on this afternoon, you've really had to fight for that one. You've really had to work really hard to keep these guys at bay.
Yeah, no, it was a much harder race, because obviously I came from 8th, but it was just all about picking them off one by one. And then we had a few hairy moments when I think it was me, Rory and Luke kind of got in front, but it was all kind of fair game, and it was a great race and good way to finish the weekend.
Yeah. And you really have taken a step up in your pace thanks to coming with Kevin Mills, the reigning champions, and that must have been a lot to be able to know that with this colour car you got underneath you, you've got the pace to be a race winner and potentially a championship contender.
Yeah, it just gives you so much confidence knowing, obviously Kev, everyone's working really hard and they're putting a great car underneath me every time I get in it, so it just gives you loads of confidence to go out there and do the job. But yeah, loving it.
Next up, Knock Hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. We're going to let you celebrate, and well done. We'll see you at Knock Hill.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, let's grab second place man Rory Smith, who had some decent results this weekend, but we'll have a chat with him. Rory, it's not a bad weekend to kick things off. Of course, you ended the year pretty well last year with the festival win, and starting off with National Formula 4s this year, a few decent results.
Yeah, pretty good to be honest. Yeah, winning and a second, got to be happy with that. Alex drove very well, in fairness to him. I didn't see him coming, and then all of a sudden he was there, and he managed just to slip up the inside, and then it sort of pushed me back 4 places. That's how I ended up in 4th. So I then worked my way back in second, and then had that little gap, and I knew I had the pace in the car to set the good lap times. It was just trying to keep ahead of the guys, and by the time I got into second, Alex was gone, so I did all I could do really. But yeah, the boys have worked so hard this weekend, so hats off to them. We did 2 engine changes on Friday, so they've been working really hard. So it's nice to bring home some silverware for them. So yeah, really pleased with that.
I know you're mixing in sort of a few Formula 4 races with the historic Formula 3 stuff, but given the pace this weekend, you might have to rethink that and go for the full title championship, because you've got the pace to go for it.
Yeah, you're not the first person that said that actually. I think in all honesty, this weekend's gone perfectly for exactly what I wanted to do. I just wanted to home a racecraft and sort of get some of the rust off, and we've done that really well. And we did 2 days of testing, and then I felt like I was on it, and then obviously won the first race in the rain, so we picked up exactly what you said where we left off with the festival. So yeah, I couldn't be more pleased, to be honest.
Well, hopefully we'll see you again soon, but well done, and we'll let you go and celebrate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Good job. Let's have a chat with Luke Cooper as well. And Luke, of course, already race fresh from Castle Coombe, of course, where you've been doing a couple of good rounds there, and that seems to put you in good stead, because you've been performing well all weekend, and that's a just reward, isn't it?
Well, the first 2 races didn't go as well as they could have. That race was a lot better, but we've been struggling a bit in a straight line, and I've really needed the 2 to kind of keep me going. I tried to work with Rory to break away, but then Alex caught us up. And then I tried to work with Alex to break away, but once I dropped out of the 2, I was back in having to defend, but really happy to come away with a podium.
It's nice to have you back on the championship as well, because of course you've been a regular in the last few years, so you're looking to hopefully do maybe a few more races this year amongst other stuff you're doing?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do the Triple Crown. I don't have the budget to do the whole championship, but yeah, I hope to do Brands and Silverstone.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully we'll see you at Brands, and good driving this weekend, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well done for the Formula 4s. They'll be back out next time in Knock Hill, just over a month's time, but now it's time for our second modified 4th race up on the formation lap, so over to Andy for the grid.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, 2 more races to go then here today. The Ford Modified Series is out now for its second race of the day. A massive grid of cars, although we might be missing 1 or 2 after a few dropped by the wayside earlier on this morning. But that first race was won eventually by Wayne Crabtree, although it was dominated by Dave Cockle in his Ford Escort Cosworth, which unfortunately slowed and ran into some sort of mechanical issues midway through the race. So Wayne Crabtree took that awesome Ford RS200 to the race victory. As a result then, he lines up on pole for this one with Ashley Shelswell alongside him. There, by the way, is the number 95 of Dave Cockle, so he is out on the grid, but he'll have to start from the back, or towards the back anyway, as we had 26 finishers, so all of the non-finishers start behind them. So Crabtree on pole with Ashley Shelswell alongside. Simon Light and Malcolm Harding make up row 2, ahead of Piers Grange and Pantelis Christoforou, who had a great battle in the earlier race. David Matthias is 7th alongside Paul Neville, whilst Malcolm Wise and Neil Jessup round out the top 10. Terry Davis and Tim Foxlow are on the 6th row, with Tony Paxman and Darren Owen next. Then it's Aaron Tucker and Alex Boehm, with Nigel Craig, Andy Pipe, Mac McCarthy and Chris Baker rounding out the top 20. Then you've got Kevin Hadfield, Daniel Cowan, Jimmy Neofaitu and Dave Barrett on the 12th row. Jamie Goff was on the 13th row, and then you start going to get some of those non-finishers from earlier on. Well, Mark Hadfield was a finisher, but then Dave Cockle, Ollie Allen, Chris Dancer, Rory Jose, Tim Sandu, John Edwards-Parton and Jack Gadd were all non-finishers. So some of them will be out there on the grid. We know Dave Cockle is, but there might be one or two others that don't make it to the start of this one. So the runyourfleet.com pace car moves its way through the final chicane then. The sun is really shining down now on the Donington Park National Circuit as our penultimate race of the weekend is about to get underway. The Ford Modified Series. Wayne Crabtree on the left. The Ford Sierra of Ashley Shelswell to the right-hand side of shot. Across the line they go. The red lights go out. We're away and racing, and there's nothing stopping Wayne Crabtree getting into Redgate corner first this time. Had a real fight on his hands against Dave Cockle in the previous race, a fight that he lost actually into turn 1, but he leads them this time around. Lots of different lines being taken. Someone getting the hip and shoulder there. One of the escorts getting eased a bit wide as they went out of Redgate and head down the hill then for the first time. And a challenge for second. That looks like, is that... no, it's not Piers Grange, I think it's Simon Light. No, it's not Simon Light. Malcolm Harding, get there in the end, who I think has moved into second position. So Malcolm Harding then in his Escort Mark II, moving up into P2. Where is Dave Cockle? I was trying to pick him out in the back of the pack, although he's probably already inside the top 20, I'd imagine. We know that Escort is very, very quick. It was just a bit fragile in the earlier race. Keep an eye to 4th position as well, because Simon Light in that Ford Capri arguably should have finished second in the earlier race. We had a big, big moment up at this corner, Coppice, where he ran wide into the gravel, almost lost control, managed to save it, but lost a few positions that he was never really able to reclaim throughout the rest of the race. But the point is, we know that he's quicker than his current 4th place would suggest. Crabtree then leads them into the chicane, and he's got some company here, hasn't he? Because Malcolm Harding is chasing after him, and actually Malcolm gets a good exit from the chicane. Crabtree, though, just opens the afterburners, and off he disappears into the distance, into Redgate. He will lead the first lap then. It's Harding second. It is Shelswell in 3rd position, with Simon Light in 4th. Piers Grange is 5th ahead of the 87 car, which is next up. That's actually David Matthias. What's happened to Christoforou? He's down to 7th. Looking further down the order for Dave Cockle then, the number 95 car is Dave Cockle, 15th place. Wow, 11 places gained on the first lap for Dave Cockle. So see if we can, there he is, coming into shot now. I think the last car in this group, the silver car, dives up the inside, and that's going to be a 12th position gained and probably a 13th before too much longer. So Dave Cockle for the top 10 is an almost certainty. How far up the top 10 he can get, though, awaits to be seen. More battling going on further back here into the old hairpin, but the race leaders are up at Coppice corner, and now the gap is maybe starting to creep up. So Wayne Crabtree, understandably, because I'd imagine that car is quite a handful on cold tyres, just taking a lap or so to warm himself up, and now he is starting to show the pace that he had in the earlier race. He leads the field down into the chicane. At the end of the opening lap, he was just 3/10 ahead of Malcolm Harding. This time I think it will be a bit more. The real battle that's developing is for second place. Harding under a lot of pressure now from Ashley Shelswell, and Shelswell is alongside and in fact ahead as they cross the start-finish line. So Shelswell moves into second with Harding down to 3rd, although Harding is very, very late on the brakes and goes back up the inside. Fantastic move that. He can't quite get the car stopped though, so Shelswell comes back at him on the exit of the corner, and look at Simon Light in the Capri looking to well and truly make this a 3-way fight now. So you've got Sierra ahead of Escort, ahead of Capri, and not far behind this group actually now is the charging Dave Cockle, who just set the fastest lap of the race. 1:15.9 was about 2/10 quicker than the leader, but when you consider the traffic that he's in, look, he's making another move now into the old hairpin. That will be for no, 10th. I think he's already got past Malcolm Wise on this lap, so that's 10th position now for Dave Cockle, and he's the fastest car on track basically. So Only a 15-minute race this, though. Will he have the time to challenge for a top 5 overall? He's got the speed, but 15 minutes, well, 11.5 minutes as we have left now, is going to make that a bit of a tall order. Second place battle then off Coppice Corner, and actually it's the third place that could change here. Simon Light up the inside of Malcolm Harding as they went down the exhibition straight. The leader turns into the chicane. Second is Shelswell. Third will be the Capri. So Simon Light then into third place now, ahead of Malcolm Harding, who was really on his toes at the start of the race, as in fact he was in the earlier race. I seem to recall he gained quite a few places from his starting position in race number 1, because, let's try and remind myself where he started that one. Malcolm Harding, yeah, started 8th, and he was up into about 4th, I think, by the end of lap 1 earlier on this morning as well. So Malcolm Harding, good at the start, but maybe now the true pace of that car starting to show, and he slips down into 4th place. So Wayne Crabtree leads the way then, Ashley Shelswell in second, third place Simon Light, 4th is Malcolm Harding, 5th for Piers Grange, that's the car that's just gone through shot, 6th place then for Pantelis Christoforou, who got himself back ahead of David Matthias on the previous lap, and Scott Woodwist. This has been another very entertaining start to the race. It's a great grid of cars, but it's really nice to see that the racing is of as high a quality as the cars that are actually out on track.
Absolutely, there's some fantastically prepared machines in here, all of course being 4 models, and it's wonderful to see the standard that's been put together with these cars, and it's cars that maybe don't collectively exclusively race this championship, that kind of pop in and kind of do that. And I know they've got some 70 drivers registered for across the season in terms of drivers that want to come in. Of course, we've got about 30, well, we've got 28 of them starting in this race in particular. But of course, I know they've got enough cars to fill essentially 2 grids, which is quite sensational. And I'm sure that we'll see more and more different cars coming through. Now, for the leads I'm watching on the pit straight, Dave Cockhill is already coming up to possibly challenge number top 5. Coming across the line, he is now into 5th place, and he keeps on pumping it fast. He did a 1 minute 12.809. Compared to the leader, he's a full 3.6 seconds quicker than Wayne Crabtree. So either Wayne's possibly just thinking it might be one of the easier races he's had, but of course, once he sees that silver Escort on his mirrors, he might want to put his foot down a bit more.
Well, I thought I was going out on a limb to say that he might get a top 5, but now I think anything other than a Dave Cockhill victory in this race is going to be a shock, isn't it? Because he's now going up the inside of Malcolm Harding, so that's 4th place now at the old hairpin. I noticed that Simon Light is ahead of Ashley Shelswell as well, so the Capri is now ahead of the Sierra for 2nd, except that's now down to 4th for the Sierra because Dave Cockhill whistles past him on the run up the hill. Yes, I know that the car is clearly quicker than those around it, but, you know, Dave is still driving it well, and, you know, just having a quick car is one thing. You've still got to be able to pedal it quickly enough. And, yeah, Dave Cockhill's pedaling it quite quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, and some. He's absolutely going for it. The fact he's lapping at least, what, 3.6 to 4 seconds quicker than all the cars in front of him. It's no wonder he's blasting past him as if he's on easy mode in the video game. It's incredible. He's already onto the tail of the Simon Light Capri, and I'm sure he'll get him on the pit straight as it's happening in front of us right now. Yeah, it is, but so he's down to 2nd place already. And you have to bear in mind, Wayne Crabtree, he's only just going into Redgate Corner now, so that is essentially the gap now he's got to try and close in is 4.9 seconds. And considering the fact that he was, what's that, 2.6 seconds quicker on that suggests I think he might well manage that. And also the fact that Wayne Crabtree set a personal best in that 1:15, thinks, oh crikey, I better get on with this now, because he realises that Dave Cockhill probably is charging up behind him. So it is going to be a battle between RS200 and the Escort. There it is already, that it's already down towards the old hairpin, and he's running that gap in of what was 4.9 seconds pretty quickly. So also Simon Light's getting away in 3rd place in the Capri, so it may well be just a bit of a more of a strung out race than we had towards the Wayne Crabtree with a big moment heading into McLean. So he's just feeling the pressure, or just simply just not really getting as much heat for the tyres as he would have done in the first couple of laps. But yeah, Dave Cockhill, I think probably is causing Wayne Crabtree to hear the jaws music, I think, because you can certainly see him coming in his rearview mirrors. And I think it won't be long before he's right on his tail and challenging for the lead. And I think given the fact that he started pretty much towards the back of the grid, I think even though it's quite a quick car, not many people would have originally said that he'd be able to make it that quickly up towards the front. But we've been proven wrong in the past, and he's proving it wrong again. Yeah, that little mistake there for Crabtree, I think, was simply because he could see Cockhill coming, and there's just going to be no defence from this, is there? But, of course, Dave led the bulk of race 1 and then broke down, so that will be a little niggling doubt in the back of his mind, I'm sure. Some of the midfield will actually tail-end battles, really, here, coming through Starkey's response curve. You've got the little Ford Fiesta there going through, which I think is the ST150 of Daniel Cowan. There are a couple of Fiestas out there. I think the number on it, we had Daniel Cowan, I think, running towards the tail end of the field, but because of the multi-class system out there, you'll always have someone to race against, and 96 is an example of that. Nigel Craig running in the B1 category, so that's the same class as, in theory, Malcolm Harding, Piers Grange and Pantelis Christoforou towards the very front of the field. But
but obviously some of the drivers maybe a little bit more experienced than others are able to get a little bit more pace out of their cars, and that all got a bit clumsy through the Robert chicane there, didn't it? Wayne Crabtree then led the previous lap by 1.6 seconds. I'd be amazed if he's still leading at the end of this, the 7th lap. We're not seeing him on the screen, but I'm fairly sure that Wayne Crabtree will have lost the lead by the time they next come into our sight. That three-wide battle into Redgate resolves itself, and actually it's nose to tail for the race lead as they go out of the final corner. So across the start-finish line, we have a battle on our hands now between Wayne Crabtree and Dave Cockle. Cockle has caught the RS200, but hasn't yet found a way through. They were, of course, going to start now really getting into some serious traffic, and in fact I think as they went out of Redgate there might well have been the lead change. That is the 5th place car, isn't it? That is Malcolm Harding, who is just ahead of Piers Grange, but there, look, is Cockle, so he is in front now of Wayne Crabtree. Crabtree put up as much of a defence as he could there, Scott, but there was a real sense of inevitability about that.
And he started, what was it, back in 29th position on the grid? Yeah. 29th to the lead in, what, 7 and a bit laps, which is pretty impressive by many standards. And Crabtree's taking, yeah, that's quite a wide line through the famous corner. Usually people take that because they're struggling with something, but even so, when Wayne Crabtree had him right on his gearbox, he was foot to the floor trying to keep him away from making a move, but it was just the four-wheel drive traction and the push off the corner that Dave Cockle had in terms of the horsepower and torque underneath him in that Ford Escort Cosworth that just simply sent him flying past on the exit and, of course, into the lead. Of course, I think Wayne Crabtree has the advantage of maybe a bit more downforce on him, but just in terms of all-round setup and pace, Dave Cockle's got this car nailed, and he's, of course, been racing it for several years, so he knows it pretty much inside out, and certainly he's making the most of it. Lead gap is already 2.6 seconds, so Crabtree looks fairly secure in 2nd place for the time being. Simon Light's in a very comfortable 3rd place. I think actually Shellswell is trying to push on to catch him. And then behind for 5th place now, Piers Grange. And Piers Grange has got past Malcolm Harding. And now we've got Christopher with Dave Matthias on his gearbox. They come down towards Redgate. We're seeing the cars make their way through the Craner curves here. There's Wayne Crabtree in that beautiful RS200, which doesn't have a Ford engine. It has a 2-litre Subaru Boxer engine, so it sounds a bit like a Subaru World Rally car in some cases, but not that that's a bad thing at all, because it's certainly quite an extreme engine for an extreme machine. They come through. There is Dave Cockle trying to continue to extend his lead here, and I remember seeing that car, I think, almost 10 years ago when it was racing in the old BRSCC Euro Sports Sports Car series, and that was up against a few fairly extreme machines, some Subarus and some Evos, and even a Hayabusa-powered Suzuki Cappuccino, which was quite quick. But good to see that car back out racing on a BRSCC race meeting. It's nice to have him back in the paddock. See here, scrap here 171 in one of our Sierras. That's Tucker ahead of the 96 with Craig, and all of them being lapped here by the rapid Dave Cockle with 3.5 minutes to go. And he looks as though, although we said this before in the first race, he's fairly comfortable at this point in time, but given what happened to the car in race 1, let's not count our chickens just yet, because it could still change as we get to the closing stages of this 2nd race of the modified Fords here at Donington.
Yeah, there's still a lot that can go wrong in this race, because mechanical issues are always a slight concern, so too the back markers. Wouldn't be a bad idea to check in maybe with Malcolm Harding, because I think he's just lost a position there to Piers Grange. That would have been 5th place going into Redgate corner, so they'll be appearing at the top of the Craner curves any moment. Now Wayne Crabtree at the bottom of the Craner curves, though, is getting himself into all sorts of trouble with a big moment there. I think he had to go offline to negotiate a back marker, and maybe picked up a bit of dirt on the tyres, and that car, even with all of its fancy aerodynamic bits and pieces and its big fat slick tyres, I don't think it has a huge amount of grip. Well, I think it has, let's rephrase that, I think it has way more power than it has grip, and as soon as he tries to get on the loud pedal with slightly dirty and overheating tyres, he finds that the car is a little bit twitchier than he'd like. But as he goes down the back straight, there, look, is the battle I wanted to see, and this is a real scrap now, because not only is it Malcolm Harding and Piers Grange, but you've also got the 27 car there trying to get up the inside line. That is Pantelis Christoforou, the red machine, and then right behind them is David Matthias in the Ford Sapphire Cosworth. So this is a 4-way scrap here for 5th position. Grange is into 5th place now, but he can't escape, can he?
He can't, and it's incredible to see a trio of very differently prepared Escort Mark IIs battling amongst themselves with that Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth in the mix. So it just shows it doesn't matter the generation. If the car's more sorted, it'll be just as quick as anything else. So good stuff between these four, and that's going to carry on going on for the next couple of laps as they head back down towards Redgate corner. The order is Grange from Howling from Christopher, and then David Matthias watching on. It's also a nice battle going on between, I think, Paul Neville and one of the really beautiful looking Zack Speed Escorts in the mix. That's the black, orange, yellow and red car, just coming out of the red gate towards the crowd of curves in a second, but that's Paul Neville, the man who kind of puts everything together for Modified Fords, running in 9th place ahead of the 83 car of Jessup, that being Neil Jessup, and it's one of 2 Zaxby cars. There it is. And you can see here, slightly different looking car, of course. That's the RS 2000 generation Mark II Escort. It's a beautiful looking car. Another pretty well sorted car, this one number 57 on the grid. This is the Escort Mark 1, and that is of Escort Mark 1, and that is 57 if I can find it on the list. Can't quite find it on the entry list there for some reason, but unless I'm being completely blind. But that's the car of Paxman battling with number 8 of Owen. And also there is number 16, which is the Escort Mark IV of Baker, which is one of the championship sponsors, which is the MTS Motorsport. But now heading down the hill, what I think should be the final lap of the race is Dave Cockell. I have to say, if you want an award for one of the drivers of the day, it's certainly this one, from 29th on the grid to what looks to be an apparent race victory. Seriously impressive, and a seriously impressive car, and of course one that Dave knows inside out, and I think it will take nothing away. Wayne Crabtree certainly fought as hard as he could, but with the car with the pace of Dave Cockell's, he probably wasn't going to hold him back for long.
No, seriously impressive performance in a seriously impressive car, in a field full of seriously impressive cars, to be honest. The Ford Modified Series making its debut with the BRSCC this weekend is a welcome addition to the roster, that's for sure. There goes Tony Paxman in the 57 Mark I Ford Escort. He's just gone a lap down to Dave Cockell, the race leader. He makes his way down the exhibition straight, then into the chicane for what should be the final time. It will be touch and go. No, the time has now ticked down to 0, so Cockell comes through the chicane. Number 95 car then is going to win this time. It didn't win race number 1, but it does take the black and white checkered flag at the end of race number 2. Cockell takes the victory. Wayne Crabtree valiantly fought him off there for as long as he could, but second place was always likely to be as good as it would get for that magnificent RS200. In the background, look, we can see that almighty battle going on between Harding, Grange, Christopheru, and Matthias. Here they come, and that's Grange on the inside line. I think that's a back marker, actually, but that, importantly, is Piers Grange still ahead of Malcolm Harding. Now, what can Christopheru do at the line? Nothing. They're going to stay in the same order. So it's Piers Grange that comes through in 5th, Christopheru in 6th position. Now, hang on. Malcolm Harding... no, Harding lost some ground there, actually, off the last corner, so he must have had a bad exit from the final chicane, because the final order is Grange 5th, Christopheru 6th, Matthias 7th. Harding's been given a time penalty, that's what it is. 5-second time penalty for Malcolm Harding. There is no official message on the timing screen to tell us what that is, but I think we can all guess, can't we? That was probably for exceeding track limits. So, class winners, by the way. Cockell wins in Class A, Crabtree wins the Invitational class. Piers Grange, that battle he had with Pantelis Christopheru was of extra significance because it gave him the Class B1 victory. Then in Class B, it was the 83 of Neil Jessup that took the class victory. Class C, meanwhile, won by the 1-2-4 of Alex Bone. I think that's all of the classes. Yes, it is. So they are the class victors, and in a moment we'll be able to run through the full result of the entire grid. Don't go anywhere, one more race still to come here at Donington Park, the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. This is the result of our second Ford Modified Series race. Dave Cockell wins by nearly 9 seconds over Wayne Crabtree, class winners both of them. Simon Light was 3rd ahead of Ashley Shelswell in 4th, Piers Grange 5th. Pantelis Christopheru was 6th ahead of David Matthias, Malcolm Harding, Neil Jessup, Paul Neville, with Malcolm Wise solid 11th. Tim Fockler was 12th, Terry Davis was 13th, and then one lap down were Jamie Goff, Tony Paxman, Darren Owen, Chris Baker, Ollie Allen, Aaron Tucker, Nigel Craig in 20th position. 21st place went to Andy Pike. Alex Bohm won Class C in 22nd overall. Jack Gadd was 23rd. Jimmy Neophytou was 24th. Mac McCarthy 25th, ahead of Kevin Hadfield, Daniel Cowan and Dave Barrett, with Dave Cockell, unsurprisingly, taking the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 12.809, having started very deep in the field. Well, fantastic addition to the programme, the Ford Modified Series, or Modified Ford Series, I should say, here at Donington Park. And we look forward to having them back again on the BRSCC roster in the very near future. Reminder to those of you who have enjoyed the racing today, and there is still one more race to come, so don't go anywhere just yet, but those who have maybe tuned in today to watch the BRSCC live streaming for the first time, there's plenty more live streaming, a total of 17 events this year being streamed live for you, including, at the end of the year, the world-famous Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch. That's a must-see event towards the end of the year. But the The rest of the events, I think all of the Caterham Motorsport Championship events are being live streamed this year, and next week at the Croft Circuit up in Yorkshire, up in the northeast of the country anyway, Darlington way specifically, is also being live streamed. That's our second live stream event of the season, and it's going to be a packed couple of days of racing there. You can tune in on the BRSCC Facebook and YouTube pages to see action from the Mazda MX-5 Championships. Both the Mark 1 and Mark 3 MX-5 Super Cup will be in action. The Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup will have another massive grid of drivers set to do battle around Croft. Fans of the Blue Oval should tune in as well, because not only are the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior and Fiesta Senior Championships in action, but also the STXR Challenge for fans of 80s Ford Fiestas and Escorts, as well as the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, and brand new for 2021, the Mazda MX-5 Mark IV Trophy will be making its first competitive appearance. So this is next Saturday and Sunday at Croft. Do tune in on the BRSCC social media pages to see all of the action. So I don't think we're going to be able to actually have a word with our top 3 drivers from the modified Ford series, because they've all driven straight past our pit camera there and headed back into the paddock. So they're probably eager to get home. I think many of them are based down in the south of the country, so they've got a bit of a drive from Donington Park here in Derby in the Midlands. But we are very grateful that they made the trip down here, up here I should say, for many of them, to race alongside us. Right then, one more race to go, and it is going to be a good one. I think this is for the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. Their first race earlier on was brilliant, quite frankly, for a brand new championship. They had a few non-championship races last year, but this year it has taken on full championship status. You have to have a certain number of cars registered for the full season for Motorsport UK to grant you championship status, and for many new series that takes a few years to happen. Not the CityCar Cup, because in its first full season of racing, obviously last year was significantly reduced because of the COVID pandemic, we have 38 cars, I believe, racing with us here this weekend, and although 1 or 2 dropped by the wayside in the previous race, I'm hoping they'll all be back out there again for this one. If you weren't with us a few hours ago, it was Nick Grindrod that dominated the first race. The cars are all identical in performance, but Nick Grindrod is probably, well no, definitely the most experienced driver on the grid. So Grindrod dominated the race, but behind him there was lots of action. Stuart Bliss was second and Patrick Booth was third, and in the new racers, or the rookie racers class, Liam Browning and Richard Bliss put on a race-long duel to finish first and second in class. The result of that first race sets the grid for race 2, so let's go through it, shall we? We've got number 22, Nick Grindrod, on the pole position. Second place on the grid alongside him will be Stuart Bliss. Patrick Booth and Duncan Stone make up row number 2, ahead of Tim Evans and Liam Browning, who was the winner of the newcomer racers in the earlier race. Richard Bliss was second in that class, and he lines up next, 7th on the grid alongside Dylan Brooks on the 4th row. Ross McCarr came from the back of the grid, having not qualified earlier on this morning, so he had to start from the back of the grid, the back of a 38 car grid no less, and finished 9th place. That was a remarkable effort, picking up nearly 30 positions, so he could be one for the podium in this one. He's got Martin Piccolo for company on row number 5. Paul Toolam and Simon Toolam were inseparable all race, and they start this one therefore together as well on the 6th row. Andrew Dyer and Doug Harvey are on row 7. Tony Trotter and Jamie Luthwaite are on the 8th row, with William Burgess and John Nicholson on row 9. Richard Snuggs and Adam Reeves round out the top 20 on row number 10. Daniel Selleck and Andrew McKenzie are next, ahead of Elliot Lettis and Craig Flynn. Paul Savage and Ashley Mitchell are on row 13. Then it's Alex Carter and Craig Carter, again 2 family members, finding themselves sharing a row of the grid, this time on row 14, with Gareth Fredrickson and Brandon Savage rounding out the top 30 on the grid. Then you've got Benjamin Bastow and Adam Reynolds, Ben Walkingshaw and Steve Laidlaw, and we're now getting into those that had issues in the earlier race. So I'm going to look out the window now as I carry on down the grid and see if these drivers are there. So Steve Laidlaw, the number 100, is there. That's good news. Sam Laidlaw, the 101, is there as well. That's good news. Christopher McKenzie, 777, is pulling into position. David Christie, the yellow car that had an exhaust fall off, or fall loose at least, is there in 37th. And number 19, Joe Graham, I think is that red and black car, isn't it? Yes, I couldn't quite see the number, but it is the number 19 at the back. So hopefully all 38 should start, although having said that, there is a gap, isn't there, alongside Craig Carter. Alex Carter is not where he should be. He is. He's just lined up a row behind. So Alex Carter, who should start 27th, has lined up in the 29th grid slot, and whether that means that we're missing someone else, I don't think we are, but I think it's messed up the rest of the grid behind him. Anyway, doesn't really matter. As we've made the point, about 2/3 of this grid are rookie racers, so for many of them this is their first ever weekend of racing. Some of them might have made the odd appearance last year, but any car with a yellow square and a black cross on the back of their car, and you can see about 6 or 7 of them just in that picture alone, they are all rookie racers making some of their first steps into motor racing, and this really is one of the best, if not the best place to do that, because as a rookie, in theory, you can enter any club level championship that you want in the UK, but you'll 9 times out of 10 be going up against a field full of drivers who've been doing it a lot longer than you. But the whole point of the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup is that you're supposed to be racing against fellow rookies. There's nothing stopping an experienced racer like Nick Grindrod coming in and showing everyone up and showing everyone how to do it, but generally speaking, if you are a rookie, you should find yourself racing against fellow rookies. So that is certainly the case here with, I can't remember the precise number of rookie drivers, I have been told 22, there we go. Thank you, Scott. 22 rookie drivers on the grid this weekend out of 38. So yeah, about 2/3 or so of the grid are rookies. So through Redgate they go on their green flag lap then. Nick Grindrod should win, let's be quite honest, but behind him things are a lot less predictable. Stuart Bliss and Patrick Booth, 2nd and 3rd. They were covered by just 4 seconds at the flag. Patrick Booth might be on his toes here to try and get ahead of Stuart Bliss in the early stages. And that newcomer racing class of Liam Browning and Richard Bliss and Dylan Brooks, those 3 were very close together, especially Browning and Bliss. So I expect that battle to resume, and that's the Citroen of Luke Browning, so Drago of Richard Bliss. If you weren't with us earlier on, we should explain that there are 3 types of car on the grid. You've got the very popular Citroen C1, which does make up the majority of the grid, but then there are also a good number of Toyota Aigos and Peugeot 107s. And I must confess, I can spot the Toyota Aigos from a distance, but the Peugeots and Citroens I do struggle with sometimes. But that's because underneath these cars are identical. They share the same chassis. Basically everything's the same apart from the headlights and the badge, basically. Apart from that, the cars are near enough identical, and there are already series out there that cater for one-make racing of this sort of ilk, but for multi-car racing and sprint racing at that as well, this is a brand new idea, and for 2021 it looks as though it's going to be a real success. And I must say the driving standards in the earlier race were pretty exemplary as well, which is always a good sign. That's often a concern with especially a new championship and a big grid such as this one. If there are some slightly dodgy driving standards out there, that can sometimes put people off and lead them to walk away just as soon as the championship starts. But I don't think that's going to be the case with the CityCar Cup. Everyone seemed happy after their earlier race, and that is exactly what we want to see. So Nick Grindrod then weaving the car around, trying to get some heat into those Nankang tyres. He lines up on the pole position, and he will have Stuart Bliss for company. Patrick Booth and Duncan Stone, remember, make up that 2nd row of the grid. Tim Evans and Liam Browning coming from the 3rd row, and that battle that I keep bigging up, I think he's going to be one to watch. Liam Browning is in the a sort of grey and green number 91 Citroen C1, and then you've got the Auto Bliss Motorsport run grey and orange number 17 of Richard Bliss, who will line up just on the row behind him. It's a 2x2 staggered grid, so very bunched up as they run towards turn 1. It made a brilliant sight in the first race as well, as they went 3, 4, even I think 5 wide in the midfield towards that first corner. But we also made the point that these cars are not the biggest, so you can sort of fit quite a few of them across the track. I do hope that some of the drivers that were a bit circumspect in race 1 haven't now got all confident over the lunch break, and or not the lunch break, but the break they've had between races, and decide to start taking more risks at the start. We want another nice clean start here, please, everybody. 1 or 2, I'm still not convinced are in exactly the right positions that they should be. Looks as though Andrew McKenzie either isn't there or hasn't lined up where he should on the 11th row of the grid. There's also a gap further back, but it doesn't really matter because the green flag is about to be waved. The final few cars are pulling into a grid slot, even if it's not quite the right one. The green flag is now waved, and Nick Grindrod from pole position tries to make it a double in the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. The red lights go on for the final time this weekend. We are away and racing at Donington Park. Who gets into Redgate corner first? It's a pretty even start from both of the front row men, but I think Grindrod will have his nose ahead as they head towards Redgate corner. Yes, he has his whole car ahead, in fact, allowing Stuart Bliss to pull in behind him. Now, here we go. 2, 3, 4 wide, onto the brakes, through Redgate corner, throw it in, close your eyes, hope for the best. Do they all get through this time? 1 or 2 running wide. Holding my breath. Yes, they're all through again. Well done. Down through the Craner curves they go for the first time. Dave Christie there gaining some places in the yellow car from the back of the grid. Grindrod then leads the way. Stuart Bliss in second, side by side for third position. Patrick Booth there looks as though he might lose third place if he's not too careful. Down into the old hairpin. Yes, he does. Drops down to fourth position. And again, this is another real pinch point on cold tyres. Easy to lose control down here. But yet again, Scott Woodwist, they're all on their best behaviour.
Yeah, good stuff. That was certainly pleasing, Greg and Paul. Unfortunately, we spoke too soon. That is Patrick Booth in the wall, unfortunately, and it looks as though there must have been some contact. I suspect it had something to do with the fact he was going side by side with Duncan Stone on the exit, so unfortunately, one's come to blows. But to be fair, that is the first kind of incident we've had since obviously the first race. So hopefully one out of 40 minutes worth of racing is hopefully quite a good record. But unfortunate for Duncan Stone, looks like he probably just got caught up, and maybe there was a little bit too of an ambitious move by somebody. But not having caught the start of it, we're not exactly sure who was at fault, if anyone. Out clambers Patrick Booth.
He's done a Mansell there, hasn't he? That is pretty much exactly the spot that Nigel Mansell hit all those years ago.
Yeah, thankfully, the car isn't in as bad condition as Nigel's was back in '93. Car turning out of the final chicane onto the end of the first racing lap. Now, whether that's going to require a safety car given its position, I'm not 100% sure. But Nick Grindrod leads the way. Then it's still Stuart Bliss in second place. Duncan Stone is still third. There are yellow flags being held out, and I think possibly even a safety car board, which might suggest that we are going to get an appearance from the RunYourFleet.com safety car. In fact, yes, I can see the safety car boards in the background being waved, and it has now appeared on the timing screen. RunYourFleet.com safety car is deployed for our final race, which is a shame, but obviously it was... I don't mean this disingenuously at all. Obviously, given the fact we had 38 cars on the grid and everyone got through first, we did say 1 or 2 drivers might get a little bit more brave in the second race. It seems that that's happened, but I mean it's in a nice way. With this many rookies on the grid and how packed it was, I don't think we were going to totally get away with the whole 6 weekends without something happening, but thankfully it seems as though we got through one race and the first few corners of the second race without something before we hit strife. But that's credit to all the drivers, particularly all the rookies, being able to only get to this point in the start of the second race. We've had actually something that has warranted something along the lines of a safety car. So it might be seen as a negative in some cases, but the positive you can take from it is it's only taken them up towards the beginning of the second race to do it, because the first one was completely, for the most part, clean and tidy and not requiring anything of the sort.
Yeah, there was a bit of concern, wasn't there? Some of the conversations I had this morning, no one quite knew what was going to happen, obviously, but there was a bit of concern that there might be a bit of carnage, just because learning how to be a racing driver ain't easy, and it's really not easy when you're in such a big grid of cars, and a track like Donington, which does produce very close racing, no matter what the category is. There was this worry that there'd be a few mistakes and a few incidents and a few grumpy people at the end of the day, but I don't want to speak too soon because we're not even a quarter of the way through this race yet, but yeah, I think people are a lot less concerned about that now. This is looking like being a really, really good championship, and looking forward to getting this race back underway. In the newcomer racing class, by the way, Browning is still ahead of Bliss. That was the battle I was sort of bigging up before the race, but it is a slight change behind them, isn't it? Because third place in that class in the previous race was Dylan Brooks, and Dylan Brooks is not... he's dropped right down actually to 7th in class, 14th overall for the number 14, so he's been shuffled out, and that's promoted the number 20 of Martin Piccolo into a podium place.
Has indeed, and the cars already managed to catch up to the RunYourFleet.com safety car. Shout out to them, of course. It's the first weekend we've had it, and again, a massive shout out to RunYourFleet.com, not just for providing the safety car, but also as well for support being one of the sponsors of the CityCar Cup Championship. It's great to have them on board. We had the official handover of the car yesterday. It was good to have a couple of representatives from Run Your Fleet down to make that happen. And a big shout out to them, of course, and if you want to check them out, of course, it's runyourfleet.com, and you find them all on social media, and they're one of the leading companies in terms of fleet management when it comes to being a one-stop shop for everything in terms of sort of buying, and it's a sort of leasing and financing a car and fleet and all the different telematics that go with it and risk management and all that sort of stuff. So it means that if you are running a fleet in terms of a company that runs a fleet of cars, you can use them to pretty much make sure that it's all looked after in one place rather than having to do all the hard legwork for yourself, because Run Your Fleet will do that all for you. So big shout out to them, of course. And it is wonderful to have a BRSCC branded safety car again, because it's back to the days when old school days, back in places like Brands Hatch and Donington, we had the rather rapid Ford Sierra in the old school days, the branded BRSCC Ford Sierra safety car. So it's nice to have a proper BRSCC safety car again. And again, massive thank you to runyourfeet.com for providing it for the season, for the next 2 seasons as part of the deal. And again, we speak jokingly, the people who we want to see it the least are the drivers, of course, but whenever it is out on track, it's a wonderful looking thing, and it just proves that the partnership was certainly a step in the right direction. And again, can't thank them enough, and brilliant to have that car on track and for them to supply it in return for us helping them out to give them some visibility.
Yeah, and if you're going to have a safety car, at least make it a nice car, right? Because no one likes to see the safety car, really. But if you do have to see it, at least make it something that's easy on the eye, and that Jaguar most certainly is. And a good British car as well, which is nice to see for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. There goes the 91 that's leading in the newcomers, Liam Browning. 20 there is the car that's third place in the class. That is Martin Piccolo. With a name like that, really, you feel like he should be a musician maybe, or a chef or something, but racing driver is the path that he's chosen, and he was 4th in class in the earlier race, running 3rd now. As I said, there was some sort of an issue for Dylan Brooks, who was 3rd on the grid in the newcomers for this race, and is down in about 7th place in class after the opening lap. A few of those from the back of the grid made decent progress, I noticed, though. Dave Christie had passed about 4 or 5 cars, including some pretty quick racers, actually. The 101 of Sam Laidlaw, he got past. Well, Sam was up inside the top half of the field in the earlier race. We've only lost the 1 car, of course, which is Booth into the pit lane, Patrick Booth, and that now means there's a chance, Scott, that we'll get another new driver on the podium at least, because Patrick was 3rd in the earlier race. So who is the man most likely? I guess obviously the obvious choice is Duncan Stone. He inherits that 3rd place, but 3rd and 4th on back in the previous race was very tight, so that little battle is going to be interesting, isn't it?
It is. I think you have to also throw in a certain Ross McCarr as well, because he sat there currently in 5th position. Of course, started 9th after he started at the back of the grid, 38th, and picked up 29 places. So if that was his pace in a regular 20-minute race, with a shortened one being up towards the front of the grid and having already made up 4 places, including obviously the benefit of his teammate Patrick Booth going off the road, being 5th on the restart, and someone who's very experienced in racing, particularly I know him from his days in MG Cup, and I think he still frequents it every now and again. But to have him in the championship, someone who's experienced as him in front-wheel drive, will certainly mean that he would be putting it all the experience to good use, and he certainly did in race 1. He was looking to try and make the most of it to hopefully get himself onto the podium if he can, but he's got to get around the likes of Tim Evans, Duncan Stone and Stuart Bliss to even stand a chance at that. And of course then, dare we even suggest you could even get on the tail of Nick Grindrod, but then again I think Nick Grindrod's in that far of an illegal zone at the moment that possibly that might be a stretch too far, but never say never. And when we do get back underway racing, which hopefully might even be, I'd like to hope, the end of this lap, we'll be able to get underway. But if that's going to happen, I think everyone's going to have to really bunch up pretty quickly here, because top 5 or 6 have got quite a gap, and then everyone else is kind of having to almost go at full speed to catch them up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Ross McCarr's lap times from the early race. Obviously, he spent that entire race in traffic, deep in traffic in the early stages, but he managed a 1:37.6, which was quicker than a few of the drivers ahead of him on the grid. Most of those he's overtaken already. It was about 2 and a bit seconds slower than Nick Grindrod, so I think maybe a race win might be out of the question, but it almost matches the pace set by Stuart Bliss in the previous race, who's running 2nd at the moment. So podium definitely possible for McCarr, maybe 2nd place, but he's got some overtaking to do, and of course the closer to the front of the grid you get, the harder the overtakes become, because you're going up against some of the quickest drivers on the track. Leaving the track, thankfully, hopefully for the last time, is the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car. The race then gets back underway. We are just under, halfway through the race, just under 11 minutes left on the clock, and Nick Grindrod then has the lead down into Redgate Corner. 2nd place is Stuart Bliss, 3rd position is Stone, and is anyone going to make a move on the brakes? Anyone feeling brave into Redgate Corner? Well, the answer is no, it seems. Everyone is having a go at setting fastest lap, because of course we haven't yet actually had a full green flag lap of racing, because the safety car was called before the end of lap number 1 through Redgate. Of course, a few of them have lost a bit of tyre temperature now as well, so there's a bit of sliding around going on cold tyres. But hey, if they can manage cold tyres on lap 1 when they're 3 and 4 wide, then a single file safety car restart really shouldn't be such an issue. Grindrod then with the lead already starting to get away, but we're anticipating some shuffling of the order behind him.
Certainly are. Those top 5 are starting to make a break, and maybe Nick Grindrod might not have it as easy this time as he did before. And I want to stop for a second on the restart, because these cars don't have much horsepower. He was already pretty much at the beginning of the back straight. He was already full on the throttle, pretty much getting the restart underway. But even though he probably was going at full throttle, it wasn't making much difference in terms of the safety car getting away from him. So he is getting away from the leaders now. So it looks like the main battle is going to be this scrap for second place between Stuart Bliss, Duncan Stone, and Tim Evans. But Ross McCarr should hopefully be a little bit closer, because he's dropped back a little bit from this restart, and these 3 cars are bunched together and have to start working together in the slipstream down towards the Robert chicane. Ross McCarr's in a little bit of no man's land, and he might start to come under threat from the novice racer class cars behind. Of course, we've got Liam Browning with Richard Bliss, Martin Piccolo, and the Andrew Dyer car, number 15, all in the mix together, and also Paul Toole in there as well. So the top 5 are all together, just there or thereabouts in the rookie category. They said down the pit straight, and who else but Nick Grindrod takes the fastest lap of the race. Side by side for second, though. Stuart Bliss has the inside line, but Duncan Stone might try and make it a Viking Van Hire Viking Van Breakers 1-2 in that team, because he tries to go for second, but Stuart Bliss holds him off, and the momentum carried by Tim Evans was trying to see him pull his Toyota Aygo alongside the Citroen of Duncan Stone. And now Ross McCarr is steadily getting onto the back of this scrap for second, third, and fourth in P5. And just behind him, of course, is the top rookie Liam Browning. He did make a couple of appearances in the non-championship sort of pilot CityCar Cup race that we ran last year, and certainly enjoyed getting in the mix and doing his best to try and push on as hard as he can to keep with them and to get away from his fellow rookie drivers. But so far it seems that no matter what anyone does, or does in whichever way, there really is just no stopping Nick Grindrod. He just pulls away from the front and see you later.
And it's worth pointing out, because I did see a conversation about this in the YouTube chat earlier on, but Nick Grindrod's car hasn't got 50 horsepower more than everybody else's. It's just he's that much more experienced than everyone else on the grid, and you give him clear track at the front of the field especially, and he's going to be tough to beat. Number 63 there, losing ground. Now this is towards this pointy end. This is for, well, third place now being lost by Stone, so that must have been the 23 of Evans going through on the inside. But look at the momentum that cost them off Coppice Corner, and now you've got some of the rookies getting involved as well, because Liam Browning is a part of this battle, and I think that possibly Richard Bliss is as well. In blissful isolation at the moment is Nick Grindrod out in front. Second place is Stuart Bliss, but everyone else trying to be third. It is going to be the 23 of Evans that has third place then, as they come across the start-finish line once again. Fourth place now for Stone in the 63, and then it is going to be Richard Bliss, who's got himself ahead of Liam Browning then for the rookie lead, or the newcomer lead I should say, in that group. So in that melee going through Coppice and down the back straight, he's been able to get the class lead away. The drivers that have sort of turquoisey green numbers next to their names on the scoring pylon, by the way, they are the rookies, and you can really see there just how many of the drivers on this grid are racing rookies. Through Hollywood and the Craner curves they go then, so it's Toyota that leads the way now in the rookie part of the race, and more importantly, he's got a car between himself, look, and his nearest rookie rival. That is McCarr, who, rather than going forward, is actually starting to slip back now, losing a place from where he restarted.
That just shows the calibre of some of the rookie drivers, because of course Richard Bliss and Liam Browning will have never raced with Ross McCarr before in many cases, but the fact they can actually in pretty much bang on equal machinery are able to race with him and actually keep pace and even be quicker than him, which is quite stiff. In fact, Richard Bliss already onto the tail of both Duncan Stone and Tim Evans, and I don't want to speak too soon, but with 6.5 minutes to go, are we even going to start talking about the prospect of a rookie getting on the overall podium? That would be superb for a first weekend to just, you know, solidify the strength of some of the rookie drivers in the field. And the other two aren't too far away either. We've still got Liam Browning and also Martin Piccolo, who's not too far away. He's about half a second off the back of Liam Browning. So this is the main fight to watch for, of course. There is Nick Grindrod pretty much just spread-eagling the field as he carries on. For second, though, here it comes. It's the move between the two Toyota Aygos, and Richard Bliss, Stuart Bliss swings in front and holds on. A bit of an interesting line across the exit that she came from Duncan Stone. Look at this, it's 2 by 2. 3, count them 4. It's, dare we say, 5 for rest down towards Redgate Corner. Grindrod in the foreground goes on, but this is the scrap for second place. So this is literally best of the rest behind Nick Grindrod, and there's about 7 of them all together in this pack. This is second down to about 8th position as they dive up the inside. That was Duncan Stone on the back of Richard Bliss, as he just about holds on. He elbows now up wide Liam Browning, who just about holds on. Oh, was that window smashing or something on somewhere on the side? There was something that either flew off or something broke on one of the cars I saw there. I wasn't quite sure what it was or anything. I think it might have been Martin Piccolo's driver's passenger window, I think. because Martin Piccolo now has no glass on that passenger window. So I suspect that his window has disappeared. I think, yes, it has. It's gone. So there's quite a lot of glass in these cars, and whatever happened, it seemed to just smash either on its own or due to some contact.
Right, okay, well, a bit of weight saving maybe, I suppose. It won't affect his performance too much, hopefully. And again, wherever you look, very side-by-side racing. Down into the old hairpin here, that is the number 3 car, actually fending off the 46, I think. That is number 3, Elliot Lettis, who does manage to hang on to what is 20th position. But the fighting back there is just as fierce as it is up here towards the front, and boy, is it fierce. This is a real step up, even from the entertaining racing we had in race number 1 earlier on this afternoon. Number 20 now moving in as well. That's Piccolo, isn't it? So you said he'd lost that window. He'd lost a few places as well, but he's starting to pick them back up again as they go down past the exhibition centre and into the chicane. That is Stuart Bliss running in second place. Is he escaping? Well, maybe a little bit, but I don't think he's going to stay that far ahead, because, of course, it's Ross McCarr now into third position. So McCarr is now in a podium place, and now he'll be after second place off the road, I'm afraid. That's number 43.
That's Paul Savage, I think.
Savage, yes. No, Brandon Savage. Brandon Savage. So there are a lot of family members sharing the track, aren't there?
Yes.
And yeah, Brandon, it is unfortunately. That's also at the old hair, but he's gone off to the right-hand side of the road, though, rather than the left. So he gives a different group of marshals a bit of work to do.
And that was probably their classic running wide on the exit of the old hairpin, lose the back, drop a wheel onto the grass, and round the back end of the car goes moment. And it looks as though he has punched the wall. It's not too severe, thankfully. Now, what's interesting here, there'll be yellow flags at least through, if not on the exit of the old hairpin, because, of course, of the incident that's just happened. I don't think it's going to warrant a safety car, but they'll probably just cover that with wave yellows on the exit until they can get it properly against the barrier and out of harm's way. But whilst that's happening, we continue to watch this one. And Ross McCarr really does fancy second place here. He's on the back of Stuart Bliss and trying to hassle him for a move here. It's Toyota versus Citroën as they turn their way up through McLean's, and Ross McCarr right on the rear bumper, probably giving his Stuart Bliss, if he's got one, a rear-facing camera, a nice shot of the front end of his car, saying, hello, remember me, knocking on the door to try and get through here, and he's right on the back, and he's almost practically touching the rear bumper. He is touching the rear bumper now. Next, McLean's puts 2 wheels onto the coppice, puts 2 wheels onto the grass, and Stuart Bliss is really forcing the issue. That's a bit naughty, squeezing him onto the grass. Ross McCarr puts 2 wheels onto it, and look at Richard Bliss on the outside. It's almost as if Richard Bliss is thinking, right, you keep him at bay, I'll pass him down the outside, thank you, and away he goes. So Richard Bliss, rookie driver, is second in the road, and he gets past his sibling Stuart whilst he was defending Ross McCarr. That's sensational. Also up into third place is Duncan Stone. Brilliant stuff from the CityCar Cup in their second ever race, and yet again Ross McCarr trying to go down the inside. Stuart Bliss. Oh, there's a bit of. Oh, that's interesting. There's a bit of. I think that's a bit of handbags. Oh, steady boys. That's not really called for. These two get a bit frustrated.
Dear me, and Stone with a lunge as well. They've definitely found some bravery, haven't they, after race number 1, if that's what you want to call it anyway. But Stone with a real lunge into second place. Well, actually, he hasn't quite made it stick, has he? Because the Citroën hasn't quite moved ahead of the Toyota yet. Wheel to wheel down the hill. You've got it's like Liam Browning, not far behind them either. He's in this group too. Down into the old hairpin, side by side. Citroën hops over the curbs, elbows the Toyota out wide. Over the grass goes Bliss, and this is going to open the door for the chasing pack as well. We're into what should be the penultimate lap of this race, I reckon. 2 minutes still to go. Up the hill they go once more, and it's getting a little bit physical. There's a bit of frustration, I think, and this could all boil over at any moment. Into McLean's, the group of cars is getting bigger by the corner. 2, 4, 6, 8 at least, maybe 9 of them, all on top of each other as they head towards Coppice Corner once more.
There's 3 abreast behind him. That was Martin Piccolo, Tim Evans, and whoever that was. I think that was Andrew Dyer in the 15 car having a scrap towards the bottom of that. But you're absolutely right. It's the cars from 2nd down to 9th that are all together. And 10th place, not too far away, is Paul Toolan. He's 4th in the rookie category. A couple of the cars going past. Well, that's Joe Graham being chased down by Nick Grindrod, who is just probably singing to himself at the moment as he starts the final lap of the race. But for second, it really is anyone's guess. Duncan Stone throws it in 2nd place. Will he stay there by the time we get to this point at the end of this final lap as they come onto the pit straight? The Bliss siblings are together. It's currently Richard ahead. No, is it? It's Richard ahead, the Stuart ahead of Richard now, so they've changed around again. Oh, there was one car off in the background that I saw. That's one of the Toolans, I think, possibly Simon Toolan, I think, because Paul is in there in the silver and orange Citroën just at the back of this fantastic 2nd place battle. So this group then has, well, that was the group. There is Nick Grindrod just literally on in a country mile ahead as he was in race 1. You can prove how experienced he is, but this is the fight we need to watch then for second place. Duncan Stone has it, but the people that want it include Liam Browning and Ross McCarr and Stuart Bliss and Richard Bliss. They've all spread out a little bit. Andrew Dyer there in the Trade Price car delivery machine is up there. He's made a couple of spots past Tim Evans and Martin Pickler. So he's flying along at the moment in what is now, I think, 6th or 7th place he is. He crossed the line in 7th place. More battles further back we're looking at here. There's Simon Toolan. He's having a scrap with Nicholson and Stokes. And what's the camera to quickly pan around because something we thought was happening. That's off the road. That's Elliot Luthwaite, I think, off the road. Jamie Luthwaite off the road. I know Elliot did some racing with it last year when they were part of the City Club Sport Trophy. But some incredible stuff back and forth, and I almost fear what's going to happen. This came, it's going to be quite a extremely tense final couple of the corners here, I think. But Aston Martin in front coming out the fast chicane, no dramas of him at all. But it's going to be a perfect double for the man who really has been the class of the field. Nick Grindrod makes it a double in the opening championship rounds for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Now hold your breath, because what's going to happen for second place down at the final chicane? They're going to arrive all together. Duncan Stone has it. They're all going to be line astern, I think. A bit of anticlimactic finish that we were expecting. But it's going to be a 1-2 for the Viking Van Breakers team. It's going to be a sprint to a line. These two still don't like each other on the sprint to the checkered flag. It's going to be second place for Duncan Stone, third for Liam Browning, a photo finish for fourth, which goes in the favour of Stuart Bliss by 25 thousandths of a second. And I think those two might have some conversations afterwards after that little door banging towards the end. They still come through the pack going through. We've got Simon Toolan ahead of, we've got as well in there Nicholson, Snuggs, William Burgess in the Mission Motorsport car coming home cleanly inside the top 20. He comes through in, where did he come through in? 18th position. Lettis and Selleck rounding up the top 20. But what can you say, Andy, other than this man has been simply dominant in the CityCar Cup in this weekend in the opening round. He was in 2 races last year in the championship rounds, and I think the question is, if this is his pace at the beginning of the season, what's it going to be like at season end?
Yes, pretty tough to catch, although it will be fascinating if Nick is in for the full season to see how others, how they get closer to his pace, which I guess is what we hope to see. You know, Nick is almost a handy little benchmark for a grid then that's predominantly made up of significantly less experienced drivers, and so, you know, if they can get a bit closer to his pace, then maybe these winning margins might be smaller and smaller as the season goes on. But the one thing we can say is that even if he wins every race by a country mile, they're not going to be boring races because everyone else is very evenly matched. I mean, that titanic battle for second, yes, the tempers boiled over on a couple of occasions, but it was still magnificent to watch, and it was, in the end, Duncan Stone that got the second place, and Liam Browning, a rookie, on the podium overall. That is terrific racing from him, and he had to come back from, he wasn't in the lead of the class all race, was he? But he worked his way into the lead not long after the restart, and then took third place overall from Stuart Bliss in fourth position. We'll have confirmation of that result in a moment or two. But that was an absolutely brilliant race and a great advert for the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup. If you're interested in joining in the fun, and I think some of you might well be, head to the BRSCC website, follow the links to the CityCar Cup, and you can learn how you can get involved in racing in this wonderful new series. And it's probably, I would guess, one of, if not the most cost-effective way of going racing here in the UK, because you can pick up a donor car for relatively little money, and there are lots of teams out there that are hiring them out as well. So Nick Grindrod then takes the overall victory with Duncan Stone in second. Liam Browning is third and wins in the novices, with Stuart Bliss in fourth, Ross McCarr fifth, Richard Bliss sixth after their titanic battle, and then it was Andrew Dyer next ahead of Evans, Martin Piccolo and Doolan, with Dylan Brooks next. Tony Trotter was 12th, Doug Harvey 13th, Simon Toolan was 14th ahead of John Nicholson, then Richard Snuggs, Steve Laidlaw, William Burgess, Elliot Lettis and Daniel Selleck to round out the top 20. Then Craig Flynn, Jamie Luthwaite, Adam Reeves, Ashley Mitchell, David Christie 25th. Shout out to David Christie, not just because he's a fellow commentator, but he started 35th and gained 10 places, and he's not that experienced a racer, is David. 25th for him, then Paul Savage, Craig Carter, and the rest filing in behind. Sam Laidlaw there didn't really make much ground up, did he, actually? 31st for him. Gareth Fredrickson was 32nd, then ahead it was Christopher McKenzie, Ben Walkingshaw, Joe Graham, whilst Brandon Savage, Andrew McKenzie and Patrick Booth were our 3 non-finishers. Brilliant racing that, and I can see Paul McCurley from the BRSCC down in the pit lane giving a massive thumbs up to all of the drivers, and a well-deserved one as well, because they all put on a fantastic show. We were hoping that some of the drivers might stop at the end of pit lane for a quick chat, but they did this last time, didn't they? They went all the way down to the Parc Ferme, and we did eventually hear from them, but it all took a bit of time. So we'll see. We'll hang on for a minute or two. Just time for me to remind you that the BRSCC is back with its live stream programme in a week's time from Croft, where we've got Mazda MX-5s, Ford Fiestas, the BMW Compact Cup, all in action around one of the real hidden gems, actually, of British motorsport, the Croft circuit, up in the northeast of the country. So tune in on the BRSCC Facebook and YouTube pages for that one, and head to the website for more information about the other live stream events throughout the year, 17 in total, including this one. Also an opportunity for me to say my thanks to everyone involved in putting the meeting together. All of the officials at the BRSCC should be massively proud of themselves. It's been a lot of hard work over the winter to put together their calendar of racing, some new championships, joining the club from elsewhere, and also some championships that are going through a real resurgence at the moment. So yeah, the hard work paying off behind the scenes. So to all of our championship coordinators and BRSCC officials, we thank you. And also thank you to the marshals, who have had quite a few incidents to deal with over the last 2 days. Your hard work is always massively appreciated, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the track again over the rest of the season. Also, thanks to everyone watching at home. As I say, I've been monitoring the chat on YouTube, and good to see some real discussion going on there. Hopefully, the BRSCC and its various championships have gained some new fans this weekend. If it has, then, as I say, head to the website for more information on where you can catch more of the racing. And we hope that we can welcome you back trackside in the very near future. That is obviously the plan. Within the next few weeks, we should be able to get spectators back at the circuits where you belong. But in the meantime, at least we can bring the action to you from the comfort of your own home. So that's pretty much it then. We're waiting for confirmation of whether we're going to have a chance to chat to our drivers. I think Scott Woodwis has marched on down to the Park Fairman end of the pit lane, and maybe the drivers are going to be dragged around to have a quick chat with us. So we'll hang on for a moment or two and reflect further on what has been a thoroughly entertaining couple of days of racing here. Donington Park always does produce great action, and particularly I found with one-make racing, it is perfectly suited to one-make racing, this circuit, and the circuit, as you can see, looking absolutely splendid. Just a little bit empty of fans, but Donington Park, run by the Motorsport Vision company, of course, these days, who also manage Brands Hatch, Alton Park, Snetterton, and the popular Bedford Autodrome, which is being used for track days and driving experiences for many a year. Motorsport Vision doing a good job with Donington, having taken ownership of the circuit a few years ago, and it's going to be hosting a number of BRSCC events throughout the year. Always a popular venue, quite central, up near Derby and Leicestershire in the North East Midlands. So usually not a huge drive for teams and drivers to make their way here, and well worth the journey, because it is such a driver's favourite circuit. There's high-speed sweeping corners, lots of undulation. That particular sequence through the crane curves, I saw a picture actually the other day of what that part of the circuit used to look like back in the day. Of course, Donington Park, one of very few places in the world, actually, certainly in the UK, that was hosting motorsport before World War II, and it was a slightly different look to the circuit, but some of the corners, like Redgate and the Craner Curves, are all still the same. But I was looking at a picture, I think, taken during the early 1980s of that particular part of the circuit, and the concrete wall, which is right over to the right-hand side of the track, as you can see, it's barely in shot, used to run right down the side of the track, weaving down the hill, and spectators could get terrifyingly close, quite frankly, to the action. Thankfully, a bit more runoff area there, which was needed in a few of the races this weekend, when we've had cars and drivers get it wrong through that very, very tricky part of the circuit. Well, we were hanging on in the hope that we'd get to chat to some of our CityCar Cup drivers, but I think they're taking a bit too long sharing all of their post-race stories. No, it's now I get told they are actually on their way. So we will hang on for a second longer and chat to our top three drivers, and Scott Woodwis will be waiting down either in the pit lane or the assembly area. It will be worth chatting to them, because although Nick Grindrod doesn't have too many stories to tell after that race, apart from maybe what song he was listening to on the radio as he went along, certainly those behind him, Duncan Stone in second and Liam Browning in third, will have a few stories to tell. So let's head down to Scott then to talk to our final podium finishers of the weekend.
Yes, indeed. Incredible racing, and of course, particularly in that second race, course. But one person who didn't quite see it was our double race winner, which is Nick Rindrod, so we'll bring him in, of course, here. Nick, once again, that was an incredible performance out of the front, and you pretty much just got out there and treated it like a Sunday drive in many cases. That was incredible.
I had to just treat it like a qualifying laps. I could see them, they was all just starting to line up, Crocodile and then the safety car, and then I could see them all again, and I thought, they're all going to start racing in a minute. If I can just get my head down and go. And yeah, so yeah, fair play to the lads at the back. It looked like there was they all had a good tussle, but yeah, get my head down, and it's easy to, when they're all battling, just to get your head down and go, go, go.
I guess we have to ask the plan, is it to do the full season? And if so, we're going to see probably more dominant races like that, or you sort of got other commitments elsewhere?
No, it should be, my two sons are racing, so if none of them clash, which I don't think they do, we should do a full year. So hopefully, yeah, fingers crossed.
About 37 drivers started quaking in their boots here in that, I think. But if you do make it for the next round, hopefully we'll see you there, and I'm guessing more of the same, you hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah, that's the fingers crossed, but it is motorsport and you never know.
Well, congratulations this weekend. Well done for being the first ever championship race winner, so take your points and we'll see you next time.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's bring in second place man Duncan Stone, and what do we say about that battle for second place? That was breathless from start to finish, but you managed to hold them off the last couple of laps and come out on top. So, yeah, and the smile on your face says it all. You look like you thoroughly enjoyed that.
Yeah, I really did enjoy that. It was great, yeah. You know, I come from fourth. I come from 13th in the first race, to get fourth in the first race, and then, yeah, to finish second is to finish my weekend off, really.
It's your first experience at CityCar Cup. I guess the verdict is all-round thumbs up?
Yeah, everyone should do it.
Good stuff. And I guess planning to do full season?
Full season, yeah. I'm running with Nick, so you know, get a bit of tuition off him during the year as well, hopefully, and you know, hopefully we can get a bit closer to him by the end of the year.
So Team 1-2, it's not bad for a first weekend, is it?
Not bad, is it? It's not bad.
Good stuff. We'll go and enjoy it. We'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
And let's bring in our third place man overall and our Rookie Cup winner as well, Liam as well. Well, you were happy with the Rookie Cup win earlier on, but Rookie Cup win and an overall third place. I mean, you've driven superbly all day.
Yeah, that was mega. Just tried to keep with the front two boys. I know they're fast. Just literally sit on them. Just keep. We had a massive tussle, bits of wing mirror flying everywhere. But yeah, got it done. Nice and close, hard. Let's see if we can do it next round.
Yeah, of course, you did a couple of races last year, of course, but you've really taken to the championship very quickly as a rookie driver. So I guess it just proves, as we talked about earlier on, how easy these cars are to pick up, and you've really taken to it quicker than others, it seems.
Yeah, that's it. So I'd done all 3 rounds last year, and the test day at the beginning of the year, obviously, went great. I liked the car, super grippy, great bunch of lads in the paddock, always helped me out. I found out after race 1 my suspension had fallen out, front right, so I managed to get the win still. I don't know how. Got in there, some people helped me out, got me all the bits. Great, you know. Nick and Duncan are just different levels, so let's try and catch them next round.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. I'm sure that there'll be a few more people a bit closer next time, but I'm sure you'll be that with the front again. So well done for you 2 rookie wins. Go and enjoy them, and we'll see you next time.
That was for Owen and Kev. Cheers, lads.
Good stuff.
Thank you, mate.
And that's it. Incredible first weekend for the BRSCC. Lots of incredible, fantastic racing, and hopefully if you're watching at home you've all enjoyed it, and we've made some new fans out of you as well. So thank you also to Caterham, to Modified Ford, to the National Formula Ford, to the CityCar Cup as well, to AMOC, and also to Fun Cup as well for their brilliant race yesterday. If you want to find out all the info, please go to the website brscc.co.uk, and be sure to like the Facebook page and subscribe to YouTube and hit notifications on both, because it means when we go live next weekend at Croft, it's going to be absolutely amazing with some of the biggest and best championships that the club has to offer. If you thought that was good, we've got more coming up with Mazda MX-5s, Fiestas, BMWs, almost capacity entry for the Club Sport Trophy. It's going to be a mega weekend in North Yorkshire. If Andy wants to sign up in a second, I'm sure he will do, but from all of us here, from myself at least, I'm exhausted, but I'm Scott Woodwist. Thank you so much for watching if you have. BRSCC's back in action for 2021. It's looking like a mega year. Roll on Croft in 7 days' time. But until then, take care, and we'll see you very soon. Andy, back up to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Thanks for all of your hard work getting the interviews today. That, though, is it. All we have time for here at Donington Park. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed the last 2 days of racing. And we'll see you again with some more BRSCC live streaming at Croft in a week's time. But for now, from myself, Andy McEwen, and Scott Woodwist, it is goodbye.